Chapter 1. On August 11th, 1991, at 7:50 in the morning, the sky was clear. This was one of the rare sunny days in London, a city infamously dubbed the Fog City, renowned for its pervasive mist and haze. Yet on my birthday today, a splendid sun graced the heavens. It seemed a fortuitous omen for the day ahead. Frank Dell was diligently penning his diary, though one might question the seriousness of a person who keeps a journal. Nevertheless, his mother insisted upon it, requiring him to compose one entry weekly, with additional writings for special occasions. Consequently, their household was rife with notable dates, the birthdays of his father, Huwinar, and mother, Hiremia, as well as the Queen's birthday, the Prince's birthday, the Prime Minister's birthday, the anniversary of the Prime Minister's election victory, and the commemoration of Madame Curie, among others. Thus, Frank found himself obliged to write a diary entry nearly every day for his mother's scrutiny. Frank, his mother called from downstairs. Hurry down for breakfast today. Is your birthday? Your father and I are taking you to the amusement park. Your father has prepared a surprise for you. As Frank responded affirmatively, he closed his diary, muttering, I haven't written a diary since graduating elementary school in my past life. Who would have thought I would pick it up again in England? Indeed, debts must be repaid. Frank's arrival in this world was rather straightforward. In his previous life, he had been a resident of the renowned Chidian orphanage, perpetually overlooked for adoption due to a disability in his right hand. Yet, he persevered, consistently achieving top marks in his studies, ultimately gaining admission to Peking University, where he pursued a seamless path through undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies in law. However, during weekends spent visiting his younger siblings at the orphanage, he would often stop by a toy store to buy merchandise related to Cardcaptor Sakura and Harry Potter, which they adored. Unfortunately, his exit from the store coincided with an unfortunate encounter with a truck, leading to his untimely demise. Reflecting on the 11 years that had elapsed, Frank found the memories of his previous life still vividly etched in his mind. Perhaps it was the blending of two souls through time travel that rendered him astonishingly intelligent in this new existence. The Dell family was a quintessentially British lineage, with ancestors who had valiantly defended the royal family and sacrificed dearly for the glory of the British Empire during both world wars. His great-grandfather had 6 sons and 3 daughters. Now, only Frank and his parents remained. The sacrifices made for the Queen and the Empire were immense. Yet the Queen had not remained indifferent. She conferred the title of knight upon them. While Frank mused that a sum of several £1,000,000 would have been more appreciated, his father, Huwinar Dell, took great pride in the honor. After all, how many civil servants of the British Empire could boast such a title? Father, mother, Frank inquired as he descended the stairs. What sort of surprise is it? A remote-controlled car. You've always been fond of watching car races, and this is a model we search for far and wide, his mother exclaimed. Wow, this is fantastic, Frank shouted, embracing his mother, while inwardly he lamented, I'm nearly 40 years old. Amalgamating 2 lifetimes, how could I possibly enjoy this? Oh well, for my parents' happiness, I shall feign delight. His father, smiling broadly, added, This is the latest model from America. It's not yet available in stores. I had a friend at the embassy procure it for you. Just be cautious when playing with it. Repairs can be quite tedious if it breaks. Frank nodded, of course, father. I shall cherish it. His father picked up a newspaper and sipped his coffee. You received a letter today. Did you not provide your home phone number to your friends? But Hogwarts? I don't recall you mentioning a friend by that name. Hogwarts? Father, this is Frank began, intending to express disbelief, but then recalled that when reading to his younger siblings, he had verified the publication date of the original work as 1997. After all, he had watched the celebrations for the anniversary of Hong Kong's return and had discussed it with his siblings. How could Hogwarts possibly exist in 1991? Could it be that someone had penned it before him? Frank picked up the letter, examining the wax seal before flipping it over to find a recipient address. Frank Dell, 45, Fleet Street, London, 2nd floor. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered the illustrious acceptance letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Dear Mr. Dell, We are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Frank glanced at the list of necessary purchases and handed the letter to his parents. Perhaps. I won't be attending Eton after all. Ha ha ha. Who Weinar chuckled heartily. It must be a prank from your friends. I remember you stopped believing in Santa Claus at a very young age. What's this? Now you believe in magic? Reply to them. But if your friends tease you tomorrow, don't come back crying. With an exasperated glance at his father, Frank turned to see an owl perched on the mailbox outside. He pointed to the owl and said to his father, "Since I need to reply via owl, why not use this one?" Frank took a pen and paper, expressing in his response a desire for further confirmation. Yet, as he watched the owl obediently accept the letter and take flight, his anticipation grew for the arrival of a professor. "Ding dong, you have a new system message." Frank froze. In this era, no one would be sending him messages in Chinese. He looked up at his parents. "I suddenly feel a bit tired and going to take a short nap." Without waiting for their response, he quickly ascended the stairs. System? System? Once inside his room, Frank called out in his mind. To his astonishment, a vision materialized before him, revealing a pigeon. The pigeon landed on the back of a chair, its wings unfurling like hands to reveal a scroll, upon which sat a man clad in formal attire, seated upon a grand chair, one hand supporting his head and the other resting atop a staff. The man gazed at Frank. "Greetings, my apologies for this unconventional introduction. I am Curelide, the creator of the Clow Cards." He then positioned the staff between his legs, his hands resting upon it. "And this is my other inheritor of the Clow Cards." Frank felt a profound shock, instinctively blurting out, "Is there still a Kinomoto Sakura in this world?" Curelide chuckled softly. "Not all. When you perished in your previous life, the Clow card you held and your wand emitted a tremendous energy that transported your soul. I detected the trajectory of the Clow card beyond this world, which was meant to arrive in my realm. However, this world already harbors Sakura. Thus, you transition to your current existence. Yet, as the inheritor of the Clow cards, I cannot disregard you. Therefore, when you encounter the magic of this world, I shall sense it and communicate with you. Bridging worlds for communication requires immense magical energy, so I cannot divulge too much. Given the differences among worlds, the manifestation of magic varies. I have made some modifications to the Clow cards." The scroll transformed into a star map before Frank's eyes. He beheld the sun and moon standing side by side, surrounded by 4 stars representing earth, fire, wind, and water, rotating around them. Among these, 47 dim stars orbited, when suddenly, the stars marked illusion and double shone brightly. Simultaneously, Curelide's voice resonated. "I have imbued a fragment of power within this illusion card to assist you in activation, safeguarding your mind from prying into your past memories. Double signifies your duality of soul, although they have now merged. The double aspect remains activated. Your method of usage will differ from the cards, but I cannot predict how it will manifest in your perception. The Clow cards primarily revolve around light and darkness, supplemented by earth, fire, wind, and water, each possessing their own auxiliary cards totaling 47. You must first activate the auxiliary cards of earth, fire, wind, and water before you can harness their powers, after which you may wield light and darkness. I believe you will discover your aspirations throughout this process. However, exercise caution. The initial activation of a card requires less energy, but it escalates progressively. Choose wisely and formulate a plan during activation. Of course, if a large-scale magical ritual is conducted, you may also facilitate the activation of one from earth, fire, wind, or water, albeit with diminished power in its auxiliary cards. Diligent practice remains essential. Upon concluding, the star map transformed into shimmering starlight that entered Frank's mind. Practicing spells enhances your energy levels. Each time your energy is maximized, you can accumulate an energy point. Remember to study diligently from now on. Perhaps one day, you might even visit me for tea. Before Frank could respond, The pigeon retracted the scroll, its entire form igniting with green flames before it spread its wings and vanished from sight. Frank gazed vacantly at the spot where the dove had vanished, when suddenly his mother's voice echoed from downstairs. "Frank, a professor from Hogwarts has arrived." In a flurry, Frank dashed out of his room and glanced down the staircase. He beheld a figure seated in the living room, clad in a vibrant green wizarding robe and adorned with a pointed wizard's hat. To himself, Frank mused, "This must be Professor McGonagall. She appears even more solemn than in the films. I wonder if she becomes a serious cat when transformed. Does catnip work on the feline version of Professor McGonagall?" Descending the stairs, Frank addressed his parents. "Father, Mother, is this the professor from Hogwarts?" "Indeed, I am Minerva McGonagall. You may call me Professor McGonagall. I am here to escort you to Diagon Alley for your school supplies and books," she replied. Hufflepuff scrutinized Professor McGonagall closely. "I sincerely apologize. Ever since receiving the letter, I assumed it was a prank. If it's not too much trouble, could you demonstrate your magic?" Professor McGonagall nodded. "I understand your skepticism. Nearly all Muggle parents share such doubts. Muggle is our term for those without magic." As she spoke, she raised her wand. With a subtle flick, the teacup on the table transformed into a mouse, which scurried for a moment before morphing into a turtle, and then reverted back to a teacup. Hufflepuff and Hermione exchanged astonished glances before hastily picking up the teacup to examine it closely. "Did you see that? The teacup just turned into a mouse and then a turtle." They turned to Frank and immediately inquired of Professor McGonagall, "Will Frank be able to perform such transformations? Is learning magic difficult? Where do we purchase the items on the list? Do you also use pounds?" Professor McGonagall responded, "As long as Mr. Frank Dell learns earnestly, he will be proficient by the end of his first year. Moreover, wizards do not use pounds. We utilize galleons, sickles, and nut-sewn galleon is equivalent to 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. 5 pounds equals 1 galleon. Now, I must take another student to Diagon Alley, specifically to the Wizarding Shopping District. She should be arriving at Charing Cross shortly. Let's make haste." Hufflepuff quickly stood up. "He'll drive everyone there." The group climbed into Hufflepuff's vehicle and soon arrived at Charing Cross. Professor McGonagall pointed to a family anxiously waiting ahead. "They have already arrived." They hurried forward, and Hufflepuff exclaimed, "Dr. Granger? Mr. Dell?" Professor McGonagall glanced at the two. "It appears you know each other, so I need not introduce you. Miss Hermione Jane Granger is also a new student at Hogwarts, and she will accompany Mr. Frank Dell to Diagon Alley." Hufflepuff nodded. "Dr. Granger is an exceptionally skilled dentist, many of my colleagues, and I have our dental work done by her." Professor McGonagall looked at the Dell and Granger families. "Since you are acquainted, please wait outside for us." "I apologize, but we have other matters to attend to once our shopping is complete, and we must be swift." Leading Frank and Hermione towards the leaky cauldron, Professor McGonagall explained, "This pub is invisible and inaccessible to Muggles. Additionally, many wizards harbor ill will towards Muggles. Unless absolutely necessary, do not bring your families here in the future." Frank nodded. "So, Professor, what about today?" "To prevent your parents from worrying, I made a special trip. Besides, you will need to return shortly. Furthermore, Frank, what is that small package you are carrying?" "It's nothing, Professor. It contains other items." As the trio entered the leaky cauldron, they were met with a bustling crowd of oddly dressed wizards. Frank and Hermione closely follow McGonagall, hearing whispers of greetings directed at her. Professor McGonagall is leading new students again. Professor McGonagall nodded to the crowd. "I need to take these students shopping. Please make way." The throng parted, allowing her to guide the two towards a refuse bin in the back courtyard. Turning to them, she instructed, "Remember, count 3 bricks up from this bin and then 2 to the side to enter Diagon Alley." The walls slowly opened, revealing a wondrous magical realm. "We shall first visit Gringotts to exchange pounds. Each Muggle student may convert 100 galleons annually, equivalent to 500 pounds. The goblins inside Gringotts are not wizards, so do not be concerned. After we exchange for galleons, we will proceed to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to purchase your uniforms, followed by a visit to Flourish and Blots for your textbooks, and then to Potage's Cauldron Shop, the Apothecary, and Weasley's Wizard Wheezes for various supplies. Finally, We will acquire wands and pets before returning for your uniforms. As Professor McGonagall spoke, she led the two to the counter. Excuse me, could you facilitate the exchange of pounds for these two students? The goblin looked up. Ah, Professor McGonagall, please provide the acceptance letters. I need to verify them against the records. Frank and Hermione presented their notification letter to the goblin seated at the counter. After a brief comparison, the goblin addressed them, stating, Frank Dell and Hermione Jane Granger. Each of you is entitled to an annual exchange limit of 100 galleons. Apologetically, Frank interrupted, May I inquire if gold is redeemable? The goblin glanced at him and replied, Indeed, it is. There is no limit on gold exchanges. 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for 2 galleons. Very well. I would like to exchange 500 pounds and 5 pounds of gold, please. Additionally, do you have a vault for storing gold? Ah, certainly. We also offer check services. Would the young gentleman like to set that up? Absolutely, and I would like to take away 100 galleons. Professor McGonagall observed the two as they completed their transactions. Let us proceed. It is time to purchase your school uniforms. Furthermore, you may wish to acquire an additional wallet at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes to accommodate your funds. Professor McGonagall guided them through the process of acquiring their necessary supplies. Next, we shall attend to wands. The wand is the most essential tool for a wizard. Always remember to keep your wand secure. She led them to Ollivander's wand shop, which appeared dilapidated and diminutive compared to the other establishments. The golden sign above the door had faded, inscribed with Ollivander, since 382 B.C., crafting fine wands. Inside the shop window, a solitary wand rested upon a weathered purple cushion, its color long since faded. Frank and Hermione stepped into the shop, exclaiming, This place is far more spacious than it appeared in the film. The exterior of the building seemed rather diminutive, yet inside, it was quite expansive. Towering shelves reached at least 3 stories high, densely populated with an array of rectangular boxes. The arrangement of the shelves resembled a chessboard, with each horizontal shelf distinctly labeled to indicate the material of the wand's shaft, while each vertical shelf denoted the composition of the wand's core. Ah, good morning, Professor McGonagall. It is a pleasure to see you bringing students to my establishment once more, greeted an elderly gentleman with graying hair as he leaned against a tall ladder. Frank took a moment to observe the ladder, noting its lack of wheels. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander. Would you kindly assist in selecting wands for these 2 children? Indeed, indeed. Let us attend to business, he replied. Ladies first. Professor McGonagall led Frank out of the shop, explaining, generally, one prefers to keep the specifics of their wand concealed from others. We shall wait here for a while. Frank nodded and turned to gaze through the shop window. However, the view was limited to a solitary wand. He then inquired, Professor McGonagall, may I first procure a pet and retrieve my and Hermione's school uniforms? McGonagall nodded, of course. Typically, the selection of a wand does not occur hastily. Additionally, I would recommend an owl as your pet. It can assist you in delivering items. And there is a designated area for pets within the dormitory. A cat could also be a fine choice. Before long, Frank emerged with a bag containing the uniforms in his left hand, while a gray owl perched on his right shoulder. Professor, this is my owl. I have named him Rod. Shortly thereafter, Hermione appeared. Frank handed her the uniforms, stating, I just acquired a pet and also retrieved our school uniforms. You may take some time to explore, or perhaps you and Professor McGonagall could enjoy a moment at the nearby dessert shop. Thank you. But too many sweets can lead to a toothache, Hermione replied as she accepted the uniforms. It's all right. I can peruse a book here. Very well. It is now my turn to select my companion, Frank declared before stepping inside. The bell dingled as he entered, and he beheld Ollivander standing before him. Good day. I have come to purchase a wand. An inner voice echoed Ollivander's words. It is not the wizard who chooses the wand, but the wand that chooses the wizard. Ollivander waved his wand, and a measuring tape flew from the table, commencing to measure Frank's height, arm length, and even the length of his nostrils. Which hand do you prefer to use? Ollivander asked loudly while turning to select from the back. I can use both hands, though I prefer my right, Frank replied. Perhaps due to a past life where he had never utilized his right hand, he now favored it for tasks, though his left remained adept. Since I am proficient with both hands, could I not purchase 2 wands for simultaneous use? Frank inquired boldly. Certainly, but I do not recommend it, Ollivander replied, still sprightly despite his age. In a matter of moments, he returned with an array of wands. You may indeed wield 2, but how would you manage? Would you cast spells with both hands simultaneously? Which incantation would you articulate? Remember, mispronouncing a spell can lead to dire consequences. Frank nodded, acknowledging, all right, I understand. Additionally, I would like to inquire whether the selection of a wand is related to the size of my nostrils. Ollivander regarded Frank. Even the most whimsical of children had never posed such a question. Naturally, as one matures, one grows taller, arms lengthen, and weight increases. However, the size of one's nostrils remains relatively unchanged, allowing for the recording of stable data. Moreover, it primarily serves to gauge your essence, which is far less susceptible to alteration. Give this one a try, Ollivander said, presenting a wand crafted from cherry wood with a unicorn tail hair core. You may wave it. Just as Frank lifted it, Ollivander snatched it away, exclaiming, "This will not suffice. Try this one made of pine, with a thunderbird feather." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank had meticulously tried each wand, leaving the shop in disarray, a veritable chaos underfoot. Ollivander gazed at the myriad of wands before him, murmuring softly, "This cannot be. How can there be a wand unfit for me?" He retrieved a measuring tape, personally assessing Frank's arm length and height. After a thorough examination, he suddenly clapped his hands in realization, there is indeed one more wand. As he turned to fetch it, he discovered the shop was rendered nearly impassable, compelling him to wave his wand, commanding the wands to return to their rightful places. While gesturing, he spoke, "Although it pains me to admit, dear child, you are quite extraordinary, exceptionally so. I possess a wand that has been handed down through generations. It is the very first wand crafted by the Ollivander family." He ventured deep into the recesses of the shop, where sunlight could no longer penetrate, his voice echoing from afar, "In the days of yore, my ancestors were unable to create fine wands, producing only subpar ones. Yet, even those inferior wands were beyond the capabilities of many wizards at that time. However, it was from this very wand that our lineage began to learn the art of crafting exquisite wands." Ollivander approached Frank, holding the wand before him, stating, "This wand embodies the history of my family, bearing witness to our triumphs and tribulations. I invite you to give it a try." The moment Frank grasped the wand, he felt the star map in his mind begin to radiate brilliance. Beneath the sunlight streaming through the window, shadows of all the Clow Cards appeared on the ground, as if the forces of light and darkness were burgeoning within him. Without the need to wave it, Frank instinctively knew this was the wand destined for him. Ollivander sighed softly. "This wand is crafted from starlight wood. The feather's origin remains a mystery to me. At times, I even perceive the core of the wand as a living entity, pulsating like a heartbeat. Perhaps it is merely a sign of my advancing age. Never mind. It measures 14 inches, with a pale red shaft, adorned with engravings of the sun, moon, and stars. Red symbolizes the human experience, an inescapable hue from birth to death. I foresee great endeavors in your future. I merely hope that, should the opportunity arise, you might share the material of the core with me. Alternatively, you may inform me at my grave." Frank meticulously scrutinized the wand before him. "This was the merchandise I purchased in my previous life. Surely, the sun, moon, and stars do not refer to Kuro and Sakura, do they? That core, could it belong to that old wand? I distinctly remember acquiring the merchandise associated with the old wand. However, it seems implausible that a wand could be encased within another wand." Frank raised his wand and declared, "I shall certainly study alchemy in the future. Are you not afraid that I might thoroughly understand this wand and usurp your business?" Ollivander chuckled softly. "There have been masters in history who have surpassed the quality of my craftsmanship, yet presently, I stand as the finest wand maker in Britain, indeed, in all of Europe." Ollivander had never feared competition. It was only through rivals that he could further his own craft. Moreover, that will be 77 galleons. So exorbitant? Indeed. While other wizards may charge merely 7 galleons, they benefit from subsidies from the Ministry of Magic. You, however, do not. Very well. Please include the materials for wand maintenance as well. Here is a check from Gringotts. Frank produced a check and handed it to Ollivander, saying, "Thank you for your assistance today. Farewell." Frank pushed the door open, causing the wind chimes to tinkle once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank closed the door, as if stepping into another realm. The bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley was completely impervious to the humble wooden door. The serene and the lively seemed to be separated by but a single threshold. Professor McGonagall turned to the two and said, "Now that you have acquired everything you need, I shall escort you out." Frank inquired, "Professor McGonagall, my parents are waiting outside, and they aren't permitted to enter." Might I procure some confectionery from the magical realm for them to sample? Hermione concurred, adding, It's their maiden visit, and I, too, wish to acquire some treats for them. Very well, McGonagall responded. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. Observe that establishment, Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. You may make your purchases there and depart via the leaky cauldron. Remember, you are not permitted to venture elsewhere. Understood. Professor McGonagall, Frank and Hermione promptly acquired some ice cream from Florian Fortescue's and emerged. Their respective parents were awaiting them outside, and the two families bid each other farewell. Frank said to Hermione, There are only a few days left until school starts. Do you plan to review at home first? Hermione replied, I will memorize all the textbooks. That sounds great. Let us study together. Since you haven't bought an owl yet, we can ask Professor McGonagall for anything we don't understand. Sure, let's communicate over the phone. The two bid farewell, and the sun began to set. Good morning, Hermione. Just as Jeremiah was about to leave for work, he spotted Hermione approaching. Frank, Hermione is here to see you. Good morning, Aunt Delegate. Hermione politely greeted Jeremiah, then turned to Frank and asked, Frank, have you finished reading about potions and elixirs? I was amazed by the effects of potions. I have memorized everything, he replied. Of course, I know you have as well. As Hermione opened her mouth to speak, Frank hastily interjected. After all, he had heard this phrase repeatedly over the past few days. Frank, I have memorized the standard incantations for the beginner level, and Frank, I have committed the magical theories to memory. Merely a few days after purchasing the textbooks, Hermione had already memorized all of them. Naturally, Frank was no different, as his memory had significantly improved in the second life. Could it be that anyone who had traversed realms would lack such an exceptional memory? Hermione was filled with joy, for throughout her elementary years, she had few friends. She could never comprehend why. Despite her well-meaning reminders to her classmates to prepare in advance and to complete their assignments without resorting to copying, she was often ostracized. After all, it was merely a matter of memorizing the books, which was quite effortless. Frank and Hermione entered the living room when a mirror suddenly spoke. Oh, my dear master. You are truly a vision of beauty. Your countenance is as divine as that of a celestial being, and your smile is as enchanting as the sun. Though you may only slightly fall short of the esteemed readers, if you could tuck your shirt into your trousers, you would not be far from perfection. This mirror was purchased from Diagon Alley, a day when Professor McGonagall permitted them to shop independently, and Frank had acquired it. Having developed an affinity for the mirror during his previous life of study, he knew that one could hardly expect children from an orphanage to maintain cleanliness. Each visit to his younger siblings would reveal them in a state of disarray. It was not a matter of poor management. The streets and community often organized volunteers. Yet a group of children playing in sand and mud could hardly remain unsoiled. With this mirror, the caretakers at the orphanage would find their tasks considerably eased, as the children would at least be able to notice their own dirt and brush it off. To Frank's surprise, upon bringing it home, his mother took an immediate liking to the mirror, engaging in lengthy discussions about attire for 3 to 4 hours each evening. One day, his father, Hufflepuff, quietly confided to Frank that he scarcely had time to consider giving him a sibling. And then there was this young lady. Your smile reveals to me what it means to be a lady. Your outfit today is simply exquisite. Just look at this little trench coat. Perfectly suited for the cooling weather. Hee hee. Thank you, Hermione replied with a bright smile, graciously accepting the compliment. She had encountered this mirror on her first visit and had grown fond of it, as the flattery it dispensed was always diverse. All right, do cease, Frank interjected, fully aware of the loquacious nature of the mirror. If left unchecked, it could chatter on for an entire day. Hermione, are you now proficient in your spells? He inquired while leading Hermione towards the study, curious about her progress in spell casting. Although she had memorized the texts, her execution of the spells remained somewhat unrefined. They worked intermittently. The simpler ones were manageable, yet the slightly more complex spells proved challenging for her to wield effectively. Frank's home boasts 2 studies, one utilized by his parents for their work, and the other belonging to Frank himself. Recently, he has cleared out his space, replacing the contents with several mannequins from a modeling agency. Now, let us practice. The spells have been committed to memory, yet the true mastery lies in their application. Frank stepped into his study, brandishing his wand at the mannequin, and uttered, "Refresh." A beam of light erupted from the wand, illuminating the mannequin as the stains began to vanish. Each night, he would sprinkle dirt upon the mannequin or strike its limbs with a bat, only to employ magic the following day to restore it. Hermione, observing beside him, also initiated a cleaning spell, commenting, "Every morning I arrive. If not for the knowledge of your magical practice, I would assume a vandal resides here." He bore the burden of learning magic, determined to avoid the stigma of being the lowest among the wizarding children. Frank was acutely aware that wizarding offspring, prior to enrollment, were equally unversed in magic, at least until they acquired their wands. After all, notable aristocrats such as Draco Malfoy and his two lackeys, along with Ron Weasley, were testament to the ignorance of wizarding families before their initiation. Yet, what if? What if this little butterfly truly incited a storm? What if there were children of Death Eaters who had mastered dark curses prior to their admission? Even Hogwarts, touted as utterly safe, had seen its share of horrors. The creature with the face on the back of its head in the first year, the basilisk in the second, the exceptional Gryffindor graduates in the third, and the Triwizard Tournament in the fourth. Even if one chose to remain inconspicuous when that noseless creature resurrects, it is precisely wizards of Muggle descent like me who would be the first targets. As Frank pondered, he diligently practiced his magic. Hermione, if the opportunity arises, would you consider studying abroad in another country? Frank paused and turned to Hermione. If given the chance, I would certainly like to try. However, I haven't encountered any mention of such a program in the history of Hogwarts. What are your thoughts on this? Hermione also sheathed her wand. They moved to the sofa, where Frank poured Hermione a cup of red tea. I originally planned to apply for an Ivy League exchange program during university. You know, my initial intention was to attend Eden School, then proceed to King's College, and finally apply to an Ivy League university. Hermione contemplated this. I had initially intended to go to Cambridge, but now I'm at Hogwarts. I wonder if graduating from Hogwarts will allow me to attend university. Do they have a proper advancement system? Probably not. Never mind, let's not worry about the future for now. Let's just focus on experiencing life at Hogwarts. I certainly don't want to be at the bottom of the class. Frank chuckled, and together they resumed their practice. The passage of time was imperceptible, and before they realized it, Hermione had returned home from work. Frank, Hermione, are you still practicing? Hermione's voice called from upstairs as she knocked on the door. It's time for dinner. Hermione, stay with us for dinner. I made fried fish tonight. No, at Delaware. My father should be picking me up soon. As Hermione stepped out, she said to Frank, we need to catch the train to school tomorrow morning. Shall we meet at the station at 10 o'clock? All right, see you at the station tomorrow. The sound of Mr. Granger's car echoed from outside, and Hermione bid farewell to the two before heading home. After dinner, Frank lay in bed, closed his eyes, and began to summon the star chart. The illusion and Duel have already been illuminated. Now, illusion can safeguard my mind, preventing others from perceiving my memories, while Duel allows me to double my learning capacity, enabling me to read 2 books simultaneously. Which star card should I illuminate next? Frank deliberated at length. The first year poses no significant peril. The noseless fiend primarily focuses his attention on Dumbledore and Harry Potter. My safety lies in evading trolls and abstaining from the Sorcerer's Stone challenge. However, as a precautionary measure, acquiring an evasive skill is prudent. Teleportation is rendered impractical by Hogwarts' anti-apparition enchantments, and its efficacy remains uncertain. Flight is an option, but it appears Voldemort conceived the levitation incantation in this world. Thus, leap it shall be. Endowed with it, I could plummet from the 8th story without harm, ensuring my escape. As for the other skill, shield, self-preservation is paramount for any counterattack. Verily, defense takes precedence. Abruptly, the leap and shield star cards within the celestial chart shattered, emitting a radiant glow. Frank sensed a newfound lightness in his physique, as if the slightest exertion could propel him into the cosmos. Subsequently, with a mere thought, a shield materialized before him, adorned with celestial imagery and encased in silver filigree. Frank rapped upon the shield. Thump, thump. It appears quite sturdy. Its resistance to enchantments remains to be seen. Perhaps it shall one day rival the shields employed during the epic clash between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Yet, Sakura's magical prowess amplifies with each Clow card she subdues. Upon the successful acquisition of all Clow cards, her magical potency purportedly rivals that of Clow Reed. And Clow Reed, in turn, is likened to the creator. Ergo, upon illuminating all the cards, would that not signify my equivalence to Sakura, Sakura's equivalence to Clow Reed, and Clow Reed's equivalence to the creator? Consequently, I would be tantamount to the creator. Verily, the Clow cards hold greater promise than Harry Potter. Frank pondered for a moment before quietly opening the window. It was now 10 o'clock at night, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Gently, Frank leaped down from the window, seemingly without a hitch, and decided to test how high he could jump. Frank exerted all his strength to leap upwards, feeling a chill in the wind. As he opened his eyes, he caught sight of the distant pinnacle of Big Ben. In the late hours of the night, most of London had succumbed to slumber, with only the city center aglow with light. How astonishing it was to leap so high. Upon landing on the rooftop, Frank marveled at the wondrous nature of magic. He felt no impact, nor did he make a sound, and the roof remained unscathed. He jumped back inside, extinguished the light, and lay down on his bed. Tomorrow heralded the beginning of a new life. On September 1st, 1991, at King's Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4 awaited the Hogwarts Express. What is this melody? The owl variation. Nonsense. There is no such thing as an owl variation. How does it feel, knowing that the magical school is about to arrive? The stage of enchantment has been set. What role do you intend to play here? Frank inquired playfully of Hermione. Will you be like a character from a fairy tale, brewing a bubbling green potion with bat and toad skins deep within the forest, all the while chuckling to yourself? Oh please, you would make a dreadful witch. Hermione wiped her reddened eyes. Are you not feeling sad? Frank gently asked from beside her. The train had yet to depart, and the bustling sounds from the platform seeped into their compartment. The air was filled with farewells between parents and families, rendering their little compartment all the more tranquil. Hermione remained silent, and Frank, undeterred, began to hum the owl variation once more. The train's whistle pierced the air, urging students to board promptly. Hermione turned to Frank. Are you not at all sorrowful? Entering a foreign world, receiving an education at an unfamiliar magical school. From this moment forth, we are two separate beings from our parents. The melody ceased, and Frank glanced at Hermione before looking out at the platform. On the other side of the wall, their parents stood waiting for the train to depart, perhaps anticipating the sound of a whistle that would never reach their ears. In my previous life, I was an orphan. Every year, many friends from the orphanage were adopted. I have long grown accustomed to farewells, Frank remarked flatly as he gazed out the window. He then turned and continued. In fairy tales, all wizards concoct a potion known as the elixir of life. Wizards live for centuries. Now that I am a wizard, why can't I brew the elixir of life to grant my parents longevity? Hermione widened her eyes in astonishment. Suddenly, Frank burst into laughter. Ha! Just kidding. Hermione playfully punched him on the shoulder. You actually. Seizing the moment, Frank grasped Hermione's hand and leaned closer, saying, the first part was a jest. But I assure you, I will brew the elixir of life. Hermione pushed Frank away and turned, uttering not a word, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Excuse me, are you? Frank Dell and a chubby boy cautiously poked his head out, seemingly on the verge of saying something but forgetting his words. He retrieved a note from his pocket. Is this Frank Dell and Hermione Granger? Frank scrutinized the boy from head to toe, with his jet black hair and round face. He appeared visibly anxious, his gaze fixated on the ground. He seemed to be the second coming of a savior, the illustrious sword master of Gryffindor, and the future husband of the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, Neville Longbottom. Frank had yet to speak when Hermione interjected, asking, Who are you? How do you know our names? I am Neville Longbottom, he replied, glancing once more at a note. May I ask if you are Frank Dell and Hermione Granger? Indeed, that is us, Frank responded from beside her. Was there someone who sent you to deliver a message? If it is written on that note, could you kindly show it to us? Neville hurriedly handed the note to Frank, as those few brief sentences seemed to have drained all his courage. After receiving the note, Frank passed it to Hermione and inquired, Mr. Longbottom, have you found your compartment? If not, you are welcome to join us here. It is just the two of us. Thank you. You may simply call me Neville, he replied, falling silent as he occupied the chair opposite them. Hermione, having read the contents of the note, handed it to Frank, who glanced over it. The essence conveyed was a reminder to take care of oneself while out in the world and to look after Hermione as well. There was also an encouragement to write home frequently, sharing tales of school life, and to study diligently. Mr. Granger's message echoed similar sentiments, urging Hermione to look after herself while also entrusting Frank with the responsibility of caring for her. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank took out a piece of stationery and wrote, Dear Father and Mother, I am pleased to inform you that Hermione and I have successfully boarded the train. The friend you entrusted, Neville Longbottom, has successfully conveyed your message to both Hermione and me. I trust you recall the magical camera I purchased. I have just asked Neville to take a photograph of us. I shall send the picture to you this evening, along with one featuring Uncle and Aunt Granger. I believe you are still away, so please do not worry. I will take good care of myself and Hermione. You must also look after yourselves and refrain from any haste. I shall return home for Christmas. P.S. The other note is from Hermione. Kindly pass it on to Uncle Granger. API call failed with status code 429, Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank departed from home akin to an exuberant child who had never ventured far. It is I who tend to him. Upon reaching school, I shall pen a letter to you, delivered by owl. Simply offer it some nuts upon arrival. Hermione Jane Granger and her companion entrusted the letter to Rod, bestowing upon him a morsel of owl feed. Rod then took flight, and suddenly, Frank inquired, Hermione, you didn't write anything foolish in the letter, did you? Of course not. You didn't write anything foolish either, did you? No. I merely noted that you had been crying moments ago. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment as she glared at Frank, a palpable aura of menace emanating from her. Had Frank possessed a supernatural ability to sense emotions, he would have observed Hermione's head radiating with escalating menace, incrementing at every moment. Frank hastily cleared his throat twice, saying, No, it was just a jest. I merely wrote for them to take good care of themselves. Hermione shot Frank another glare before turning away to peruse her book. Frank cleared his throat awkwardly twice before turning to take out a book to read. Gradually, the number of students on the platform dwindled, leaving only parents standing there. The train sounded its horn once more, signaling its imminent departure. As it began to move, the train glided away from the platform, following the tracks into the distance. Sunlight streamed into the carriage, illuminating the pages of the book. Frank closed the book and gazed at the train as it traversed the fields and meandered through the woods. The sounds of children playing and frolicking echoed within the carriage, and Frank felt an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloping him. Frank often found himself enveloped in a surreal sensation since his arrival in this world, perpetually haunted by the fear that upon opening his eyes, he would awaken from a fleeting dream, still the boy without a right hand and devoid of parents. However, aboard the train that journeyed towards magic, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He had become inexorably intertwined with this realm. Even if it were but a dream, it would undoubtedly be the most exquisite dream he had ever experienced. Magic, here I come. In truth, he had anticipated the train soaring into the skies. Yet it merely trundled along the ground at a rather sluggish pace. As the train reached its destination, Frank addressed Hermione and Neville as they disembarked. After a day of travel and a specific toad-finding activity, Neville had grown quite familiar with the two. Upon hearing Frank's words, Neville chuckled sheepishly. Only broomsticks can soar through the air. Besides, my grandmother insists I remain grounded. Frank shrugged in response. The trio stepped off the train and beheld a giant towering before them, his stature akin to that of two men combined. The giant brandished a small oil lamp and bellowed, First years, gather here. I am the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and I shall escort you to the castle. Is everyone present? If so, follow me. The September night had already turned cool, the desolate moonlight casting a pale glow upon the earth as the students traversed the muddy path, the obscured trails in the woods rendering navigation even more challenging. Lumos! Frank exclaimed, raising his wand, a brilliant orb of light blossoming at its tip, illuminating the surroundings with clarity. The nearby students turned their gazes towards him in awe. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank whispered to Hermione, Look, remember these individuals. They're our rivals for the top of the year. As for the other students, they won't even master this spell, so they surely cannot compete with us. You should also use it to demonstrate that we, from Muggle families, can learn in advance. Hermione shot Frank a disapproving glance, but joined him in casting the spell to illuminate their path. Neville gazed enviously at Frank. Did you learn this at home? I can't seem to grasp it there. Frank placed his right hand on Neville's shoulder, the light from his wand dancing upon the ground. No worries. If you have difficulties later, you can always ask Hermione and me. Of course, I mean if you genuinely cannot do it, not if you're just trying to copy homework. Frank whispered to Neville, I believe the professors at Hogwarts are quite competent. They won't fail to teach you. Hermione nodded in agreement. If you encounter challenges, feel free to ask us. After a brief walk, Hagrid led everyone to the lakeside. Each boat can only hold 4 people. Climb aboard. Once the 3 had boarded, another girl joined them. Hagrid surveyed the area. Is everyone on board? He then took a seat at the front of one of the boats, which sank heavily into the water. Hagrid tapped the bow of the boat. Let us set off. The illumination charm you just performed is splendid, said the girl who had just boarded. I'm Hannah Abbott. Suddenly, they heard Hagrid shout, You'll soon see Hogwarts. Now, lower your heads. As the boat glided through the low rocks, Frank raised his head and beheld Hogwarts. It was far more spectacular than depicted in the movies, a castle aglow with lights, its towering spires reaching towards the heavens. Behind it lay a deep, inky sky, where where the stars shimmered in harmony with the castle. As the boat reached the shore, Hagrid guided everyone up the steps and knocked heavily on the door. When it opened, Professor McGonagall stood there, dressed similarly to the day they visited Diagon Alley, with a feather elegantly perched at an angle on her hat. All the students have arrived, Professor McGonagall. Very well, Hagrid. You may return now. I shall take over from here. Professor McGonagall led the students towards the Great Hall but paused at the entrance. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves. Additionally, before the feast begins, you will undergo the sorting. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. For the next 7 years, you will reside within your houses. Good conduct will earn points for your house, while poor conduct will result in deductions. I hope you will be mindful of your actions during these 7 years. At the end of the year, the house with the highest points will receive the House Cup, a significant honor. I wish for each of you, regardless of the house you are sorted into, to bring pride to your house. After concluding her speech, Professor McGonagall entered the Great Hall. What should we do, Frank? What will the sorting entail? What if it's just general knowledge of the magical world that we don't know? Hermione asked anxiously, quickly starting to recite the first-year textbook. Frank remained silent, merely waving his wand with a gentle flourish. Clean slate. Instantly, he rid himself and Hermione of the dirt accumulated from their recent stroll. Nearby, Neville quickly tugged at Frank's sleeve, indicating that he too desired a bit of tidying up. Following this, the customary ghostly entrance heralding the arrival of the house began, during which Malfoy extended his hand to Potter for the second time, only to be rebuffed. Yet, it appeared that this Malfoy possessed a certain charm that eclipsed his cinematic counterpart. Frank mused to himself, but he is not as handsome as I am. Professor McGonagall returned, instructing everyone, form 2 lines and follow me. As the professor swung open the door, all the students filed into the Great Hall, and Frank beheld the scene before him. The vivid tableau unfolded in his eyes, far grander and more fantastical than anything portrayed in the films. Frank gazed at the tattered, patched, and grimy pointed wizard's hat before him. He pondered, could it be that this hat had not been washed for all these years? Just then, the hat began to stir, splitting open with a wide seam, and saying, "You may think I am not beautiful enough, but do not judge by appearances. Perhaps you belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within your heart. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where integrity and loyalty reside, or perhaps you will enter the realm of the wise Ravenclaw, or find sincere friends in Slytherin." At that moment, Professor McGonagall took a few steps forward, producing a scroll of parchment. Hannah Abbott. Frank thought of the renowned location for the sorting ceremony, the coronation of the Hat King, which was about to commence. Without any change, Hannah was sorted into Hufflepuff. Next came Susan Bones. Finally, it was his turn. Frank listened as Professor McGonagall called his name. He stepped forward briskly, placing the sorting hat upon his head. Then he heard a faint voice whispering in his ear. "Strange, quite strange. I seem unable to discern your thoughts. Fear not. Open your heart and allow me to see where you truly belong." Frank silently chanted Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff in his heart. The sorting hat sensed Frank's desire. "Hufflepuff, is it?" "As you wish," the sorting hat proclaimed loudly. At that moment, the celestial map in his mind suddenly unfurled. The Earth star badges shattered and illuminated, casting a subdued glow that contrasted sharply with the already lit star badges. Frank experienced a sudden epiphany. The experiential residue of grand magical rituals could bypass minor subsidiary Clow Cards, directly illuminating intermediate Clow Cards. However, due to the incomplete illumination of all minor subsidiary cards, the intermediate Clow Card remained unusable. Yet, with the intermediate card now aglow, the experience value required for all unlit minor subsidiary cards was diminished by half. He sensed, subtly, that the magical ritual was not yet fully concluded as the sorting hat remained upon his head. The Sword of Gryffindor, sensing the magic of the sword card, dislodged itself from the hat, its hilt striking Frank's cranium. This was a blade forged by goblins, imbued with the residual magic of Godric Gryffindor, which, drawn to the essence of Crowley residing within the star card, merged directly with the sword card, thus binding the Sword of Gryffindor to Frank. Frank's wand and the Sword of Gryffindor ascended simultaneously. In that moment of the sorting ceremony, before the gaze of all faculty and students, the two united as one. The sword star emblem was activated spontaneously. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank stared blankly at the sword in his hand, glancing at Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. The Great Hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, he realized that this form could be dismissed. He gazed at the sword, and with a swift motion, the sword, shield, and armor vanished, leaving him with only a wand. On the previously smooth surface of the wand, a sword-shaped engraving quietly emerged. All eyes were upon Frank. Professor Dumbledore tapped his glass and said, "Professor McGonagall, please proceed with the sorting." "Mr. Frank Dell, I kindly request that you accompany me to the headmaster's office after the feast concludes." The sorting continued, and Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor. Harry Potter, following the established pattern, also found himself in Gryffindor, although few noticed, as the sword of Gryffindor and its heir had chosen him for Hufflepuff. "Frank, please take a seat. Would you care for some sweets?" Dumbledore inquired, as he gestured for Frank to sit and retrieve some candies from a drawer. "How about a pile of cockroach clusters? They are quite delightful." "Thank you, Headmaster, but I'm not particularly fond of those," Frank quickly replied. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank surveyed the headmaster's office, its walls adorned with portraits of past headmasters, who whispered and exchanged furtive glances in his direction, discussing the Hufflepuff student who had obtained the sword of Gryffindor. His gaze shifted to the desk, where a pedestal supported a phoenix. Surely it was Fawkes. Before the headmaster could utter a word, Professor McGonagall hastily interjected, "This child ought to be placed in Gryffindor. He possesses the sword of Gryffindor, making him its rightful heir. The sorting hat must be malfunctioning. How could one capable of drawing forth Gryffindor's sword be assigned to Hufflepuff?" The sorting hat, opening its mouth wide, retorted, "No, no, no. This is not my fault. This child is equally suited for Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor. Were it not for his Muggle heritage, he possesses the virtues of all four founders. He has steadfastly chosen to embrace Hufflepuff. That is his decision, and we must respect the student's choice." Dumbledore turned to Frank. "Frank, might I see the sword of Gryffindor?" Frank waved his wand gently, transforming it into the magnificent sword. Frank placed the sword upon the headmaster's desk, and the portraits surrounding them fell silent, observing intently. Dumbledore grasped the sword, yet did not lift it. He scrutinized Frank closely before attempting once more to take hold of the sword, but still, it remained unmoved, as if it were rejecting him. "Frank, please reclaim the sword." "I wish to see your wand," Dumbledore finally stated, relinquishing his attempts. With a gentle wave of his hand, Frank transformed the sword back into a wand. Dumbledore picked up the wand, exclaiming, "Is this made of starlight wood? What is its core?" Frank shook his head, replying, "Mr. Ollivander said he did not know." Professor McGonagall glanced at Frank and smiled at him. Just as she was about to speak, Professor Dumbledore interjected, "Each individual must choose their own path." He continued, "Professor Sprout, please escort Frank back to the dormitory. It is already past curfew." The corridor was devoid of any presence. Upon seeing the two depart, the portraits resumed their chatter. Inside the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall was still in heated discussion with Dumbledore, asserting, "This child possesses the sword of Gryffindor. Albus, I truly believe you must contemplate this matter. A student wielding Gryffindor's sword in Hufflepuff? Let him remain there. Harry has already begun his studies this year. That individual has returned, though I am yet unaware of his whereabouts. I know he has come back." "The Dark Lord?" Dumbledore inquired. "Indeed, let Pomona keep an eye on Frank. You must pay close attention to Harry." "Very well. You are always right. I hope you remain so," McGonagall conceded as she exited the office. Dumbledore sat in his chair, fingers interlaced upon the desk. "I am always right, Fawkes, yet I have also erred far too often." He approached the window, gazing towards the direction of Hogsmeade. "Ah, Professor Sprout," addressed Frank, "while I never give up on my students, I suggest you consider this matter carefully. Hogwarts may make an exception for you, permitting a transfer to Gryffindor. I would be delighted for you to stay, but with Gryffindor's sword in your grasp, you are indeed the heir of Gryffindor." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After Frank finished speaking, he gave a slight bow to Professor Sprout and entered the common room. Professor Sprout, standing at the entrance, cast a silent glance before departing. Inside the common room, a young man awaited Frank's arrival. Upon seeing him enter, he approached eagerly, extending his hand. Goodness, goodness. A descendant of Gryffindor. Such a phenomenon has never occurred before at Hogwarts. I am Savage Lando, the head boy of Hufflepuff. The hour is late, and I presume you must be weary as well. Do take some rest soon. But first, allow me to convey 3 important matters. First, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. All new students are to gather in the common room to receive this week's timetable. Second, this side is the girls' dormitory, and that side is the boys' dormitory. Boys are prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory, while girls may enter the boys' dormitory. Third, the names of the roommates are displayed above the dormitory doors, and each bed is marked with a name. Well then, do rest early. Frank approached the entrance of the dormitory, where he beheld a plaque inscribed with 4 names: Andrew Gordon, John Keegan, and Kate Nepal. Frank rapped on the door and entered. The occupants of the room were engaged in conversation, which ceased upon his arrival. A young man with closely cropped, flaxen hair, clad in sleepwear, descended from his bed. Spectacles perched upon his nose, he regarded Frank with palpable excitement. Greetings, greetings. I am John Keegan. You must be Frank Dull, how dashing. Wield the sword from the hat. I implore you. I have heard the whispers. They say you are the heir of Gryffindor. Will you be transferring to Gryffindor House? The other 2 occupants turned their gazes upon Frank. John Keegan hastened to introduce them. This lad with the raven hair and sapphire eyes is Andrew Gordon, and beside him is Kate Nepal. You may address us simply as John, Andrew, and Kate. Andrew chimed in. The 3 of us have been inseparable since childhood. We never imagined that we would be together in both the house and the dormitory. Before the sorting, we wondered who the remaining one would be. And then it turned out to be you. Kate nodded in agreement. While Harry Potter's placement in Gryffindor was hardly a surprise, given his parents' affiliation, the fact that you, the heir of Gryffindor, have arrived in Hufflepuff is quite astonishing. Might we have a glimpse of the sword? Frank drew his wand and conjured a magnificent sword. Forged from pure silver, its hilt adorned with a ruby, inscribed beneath with the name Godric Gryffindor. He gently waved it towards a chair, the blade slicing through the air with the fluidity of water, effortlessly severing a corner of the seat. The fragment fell away. Prompting the others to gather and inspect the scene, the sword remained unscathed, while the cut in the chair was remarkably smooth. Frank transformed the sword back into his wand and pointed it at the chair, uttering a spell for restoration, yet the chair remained unrepaired. Perplexed, Frank glanced around before tearing a sheet of paper in 2. It restored itself to its original form. The shredded paper seamlessly reverted. But the chair showed no signs of recovery. A realization dawned upon me. The sword of Gryffindor possesses the ability to nullify magic. John clapped his hands together, recalling a story their mother once told. Wasn't he? It said that Gryffindor wielded the sword to break curses, rendering anything damaged by the sword of Gryffindor beyond the reach of magical repair. I was astonished to discover the truth of those words. Frank transformed back into his sword, examining it closely before placing it on the table. You see, I'll freshen up first. Then, could you assist me in taking a photo? I wish to send it back home. Good morning, Hermione. Your first class is Transfiguration as well, right? Frank, having just received the schedule, encountered Hermione in the hall. Perfect timing for breakfast. Let us head over together. Hermione followed Frank to the Hufflepuff table, where several of his dorm mates cast curious glances their way. Frank turned to Hermione. Aren't you dining at the Gryffindor table? As she took a seat, Hermione inquired. What? Am I not welcome? Not at all. It's just a bit unusual, Frank replied. Settling down. How do you find your first day of classes? Oh, these are my roommates. The one with black hair and striking blue eyes is Andrew Gordon. Beside him is Kate Nepal, and the blonde fellow is John Keegan. Frank introduced his companions, who greeted Hermione in return. Hello, Hermione responded, feeling a sense of novelty. I still feel as if I am dreaming. Haha, dreaming is not an option. Let us eat. We must head to class shortly. As they arrived at the classroom, they spotted a cat perched on the podium. Frank observed it and remarked, this must be Professor McGonagall's animagus form. Kate pointed at the cat, suggesting, could it be a student's pet? Will Professor McGonagall be upset if it's wandering around? After saying this, she leaned in, eager to pet the feline. Frank swiftly pulled her back. Quickly, find a seat. That cat is certainly known to Professor McGonagall. What could possibly happen in this classroom that she wouldn't be aware of? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head internally, pondering the notion that while it was indeed a check-in point, it ought to be expected for students to arrive punctually for class. As the bell rang, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley rushed in, coinciding with the sound of the chime, just as they relished the thought that Professor McGonagall had yet to arrive. The cat perched atop the lectern leaped down and transformed back into Professor McGonagall. Kate was rendered speechless. Harry and Ron were equally astonished. Hastily taking their seats under Professor McGonagall's admonishment, she paid them no further heed. Instead, addressing the entire class from the podium with a stern warning, Transfiguration is one of the most perilous branches of magic, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. She proceeded to spend the next half of the class elucidating the GAMP's laws of elemental transfiguration. First, transfiguration cannot conjure genuine food. It is incapable of creating sustenance from thin air, although it can alter the form or size of existing food items. Second, transfiguration cannot change quantity. One cannot transform a singular object into multiple entities unless those objects were originally connected and transformed as a whole. Third, transfiguration cannot alter the hierarchy of life. One cannot convert inanimate objects into living beings, nor vice versa. Fourth, transfiguration cannot be applied to magical items. Due to their unique magical properties and origins, such items cannot be altered through transfiguration. Fifth, transfiguration cannot create something from nothing. It cannot produce items that did not previously exist, even if they are familiar or known to the caster. Subsequently, she distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them on how to transmute the matchstick into a needle. Frank pondered for a moment and raised his hand. Professor McGonagall, I would like to inquire, when a match transforms into a needle, does wood transmute into iron? Is this a fundamental change or merely a superficial alteration? Professor McGonagall regarded Frank and replied, Can you now transform into a needle? I have attempted it at home, but I haven't succeeded every time. However, after your explanation, I believe I can. With that, Frank converted the match into a needle. Professor McGonagall held it up for a closer inspection. Hufflepuff earns 5 points, she declared, before handing the needle back to Frank. Now break it. I beg your pardon. I may not have heard you clearly. Break it, Professor McGonagall reiterated. The surrounding classmates turned their attention towards them. Frank reached out and snapped the needle, and in that very moment, the needle transformed back into a matchstick. Professor McGonagall effortlessly produced another matchstick, converting it into a needle once more, and handed it to Frank. Break it. Frank did not hesitate to break the needle. However, at that moment, what had broken was still a needle, not transformed back into a match. Professor McGonagall pointed at the needle and the match, inquiring, Do you understand? Magic is the power of the heart, the essence of belief. The transformation of a match into a needle embodies magic. However, once it is broken, reverting to a match signifies that your belief is insufficient to sustain it. If I firmly maintain my conviction that it remains a needle, then magic will not dissipate. It will indeed remain a needle. But what if I were to transform into food? If I steadfastly believe that I have become food, even if consumed, I would still hold that belief. Magic is ephemeral. Few can maintain a transformation indefinitely, not even Dumbledore. Once the magic that clings to the form dissipates, everything will revert to its original state. Therefore, if you were to become food and be eaten, you would either revert at the moment of the first bite or upon entering the stomach. Even if you could sustain your magic for a considerable duration, it would ultimately fade, leading to a return to the original object. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall transfigured the table into a pig. This pig, even if slaughtered and prepared, remains pork. However, as people consume it, the magic gradually dissipates, and eventually what they are consuming is merely the table, which could result in dire consequences. Understood, Professor. I have one more question. I have read about the spell duplicate. If I were to use it to duplicate my notebook, would that duplicate be considered a magical object? Could it be used for transformation? Are you proficient in the duplication spell? I have practiced it at home and can perform it. Then proceed to duplicate your notebook and subsequently effect a transformation. Frank replicated his notebook into 2 copies, subsequently transforming them into 2 wooden boards. Professor McGonagall examined them briefly and remarked, They could not be more splendid. Alas, each student can only earn a maximum of 5 points in a single class. She then casually picked up Kate's notebook, duplicated it into 2, and handed the copies to Frank. Frank took the notebook and discovered that it was impervious to transformation. Gazing at Professor McGonagall in confusion, Professor McGonagall looked back at Frank and explained, This is precisely the essence of the 4th rule. Transfiguration does not apply to magical objects. Due to their unique magical properties and origins, magical items cannot be altered by transfiguration. The notebook itself possesses no magic and does not qualify as a magical object. However, once I replicated it, my magic infused it momentarily, thus rendering it a magical object and preventing any transformation. In contrast, your notebook can be transfigured because it is imbued with your own magic, allowing for alteration. When your magic surpasses mine, you will be able to transfigure this notebook in my possession, as your magic will overpower and even dispel mine. As for magical objects, they inherently possess magic, and any attempt to forcibly dispel it would result only in damage, hence they cannot be transfigured. After concluding her explanation, Professor McGonagall clapped her hands and declared, "Very well. Time is up. Your assignment is to compose a 14-inch essay on the transformation of a matchstick into a needle. Please submit it to me by next Monday." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank glanced at Hermione and remarked that everyone knew Professor Snape never deducted points from Slytherin, while he frequently found various reasons to penalize students from other houses. The fact that you managed to avoid losing points in potions class is quite commendable. Many students have been penalized. Hermione shook her head in frustration and exclaimed, "Why doesn't he, Professor Dumbledore, intervene? This behavior is unjust, utterly unjust." Andrew, sitting nearby, added, "It is well known that he is biased. He has always favored Slytherin. However, we also heard about this morning's incident, and it seems he is particularly targeting Harry Potter." He glanced around, lowered his voice, and discreetly informed Frank and Hermione it is rumored that Professor Snape was once a follower of that man. "You mean the Dark Lord?" "Indeed. Everyone knows that after the fall of the Dark Lord, it was Professor Dumbledore who protected Professor Snape. Some say he still owes loyalty to that man and deceived Professor Dumbledore at the time." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank chuckled softly and lowered his head to begin his meal. Hermione turned to him, her gaze steady, and reassured him, "It's all right. As long as you have prepared in advance, you will find no grounds to deduct our points." The potions classroom lay beneath the ground, and in the autumn of September, a chill wind swept through the door. For the fireplace within the room had yet to be ignited. No student dared to arrive late, even though Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had yet to attend Professor Snape's class. Along the walls of the potions classroom stood a collection of shelves, brimming with various glass jars, each containing specimens of animals steeped in mysterious solutions. At the front, a blackboard loomed. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door swung open and then slammed shut. Professor Snape entered, seemingly gliding into the room, his footsteps utterly silent. Though he uttered no words, his mere presence rendered the potions classroom even colder. The oppressive silence, compounded by the low atmospheric pressure, enveloped the room in an eerie stillness. Frank gazed at Professor Snape as he recited in his mind the esteemed professor's words. "You are here to learn the art of potion making, a discipline that embodies both precise science and rigorous craftsmanship. In this realm, frivolous wand-waving holds no merit, thus many among you may struggle to grasp this as true magic. I do not expect you to fully appreciate the exquisite nature of a gently simmering cauldron, wafting fragrant vapors that tantalize the senses. You will not truly comprehend the enchanting elixirs that course through human veins, igniting the heart and clouding the will with their mesmerizing potency. I can impart knowledge on how to elevate one's reputation and even stave off death, but there exists a prerequisite. You must not be the foolish simpletons I often encounter." Then, Professor Snape began to call the roll. "Frank Dell, another illustrious figure. I hope you are not as uninformed as Mr. Potter. What can nettles be used for?" Snape inquired abruptly. "Professor, nettles can be employed to concoct a swelling solution, and nettle extract can be used to create a sleeping draught or a soporific potion," Frank replied, rising to answer. "Ah, it seems our Mr. Dell has engaged in some preparatory reading. Then, what purpose do porcupine quills serve?" "Professor, porcupine quills can be utilized to craft a remedy for scabies." "And what of moonstone?" "Professor, moonstone can be used to create a soothing potion, possessing the effects of moonlight." "Take a seat. It appears that, while still connected to Gryffindor, some individuals have managed to learn the art of pre-class study," Snape remarked softly as he paced about the room. Although his voice was low and no names were mentioned, everyone understood that he referred to Harry Potter as the one who had not prepared. "Why not jot these down?" he urged, prompting everyone to hastily retrieve their quills and begin taking notes. With a flick of his wand, the potion's formula appeared on the blackboard. "All of you shall follow my recipe to brew the potion. Copy this down, and then form pairs to commence your concocting." Frank and John were paired together, with John rising to fetch the materials. Meanwhile, Frank ignited the alcohol lamp and began preheating the crucible. Professor Slughorn paced the classroom, observing them as they measured dry nettle and crushed the fangs of a snake, with nearly all the students receiving criticism. At that moment, Professor Snape stood behind Frank and John. John felt Snape's gaze piercing him like a sharpened blade, while a chilling sensation crept down his collar, akin to a massive block of ice pressing against his back. Why had the fangs not been ground to powder? Did Mr. Dell believe that watching his classmates err would somehow vindicate him? Why had he not offered a word of caution? Points were deducted from Hufflepuff. After class, John expressed his remorse to Frank. "I am truly sorry. It is my fault that we lost points." Frank wrapped his arm around John's shoulder and said, "It's all right. We lost points because we indeed made mistakes. If I do not err next time, he will not deduct our points." Kate, shaking her head beside them, remarked, "Don't even think about it. It's impossible. It is said that Professor Snape has never awarded points to anyone from other houses." "Frank, are you still planning to go to the library?" John inquired. "Yes, Hermione is waiting for me there. Moreover, I must hasten to complete my assignments. I have other matters to attend to this weekend." Andrew suddenly chimed in, "Your diligence makes the rest of us seem out of place. Do you even realize what you are doing? You ought to take a break this weekend. Let us play wizard's chess instead." No. I have made plans with Hermione to practice magic. You and Hermione should really consider joining Ravenclaw." Frank shrugged. "What difference does it make? We're all at Hogwarts." The three exchanged glances and then looked at Frank, shaking their heads in resignation before parting ways at the intersection. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank quietly approached and sat beside Hermione, gently poking her. As he opened 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, he whispered to Hermione, "I can hardly fathom how you endure Professor Snape's treatment of you. There are certain queries regarding potion making that I dare not pose." Hermione shook her head in silence, and the two began their assignments. Thus, the first week of school came to a close. "Dear Father and Mother, I have previously mentioned the matter of house points. I am performing admirably at school. Even the most detested teacher, specifically Professor Snape, has not deducted any points from me, though I suspect he primarily directs his ire at Harry Potter, the so-called chosen one I spoke of before, which perhaps renders him slightly more lenient towards students from other houses. The Professor of Charms is Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw. Although Professor Flitwick is somewhat diminutive and overly emotional, I heard he even fainted upon calling out Harry Potter's name during roll call. He is truly remarkable. His explanations of charms are both profound and accessible. Despite having practiced first-year charms at home, I gained a much deeper understanding under Professor Flitwick's guidance. I earned 5 points for our house in the very first lesson, and Hermione did as well. Although we do not share all our classes, we are together in Transfiguration. Professor Minerva McGonagall teaches this subject and is also the head of Gryffindor. You may recall her transforming a teacup into a mouse and a tortoise when she came to pick me up. While I am yet unable to transfigure objects into living beings, I have successfully transformed a matchstick into a needle. I shall enclose a photograph of the needle with this letter. I truly believe it to be quite beautiful, adorned with intricate patterns. Additionally, Professor McGonagall possesses the ability to transform into a cat, making her one of the most dangerous animagi. Only 7 individuals in all of Britain can perform this feat, and she is one of them. As for my head of house, Professor Pomona Sprout of Hufflepuff, she is responsible for teaching herbology. I never anticipated that certain plants could be so perilous, and that dragon dung is required as fertilizer. The odor of dragon dung is indeed quite overwhelming. The head of Slytherin is Professor Severus Snape, who teaches potions. It is said he once strayed from the path, but has since reformed. He is truly a master of potions. He even simplified the textbook's formulas on the blackboard, asserting in the first class that anyone with a modicum of sense could understand his lessons, and that potions could even stave off death. However, his manner of speaking can sometimes be rather ungracious. Perhaps it is due to the simplicity of the questions Hermione and I posed after class. The professor of history of magic is Professor Binns, who happens to be a ghost. Of course, Hogwarts is home to many specters. I believe Professor Binns holds a wealth of obscure truths about history that cannot be found in books. Unfortunately, he insists that only what is written in textbooks is the ultimate truth, perhaps because the actual truths are too harsh. Hermione and I have a fondness for the library, where we often cross paths due to our differing schedules. Madame Pence, the librarian, is exceedingly protective of the books. She not only prohibits eating while reading, but also disallows loud discussions within the library. The number of books is truly staggering. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? I cannot say. I only know that the shelves are countless. There is even a restricted section, rumored to contain books that pose dangers merely by being read. However, I am certain that the professors will eventually permit me entry. Do you remember Neville? He is the young boy who helped deliver your letter to us when we boarded the train. He has been sorted into Gryffindor, alongside Hermione. The house's sorting criterion is courage. Although he currently exhibits some timidity and insecurity, I believe he will eventually bloom into his own flower of courage. Time passes swiftly, and the study of magic is truly captivating. It is no wonder that wizards are often depicted as the mightiest figures in countless fairy tales. Magic is both convenient and expedient, significantly enhancing daily life. Flying lessons are set to commence shortly. Andrew, my roommate, claims that flying is exceedingly simple, allowing one to soar high with but a thought. Broomstick flying is quite safe. I eagerly anticipate the moment I can take to the skies. With love. As the first week of classes concluded, Frank Dell composed a letter in his dormitory, which Rod subsequently sent off. Following this, Frank reclined on his bed and accessed the system. Let me see how much experience I've garnered now and how many star cards I can activate. He noted that he had accrued 2 points of experience. The initial spell required practicing 10 times to earn a point. The second spell demanded 20 repetitions for a single point, and the third required 30. The accumulation continued in this manner. He pondered how long it would take to illuminate all the star cards and speculated on the flavor of Chlorid's red tea. Now, which one shall I activate? The Earth-type auxiliary card required only half the experience, meaning he could illuminate 4 star cards with his 2 points. The large and small cards should be prioritized. If Hermione truly encountered a troll, the large and small could assist him in vanquishing it. Securing the wand should suffice to resolve the matter. There were whispers that Dumbledore had set the troll as a challenge for Potter, and it was clear that Dumbledore had restrictions regarding trolls. Even if another individual were involved, old Dumbledore likely wouldn't lift those limitations. There was still an element of risk. Hermione had encountered the troll in the restroom, which had water. Perhaps I should add ice to make the floor slippery, increasing the possibility of the troll slipping, he mused. He decided to save 1 point for later. He would see how things unfolded during Halloween. Frank, your little Gryffindor girlfriend is here to see you. Savage knocked on the door. How frequent? It has only been a week since school started, and the girl is practically living here. He wondered if her friends would have any objections. If there were disharmony among the dormitory residents, he could ask Nora, the head girl of Hufflepuff, to speak to Gryffindor about it. After all, she was merely Frank's study partner. Remember, she is not my girlfriend, he asserted while gently pushing Savage out the door. Don't go spreading rumors. Of course not. Hurry along, Savage replied. Hermione stood at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. Why are you so slow? Did we not agree to practice spells? Have you found a place? Follow me. I have already discovered a suitable location. As Frank led Hermione forward, he shared that Professor Sprout had acknowledged his request and, together with Professor Flitwick, assessed his spell proficiency. They deemed him adept with first-year spells, thus granting them access to an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor. They mentioned it had been tidied up yesterday. Hermione, clutching her books, accompanied Frank to the 3rd floor. Is this the room? Why is it locked? Indeed, it is. Look. There is a plaque indicating that this classroom has been approved for our use by the 2 professors. They mentioned that the key is inside, and we must use a spell to unlock the door to retrieve it. The unlocking charm? You should be able to manage that. Of course. Hermione waved her wand, reciting Alohomora, and the lock clicked open. Frank applauded enthusiastically from the side. Well done, Hermione. With a playful glare in his direction, Hermione stepped inside. Frank followed closely behind. Today, cast a spell on me. I wish to test how many incantations my armor can withstand. Upon finishing his words, Frank's wand transformed into a sword, while he held a shield in his left hand, donned in armor. Then let us proceed with the disarming charm, Hermione replied, her gaze fixed on Frank. I shall begin now. Time flew swiftly, and the weekend vanished in an instant. In the morning, Frank and his roommates headed to the hall for breakfast. At the entrance, they fortuitously encountered Neville Longbottom, who waved at Frank. As they were about to enter the hall, and all swooped down, the owl brought Neville a small package from his grandmother. Excitedly, Neville opened it, revealing a glass orb that seemed to be filled with white mist. This is a memory orb, Neville explained. My grandmother always knows I have a terrible memory. It will inform you if there is something you have forgotten to do. He held it tightly. If it turns red like this, it means you have forgotten something. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Frank patted Neville on the shoulder and suggested, "You ought to ask your grandmother to send you a notebook. Write down the tasks you need to accomplish. Each time you complete a task, mark it with a check. Alternatively, consider whether there might be something that could enhance your memory, rather than merely reminding you of what you've forgotten." As several of them conversed while walking inside, Neville attempted to place the memory orb into his pocket, but accidentally dropped it. The orb rolled until it came to rest at Draco Malfoy's feet. Malfoy picked up the memory orb, examined it in his hand, and then turned to Neville, saying, "Oh, look what we have here." Frank gazed at Malfoy and said, "Malfoy, I kindly ask you to return the memory orb." Malfoy sneered contemptuously. "You want it? Beg me for it." Upon hearing this, John and the others were about to rush forward to confront him, but Frank swiftly intervened, stating, "Malfoy, I implore you to return Neville's memory orb." Malfoy erupted in laughter. "Implore me? How absurd. Do you think you are worthy? Longbottom, have you now hidden behind a muggle?" Gathering his courage, Neville asserted, "Frank is my friend. You shall not speak to him that way." Malfoy shook his head and tossed the memory orb to Neville, remarking, "As if I were bullying a fool." Frank stepped forward. "Malfoy, we are all classmates. There is no need for you to speak to Neville in that manner, especially with two of your companions by your side." Malfoy's expression shifted. "What, a muggle-born? Are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct myself? You ought to apologize to Neville. It appears you are looking for a fight." At that moment, Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared behind them. "What are you all intending to do? I seem to have overheard someone mentioning a confrontation." "It's nothing, Professor McGonagall," Malfoy retorted curtly. "Just a few people engaged in conversation." Just as Malfoy was about to leave, Frank interjected, "Malfoy, you have yet to apologize to Neville." Neville quickly tugged at Frank's sleeve. Professor McGonagall glanced at Frank and Neville, then turned her gaze to Malfoy, sensing that there were matters of which she was unaware. "API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota." Status, resource exhausted, Frank addressed Professor McGonagall, stating, "I am certain you can compel Mr. Malfoy to apologize. Yet I also know that he will remain obstinate. In our absence, Mr. Malfoy will continue to torment Mr. Longbottom." At that moment, students from the Great Hall emerged. Having heard the commotion, Frank surveyed his peers and continued to Professor McGonagall, "If errors are not curtailed, they are merely indulged. Those who err without facing consequences are inadvertently encouraged. Today, Mr. Malfoy may feign submission, but tomorrow, Mr. Longbottom could suffer humiliation in some corner of the school. Mr. Draco Malfoy, would you dare to engage in a duel with me? If you lose, you shall apologize to Neville." At this juncture, the other three heads of house stepped forward. Frank transformed his wand into the sword of Gryffindor and declared to Professor McGonagall, "The spirit of Gryffindor embodies courage and justice, characterized by valor, audacity, and chivalry. Hufflepuff stands for integrity, loyalty, and resilience in the face of adversity. I cannot stand idly by while wrongdoing persists before my eyes. Moreover, with all four of you here as witnesses, we shall not come to harm." Professor Flitwick tugged at Professor McGonagall's sleeve, expressing, "I believe it is permissible, especially since we are all present." "Phileas, this is against the rules," Professor McGonagall replied, casting a glance at him. "Do not fret, Minerva. We are all here." Professor Sprout also encouraged McGonagall. "The students are undertaking a just cause. How could we, as educators, not lend our support? Humph, foolish and arrogant. Malfoy, should you lose, you will return to transcribe the school rules 10 times, Professor Snape remarked, his tone harsh yet indicating his support for the endeavor. McGonagall surveyed the other professors, then turned to Neville Longbottom. "Very well, but you are not permitted to wield that sword. Indeed, the sword is meant for foes, not for fellow students." Frank nodded in agreement. He then inquired, "Malfoy, do you concur?" "Not a problem. My assistant is Goyle. What about you, Neville? Are you willing?" Frank asked with a smile. But Neville trembled, on the brink of tears, and stammered, "I'm sorry. I cannot." Frank chuckled softly, shaking his head as he rested the sword upon Neville's shoulder. "Neville, there is no need for fear. When we engage in righteous actions, all adversaries become mere paper tigers. I understand that you may not yet feel prepared, and that is perfectly fine. I am convinced that the Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor for a reason. It recognized a courage within you that you have yet to discover, a seed waiting to bloom. The winds carry seeds of hope, and time nurtures their growth. I firmly believe that the seed of bravery has already been sown in your heart. Worry not, it shall blossom. When the day comes that the seed of courage within you flourishes, I grant you permission to wield the sword of Gryffindor." At this, Neville looked up in astonishment, tears still glistening in the corners of his eyes. Do not fret. Everything will turn out well. Frank glanced around and discovered that Hermione was also present. He waved at her, asking, "Will you join me in doing what is just?" Of course, Hermione readily agreed. Let us show Mr. Malfoy the strength of Muggleborns. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Professor Flitwick instructed. First, you must present your wands, bow to each other, then take 3 steps back. Upon counting to 3, commence your attack. The duel concluded swiftly. As Professor Flitwick reached the count of 3, Frank pivoted and cast the shield charm, conjuring a protective barrier before him. He then swiftly executed the disarming charm, sending Malfoy's wand flying. Malfoy did not utter a single incantation. Professor Snape departed with a scowl, though he was perpetually grim-faced. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Frank gazed at his classmates and proclaimed, "The wind carries the seeds of hope, and time nurtures their growth. Today, I wish to share the hope that resides within my heart. A hope that may blossom into the hope of us all. I yearn for the day when wizards, whether pure-blood, half-blood, or of humble origins, can peacefully gather around the same table. I long for a day when each student can boldly reject wrongdoing. I envision a day when we all tread the righteous path, engage in virtuous deeds. I dream of a day when the tables representing the 4 houses vanish, and all students dine and laugh together at a single table. I firmly believe that with everyone's support, the aspirations I hold dear will surely come to fruition. The future of magic, the future of the magical world, rest within our grasp. Frank, please wait for me," said Professor McGonagall, having just concluded a duel and instructed everyone to return to class, leaving only Frank behind. "Have a seat. Would you care for a drink?" McGonagall led Frank to her office, a spacious room on the 2nd floor of the castle. Outside the window lay the Quidditch pitch, and sunlight streamed onto her desk, where a model depicting a Quidditch match rested on the left, inscribed with 1652 European Cup Championship. To the right, neatly arranged, were the assignments of students from various grades. Continuing to the right of the desk, a row of bookshelves displayed titles such as Today's Transformation Guide, Secrets of Transfiguration, and From Object to Animagus, detailing the gradual process of change. "Frank," McGonagall called, prompting him to stop examining her office. "Just coffee for me, please, with extra sugar and honey," he quickly replied. McGonagall nodded, and soon a cup of red tea and coffee appeared on the table. "I have reviewed your assignments. It is evident that you have engaged in considerable reflection." "Thank you for your compliment," Frank responded. "I did not commend you, Mr. Dell." McGonagall's demeanor cooled. "I recall warning you during class that transfiguration is one of the most perilous forms of magic. This danger extends beyond the realm of animagi. It resides within a person's heart." "Heart?" Frank looked at McGonagall in confusion. "I do not understand, Professor. Transfiguration, while classified as white magic, can wield a power that rivals black magic when misused. In fact, it may even surpass certain forms of dark magic. Therefore, the essence of transfiguration lies within the heart, within belief. I should have cautioned you when you inquired about using magic to transform into food. At that moment, I assumed you were merely unfamiliar with the intricacies of transfiguration, which is why your assignment consisted of 5 essays." Adjusting her glasses, she continued, "I appreciate your diligence in submitting all 5 essays by the 2nd week. This is commendable. However, I noted your audacious attitude towards transfiguration. Setting aside the 1st and 2nd rules of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, I was quite astonished by your assertion regarding the 3rd rule, that transfiguration cannot alter the essence of life. What, in your view, distinguishes life from inanimate objects? The soul?" Frank inquired, still perplexed. "Indeed, the soul," McGonagall affirmed. "In class, I transformed a desk into a pig, but fundamentally, it remained a desk, not a pig. Yet in your essay, I discerned your reflections on the soul during the transformation process. First, I must inform you that your reasoning is flawed. The soul cannot inhabit any lifeless object. Secondly, using magic to turn an object into a creature is merely an external manifestation of your magical energy. It does not reflect a fixed internal reality. I am concerned that you may become overly absorbed in the study of the soul in the future." "Ah, that is impossible. Professor, I believe the soul is unique and beyond human comprehension. As wizards, we are part of humanity, Frank quickly protested. McGonagall regarded him thoughtfully. No one can hold another accountable for what may transpire in the future. I am merely advising you in advance. Hoping you will remember this, the heart is the key to transfiguration. As for your fifth point, you stated that transfiguration is not an act of creation ex nihilo, asserting that having seen an object exempts it from being considered such. Allow me to clarify, this is incorrect. Transfiguration relies on an individual's understanding of an object, followed by the application of magical energy to transform one object into another. However, this transformation is contingent upon your own efforts. It is akin to knowing of an object without having seen it. You cannot transfigure it. Professor Dumbledore, before assuming the role of headmaster, was also a professor of transfiguration. He once mentioned knowing a friend who could predict the future. Yet, even Professor Dumbledore could not conjure the object foretold by that friend. He believed that the existence of an object must first be recorded by the world before it can be transfigured. Only when the world has acknowledged its existence can your heart and magic bring it into being. Frank nodded. All right, Professor. I understand. You must remember that transfiguration is perhaps the most perilous form of magic. Should you encounter any difficulties along your journey, feel free to seek my counsel. Do not venture into realms you do not comprehend, especially concerning magic. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall smiled. Your disarming charm during the duel today was commendable, Frank. Do you have any aspirations for the future? After offering her praise, she immediately inquired further. Frank shook his head. I am uncertain, Professor. Although I shared my hopes with my classmates after the duel, I currently do not know how to realize those aspirations. I'm still unclear about the path I should take moving forward. Frank took a sip of coffee and looked towards Professor McGonagall. I am only a first-year student, and my primary task now is to study diligently. I firmly believe that my aspirations are valid, and I am convinced that when I pursue my dreams, every individual who yearns for a brighter future will come to my aid. Although I am uncertain about the path that lies ahead, I envision myself joining the Ministry of Magic as an exemplary graduate, ultimately aspiring to become the Minister of Magic. Professor McGonagall nodded. You are still young, and there are many possibilities ahead. There is no need for haste or worry. Now, return to your studies. I recall you have a history of magic class this afternoon. Certainly, Professor. I shall take my leave. As Frank exited the office, Professor McGonagall turned her gaze to the wall. Albus, what do you think? Professor Dumbledore materialized from the wall, settling into the chair recently vacated by Frank. Please, bring me a cup of coffee as well. I would like to sample it. Make sure to add plenty of sugar and honey. Albus, McGonagall's tone grew noticeably stern. Minerva, he is a fine young man, is he not? You just heard him express his desire to become the Minister of Magic. However, his thesis, he is merely a first-year student. This is only his second week of enrollment. We must exercise patience, Minerva. Furthermore, he speaks the truth. It is vital to do what is right and to foster a splendid society. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. We can guide this child gradually. There is no need to rush. Have you finalized the mechanisms on the fourth floor? McGonagall inquired, as Dumbledore shifted the topic. Indeed. I have devised a challenge that presents both difficulty and the opportunity for him to succeed. I have created a level using a chessboard. One must replace certain pieces and defeat the opposing side to advance. Of course, it poses no harm to the children. While McGonagall recognized Dumbledore's diversion, she continued the conversation. You must be cautious. Quirinus seems rather off. Quirinus Churley? Ever since he returned from Albania, he appears utterly transformed. I have received word that Tom had concealed himself there. Tom? The Dark Lord. Are you suggesting? Let us hope I am mistaken. I also wish for Quirinus to remain steadfast. Dumbledore and McGonagall stood side by side at the window, observing the Quidditch pitch where a team was practicing under the sun's warm rays. The distant Black Lake rippling in the breeze. Professor Binns, the history of magic instructor, was a ghost and the only spectral professor at Hogwarts. As John and his companions accompanied Frank to the history of magic classroom, they shared the rumors they had gathered. It is said he was a pupil of Rowena Ravenclaw and studied under her before the establishment of Hogwarts. After the school was founded, Professor Binns taught history of magic until one day he fell asleep in the staff lounge, only to awaken and discover he had left his corporeal form behind. Since then, he has remained the sole professor of that subject. Speaking of which, why has our history of magic class been rescheduled? Frank queried as they walked. Oh. Last week a new secret chamber was discovered, and the 8th headmaster, Atticus Clare, was found. Consequently, a portion of the school's history must be revised. As John spoke, he suddenly noticed Frank had stopped and turned to ask, What is it? Did you forget something? A secret chamber? What is that? You are unaware? Oh, right. Coming from a Muggle family, it is only natural you wouldn't know. But did you know that Hogwarts is situated within a secret realm? Hogwarts? Within a secret realm? Frank was utterly astonished. This was unlike anything he had previously encountered. Well, we have arrived at the classroom. I will explain everything to you later. Binns appeared at the very second class was set to begin. John ushered Frank into the classroom. Binns' teaching style remained consistent with what Frank had observed in a past life. The ghost glided through the wall to commence the lesson, his every word lulling students into a deep slumber. Frank was about to inquire of John what the mystical realm was when he noticed that. Apart from himself and Hermione, who were attending history of magic together with Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, everyone else had succumbed to slumber. Resolutely, Frank raised his hand. Professor, I have a question. Instantly, everyone awakened, and Professor Binns adjusted his spectral glasses. What is your query, my dear student? I wish to learn about the mystical realm. Ah, the mystical realm. A topic reserved for your fourth-year International History of Magic course, he replied. I apologize, Professor, but I would like to know now. May I approach you after class? Professor Binns surveyed the surrounding students, noticing a few had also been piqued with curiosity. Very well, I shall provide a brief overview of the mystical realm. For further details, you may consult the library's International History of Magic, particularly the chapter on the origins of magic. The book elucidates in its first chapter, the birth of the mystical realm heralded the emergence of wizards. But how did the mystical realm come into existence? It occurred after the birth of the world, but before the emergence of living beings. At that time, the elements developed their own consciousness. The world was engulfed in chaos, plagued by incessant cataclysms, explosions, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, thunderstorms, and fissures in the earth resulting from the war among the elements. Where water element thrived, fire element was absent. Where earth element flourished, wind element was nowhere to be found. The entire world was rendered uninhabitable. The students were captivated. Some were familiar with the mystical realm but entirely ignorant of its origins. After an indeterminate passage of time, the four elements began to wage war, with no clarity on its inception or conclusion. Eventually, the world settled into tranquility. The elements were systematically arranged throughout the realm. Dust and wind graced the earth, while water and magma coexisted beneath the sea. Yet, in areas where certain elements were overly abundant, the mystical realm gradually took shape. The emergence of the mystical realm facilitated the stabilization of the world's elements, thus allowing wizards to slowly come into being. Frank felt as though he had encountered a counterfeit version of Harry Potter and inquired of Professor Binns. I have heard that Hogwarts is also concealed within a secret realm. How then do our owls manage to fly out? The secret realm that envelopes Hogwarts is the largest of its kind in all of Britain. After the four founders established Hogwarts, they harnessed the forces of attraction and repulsion among the elements to amalgamate the smaller secret realms into the Hogwarts realm. To this day, the Hogwarts realm encompasses the entirety of Britain, yet it draws a line between wizards and muggles. The separation within the realm is dictated by the magic inherent in one's being, rather than serving as a means of confinement. And how do we access Hogwarts? Frank pondered, feeling an increasing number of questions arise. He eagerly pressed Professor Binns for answers. In the absence of trains, people traveled by horse-drawn carriages. And the platform before the Black Lake at Hogwarts serves as the gateway to the secret realm. Once trains were introduced, Platform 9 3/4 became the portal to the Hogwarts secret realm. Frank yearned to ask further questions, but Professor Binns interjected. You will learn about such matters in your fourth year. For now, let us concentrate on the curriculum for first years. Professor Binns resumed his narration of Hogwarts history. Yet Frank found himself devoid of the desire to continue listening. His classmates had likewise succumbed to slumber, leaving only the slow, monotone murmur of Professor Binns' lecture resonating in the classroom. When class concluded, Frank remarked, I shall head to the library. Please assist me by returning the books. He then hurried off toward the library. Madame Pants, hearing the sound of hurried footsteps outside the library, approached the entrance. Observing Frank, who was breathless and drenched in sweat, she admonished, silence is imperative within the library. Why are you rushing so? My apologies, Madame Pants. I need to borrow a few books, Frank replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gasped for breath. I promise to remain quiet. Madame Pants scrutinized him carefully and instructed. You shall wait here for a moment until you have regained your composure. And do not soil the library or its books, she added, casting a cleansing charm upon him. Frank expressed his gratitude, standing outside the door as he awaited his breath to steady. Madame Pants, May I inquire about the whereabouts of the books on the history of international magic and the origins of elemental introduction? At that moment, Hermione approached from behind and remarked to Frank, "Aren't you going to ask about the titles of the relevant books?" "Too eager," Frank replied. "Why the rush? What has transpired?" "I have discerned that the world is markedly different from my previous understanding, which could potentially lead to significant discrepancies." With his breath now calmed, Frank entered the library and addressed Madame Pants. "I sincerely apologize for earlier." "Not at all. The books you seek are located on the 11th row, 3rd tier, the 15th row, 6th tier, and the 22nd row, 17th tier," Madame Pants responded without lifting her gaze. "Thank you for your assistance." Frank retrieved 3 books and laid the origins of the secret realm on the table. He then said to Hermione, "I'll take a look at these first. You may as well start on your homework. I might need a little while." Hermione shook her head in silence and began her assignments. The sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting shifting shadows from the bookshelves, and the number of people gradually dwindled. Madame Pants clapped her hands, declaring, "The library is now closing. Everyone must leave immediately." Frank returned to the dormitory, where John and Andrew quickly surrounded him. "What is the matter? Why did you suddenly rush to the library?" Andrew inquired. "Nothing much. I just happened to hear about the mystical realm," Frank replied, somewhat taken aback. John discerned that Frank was reluctant to divulge the specific reason, so he simply informed Frank that he had several books on the mystical realm at home and offered to lend them if needed. After expressing his gratitude to John, Frank settled down at his desk with a book in hand. As he opened it, he unexpectedly discovered a line inscribed on the title page, "All that a wizard is springs from the mystical realm and shall inevitably return to it." Frank gazed out the window, where the moon had already risen, signaling the end of one day and the imminent arrival of another. "Frank, have you heard?" John, seated beside him, inquired. "Yesterday afternoon, during the flying lesson, Gryffindor and Slytherin got into a brawl, and Neville's arm was broken." Hermione shot him a disapproving glance. "Don't be ridiculous." "Neville lost control of his broom and fell from the sky." "Can a broom really go out of control?" Andrew questioned, casting a look at Hermione. "It seems improbable. During yesterday's lesson, I observed that brooms have been around for decades. Neville's broom went rogue and flew into the forbidden forest, causing him to fall during flight." Hermione explained while munching on her food. "But how did the fight break out?" John pressed eagerly. "Malfoy provoked Potter from his broom, and Potter retaliated by racing him. A golden snitch flew by during Ravenclaw's practice, and they wagered on who would catch it first. Potter dove from at least 50 feet to seize it, only to be taken away by Professor McGonagall. Suddenly, 6 owls swooped in, carrying a large parcel, which they delivered to Harry Potter." "Is that a Nimbus 2000? John remarked, peering curiously at the package. "How do you know?" Frank asked. "My family has shares in Nimbus. The sunflower on the parcel is my design, specifically created as the emblem for the Nimbus 2000. It's a bit ugly," Frank remarked after a glance. "No matter, I'll ask the headmaster when I return. If first years are allowed to bring brooms, I'll procure one for each of us," John promised confidently. "No need. Let me experience flying during my lesson this afternoon." "Ideally, it would be even better if there were a flying spell," Frank suggested. "Don't be absurd." John and the others quickly interjected. Frank exchanged glances with Hermione. "What's wrong? Why the tension?" John glanced around to ensure no one was watching before lowering his voice to confide in Frank and Hermione. "It is said that only that person can perform the flying spell, the one whose name cannot be spoken. Only his most devoted followers are entrusted with the flying incantation." Frank and Hermione nodded in understanding, acknowledging the identity of the individual in question. "It's all right," Frank asserted. "If I truly invent it, I shall announce it to the world." John, filled with ambition, nudged Frank with a shoulder, saying, "Then I shall be the first. No, perhaps I should be the second to learn it." "The first certainly won't be us. Who then is the first?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. A moment of silence ensued as they exchanged glances. Frank quickly kicked at a few of them playfully, exclaiming, "I will definitely announce it in the Great Hall. Whoever learns it first will indeed be the first." Hermione nodded in agreement. It should be Professor Dumbledore. He would surely grasp it in the blink of an eye. The others nodded in unanimous agreement. "Yes, it must be him." "I have finished my meal. I shall head to the library now," Hermione said, turning to leave, unnoticed by the others, as a faint blush crept up her ears beneath her hair. Just as John and the others were about to speak, Frank interrupted, "Let us eat. We have classes to attend shortly." The 3 responded in unison, "Oh," and then departed. Madame Hooch, with her cropped gray hair and yellowish eyes, was a stern and equitable witch. In addition to teaching flying lessons, she served as the referee for Quidditch matches. The students were making their way toward the grounds when they spotted her standing there, flanked by numerous brooms. "Everyone," she called, "stand to the left of the brooms. Spacing yourselves 2 arms lengths apart. Hurry, hurry, let's get moving." As Frank and his companions arrived at the playground, Mrs. Hooch instructed everyone to stand in formation. Due to the disobedience exhibited by Gryffindor and Slytherin the previous day, today, no one was permitted to rise more than 3 feet from the ground. A wave of astonishment swept through the students. However, none among Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw dared to oppose their teacher, resigning themselves to stand dejectedly beside their brooms. "Now, extend your hands above your brooms and then shout up. Do you understand? Understood? Begin." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shouted once more. "Get up." The broom stirred lazily but remained unmoved. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Frank glanced around and, noticing no one was observing him, hastily lifted the broom with his foot. At that moment, Andrew let out a suppressed chuckle. Upon catching Frank's gaze, Andrew swiftly mounted the broom and mimicked the action Frank had just performed. "Next time, don't look at me," Frank threatened ominously. "Please, brother, I was wrong," Andrew quickly pleaded for mercy. Frank paid no heed to Andrew, simply mounting the broom, prepared to heed the summons to ascend. Andrew hastily interjected, "Frank, a broom lifted by the foot cannot soar. The call is intended to awaken its inherent magic." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank jumped up and discovered that the broomstick indeed did not take flight. He placed the broom back on the ground and shouted once more for it to rise. The broom, however, showed no inclination to obey, remaining utterly motionless. Mrs. Hokey approached and commanded the broom to rise. It promptly leapt into her hand. She glanced at Frank and remarked, "You may never be able to wield a broomstick." She added, "Perhaps next year, you could purchase your own broom and come to me for flying lessons." Frank found it hard to fathom the notion of being held back in flying lessons. "Mrs. Hokey, is it not sufficient for me to simply take to the skies?" "Of course," she replied, "but you must refrain from using a flying carpet or any other Muggle items or modified equipment. All that is prohibited by the Ministry of Magic is strictly off limits." Frank nodded. "So what now?" "You may sit over there, but only in the shade of the tree. And you must not wander off." Mrs. Hawk began instructing the other students on the techniques and nuances of flight. Only when all the students had taken to the air did she join them, soaring above to observe. John and his companions flew over to Frank, exclaiming, "Oh my! Who is this? Is it not Mr. Frank, the Hufflepuff disciple and heir of Gryffindor? Why are you sitting here instead of flying up to take a look?" Frank attempted to catch a few individuals, only to find himself encircled by 3 of them, who began to circle around him. After several failed attempts, Frank grumbled, "You think you're clever? Just wait until my flying spell is ready. I shall see where you can flee." His voice dripped with frustration. "No worries. We'll see when your flying spell is complete," they retorted, their laughter echoing mockingly. At that moment, Mrs. Hockley shouted from behind, "What are you all doing?" It was now Frank's turn to laugh, his mirth resonating across the playground. John and his companions exchanged glances and soon joined in the laughter. Time in the classroom always seemed to pass swiftly, and before they knew it, Halloween had arrived. Today, they were to learn about a new potion, bone-strengthening elixir. This potion, when combined with the essence of bone, would ensure a swifter recovery for the body. The successful concoction would present a vivid azure hue and emit a rich fragrance. Professor Snape, while speaking, wrote the recipe upon the blackboard. After 2 months of diligent study, the students had learned to swiftly transcribe the recipes whenever Professor Snape's notes appeared, lest they be met with his rather friendly inquiries, such as, "Do you require assistance in etching this recipe into your memory? Or is your hand broken? Shall I summon a servant for you?" Through these months, Frank had managed to etch his identity into Professor Snape's memory. During classes, it was common to hear Snape's voice remark, "Frank, you shall work alone." "What is this? Your roommate is left, and your mother no longer provides you with potion-making supplies?" Yet, Frank consistently excelled, earning Snape's acknowledgement. Your mind seems to be reasonably sharp." Likewise, John and his classmates would hear, "The ingredients are not ground finely enough. Hufflepuff loses a point, foolish child. Can you not discern between a drop and 2 drops? Today's assignment is a 14-inch paper on the bone-strengthening elixir. Submit it before our next class." After class, Frank began to tidy up. This had become a customary routine over the past 2 months. For following the previous potions class, Frank had asked a few questions. leading Professor Snape to assign him the task of cleaning the classroom each time. Although Frank believed Snape was teaching him about potions, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was under the influence of a soul-binding curse. Should we inform Professor Sprout? Perhaps we can rescue him. John whispered to Andrew and the others as they exited. Oh, Mr. John Keegan, there is no one behind me, is there? John's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Andrew and Kate remained silent, visibly anxious. Oh, Mr. John Keegan, came Professor Snape's voice from behind. A simple statement that sent chills down their spines. Perhaps if a ghost had appeared, John would have felt emboldened. Discussing and slandering a professor behind their back will result in a 2-point deduction. After they collectively exhaled in relief, Snape continued, additionally, Mr. Keegan, you shall report to the infirmary every Thursday and Friday to clean the toilets. No magic allowed until the end of the term. With that, Professor Snape turned and departed, leaving the 3 Hufflepuffs in a state of shock. Trembling, John asked, is he gone? He is gone, Andrew confirmed. Only then did they collectively breathe a sigh of relief. I nearly thought I was doomed, John remarked, surveying the area before conversing with his companions again. Kate exhaled. I felt as though he would brew us into potions. Never mind that. Let us head back. What do you think about dressing as Professor Snape for Halloween? Andrew suddenly suggested. John and Kate exchanged glances before responding in unison. Impossible, absolutely not. The Halloween feast was a spectacle, with the grand hall adorned in festive decor. At least 1,000 bats hung from the walls, while a swarm flitted about. Countless jack-o'-lanterns dangled from the ceiling, each carved into unique shapes, their insides aglow with green flames. The ceiling crackled with lightning, as if a tempest were poised to engulf the entire castle. Students donned an array of costumes, gathering around the tables to enjoy their meal. As Frank exited the potions classroom and made his way to the Great Hall, dinner had already commenced. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank handed the chicken leg to Kate when Neville suddenly approached and inquired, Frank, have you not sought out Hermione? Frank was momentarily taken aback. What the heck? He exclaimed. Navi glanced at Frank and added, when I stepped out, I overheard Parvati Patil saying she wouldn't come out of the restroom. Frank hurled his fork onto the plate, declaring, I'll go investigate. You all start eating. As he rose to depart, Professor Quirrell rushed in, shouting, a troll. There's a troll in the basement. He then turned to Professor Dumbledore and said, I believe this is something you ought to be aware of, before collapsing directly onto the floor. The students erupted into chaos, prompting Professor Dumbledore to instruct all students to return to the common room, while all faculty members followed him to the basement. Frank detained Savage, saying, Savage, as the grade leader, all 7th grade students are outside, while the 1st graders are inside, and the grades should return to the lounge in this order. Please quickly inform the other grade leaders and ensure that there is no panic that might lead to complications. Frank finished speaking and immediately dashed outside, while Savage called out behind him, Where are you going? Andrew, John, and Kate hurriedly followed, with John shouting as he ran, We will be back shortly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank handed Hermione a handkerchief and inquired, What's wrong? Have you been bullied? He then feigned a menacing tone, exclaiming, Who dares to bully our Hermione? Hermione burst into laughter, quickly wiping her eyes, and replied, No. Well then, come out with me. I wouldn't want someone to mistake me for a creep when they come in to use the restroom. Frank shrugged and gently nudged Hermione towards the exit. At that moment, Andrew, John, and Kate rushed in, declaring, You can't leave. A troll has arrived. A troll? Is this a new Halloween costume? Hermione asked, puzzled. However, before they could explain further, the door flew open and crashed against the wall. Along with the door came a wave of intense foul odor. And as the footsteps and vibrations grew louder, a 12-foot-tall creature entered. Its skin was dull and lifeless, resembling drab granite, supporting a head no larger than a cocoa bean. Its long arms clutched a hefty club, which dragged along the ground. Frank and his companions were rendered speechless. Although Frank had encountered such a scene before, the sense of oppression evoked by the colossal creature in reality far surpassed that of the film. The group dared not utter a sound, covering their mouths and noses with their hands. Yet the creature possessed an acute sense of smell. Detecting the scent of humans, the aroma of human flesh, it glanced around, then directed its small head towards Frank and his companions. While such a creature might appear somewhat comical on screen, in reality, few would wish to confront it. Upon spotting the group, the creature raised its club and delivered a sweeping blow. The club struck the partitions of the restroom, shattering them one after another. Startled by the noise, the group quickly crouched down, the club slicing through the air above them, the gust ruffling their hair. The sink was obliterated, glass shards scattering everywhere. A few individuals rushed towards the exit, only to find the creature had effortlessly leaped in front of them. Determined, Frank brandished his wand. There's no escape. John, you take the left. Andrew, you go right. Hermione and Kate, prepare to launch a surprise attack from the rear. Frank shouted, sword, shield. As a flash of light illuminated the scene, his wand transformed into a sword, a shield materialized in his left hand. And he was clad in armor. John and Andrew dashed to the left and right, brandishing their wands and calling out, stupefy. Red beams struck the ogre's hide. Yet it seemed utterly unfazed. Amidst the relentless assaults from both sides, the ogre appeared bewildered, glancing left and right, as if uncertain of which direction to attack. Hermione and Kate aimed their wands at the ogre's eyes, sending a flurry of spells, but the ogre deftly evaded each one, spotting its target, the armored figure before it. The ogre raised its massive club and swung it toward Frank. Hermione gasped in alarm. A resounding thud echoed as the shield, suspended in midair, intercepted the ogre's onslaught. The collision generated a vortex of wind, reverberating through the air and shaking the ogre's ears. Now's your chance. Jump. Frank leaped into the air, aiming for the ogre's head. However, the ogre's head was too small, and the sword missed its mark, slicing a deep gash along the ogre's chest instead, inciting its fury further. The ogre flailed its club wildly, creating gusts of wind that thwarted Frank's attempts to leap back for another strike. Hurry, use the levitation charm. Frank shouted to Hermione and Kate. Disarm him, strike him on the head. We can't take it. The club is too large, and we cannot control it. Frank transformed his sword back into a wand and cast the spell small towards the giant, but it bore no effect. His magical power was insufficient to alter the giant's size. The giant seemed to have regained its bearings, its diminutive head fixating on Frank. The club swung towards him once more. Frank, invoking small against the giant's club, diminished it to such an extent that it barely grazed the ground. The giant glanced quizzically at the shrunken club before hurling it at Frank. Fortunately, a shield intercepted the projectile. Quick, now, Frank urged, simultaneously casting spells to distract the giant while Hermione and Kate employed levitation charms to assault it. Hermione and Kate maneuvered the club above the giant's head, and Frank recast large, reverting the club to its original size. The suddenly enlarged club struck the giant on the head, causing it to spin dizzily before collapsing to the ground. The group took a moment to catch their breath. Hermione inquired, "Is he dead?" "No," Frank replied. "Observe how his chest still rises and falls. He is merely unconscious." Frank approached the head of the giant, which, despite appearing as diminutive as a cocoa bean on the massive body, was, in fact, larger than Frank himself. Frank severed the giant's head with a single stroke. Crimson blood gushing forth from its neck, the murky green fluid staining Frank's garments. Several onlookers were taken aback. Did you truly slay him?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank turned his head to see Professor McGonagall glaring at them with a face as pale as death. "You should all be in your common rooms," she admonished. Just as Hermione was about to speak, Frank interjected, "As you can see, we have just slain a troll." Professor Dumbledore approached slowly from behind them, stating, "You should have informed the professors, Mr. Dell. They would have handled the situation appropriately." "Handled it appropriately? How? Should we take our leave and return to hunt the troll once it awakens, while remaining oblivious to when the professors might arrive? Or should we linger here, anxiously awaiting the professors while risking the troll awakening and attacking us?" Frank's inquiries left the professors momentarily speechless. "Of course not." Dumbledore's words were cut short. "What is it, then? Is it wrong to have killed this troll?" Frank questioned. "I find today's arrangements quite perplexing. As the greatest wizard, you could have easily stationed the 4 house heads in the Great Hall while the majority of the students were present, alleviating concerns of any accidents. Simultaneously, each house could have conducted their own checks to ascertain the whereabouts of students not in the Great Hall, utilizing portraits to locate them. You could have requested all the ghosts to scour the common areas for any students lingering and to search for the troll. You can effortlessly vanquish a dragon. Yet you chose to leave with the 4 house heads, placing the students in a perilous situation?" Hermione tugged at Frank's sleeve, signaling him to cease his remarks. Frank did not relent and continued. "Hogwarts is reputed to be the safest haven in the wizarding world, yet less than 5 minutes ago, my friend nearly met her demise in this very restroom. Fortunately, we were here, and by a stroke of luck, we managed to rescue Hermione and survive. John and the others remained silent but gathered behind Frank. The professors were equally mute, the room resonating with Professor Quirrell's sobs. "Stop crying," Frank shouted at Professor Quirrell. "You profess to have ventured into the Albanian forest, only to be bested by vampires and zombies, and a mere troll left you paralyzed with fear? Are you truly a coward?" Professor Quirrell stood dumbfounded. As a defense against the dark arts professor, how can you falter against a troll? What can you possibly defend against? Frank pressed on. "Dumbledore, is this the professor you have selected? We could educate ourselves far better than this." Professor McGonagall opened her mouth to intervene but was struck by the pallor of Frank's face and the redness around his eyes. Ultimately, she refrained from speaking, only letting out a soft sigh. "I apologize, Headmaster, Professor Quirrell. I allowed my emotions to overwhelm me." Frank finally steadied himself. "As for the specifics, let Hermione share the details with you. I shall take my leave." After taking a few steps, he turned back to say, "Headmaster, as the administrator and protector of this institution, it is neither right to place students in peril nor to neglect the safety of thousands of students." Once Hermione recounted the events, the group hastily exited. Dumbledore raised his hand to halt the professor's inquiries, stating, "I wish to be alone for a moment." Not finding Frank in his dormitory, Hermione emerged alone. In the garden, Frank sat quietly gazing at the moon, and Hermione slowly approached, settling beside him. "Thank you for today," she said softly. Frank turned and embraced Hermione, causing her to startle as she felt a slight dampness on her neck. "You cried." "Oh. I am truly relieved that you are all right." Behind the bushes, Professor Dumbledore listened quietly, gazing up at the moon while enjoying the cheerful conversations of the young boys and girls behind him. He smiled faintly, and then, a new day dawned. The exuberant celebration commenced, and John and his companions had already spread the word to the Hufflepuff common room. Everyone eagerly awaited Frank's return. "Oh, the King of Hufflepuff, the heir of Gryffindor, the sword master of Hogwarts, Frank Dell has returned." Upon escorting Hermione back to the Gryffindor common room, Frank was startled by the exclamation upon returning to Hufflepuff. His classmates were gathered in the common room, each clamoring to hear about Frank's battle with the troll. John, Andrew, and Kate were incessantly recounting the events of the evening amidst the crowd. "Frank," head boy Savage called out, "you should not act so recklessly. You and your friends could have informed the professors. They would have handled the situation." Frank was about to say something when Savage interjected. "It is my duty as the class leader to advise you to be mindful of your safety and that of your classmates. However, on a personal note, I believe what you did was commendable. Perhaps next time, you might consider bringing along a few sixth-grade classmates. It would provide a measure of added safety." Frank nodded. "I will. Haha, let us revel in the feast." Savage placed a hand on Frank's shoulder. "To our Hogwarts sword master." "Oh." The classmates raised their cups of pumpkin juice in a toast to Frank, who also lifted a glass of pumpkin juice in unison. After the cheers and celebration subsided, everyone returned to their dormitories. Frank first took a shower. Although the cleaning charm had rendered him spotless, the sensation of the troll's blood seemed to linger on his skin. Lying in the bathtub, the warm water enveloped his body as he held his breath, submerging himself beneath the surface. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. 1 minute, Frank emerged from the water, taking a deep, refreshing breath. Frank leaned back in the bathtub, closing his eyes as he activated the system star card. After nearly 2 months of diligent practice, Frank's current score stood at 10 points. This indicated that all 7 auxiliary star cards of the Earth system could be illuminated, leaving him with surplus points. As Frank illuminated all the Earth attribute star cards, a sudden burst of green flames emerged before him, and a dove flew forth from the fire. Having reached a designated location, the dove soared through the sky while exclaiming, "I have arrived at the specified destination." Outside, John inquired, "Frank, is everything all right over there?" "I am fine," Frank promptly replied. The dove settled quietly atop the bathtub, its wings unfurling once more to reveal a painting that depicted Curelide leisurely sipping tea. "Well done, young one," Curelide remarked, raising his teacup in a toast. "It seems you have illuminated all the Earth attribute cards so swiftly. Perhaps it would be wise for you to don some attire first." Frank hastily rose from the bathtub, donning his robe. "I apologize, sir. I was in the midst of bathing and was unaware that this could be observed." "No worries, it is I who failed to make an appointment in advance." "How does it feel to have illuminated a series of star tokens?" Curelide gently inquired. "They have just been activated, yet it seems that once the entire Earth series is illuminated, the utilization of these star tokens requires but a mere thought, rendering incantations unnecessary." "Indeed, and while you are studying the pertinent spells, the incantations of the world you currently inhabit will come to you with ease. Frank directed a spell towards the cup beside him, uttering, "Grow swiftly, shrink swiftly." Yes, the execution of related spells has become markedly smoother. Adherence to gestures is no longer imperative, and I even feel that incantations may not be necessary at all. Frank once more attempted to invoke a spell upon the cup, but without uttering an incantation, it remained unresponsive. Yet, when silently employing the star cards, the process flowed with exceptional ease. This is because not all of your star cards have been illuminated. Crowley elucidated, taking a sip of tea. He continued, addressing Frank. While the ultimate aim of the magical systems in both worlds is consistent, their developmental trajectories diverge. You must await the complete illumination of all star cards before you can truly grasp the essence of magic and fully relinquish the wand, thereby harnessing the magic of your current world. Perceiving that Frank seemed to have gleaned some understanding, Crowley added, "The disparity between worlds dictates the manner in which their powers are wielded, much like this pigeon. Pigeon? This pigeon is something I learned from a certain ineffable creator in another world. At present, I can only task it with carrying messages. Compared to that creator's pigeons, it still leaves much to be desired. However, it suffices for my needs. I have no need for that creator's pigeon's power." "Is the surname Joe?" Frank inquired, seemingly alluding to a prominent figure. "Indeed," Crowley responded, with a hint of surprise, yet nodding in affirmation. "He has already reached the distant shore, and I, too, am on the cusp of arrival. Sakura will also reach it in the future, as will you." Frank nodded thoughtfully. "Once all your star cards are illuminated, you too can create your own pigeon." Killerud encouraged Frank, saying, "Keep striving. We shall await you ahead." After Killerud spoke, the pigeon folded its wings, circled the bathroom twice, then ignited in a plume of green flames before vanishing from sight. Frank reclined once more in the bathtub, contemplating his conversation with Killerud. If I could reach the other shore, would not my hopes remain unscathed? Frank contemplated as the cup in his hand transformed incessantly with the use of the star cards. The fight card imbued the cup with a semblance of fierce combativeness, while the replace card swapped its position with the toothbrush. Snowflakes drifted into the bathroom, blossoming into exquisite flowers upon the surface of the water. All the unanchored items in the bathroom floated gracefully, occasionally expanding and contracting in size. Should John and his companions enter now, they might well surmise that Frank had unleashed another bout of magical upheaval. Frank suddenly recalled the Earth Star emblem. With a gentle wave of his left hand, the ground began to fracture. However, Hogwarts' own protective enchantments remained utterly unresponsive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank tidied himself up and stepped outside. "What is going on in there?" he inquired, noticing John and the others before him. All three were dressed and brandishing wands. Kate stood at the doorway, poised to call for help at any moment. "What is the matter with you?" Frank asked, bewildered. "It was you making those strange noises in the bathroom, and we were concerned that someone might be causing you harm," John explained, glancing at the puzzled Frank. "We were also worried that you might have developed some peculiar habits and wouldn't dare to summon assistance," Kate chimed in. "Having just encountered a troll and then hearing you make odd sounds, what a day this has been." Frank gazed at the individuals before him. After a night fraught with peril, a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts. With a gentle smile, Frank reassured them, "It's all behind us. I trust that Professor Dumbledore will fortify the castle's defenses to prevent such occurrences in the future." The moon hung high in the sky, and the night had deepened. A new day awaited them. The following morning, Frank, Hermione, and several of their peers gathered for breakfast. The bond among them, already amicable, had undoubtedly strengthened in the wake of last night's life-threatening ordeal. It appeared that only a thin veil separated Frank and Hermione from a deeper connection. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall called out from behind, "At 3 o'clock this afternoon, the headmaster wishes to see you. The password is Honeydukes." "Is it because of last night?" Hermione quickly inquired. "We can explain." "I'm not certain, but Professor Pomona will be there as well," McGonagall responded, her demeanor warm as she regarded Gryffindor's most exemplary student in recent years. "It will be fine." Frank took Hermione's hand reassuringly. "Don't worry." At precisely 3 o'clock that afternoon, Frank arrived at the headmaster's office. "Surely, No first-year student had ever been summoned to the headmaster's office twice in a single term. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank quickly shook his head. Of course not. I merely offered a modest opinion regarding the principal's decision. Ha ha ha, that hardly seems like a modest opinion. I heard you brandished your sword at Albus and Minerva, demanding their apologies, and berated Quirinius, reducing him to tears? The Sorting Hat laughed uncontrollably. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank cast a glance and remarked, thus, you are indeed the least popular headmaster of Hogwarts, utterly oblivious to the circumstances and unaware of the entire situation. You incessantly threaten expulsion. If you were the Minister of Magic, one can only imagine how many innocent souls would languish in prison. You impudent wretch. You. Albus, summon this boy and expel him. Headmaster Black's frustration caused his beard to bristle with indignation. Headmaster Dumbledore ambled in from the adjacent room. Phineas, you ought to exhibit a modicum of tolerance. Furthermore, do not place credence in gossip. But pointing at my nose and hurling insults cannot be mere rumor. Headmaster Black glared at Frank, then addressed Dumbledore. Frank, you must apologize. After all, Headmaster Black is an esteemed predecessor and deserves a measure of respect. Dumbledore regarded Frank with a discerning eye. I sincerely apologize, Headmaster Black. I shall endeavor to be more tactful in the future. Frank's apology was palpably insincere. And just as Headmaster Black was about to voice further objections, he was interrupted by another headmaster standing nearby, Dolores Umbridge. Dumbledore gestured for Frank to take a seat and inquired, would you still prefer your coffee with sugar and honey? Frank shook his head and said, let us add a bit more milk. It will taste better. Dumbledore tapped the table, and a cup of coffee appeared beside Frank, accompanied by a selection of sweets. Try it. It's fresh stock, devoid of any cockroach clusters. Dumbledore picked up a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and placed it into his mouth, his face lighting up with a look of delight. Frank also took a piece, and his eyes sparkled with delight. How sweet. How delicious. Professor Dumbledore, how do you maintain your teeth? Severins will assist me in concocting a potion for dental protection. May I learn it? Oh, certainly. You can take the recipe with you when you leave. Thank you, Headmaster. The two quietly enjoyed their desserts and candies, enveloped in silence. After a while, Professor Dumbledore suddenly inquired, Frank, may I have another look at the Gryffindor sword? Of course, Professor. Frank did not retrieve his wand. Instead, he simply raised his left hand, and the sword materialized on Dumbledore's desk. Your magic has certainly progressed. I recall that at the beginning of term, you needed to draw your wand before transforming it into a sword. Dumbledore did not immediately examine the sword. Rather, he scrutinized Frank first. Indeed, Headmaster, I vanquished a troll last night, and upon my return, I had some modest gains. Frank nodded. Could you demonstrate it? Dumbledore asked with a warm smile. Frank gazed at Professor Dumbledore, who remained seated as always, his hands clasped atop the table. His deep blue eyes seemed to convey a message. Yet it felt as though nothing was uttered at all. Frank nodded. Then I must apologize, Principal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank restored the principal's office to its original state. Principal, you are far too modest. I still have much to learn. Last night, Dumbledore had just begun to speak when Frank interjected. I acted impulsively, Professor. However, my friend was there. And I never abandoned my friends, even in light of your plans. Are you aware of my plans? Dumbledore inquired, gazing at Frank. I believe that the Philosopher's Stone resides in the room on the 4th floor. Is someone attempting to steal the stone and, by extension, cultivate Mr. Potter? Frank did not provide a direct answer, yet his response seemed implicit. How did you come to know this? The Daily Prophet reported on September 2nd about the break-in at Gringotts. Moreover, Mr. Potter loudly proclaimed in the Great Hall that on the day of the theft, he and Mr. Hagrid had visited Gringotts and retrieved items from the vault that was breached. Frank glanced at Professor Dumbledore, who gestured for him to continue. The head boy remarked that whenever you explicitly warn against venturing to a certain place, you always provide a reason. However, you remain silent regarding the 4th floor, which leads one to wonder if you are enticing someone to go there. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Frank ceased his speech, gazing intently at Professor Dumbledore, who in turn regarded him with a knowing look. You are quite astute. Who do you believe intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Without hesitation, Frank replied, Voldemort. Few dare to utter his name, even amidst rumors of his demise. Indeed, the office fell into a contemplative silence before Dumbledore inquired further. And who do you suspect is working on his behalf? Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Why do you assert that? His performances are overly theatrical. Would you like to befriend Harry? I would gladly befriend anyone willing to tread the righteous path, to fight for all that is virtuous in this world. However, if Mr. Potter cannot even uncover the Philosopher's Stone, I would recommend you deal with Professor Quirrell yourself. Grant Mr. Potter some time to learn. I shall take that into consideration, Frank. Ah, is it already this late? Pomona must be waiting for you outside. Then I shall take my leave, Headmaster. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Professor Sprout awaited Frank at the door. My apologies, Professor, for keeping you waiting. Frank quickly bowed his head in apology. No, I have only just arrived. Professor Sprout replied gently. Do you have time to accompany me for a stroll, Frank? Certainly, it would be my honor, Professor. The weather is delightful tonight, Professor Sprout remarked, gazing at the moon through the window. The sun had just set, and moonlight enveloped Hogwarts in its serene glow. Frank cast a glance. It's beautiful, Professor. The two strolled leisurely down the corridor, the evening breeze wafting through the windows, the November wind brushing against their garments with a refreshing chill. Frank, I owe you an apology, Professor Sprout suddenly spoke after a while. Why, Professor? Is there something you have withheld from me? Frank chuckled softly. It was our fault as educators that you found yourselves in peril yesterday. I was the one who involved you in the headmaster's savior training program. How could I possibly blame you? Protecting one's peers is never a misstep. I trust that Albus would not allow you to come to harm. Yet he also places you in jeopardy. The two continued their walk along the corridor for a while longer. I hold no grievances. I merely believe such actions are misguided. Frank paused in his tracks and shrugged at Professor Sprout. Yet, I can comprehend such behavior. The headmaster has surpassed a century in age, while the enigmatic individual is considerably younger. Frank glanced at Professor Sprout, then remarked, it is imperative to cultivate the savior within. He added that the school should strive to safeguard the lives of its students as much as possible. Professor Sprout chuckled softly. It is best that you understand. Beginning next Monday, you shall remain in confinement here every Monday and Wednesday evening, and on Tuesdays, you will be in confinement with Minerva. What about Thursday and Friday? Frank quickly inquired, lifting his gaze. On Thursday, you will be with Phileas, where you can further your studies in charms, and on Friday, you will be with Sybil. As you are required to tidy the classroom after each lesson, which conveniently serves as your confinement. Would this not impose too much on the professors? Frank asked, looking at Professor Sprout. No, it is the duty of teachers to protect their students. As they reached the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, she remarked, You seem to have not eaten yet. You know where the kitchen is, do you not? I do, Professor. Then go find something to eat. With that, Professor Sprout turned and departed. Frank entered the public lounge and discovered Hermione and John, along with a few others, waiting for him. Hermione? Why are you still here? I thought you had returned to your dormitory, Frank remarked, glancing at Hermione. What did the headmaster say? Hermione inquired anxiously. The headmaster did not say much. Professor Sprout merely imposed a restriction on me, confining me to my quarters from Monday to Friday each week. Each week? John interjected from the side. Monday to Friday? Kate echoed. That can't be right. The headmaster wouldn't be so stingy, Andrew added. No, you misunderstand. This is something I requested from the headmaster. I have already resolved my issues with the first-year curriculum, Frank hurriedly began to clarify. Hermione nodded thoughtfully and replied, All right, then. I shall take my leave now. Frank rose to escort Hermione back to the Gryffindor common room. As night deepened, he returned to his dormitory, preparing to rest. When suddenly he remembered that he had 6 star tokens yet to illuminate. Which one should he activate? Lying in bed, he opened the star map and pondered. Let S illuminate light first. The first-year ghost, Old Foo, could be managed more effectively with it. Then there S Thunder, its purpose is to combat malevolent beings. And activating it would facilitate the study of weather spells. Perhaps. I could also try incorporating Strike and Arrow. Luminous arrows might suffice to deal with Old Foo, might I even vanquish him. Time should be included as well, as a safeguard against unforeseen troubles. Lastly, activating Soar would allow for remote luminous arrows from the heavens. I refuse to believe that in such circumstances, one would not prevail over the other. Now, all experience points have been exhausted. The next step will be to continue training tomorrow to accumulate experience points and illuminate the star tokens. sooner or later. This world shall unfold according to my aspirations. Frank glanced around and noticed that the others in the dormitory had already succumbed to slumber. He softly uttered, "Good night." A new day was on the horizon. The following morning, John and the others rose early to intercept Frank. "What is the matter?" Frank inquired, puzzled by their presence. "Frank, we would like to practice magic with you." John finally spoke up after a bit of nudging among the group. "I have no objections, but I have always practiced alongside Hermione. Perhaps you could ask her as well?" Frank responded. He saw no harm in it, given the perilous atmosphere at school this year. It was indeed beneficial for friends to diligently hone their skills. "Of course, we must consult Hermione." John and the others quickly agreed, enthusiastically pulling Frank towards the Great Hall. Upon their arrival, they found Hermione waiting for them at the entrance. "Frank, I just spoke with Professor McGonagall, and from now on, I will be joining you for all your detentions." Frank paused for a moment, reflecting, it is quite arduous, particularly under Professor Snape's scrutiny. He is certainly not one to show leniency. Is there anyone among us who has not memorized the myriad of wondrous herbs and fungi? John, Keegan, and Andrew stood nearby, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Hermione glanced at the trio and remarked, "Well, I suppose it is fair to say that only you and I, along with anyone else, have yet to commit to memory the thousands of extraordinary plants and mushrooms." Frank took Hermione's hand and, as they walked inside, conjured an ice flower to present to her. No, how could we possibly forget? Suddenly, the voice of Professor Snape echoed from behind them. "Using magic in the Great Hall without permission incurs a point deduction for Hufflepuff. If my potion progress is hindered, your potion detention will extend until next year." As Snape passed Frank and Hermione, he whispered a thinly veiled threat. "Rest assured, sir, we will strive diligently," Frank replied loudly from behind. Snape cast a glance at Frank, snorted, and then walked away. "You shouldn't provoke the professor like that." Hermione tugged at Frank's sleeve. "It's fine, just a touch of pride." Frank winked at Hermione, guiding her to a seat to prepare for breakfast. John and his companions approached, sitting together as John asked Hermione, "We three plan to train with you. What do you think?" Hermione glanced at Frank and then at John and his friends. "I have no objections. In fact, Neville also wishes to train with us." "Neville? Why?" Frank inquired, turning to Hermione. "During your last rescue, Ron Weasley mentioned that Neville tipped off Hufflepuff, allowing you to take the spotlight. Neville had argued with him over it." "We? Take the spotlight?" John erupted. "Do they even have the capacity for that?" "Hermione, I never asked you. Were you in the restroom because of Ron Weasley?" Frank set down his cutlery, looking intently at Hermione. "Well, he did say some unkind things." Hermione hesitated before admitting. "But it's all right. I no longer care about them." Hermione looked at Frank, who met her gaze in return. "If you ever feel wronged, remember to tell me," Frank thought to himself, deciding he would inquire with Neville directly. After finishing their meal, the group headed to their secret base to prepare for practice. They first went to Gryffindor to summon Neville before proceeding to the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor. After a prolonged period of use, the place had transformed from its former dilapidated state. As John entered, surveying the surroundings, he asked, "Frank, should we come up with a name for our little group?" "A name?" Frank pondered for a moment. "That could work. We now have 6 members. Any ideas?" "How about the initials of each of us?" Kate suggested. "Fiken?" Andrew read it aloud, but John deemed it unsuitable. "Let us call ourselves MLMD. I believe this name embodies my thoughts and aspirations for the future." Frank stated after some consideration. "What does that mean?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "If my future aspirations come to fruition, you shall understand." Frank replied with a smile. "And what about our rules? Equality, justice, and rule of law. For now, let us settle on these 3. Frank raised his finger. "The first principle of equality dictates that whether a wizard is of mixed blood, pure blood, or even of Muggle descent, all are to be treated with equal regard. The second principle, justice, asserts that our actions must align with justice, which is defined by the interests of the majority and the most fundamental values. The third principle, the rule of law, mandates that our future actions must adhere to relevant laws and regulations. But what if the regulations are flawed?" John inquired from the side. "If the regulations are indeed flawed, meaning they do not align with the most basic values in the eyes of the majority, then based on the second principle, we must endeavor to amend the regulations. Conversely, if the regulations are sound, they will inherently conform to the first 2 principles, and we must strive to uphold them with unwavering commitment." Frank gazed at the group and declared, "Our future is undoubtedly bright, though the path may be fraught with challenges. I eagerly anticipate the day we shall triumph, and I possess unwavering confidence in this." Could that be an overly ambitious goal? Kate inquired, her eyes fixed on Frank. The loftier our aims, the clearer our direction becomes. Along the way, we will gather more like-minded companions. Frank cast a glance at Kate. Our ultimate objective is to persuade the vast majority of wizards to believe in us. First and foremost, we must cultivate formidable strength. He rose and paced the room. Strength provides us the opportunity to command attention and ensure others listen when we speak. It also grants us the ability to protect ourselves when our actions may encroach upon the interests of a select few, or even a minuscule number of individuals. Therefore, my friends, we must strive diligently. Just as Professor Dumbledore, who, in his quietude, wields more decision-making power than most who voice their opinions. Similarly, the enigmatic figure commands respect to such an extent that only a handful dare to challenge him when he speaks. I do not assert that the enigmatic figure is in the right. He is wrong. Yet, his strength ensures he has a platform to voice his thoughts. Frank paused, standing still as he gazed upon several friends. I shall strive with unwavering determination to champion all that is beautiful in this world, safeguarding it from the encroaching darkness. I hold an unshakable belief that we shall triumph in the future. We are akin to a solitary star, incapable of illuminating the path ahead. Yet when we unite, we become a radiant moon, rendering the night powerless against our brilliance. So now, my friends, are you willing to join me? The fervor in Frank's words ignited a passionate response among them. They extended their palms towards one another, exclaiming, "Of course, Frank." Frank placed his palm upon the hands of several individuals, proclaiming, "Let us rejoice in our principles, equality, justice, and the rule of law. Shall we expand our ranks?" John glanced at Frank. "Not at this moment. We remain quite feeble." "Frank, your reputation among the students is rather significant," Kate interjected. "No, we are still weak. Our current prowess pales in comparison to that of any professor," Frank replied calmly. "What we require now is diligent practice in the art of magic. First, survey your immediate companions to ascertain if they meet our criteria." Frank regarded the group. "The primary spells you are to practice consist of 3. The first is the disarming charm, capable of swiftly dislodging an opponent's wand or weapon. The second is the shield charm, which can safeguard you from harm. The third is the mind-shielding spell, designed to protect your thoughts from intrusion and safeguard your secrets." Frank pointed out that these 3 spells are the most crucial exercises for several individuals, and he further emphasized that we must not fall behind in our studies. "My aspiration is for our grades to rank within the top 10 of our year." Neville raised his hand hesitantly beside him. "Frank, I might not be able to meet your expectations. I've heard about your situation. It seems you are unable to cast spells?" Frank gazed at Neville. "Indeed. I cannot cast spells," Neville replied quietly, lowering his head. "2 things, Neville," Frank stated firmly, maintaining eye contact. "First, stand tall and hold your head high. You are no less capable than anyone else. Second, I've heard that your wand is not your own." Neville lifted his gaze, though his eyes remained evasive as he responded to Frank. "Yes, the wand belongs to my father." "Neville, magic is a matter of the mind. As long as you hold steadfast to your beliefs, you can wield magic. As for the wand..." Before Frank could finish, John quickly tugged at his sleeve. Frank shook his head and said, "You may keep this wand close, allowing it to witness your future triumphs and glory. However, possessing a wand that is perfectly attuned to you would enhance your success even further." Neville nodded. "But Frank reassured him. "It's all right, Neville. You can discuss it with your family, and if necessary, feel free to write to me. I will speak with them on your behalf. After all, Christmas is merely a month away, and we have a 2-week holiday." Neville appeared on the verge of tears as Frank placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's all right. You can take your time to think it over. There's no rush." As Neville began to exit, Frank called out, "Neville, Professor Sprout mentioned that you excel in herbology, being the best in your year. When you return next time, would you be willing to teach us an herbology class?" Neville turned around, his excitement palpable. "I can come back next time?" "Absolutely. We gather every Saturday or Sunday," Frank replied with a shrug. "Every morning, we share breakfast together, and we can decide then." "All right." Neville eagerly nodded. "Herbology is quite simple. You all are so clever, you will surely grasp it quickly. You must teach me well, Professor Neville. You should know, I am about to face Professor Sprout's displeasure. I certainly do not wish to be reprimanded." "Uh-huh. All right, friends, let us commence our practice with spells. Starting with the disarming charm." Frank clapped his hands, prompting the group to pair up and commence their practice. Unbeknownst to Frank, a ghost quietly drifted away. After the training session concluded, Hermione inquired of John, "Why did you suddenly interrupt Frank when we were discussing Neville's wand?" Although Frank was aware from his previous life, he feigned a look of confusion. John glanced at Frank and Hermione and remarked, "Well, you both hail from Muggle origins, hence your ignorance." Back in the day, following the demise of the Dark Lord, after the tragic death of the Potters, everyone claimed that the Dark Lord was vanquished. However, there was one individual. John lowered his voice, a black, forever the pure-blooded black, a loyal servant of the Dark Lord. Bellatrix Lestrange stormed into the Longbottom residence, and at that moment, John shuddered. Andrew continued. She then cast a curse that drove Neville's parents to madness, and it is said that Neville himself was also afflicted by a spell. That is why Neville is as he is now. Kate added, that deranged woman used the unforgivable curse, you know. It was cast upon Neville when he was but an infant. Neville has always wished to embody the bravery of his father, which is why he wields his father's wand. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. Oh my, this is just too hard to bear. John shrugged. Every wizarding family is aware of this tale, which is why I attempted to deter you earlier. Silence enveloped the group as they sat in contemplation. Frank clapped his hands together. All right, let us call it a day for now. Hermione, I must seek out Professor Sprout. Will you accompany me or return to the dormitory first? As Frank pulled Hermione towards the door, he inquired, what business do you have with the professor? The establishment of the club requires the school's approval. Only then can it be deemed a legitimate organization capable of recruiting new members. In that case, let us go together. And we can also discuss our detention with Professor Sprout. The two exited the castle, where the afternoon sun bathed the grounds in warmth. And the distant black lake shimmered with golden reflections. Students were strolling and picnicking by the lake, while the forbidden forest loomed behind, appearing even more enchanting in the sunlight. Filled with the sounds of various creatures, Professor Sprout had always preferred the company of her greenhouse, her love for the flora evident. When Frank and Hermione arrived, Professor Sprout was preparing moongrass in greenhouse 2. This herb only grows at night, possessing a silvery hue and detoxifying properties when harvested during the dark hours. However, it wilts to a withered yellow by day, and harvesting it then can be extremely toxic. Frank and Hermione, what brings you here? Professor Sprout wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to face the two. Good day, Professor. Frank and Hermione greeted her. Professor, Hermione. A few of my roommates and I are planning to start a club aimed at enhancing our studies and improving our magical skills. And you, Hermione? Is it regarding this matter as well? Professor Sprout inquired, not looking at Frank but addressing Hermione first. Hermione glanced at Frank. Professor, regarding Frank's detention. I spoke with Professor McGonagall this morning, and she has agreed to allow Frank to join us. I have been informed by Minerva about your detention. And since you have taken the initiative to request this, you may join as well. Professor Sprout turned and retrieved 2 shovels, handing them to Frank and Hermione. Since you are here, let us engage in some work together. The two took the shovels and began to dig into the ground. The moongrass is entirely different between day and night. You will observe its transformation shortly. Professor, if harvested at dusk, what purpose does the moongrass serve? Frank asked while digging. In the morning or at dusk, the moongrass possesses no distinctive properties. It is merely palatable to certain creatures during this period. Palatable? Yes, indeed. During these times, various creatures come to feast upon the moongrass, thus it requires protection. In one of the holes we are digging, Frank looked at the freshly dug pits. That is to relocate the moongrass that has reached 7 months of age. Once its roots grow too large, it necessitates a larger home. What about in the wild? Have they sprouted legs and run away? Frank queried. What do you think? Because it is palatable. Have they been entirely consumed? Frank glanced at Professor Sprout. In the past, before wizards cultivated them, that was indeed the case. The roots of moongrass possess a notably bitter taste, deterring animals from eating them. Once the leaves are consumed, the roots will regrow, Professor Sprout remarked, observing the two. Now, with wizards cultivating them, moongrass older than 7 months holds greater value, thus necessitating a change in location. After relocating the moongrass, Professor Sprout took them to the stone fruit nearby. This is the stone fruit. Observe its outer layer, resembling the color of rock, Professor Sprout indicated. I recall from my readings that the skin of the stone fruit can be used to concoct a hardening potion, which when consumed, can render a person rigid for a period? Hermione quickly recited from memory. Correct, Hermione. And what happens if one consumes it directly? Professor Sprout looked at her. I believe that doing so would lead to a profound and irreversible petrification. Indeed, Hermione. Consuming the skin of the stone fruit will cause a person to petrify completely within an hour, leaving only their breath and heartbeat. Within 2 hours, they will turn entirely to stone. Professor Sprout nodded. Frank, how can one be rescued? Professor Sprout began to quiz Frank. By consuming fossil powder made from the stone fruit within 10 minutes, one can be saved, but the preparation of the fossil powder typically takes 7 months, Frank quickly replied. Correct. This is part of what you will learn in your second year, and it is also material I will teach you during your detention, Professor Sprout affirmed. However, you must also complete your first-year assignments, as well as the relevant assignments for the second year. Furthermore, during your advancement examinations, both first and second-year content will be tested simultaneously. Frank nodded, expressing his readiness. Hermione, standing beside him, also nodded in agreement, assuring the professor, no worries. We can keep up. I was somewhat skeptical when Albus spoke to me, advocating that you should learn progressively year by year. Yet, he managed to persuade me. He is invariably right. Professor Sprout shook her head, stating, since you have made your decision, then give it your all. We shall not relax. As the sun descended, the moongrass transitioned from a burnt yellow to a silvery hue. The sun gradually slipped away from the sky, making way for the moon. Moonlight bathed the moongrass, adorning it in a silvery cloak, as if a delicate glow emanated from within. Professor Sprout pointed to the moongrass, saying, look, in a few days, it will be ready for harvest. What signifies its maturity? Frank replied, the moongrass ceases to emit its glow, indicating its ripeness. Professor Sprout returned her spade to the greenhouse. Let us return to the castle. From now on, come here on Monday and Wednesday at 7 in the evening. Additionally, I have approved your club. However, to prioritize your safety, understood? Certainly, Professor, we will, Frank nodded, taking Hermione's hand. We shall be on our way now, Professor. Very well, Professor Sprout nodded. And Frank and Hermione made their way back to the castle, where dinner had already commenced. The two departed the greenhouse, strolling leisurely across the lawn. As the evening breeze tousled their hair, and the distant Black Lake settled into tranquility. Miss Granger, may I have the honor of inviting you for a moonlit stroll by the Black Lake? Frank suddenly stood before Hermione, extending his hand toward her. What prompts Mr. Dell to wish for an outing by the lake? Hermione inquired. I find the moonlight enchanting tonight, and it seems a perfect opportunity, he replied. Very well. I would be delighted. Hermione placed her hand in Frank's. Hand in hand, they ambled towards the Black Lake, the moonlight growing ever more luminous. Their shadows elongated, gradually merging into one. The night at the Black Lake was serene, with only the sound of water lapping against the shore, the nocturnal chirps of insects and birds, and the rustling of leaves in the wind, all enhancing the surrounding stillness. As they meandered along the lakeside, Frank casually plucked a leaf, bringing it to his lips to blow gently. He recalled a cherished melody from his past, one he had enjoyed while watching cartoons with children. And though he was a student then, he had learned to play it using leaves found online, entertaining the little ones. Little did he know that in this new life, he would once again serenade the campus with that same tune. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded thoughtfully. What about the other piece? He inquired. That melody carries an aura of mystery, as if it were delving into some hidden secret. It evokes both peril and joy. As he continued to nod, Frank affirmed Hermione's insight. Shall we row? He asked, standing by the lakeside. But where are the boats? Frank plucked a willow branch from the side and cast it into the water. As you know, the Transfiguration charm enables the alteration of one object into another. The willow branch in the lake gradually expanded and elongated, eventually transforming into a small boat. Frank stepped onto the small boat and extended his hand to grasp Hermione's. She leaped aboard, and with a tap of his wand, the boat began to glide effortlessly across the water. Beneath the soft embrace of the moonlight, their laughter echoed across the dark lake. The following day, Frank and Miko encountered Hermione, who appeared to be under the weather. They made their way to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey administered a potion to alleviate her cold. After consuming this remedy, Hermione's ears emitted wisps of smoke, and her face turned a vivid shade of crimson. It was said that this peculiar effect would last throughout the day. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, December had arrived, heralding the approach of Christmas. Upon awakening early one morning, Frank discovered Hogwarts blanketed in a thick layer of snow, with the surface of the lake encased in a solid sheet of ice. Frank exited the auditorium and made his way towards the greenhouse, where he spotted the Weasley twins casting spells on snowballs. Some of the snowballs were careening wildly, with several even chasing Professor Quirrell, striking the back of his turban. Frank mused that this must be a striking blow against Voldemort. Perhaps Voldemort had never truly experienced such humiliation in his lifetime. Could this be the reason why one of the Weasley twins was ultimately absent in Harry Potter? Was it a provocation that drew Voldemort's wrath? Such pettiness seemed beneath him. Due to the frigid weather, Professor Sprout had kindled a great fire in the greenhouse, causing heavy frost to form upon the glass. As he walked back to the auditorium, he encountered Hagrid, who was carrying two enormous fir trees. Frank approached and inquired, "Hagrid, good afternoon. Do you need any assistance?" Hagrid glanced over and replied, "Oh, thank you, but you want to be able to lift them." However, Frank raised his wand, and the fir trees began to levitate. "Are there any more fir trees?" Hagrid nodded. "For more good ones, let us fetch them all." Frank arranged several fir trees to float alongside him as they headed towards the auditorium. The massive firs lined up like a train, gliding from Hagrid's hut towards the Hogwarts auditorium. Professor McGonagall was busy adorning the hall, employing spells to enhance the decorations. The candles in the sky transformed into burning stars, and intricate patterns appeared upon the surrounding walls. Professor Flitwick was conjuring a cascade of golden bubbles with his wand, adorning the newly arrived branches. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from Hagrid. "Hey, Harry, where are you headed?" Harry approached Hagrid and replied, "We must hurry to the library. Dinner is in half an hour. You all are quite diligent with your studies, aren't you? The holidays are just around the corner, and yet you are still revising." No, we are not revising," replied Ron cheerfully, "ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel last time." Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth, signaling him to be quiet. As Frank was still standing nearby, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Professor Flivy applauded and remarked, "Exquisite wandless magic, indeed. Should there be another class, I would certainly award you an additional 5 points." To which Frank, with a playful grin, responded, "You are too kind, Professor. Surely you can grant that even outside of class." Professor Frivol gazed at the frozen ground and remarked, "Could you not encase the entire hall's walls in ice? That would truly evoke the essence of Christmas." Frank pondered for a moment before drawing his wand and pointing it at the wall. Gradually, the wall began to freeze, and soon the entire hall, save for the floor, was cloaked in a shimmering layer of ice. Intricate carvings of the animals representing the 4 houses adorned the icy surface. "Well done, Frank," remarked Professor Sprout as she entered the hall. "If you could incorporate some more impressive variations, I might just award you an additional 5 points." Frank, wand in hand, pointed it towards the ceiling. In a moment, a cascade of wind chimes materialized beneath the burning stars, swaying gently and showering the hall with a sprinkle of golden dust and petals. Professor McGonagall reached out to catch them, discovering that the petals were genuine while the golden dust was but an illusion. Nodding in approval, she remarked, "Your application of Transfiguration is commendable." Professor Sprout also expressed her satisfaction, adding, "Well done, Frank. 5 points to Gryffindor for your splendid charm." "Do not rush, Professor. It is not over yet." Frank smiled at Professor Sprout. The drifting golden dust morphed in the left corner of the hall into a piano, a violin, a cello, alongside a euphonium and a trombone. The music began to play. "I adore this piece. It is titled The Sun Also Rises." After lunch in the hall, Frank and Hermione boarded the train home. On the train, Frank held a notice prohibiting the use of magic during the holidays, declaring it quite absurd. "Do you see this?" Frank pointed to the signature on the notice. Aside from Professor McGonagall's signature, it bore the seal of the British Ministry of Magic's Confidentiality Committee. "I recall the International Wizarding Secrecy Act clearly states that underage wizards are forbidden from using magic outside of school. The school rules reiterate this as well." Hermione looked at Frank, cautioning, "You must not violate this during the holidays." "I shall do my best, however. It is explicitly stated that underage wizards may use magic in emergencies," Frank replied. "Cannot you just stay home? Avoid perilous places." Hermione frowned at him. All right, I understand. Are you coming to my house during the holidays?" Frank inquired. "During the 2-week holiday, I shall likely stay home with my parents. We can communicate by phone then." "True. If you were to visit during those 2 weeks, I fear Mr. Granger might shoot me," Frank shrugged. "How could that happen?" In the blink of an eye, Christmas arrived. Time passing swiftly, Frank leaned against the window, gazing at the heavy snowfall outside. "I never asked you at school, what do you think of Gryffindor?" "I should have joined Ravenclaw," he mused. "Regretful?" I once believed that Professor Dumbledore emerged from Gryffindor. Thus the house must be remarkable, Hermione sighed. Yet, everyone else seems indifferent to house points while I strive daily to earn them. However, they squander points at the first sign of trouble and then complain that I am too strict, not allowing them to copy homework. Frank chuckled. You remind me of a mother hen. Hermione nudged Frank with her elbow. Do not regard them as peers. Think of them as toddlers. And you might find it a bit easier. Do you recall? Frank conjured a sorting hat from ice. At the beginning of the school year, the sorting hat proclaimed, You may belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within your heart. Frank patted Hermione on the shoulder and remarked, Sometimes courage and recklessness can overlap. Do not worry. They will inevitably grow. He continued, I haven't mentioned it before, but recently, Harry Potter and Decra arranged a duel. A duel again? Did Decra bully Neville once more? It couldn't have been arranged for midnight, with Malfoy not showing up and instead informing Filch, could it? Not quite. Decra mocked the Weasley family, prompting Harry to believe that Decra was instigating trouble. Following this, Malfoy demanded a duel. Hermione sighed. The two of them were set to duel at midnight. I attempted to intervene, but ended up locked out of the common room. Neither of them could cast a single spell, and during their scuffle, they knocked over the suit of armor in the corridor, which attracted Filch's attention. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed at Hermione. Outside, Decora was shouting for the professor's help. And Harry and Ron dashed in to rescue me. And then, Harry struck the three-headed dog with an iron helmet, just as I feared for the lives of the three of them. Decora burst in and cast a protective charm. Malfoy? Indeed, he rushed in to shield us with a protective spell, and then Professor Snape arrived. They brought us to the headmaster's office, where Professor Snape intended to deduct points. However, Professor Dumbledore disagreed. It seems your relationship has improved? Yes, after all, they had initially run away but returned to save me. That's wonderful. You now have friends in both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Although Malfoy can be rather annoying, he is ultimately a decent fellow. They conversed about various topics until the train arrived at the station. On the platform awaited the Granger and Dell families, who had arranged to dine together when time permitted. Dear Frank, it is indeed a pity that you could not attend the banquet. Every attendee in the Great Hall noticed that this year's Christmas feast was adorned more splendidly than in previous years. Head boy Savage remarked to me that while past Christmas dinners were lavish, this year's was even more vibrant. The four house animals, crafted from ice by you, were animated by Professor McGonagall, frolicking on the walls. The creatures continuously transformed into one another, mimicking the appearances of other houses. The ensemble in the corner of the hall perpetually altered its music, playing 17 different pieces over the course of 6 hours, with Professor McGonagall declaring that the performance would continue until after curfew, after which the enchantment would be lifted. The wind chimes in the hall chimed harmoniously with the music while petals rained down. Occasionally, students set off magical fireworks in the hall, which were not only visually stunning, but also left no debris. The banquet was extraordinarily plentiful, in addition to the traditional roast pig and ham. There were turkey and cake towers, as well as bowls of peas tossed in butter, which I particularly enjoyed. A variety of roasted meats graced the table, and I dare say the French cuisine here surpasses that of France itself. Moreover, students in the 5th year and above were served butterbeer. I received some fireworks, and upon ignition, they produced not only bursts of color, but other surprises as well. I set off many, and one resulted in a wizard hat adorned with various stars, akin to Dumbledore's. Some even emitted smoke that transformed into different shapes. There were wizard chess pieces, although the new ones were less obedient than the old ones. Given that most students had already returned home, the banquet featured students and teachers from all 4 houses gathered around a single table. You might find it hard to believe, but Hagrid, having indulged a bit too much, actually kissed Professor McGonagall, leaving her quite flustered. I captured a photograph of the moment, attached to this letter. I trust you have unwrapped my gift. I hope you adore it. P.S. Your gift has been received, and I am thoroughly pleased with it. Yours faithfully. John Keegan. Frank closed the letter and chuckled at the few photographs John had taken. His mother, Hermione, called from downstairs, urging him to come down for dinner. Mom, look at the pictures my classmate took. Frank exclaimed as he descended the stairs, holding the photos John had given him. I also brought back some sweets from Hogwarts. We can enjoy them together later. Sounds delightful. It seems the food at your school is quite satisfactory. But how have you managed to lose weight? Perhaps every mother harbors the belief that her child endures hardship while away, suffering from insufficient nourishment and warmth at school. "Mom, I haven't lost weight," Frank replied, exasperated as he intercepted his mother's concerns, having already addressed this upon returning home the previous night. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. Now, they were leading a mundane life, where magic was, for the time being, a mere figment of imagination. The joyous holiday soon came to a close, and Frank and Hermione returned to school a day early, eager to prepare for the upcoming term. The train halted at the platform, and as they disembarked, Frank wondered aloud, "Is Hagrid not here? How are we to return to school?" While they pondered this, Nora appeared from behind them, inquiring, "What are you two doing? Why are you standing here?" "Oh, you don't know how to get back to school, do you?" Frank turned to Nora and said, "Indeed, Senior. I noticed Hagrid has not arrived." He then tugged at Hermione's sleeve. "This is our fifth-year prefect, Nora Boddington." Nora nodded in acknowledgement. "Did you see those carriages over there? Only first-year students travel by boat to the castle upon their arrival. After that, they always ride in carriages." Frank and Hermione followed Nora to the side of the carriage. Hermione inquired, "No horses? What pulls the cart?" It seemed as though something was breathing in front of them. Nora stood aside and pointed to the empty harness, saying, "You cannot see it, and that is a good thing. This horse is called Night Steed. Only those who have witnessed death can perceive it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank inquired of Hermione whether she wished to make tactile acquaintance. Hermione acquiesced with a nod, positioning her hand proximate to Frank's, seemingly startled. She recoiled upon contact, only to tentatively place her hand upon the thestral. Their hands traversed the thestral's hide, advancing until encountering the wings. Unlike avian wings adorned with feathers, these resembled the bat wings utilized in potions class, albeit of grander proportions. Sensing a presence breathing nearby, they swiftly withdrew their hands. Upon boarding the carriage, they found themselves seated upon a thick layer of thatch, with an unobstructed view ahead, akin to a rustic donkey cart. Their gazes remained fixed forward. "I perused an entry concerning thestrals in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them," Hermione confided quietly to Frank. "Popular belief deems these creatures harbingers of ill omen, portending dreadful calamities for those who behold them. They are often regarded as omens of misfortune, as they are visible only to those who have witnessed death. They are also known as steeds of the Grim Reaper. Consequently, they were historically regarded with disfavor." Frank stood up and counted. There were at least over 100 carriages, indicating that a large herd of nocturnal steeds resided in the Forbidden Forest. The two sat in the carriage for a while. The nocturnal steeds seemed to realize that no one else was boarding, and they began to pull the carriage on their own. The snow-covered road was muddy and slippery, causing the two to jolt about in the carriage. "If I ever become principal, I shall ensure the roads are well maintained, paved with bricks to perfection," Frank mused, grasping the edge of the carriage with one hand while steadying the box with the other. "I shall also repair the path to the ferry, at the very least installing streetlights. Then you must first become an exemplary graduate. Otherwise, I fear you may not be able to enter as a professor," Hermione remarked with a smile at Frank. After approximately half an hour, the carriage finally came to a halt beside Hagrid's modest cabin, where he was unbuckling the steeds one by one. "Good evening, Mr. Hagrid," Frank greeted. "Good evening, Frank." "No need for Mr. Just call me Hagrid," he replied, his voice still resonant. "Thank you for the Christmas gift. I truly adore it. You know I have always had a fondness for dragons," Hagrid continued, expressing his gratitude to Frank. "Thank you. But I did not know your preferences. The gift was something I found in the Forbidden Forest," Frank replied. As Hagrid spoke, he seemed on the verge of tears. Frank quickly reassured him. "I like it very much. It's the hair of a unicorn. I senti it. You gifted me quite a lot." Hagrid pulled out a tattered, dirty handkerchief from his pocket, presumably his own, and wiped his tears with it. All right. Come visit me when you can. My rock cakes are quite delicious. I'll treat you. You must hurry back, or you'll miss curfew." Frank and Hermione bid farewell to Hagrid. After walking for a while, Hermione inquired of Frank, "What did you give him that has made him so cheerful?" "A model of a black dragon. He has always had a fondness for large beasts," Frank replied. "When did you two become such good friends?" Hermione asked, puzzled, as they seldom had the opportunity to meet. "Herbology class. After lessons, his hut is just nearby. I once saw some goblins in his field, and he was capturing them one by one, so I lent him a hand." Goblins? Do they resemble the goblins from Gringotts? Hermione queried. They stand about a foot tall, with particularly large heads, slender bodies, and bony, protruding feet. They always wreak havoc on the crops, Frank explained, gesturing animatedly. Then I made those goblins fly out of the ground and chase them all away. Haha, stop making faces, it's so funny. Hermione laughed, gasping for breath. How dare you laugh at me? You're done for. Frank chuckled as he began to tickle Hermione. She quickly dodged and ran ahead, exclaiming, It really is funny. Haha. The two playfully chased each other towards the castle, leaving behind a trail of laughter echoing in the sky. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank began to tidy his desk, carefully placing the holiday gifts upon it. There was a model of a Quidditch team from John, a solar system model from Frank himself, a set of spell-casting techniques from Kate, and a detailed treatise on Transfiguration along with handwritten notes from Professor McGonagall. Professor Sprout presented the comprehensive compendium of commonly found medicinal plants in England, which included her insights and modifications regarding various herbs. However, it was Professor Snape's gift that truly astonished Frank, a compilation of assignments from previous students in their first through third years, accompanied by a note warning that should any mistakes recur, he would be obliged to add a potion to Frank's pumpkin juice. Although Frank had never been particularly fond of pumpkin juice, the message still took him aback. On the final day of the Christmas holiday, Frank lay in bed when John knocked on his desk. Frank, would you care to build a snowman? John's voice filtered through the curtains. Frank reached out to draw back the drapes, glancing outside the window. Sure, let's go. Frank and his companions ventured onto the meadow, and at such moments, he always expressed gratitude that the Hufflepuff common room was conveniently located on the ground floor. Of course, during classes, it sometimes felt rather distant. The entire academy remained cloaked in a blanket of white snow, with the lake's surface encased in a thick layer of ice. Students were already engaged in the delightful activities of building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights. The Weasley brothers were in the midst of constructing a snowman. Professor McGonagall had instructed us to extend our apologies to Professor Quirrell. We resolved to create a grand snowman as a gesture of contrition. However, this snowman was rather unrecognizable as a human figure. Suddenly, John struck Frank with a snowball. Let's have a snowball fight first. We can attend to the snowman later. Kate, nodding in agreement, unexpectedly tugged at John's collar from behind and playfully stuffed a handful of snow down his back. Frank and Andrew picked up snowballs from the ground and hurled them at one another. The four of them became entangled in a lively skirmish, the chaos expanding in scope. Suddenly, a snowball struck the snowman constructed by the Weasley brothers, dislodging what could barely be deemed its head. The group momentarily froze in surprise. Observing this, the Weasley brothers also seized snow and joined the fray. More and more individuals from the field joined in, swelling the ranks of participants. It transformed into a spirited snowball fight between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. In the midst of this tumultuous melee, students from both houses had instinctively organized themselves into teams. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Frank devised the tactics, everyone began to act independently. The scene rewinds to when Frank and his companions first engaged the Weasley brothers in their snowball fight. They had agreed to divide the territories and launch mutual assaults to seize control, competing in a best-of-3 format. To their surprise, the number of participants continued to swell, with each house boasting approximately 20 members. As the battle commenced, Frank conjured a wall of snow on his side, taking position atop it with a few allies to hurl snowballs at Gryffindor. Under the leadership of the Weasley brothers, the Gryffindor contingent surged towards the Hufflepuff stronghold. Frank conjured a snowball with his wand and, employing the levitation charm, persistently launched attacks against Gryffindor, feigning that the Hufflepuff members remained steadfast in their positions. Once Gryffindor crossed the halfway line, Frank shouted, "John, now." John surged forward from the left with 3 companions, catching them off guard. Gryffindor's offensive was abruptly halted. As they defended against Frank's frontal assault, they attempted to eliminate John and his trio. Unexpectedly, just as Gryffindor was about to engage with John and his comrades, Kate and her group burst forth from the right. The battlefield descended into chaos. Certainly, no one dared to inquire of the second lieutenant about the Italian cannon. Frank yearned to reference this joke, Yet regrettably, no one would comprehend it, especially since he was the one defending the castle. While John and Kate clashed with the Weasley twins, Andrew had already infiltrated the Gryffindor stronghold. Hufflepuff emerged victorious in the first round. "Splendid job, Frank," John remarked as Kate and Andrew applauded with the others. "You are Frank Dell, the first year wielding the sword of Gryffindor, correct?" The Weasley twins approached. "I am George Weasley. This is Fred Weasley," George introduced. Fred chimed in. "You commanded splendidly just now." "Ah, too kind," Frank chuckled. "I've long heard of the illustrious Weasley twins. Haha. If you manage to defeat us again in the next round, you shall enjoy a 20% discount on our merchandise. For that discount, I must secure a victory as well." After a light-hearted exchange, they returned to their respective positions, preparing for the next round. "This time, you will follow the same strategy as before. Andrew, remain behind John. I fear they may attempt to flank us. Kate, lead your group as before, but remain hidden until someone approaches from your direction." John inquired, "Then who will seize the opponent's territory?" "I shall go alone, charging through the center. Their numbers in the middle should be diminished this time. Are there any further questions?" The group clapped their hands, and the second round commenced. Gryffindor, as before, charged forward. But they indeed sent flanking forces from both sides for a surprise attack. The battlefield became divided into 3 sections, and the struggle intensified. Frank instructed the remaining few to maintain their composure as he conjured a colossal snowman through the art of magic. The appearance of this snowman left everyone in awe. It was modeled after a troll, and although it lacked intricate details, its towering height, nearly 3 stories, was enough to astonish Gryffindor. Members from the Gryffindor stronghold emerged to commence a barrage of snowballs against the snowman. Some even managed to create their own snowmen. Yet there remained a noticeable disparity in height compared to Frank's creation. Fortunately, they provided sufficient cover. Just as Gryffindor members exhaled a sigh of relief, 3 troll-sized snowmen emerged from behind them. The battlefield fell silent as the trio of gargantuan snowmen advanced towards Gryffindor's position. The contest concluded with Hufflepuff triumphing in 2 out of 3 rounds. As everyone gathered together, George inquired of Frank, "Frank, how did you manage to conjure that?" Gesturing towards the imposing snowman still standing tall. "You see, I have encountered trolls before, and I even vanquished one." Frank shrugged. "As long as we gather the snow together first, then we can simply use the Transfiguration spell." George and Fred exchanged glances, then turned their heads to discuss softly. Fred said to Frank, "Frank, I have conferred with Fred regarding your matter of the 20% discount." Frank intercepted Fred. "I am aware, Fred. I can recognize you all." Frank pointed at George. "This is George, and you are Fred. How did you recognize us?" The twins were taken aback, for there are moments when even their mother struggles to tell them apart. Each twin spoke in turn. While Frank mused to himself, "What business would there be for you youping at the Duel Society when I could identify them so effortlessly? It is not challenging to distinguish between them. How did you discern that?" George and Fred in unison placed their hands upon Frank's shoulders, one on the left and the other on the right. Frank shrugged his shoulders, exclaiming, "Of course," before breaking free from the constraints of the conversation. The group then resumed their playful snowball fight. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore stood by the window, observing, "What a lively bunch of children. Please, students, turn to page 33. Professor Quirrell stammered as he addressed the class from the podium. Below, the students were engrossed in their own activities. 3 days had elapsed since the holiday, and now, Mr. Frank, would you kindly read? Professor Quirrell unexpectedly called upon Frank to read from the textbook. All eyes turned to the two as silence enveloped the room. During the Halloween feast, Quirrell had been criticized by Frank for his unworthiness as a professor. It was assumed that Quirrell would remain meek and silent, yet nearly 2 months later, he suddenly summoned Frank to respond to a question. Frank was quite astonished. He had anticipated that the old Voldemort would remain in a state of calmness. After all, he had done nothing for nearly 2 months and would likely continue to do nothing. It came as a surprise when he was suddenly summoned to read a text. In moments of peril, red signifies danger, green denotes safety, and blue represents gathering. Very well, Mr. Frank, please take a seat. Professor Quirrell's voice transformed into a steady tone, imbued with a subtle allure. With a flick of his wand, he conjured dangerous red fireworks, eloquently articulating the incantation. Each word and gesture was delivered with meticulous precision. Is it the old Voldemort? Has he awakened? Was he merely in slumber before, unaware? Frank sat down, listening as Professor Quirrell awarded him 5 points. You all know that I once repelled a vampire. Laughter erupted among the students. Recalling how Professor Quirrell had mentioned in their first lesson that he wore a garlic-laden scarf out of fear of vampire retribution. Professor Quirrell chuckled lightly himself. Did you know that vampires are social creatures? The room fell silent as all students began to listen intently. Vampires are indeed social. The reason I repelled rather than killed was that a group of vampires could be quite troublesome. Although they fear sunlight and detest garlic, silver can slay them. With a wave of his wand, the podium transformed into a silver long sword, which he levitated gracefully. He then conjured a model of a vampire from a chair, vividly demonstrating how to dispatch a vampire using silver. The model danced around the classroom, moving so swiftly that it was nearly impossible for the eye to follow. This is the speed of a vampire. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to keep pace. Even silver cannot simply sever a vampire's head or pierce its heart directly. Otherwise, the vampire would not perish. The students were entranced, even overlooking the pervasive scent of garlic surrounding the professor. After all, he was the most formidable dark wizard in modern British history, with an unparalleled understanding of dark magic. Very well, class dismissed. Today's assignment is a paper on the luminescent charm, no less than 7 inches in length. Mr. Frank, please remain. Professor Quirrell, or rather, the Dark Lord, requested Frank to stay behind. Professor, is there something you wish to discuss? Frank inquired, attempting to peer into Professor Quirrell's eyes to catch a glimpse of Voldemort. Professor Quirrell, he elegantly settled into a chair, and one floated to Frank's side. Such a display had not been witnessed among the other professors during the lengthy confinement. Frank had attended the detentions with all 4 heads of houses. Yet none wielded magic as silently and effectively as Voldemort. It is merely a trivial matter. I sense you are not particularly fond of my class. Though Professor Quirrell spoke in a calm and gentle manner, a chill crept into Frank's heart. Surely the Dark Lord does not intend to self-destruct at this moment? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Frank hastily replied, Your lesson today was markedly different from previous ones. I believe no one could possibly dislike such a class. The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, chiding himself for his audacity. What foolishness to say such a thing. Am I courting my own demise? Haha. I too am merely a novice in teaching defense against the dark arts. I still have much to learn about how to conduct a class. Although Professor Quirrell spoke politely, the pride in his tone was unmistakable. I imagine you were quite adept. Who could you possibly learn from? One must concede that Voldemort's personal instruction far surpassed Quirrell's by an immeasurable degree. Haha, you are quite flattering. I still need to learn from the headmaster. Professor Quirrell's laughter slithered through the air like a serpent. Professor, may I inquire why you have kept me behind? Frank quickly asked, intending to flee. On Saturday. Accompany me to the Forbidden Forest. But I am merely a first-year student. Surely Professor Dumbledore would not permit such a thing. Not a concern. I am the professor. Of course, it is permissible. Professor Quirrell's demeanor shifted back to his former stammering self. Frank, you may return now. Remember, Saturday. Very well. Professor, I shall be there on time. But at what hour on Saturday? I will notify you. Vial. With that, Professor Quirrell dismissed Frank. At noon, during lunch, Frank relayed the news to Hermione and the others. How unfair. Why must all the professors give you extra lessons? It was evident that this was Hermione's remark. John and the others were more straightforward. It seems you won't have much time for fun anymore. By the way, Frank, do you know Nicole May? Hermione suddenly queried. Why do you ask about him? Frank retorted, pondering. It appears Hermione's drama with those 2 useless men is about to unfold. Well, I just suddenly remembered this person, but I can't recall where I've seen him. I searched through books for quite a while and found nothing. Hermione, did you know? When you lie, your eyes instinctively shift to the right. Remember to correct that next time. Frank drained the pumpkin juice from his cup. Speaking of the Philosopher's Stone, renowned for its alchemical properties. The Philosopher's Stone? Indeed, it is the most distinguished magical alchemical creation in this realm. All right, thank you. There is no need for such formality, he added. What has Hermione been up to lately? She hasn't come over for meals these past couple of days, John inquired. Leaning in. She is exploring the secrets of the 4th floor corridor with Potter and Weasley, Frank casually remarked. The 4th floor is, John exclaimed, covering his mouth in surprise and glancing around. Is it the Philosopher's Stone? He whispered. It might be better for you not to know just yet. By the end of the year, I shall reveal everything, Frank assured, observing the eager expressions of the 3. However, it would be prudent for you to study alchemy first, lest the Philosopher's Stone be right before your eyes and you remain oblivious to it. Do you possess that knowledge? Andrew asked from the side. I have memorized all known incantations and translations, as well as the Jade manuscript. I have commenced my practice, though the results are modest. Nevertheless, a foundation has been established. Frank raised an eyebrow, urging them on. Kate squeezed between Andrew and John, inquiring, "Have you already achieved results? Show us." Frank retrieved a peculiar feather pen from his bag, its entire surface gleaming with a lustrous silver hue, as if it were crafted from pure silver. The tip was sharp yet possessed a surprisingly smooth texture. This was a disposable ink-absorbing feather pen, made from the hair of a unicorn's tail. It could absorb the ink from 10 bottles at once before being put to use. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank retrieved his pen and announced, "I shall take my leave now. I have Professor Sprout's detention to attend to later." "Ah, Frank. You have arrived," greeted Professor Flivy, who was seated at his desk, engrossed in writing. The desk and chair set were custom-made, specifically designed to accommodate Professor Flivy's stature. Being notably smaller than standard sizes, the everyday items within the room were similarly diminutive, evidently crafted to suit the professor's personal dimensions. Upon his initial experience of detention, Frank was quite taken aback, particularly at the contrast between the larger desks meant for students and the more modest one for the professor. Once seated, an unmistakable sense of disparity between adult and child emerged as Professor Flivy stood at a mere 6 or 7 years of height, while the youngest students in attendance were no less than 11 years old. "Begin by reviewing those assignments," instructed Professor Flivy as he handed Frank a stack of third-grade homework. This task marked the routine of each detention. Frank would identify what he perceived as errors in the student's work and note them down, after which Professor Flivy would assess the validity of his observations. Should the professor concur with Frank's judgments, they would collaboratively compose a paper addressing the reasons behind the student's mistakes. Conversely, if Frank's critiques were deemed erroneous, Professor Flivy would elucidate the inaccuracies in Frank's reasoning during their next meeting and require him to draft a paper reflecting on his own misjudgments. Frank had already memorized the first-year textbook for the Charms class. Thus, in less than 2 months, he had progressed to the 3rd year under Professor Flitwick's tutelage during his confinement. Professor Flivy, while inscribing something, inquired of Frank, "Your magical prowess is expanding at an astonishing rate." Frank was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the enhancement of his magical powers was due to the activation of the Clow Cards. At this point, the entire Earth series of star cards had been illuminated, and his magical prowess rivaled that of a freshly graduated wizard, despite having merely begun his 1st year of studies. "Perhaps my talent is exceptional," Frank feigned ignorance, stating, "Everyone harbors their own secrets." Professor Flitwick glanced up at Frank, then lowered his gaze to continue writing. "Yet, your surge in magical power is exceedingly rapid. This is rather inappropriate. The body is akin to a balloon, while magic resembles water. As one ages, the thickness of the balloon increases, thereby allowing for a greater capacity of water. However, your bodily resilience has not augmented significantly. An excessive increase in magic could very well lead to disastrous consequences. What should I do then, Professor? Release it, or halt its growth?" Professor Flitwick replied, casting a curious glance at him. "If there is too much water, one should either release it or turn off the faucet. Is that not quite logical? However, since you are still growing, it is impossible to completely shut off the faucet. You can only release it. How do I go about releasing it?" Frank inquired. "I train in magic every Saturday. The quantity is insufficient, or you are expending too little," Professor Flitwick stated decisively, setting down his quill to look at Frank. "You must devote yourself entirely to using it. Magic should be employed at every moment. Furthermore," he gestured towards the assignments on the table, "from now on, use your magic to turn the pages and to control your quill while writing. Employ magic for dressing and dining as well." Afterward, with a gentle wave of his wand, Professor Flitwick transformed Frank's assignment into 2 copies. "Utilize the duplicated one for your work. Do not ruin a student's assignment." Frank drew his wand, ready to begin, but was halted by Professor Flitwick's intervention. "Are you not capable of performing wandless and incantation-free magic? You are still unpracticed, possessing only a few spells. Are you familiar with apparition?" Professor Flitwick inquired, gazing at Frank. "I have heard of it. It is a magic that allows for swift transportation. Apparition adheres to the principles of 3 Ds: determination, deliberation, and dignity. The same applies to wandless and incantation-free magic. A resolute mindset, unwavering determination for success, and a calm understanding of the incantation are essential." You must firmly believe in your ability to perform magic without wand or words to achieve success. Frank suddenly inquired, Professor, is there really no connection between language and spellcasting? What leads you to that conclusion? I recently observed that France has Busbarton, Germany boasts of Ramstrang, and both Africa and Japan possess their own magical schools. Surely, they cannot all be conducting their teachings in English. Indeed, they instruct in their native tongues. Thus, language appears to hold no significance for us. Of course, it may facilitate a quicker understanding. But then why do you still insist on the precise use of words when we practice the levitation charm? Frank seemed somewhat perplexed. By no significance, I refer to my role as a professor. Certainly, your magical abilities can transcend language. However, for the average young wizard, language is essential for casting spells. It is not until the 5th year that one begins to learn nonverbal incantations. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank also began his training. If I were to directly use the floating star card, it would not meet the demands for controlling magical power. After all, it was merely the activation of the Clow Star card that resulted in a significant surge of magical energy. Frank's eyes were fixed on the homework. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and finally, the first assignment trembled and soared into the air, only to disintegrate into confetti. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded and resumed his practice. The first spell, the second spell, and the third spell. At last, Frank could effortlessly wield the levitation charm without incantation or wand. Professor, it appears I have succeeded, he exclaimed to Professor Flitwick. Yes, perhaps you have achieved half of it, the professor replied. But fret not, you can continue practicing when you return. Professor, why is it only half a success? What can magic accomplish? Professor Flitwick gazed at Frank, not waiting for a response. Magic can accomplish anything. All right, you may head back now. It is getting late, and there will be a curfew. Very well, Professor. I shall take my leave. Take this with you, Professor Flitwick said, handing Frank a piece of paper. It contained a note he had just written. From this day forth, Frank Dell may practice magic in the corridors and the Great Hall. Additionally, Frank Dell is permitted to borrow books from the restricted section, The Secrets of Magic, The Origins of Magic, Forbidden Magic, A Guide to Defending Against Dark Forces, 1785 edition, Understanding Your Wand, and more. Phileas Flitwick. Frank raised his head and said, Professor, what about this? The professor replied, It's nothing. Just focus on your studies. However, regarding dark magic, it is best to steer clear. You are currently in a phase of magical growth, and dark magic could taint your powers. Understood, Professor. I shall take my leave now. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank, clutching Professor Frivy's note, was making his way toward the dormitory when, abruptly, the staircase beneath him began to shift. Upon coming to a halt, he found himself in an unfamiliar corridor. This passage was enshrouded in dust, as if it had not been cleaned since its inception. The murals lining the walls were entirely blank, and the flickering torches only served to heighten the atmosphere of dread. A thunderous rumble echoed as the staircase withdrew, leaving Frank with no avenue of retreat. He pressed onward, the breeze causing the torches to flicker unpredictably. The surroundings were laden with cobwebs, and the shadows of deceased rodents appeared to linger by the corridor's edge. Frank strolled slowly down the corridor, his footsteps echoing in the desolate passageway. Frank slowly advanced, his left hand manifesting a shield, while his right grasped a wand firmly. At that moment, a magnificent mirror suddenly appeared before him. A grand and imposing mirror. Behind it, a window stood ajar, allowing the wind to stir the white gauze draped in front of the mirror, revealing its splendor. The mirror towered high, as if a colossal beast could stand before it and behold its entire form. It boasted an extraordinarily opulent and exquisite frame, adorned with a myriad of gemstones intricately arranged to form an enigmatic design. At its base, 2 claw-like feet provided support, seemingly woven from gold and silver in a harmonious intertwining. At the top, a script formed from flowing mercury reed, Aristella Eheru I Tubi Kafir 8 Ongwos. The mirror of Eris, I do not reflect your face, but rather your desires, Frank murmured as he gazed into the mirror. Frank gazed at the reflection in the mirror. Witnessing a scene from his past, his visage as a freshly minted PhD, celebrating with friends from the orphanage. He envisioned himself reading fairy tales to the children. A moment of pure joy. The image then shifted, transforming into Frank's current appearance, where his father, Juvenal, and mother, Premia, were seated at the dining table, beckoning him to join them for a meal. The scene evolved once more, depicting Frank at approximately 30 years of age, clad in a striking red wizard's robe, adorned with a golden emblem on the left side of his chest. Behind him stood a multitude of wizards, all draped in crimson robes, brandishing their wands. In the sky, instead of the infamous symbol of Voldemort, soared that very golden emblem. Frank gently caressed the mirror's surface, and the scene shifted once more. He beheld himself as a mortal, witnessing the possession of boundless wealth. The imagery continued to transform endlessly. Frank took a deep breath and stepped back. The scene shifted once more to the golden emblem. Then, the mirror reflected nothing but his present self standing there. Frank shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Mirror, mirror, who is the most handsome person in this world? The mirror revealed a line of text. Of course, it is the esteemed reader before the screen. It was the first time anyone had posed such a question, at least to my knowledge. Professor Dumbledore stepped out from behind, smiling. Perhaps no one else possesses such audacity as I do. Frank turned to Dumbledore and shrugged. What I showcase is not your visage, but your desires. Dumbledore recited to the mirror. How does it feel? What are your thoughts? The heiress mirror, a harbinger of calamity. Frank looked at Professor Dumbledore. I feel this mirror is ill-suited for this place. At the very least, it should be in a pristine room. It deserves a setting adorned with gold and jewels. Then why do you believe it to be a source of disaster? In Muggle Greek mythology, Eris is the goddess of strife and discord. It is said that during the wedding of King Peleus of Pythia and Thetis, the daughter of the old sea god Nereus, she was not invited. Consequently, she stealthily cast a golden apple inscribed with "For the fairest" before the assembly of gods, prompting a fierce competition among the goddesses. Ultimately, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite could not determine a victor and thus sought Zeus's judgment. Zeus summoned a prince of mankind, deeming him a paragon of fairness, capable of discerning who was the most beautiful. This prince was Paris, son of King Priam of Troy, located on the Anatolian peninsula. The three goddesses were escorted down from the sacred mountain by Hermes, requesting the shepherding prince to make the decision. To gain the golden apple, they each promised power, honor, and beauty. Paris, wishing to possess the world's most beautiful woman, awarded the apple to Aphrodite, thus igniting the historical Trojan War. Frank gazed at Professor Dumbledore, pondering that the creator of this mirror must possess a profound understanding of ancient Greek mythology. Does this mirror not incite the desires within individuals? Frank sat before the mirror. People are invariably driven by desire, and this mirror reflects the fervor of human longing, inevitably leading to calamity. I am familiar with this tale, though my understanding diverges from yours. Would you care to hear my version? Certainly, Professor. In the distant epic of ancient Greece, Eris was a dark sorceress and an eminent alchemist, snubbed from a grand alchemical gathering. She cast a golden apple inscribed with the words "For the fairest goddess" before the assembly, igniting a fervent scramble among the attendees. In truth, this golden apple was crafted from a multitude of souls, enhanced with a potion that could bestow eternal beauty. Ultimately, three goddesses found themselves at an impasse and sought the counsel of the foremost sorcerer of the time. The so-called gods were, in essence, powerful sorcerers. Thus commenced a war among the three sorceresses. This conflict, ignited by magic, spread throughout Greece, ultimately culminating in its resolution by Muggles. The so-called Trojan War, as understood by Muggles, was, in truth, a war among sorcerers. The two sat quietly on the ground, gazing into the enchanted mirror. What do you see? Professor Dumbledore inquired. I see the realization of my hopes and dreams, Frank replied. Oh, might you share them with me? Dumbledore asked, his gaze fixed upon Frank. I envision joyful reunions with friends, basking in our shared happiness. I see moments with my parents, our family living in blissful harmony. Why do sorcerers engage in war? Frank pondered aloud. If only all sorcerers would apply themselves with a modicum of diligence in their studies, they would not be beset by life's tribulations. They sat in silence for a considerable time. I cannot provide you with a definitive answer, Frank. However, perhaps the wars stem from the insatiable desires of mankind. Human longing knows no bounds, and if not harnessed wisely, it can wreak tremendous havoc. And what of you, Professor? What do you see? Frank glanced at Dumbledore. Ah. Ha ha. Dumbledore chuckled self-deprecatingly. I see a pair of thick woolen socks. People are always bestowing books upon me. Yet they remain oblivious to my yearning for those woolen socks. On Saturday, as Frank and his companions were enjoying dinner, and I'll swoop down and perch beside Frank. Frank retrieved the letter bound to the owl's horn, which contained a mere line, "Meet in the auditorium at 7 o'clock. The signature read Quirinus Quirrell. John. If I have not returned by 9 o'clock, please seek out Professor Sprout and inform her that I am in the Forbidden Forest with Professor Quirrell. Has something gone awry? Frank replied, there should not be any issues, yet I harbor concerns about potential troubles. Riddler, begone. John chuckled. Very well, I shall be at Professor Sprout's precisely at 10. Before long, the clock struck 7. Frank, let us proceed. Professor Quirrell appeared at the auditorium entrance, adorned in a purple wizard's robe and an enormous turban. Silence enveloped them as they walked. Frank, have you ever ventured into the Forbidden Forest? Upon the utterance of these fluid words by Professor Quirrell, Frank discerned that old Voldemort had made contact. Not yet, Professor, he replied hurriedly, trailing behind Professor Quirrell. Oh, then what spells have you mastered? Only the first-year spells. That is insufficient. Allow me to impart a spell to you. Once, Professor Flitwick devised a rather intriguing charm. With a flick of his wand, a tree was severed cleanly. Repeat after me. Sharpness without shadow. Sharpness without shadow. Quicken your pace and direct your intent towards the tree. You must harbor the determination to harm it to unleash its true power. As Frank recited the incantation, a deep gash appeared in the tree's trunk. Excellent. You exhibit a modicum of talent, Professor Quirrell nodded. Now follow me. The night in the Forbidden Forest was profoundly dark. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting a glimmering pattern upon the ground akin to scattered diamonds. Strange calls echoed from afar, further accentuating the perils of the Forbidden Forest. Frank illuminated the fluorescent spell, as the remnants of recent snowfall had yet to fully dissipate, rendering the ground slick and treacherous for traversing. Although the Earth Star card could render the terrain level, Frank was reluctant to reveal this ability in the presence of Professor Quirrell. The professor advanced ahead, seemingly gliding over the ground as if it were solid and firm. Professor, may I inquire why you appear to walk so effortlessly? Frank asked, puzzled. For even wizards must adhere to the fundamental laws of physics. Has no one informed you about the application of magical power? Professor Quirrell's voice drifted back. The utilization of magical energy is not limited to merely casting spells with a wand. You must channel your magic through your feet. Your magical capacity is sufficient for this. He instructed, continuing his path while imparting knowledge to Frank. How does one achieve a stable application of magical energy? I found no relevant explanations within the secrets of magic. Frank queried. Such wisdom is hardly shared openly. You must consult the restricted section. The version from 1742 contains pertinent information, Professor Quirrell replied, casting a sidelong glance at Frank. Surely, you have ventured into the restricted section by now? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank hurriedly turned around and retreated, only to glimpse a multitude of crimson lights emerging from the depths of the forest. As the lights drew nearer, Frank gradually discerned the truth spiders. An overwhelming number of eight-eyed arachnids. Accompanied by a series of clicking sounds, the voice of Professor Chilo reached him. Do not fret. Simply employ the spell I just taught you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank directed his wand towards the branches and, with a swift motion, severed a substantial portion. He then employed a transfiguration spell to transform them into arrows, subsequently attaching a great label to each. Thunderous sounds echoed as a multitude of colossal arrows struck the eight-eyed spiders. The spiders above were obliterated into a gruesome pulp, and under the moonlight, the green blood appeared even more sinister. The transfiguration spell was executed quite adeptly, however. With the utterance of Chilo, an entire row of eight-eyed spiders was cleaved in two. This is the true power of the swift and silent blade. One must harbor a profound and fervent desire to annihilate them in order to wield such magic effectively. Professor, what about the spider silk? Frank, while adhering to Voldemort's strategy, could indeed slay 3 to 5 spiders at once, yet the accumulated silk rendered them unable to break free. Utilize the fire spell, he instructed. Listen closely to my incantation. As the flames roared forth, a blaze swept through the swarm of eight-eyed spiders, incinerating a significant portion of the silk. The gesture requires your wand to be held upright, then trace a circle before flicking it upwards while reciting the spell. As Frank wielded his shadowless blade, he pondered. It appears that Voldemort is not yet inclined to self-destruction, hence his diligent teaching. His affection for the dark arts is truly profound. Spiders continuously ascended the tree where Frank stood, while others leapt from adjacent trees. The formidable pincers of the spiders struck relentlessly against his shield, as Frank dispatched the nearer ones with his shadowless blade, unleashing a fierce blaze towards those further away. The closer spiders were dispatched with a direct strike from his sword, knowing that they could not breach the armor's protection. As time passed, a mound of spider carcasses accumulated at his feet, and Frank leaned heavily against his shield, panting. The onslaught of the eight-eyed spiders momentarily ceased. An aged voice resonated. "Who are you? Why do you seek to slay my progeny?" Frank listened to the aged voice. "Aragog. At last, I can rest a little. I am a student of Hogwarts, merely trespassing in your domain. I may leave now." Frank shouted loudly from behind a shield. "Leave? After slaying so many of my offspring, do you still wish to depart? If I perish here, Professor Dumbledore will personally come and eradicate you all. He shall remain oblivious to your presence." "I did not come alone." Aragog fell silent. "I am Aragog, raised by Hagrid. Dumbledore would not annihilate us. The headmaster permits your breeding here as a favor to Hagrid. Should you harm a student, no one will protect you." After a brief pause, the spider cleared a path. Professor Quirrell suddenly appeared beneath the tree, addressing Frank. "Very well, not too shabby." He then produced a bag filled with glass vials. "Go collect some of the eight-eyed spider's venom." Aragog's furious voice echoed. "Strange wizard, what do you intend to do?" Professor Quirrell let out a slight snort, and a green light flashed. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Frank shook his head, uttering not a word. "You should consult Madame Pomfrey for some medication. Your dark circles are quite pronounced." Andrew advised Frank beside him. "I have already sought her assistance. The calming potion proved ineffective," Frank sighed. "Madame Pomfrey indicated that the overwhelming stress has caused my body to surpass the limitations of the calming draft. She suggested I approach Professor Snape for the essence of life and death." "Then you are doomed, Frank." "Not necessarily, but I cannot disclose the reasons. Professor Snape may not grant me the request. I have already begun procuring ingredients in Diagon Alley, intending to brew the potion myself. Now, let us proceed to class. Today's lesson is on the history of magic with Professor Binns. You should manage to catch a good nap." Kate patted Frank on the back, adding, "After all, Professor Binns is renowned for his soporific lectures." Upon entering the history of magic classroom, the sound of Professor Binns's voice lulled all the students into a stupor. Gradually, the volume of the lecture faded for Frank, becoming softer and softer. Suddenly, with a thud, Frank rose, accidentally knocking over a desk. All the students jolted awake, and Professor Binns paused his lecture, looking at Frank. "My dear student, do you have a question?" Yes, I didn't quite grasp that," Frank quickly responded. "What did you not understand?" "About the reasons for the Goblin Rebellion." "Oh, but I had just been discussing something other than the Goblin Rebellion." "Hufflepuff? What is your name?" "Apologies, Professor. I am Frank Dell." "Very well, Hufflepuff. 3 points deducted for disrupting the class." "I sincerely apologize, Professor." "You ought not to apologize to me. You should extend your apologies to the historical figures in those books, to the esteemed records of history." Frank bowed slightly, uttering an apology. "I'm sorry, Professor. Please, take a seat." John whispered to Frank, "Are you all right?" Frank nodded, remaining silent. The classroom was filled with the somber sound of Professor Binns reading aloud. After class, John and 2 others gathered around Frank, inquiring, "Are you all right? Perhaps we should visit Mrs. Pomfrey at the infirmary." At that moment, an owl swooped in, and Frank took the delivered package. Realizing it contained the ingredients for the elixir of life, he quickly seized the parcel, announcing, "I must go brew some potions," before departing hastily. Frank arrived at the classroom designated for the MLMD Society, a space already allocated to the club by Professor Sprout, ensuring that no one else would intrude. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. resource exhausted. Frank profoundly comprehended why Voldemort, despite having claimed only a few hundred lives, was regarded as the most perilous Dark Lord. Initially, he presumed it was due to the scarcity of population, with each loss affecting families directly. However, he soon realized the inherent terror of the killing curse. When that eerie green light manifested before him, even though it was not directed at him, the sensation of impending death was overwhelmingly palpable. That green light was not merely a whimsical note sung by a singer in a past life, nor was it the jovial jesting of friends. Its emergence plunged the world into an abyss of silence, as if the very essence of life was being extinguished. The figure, hunched over the unicorn, draining its lifeblood, abruptly rose, and in a flash of green, Frank awoke, drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked. "You are awake," Lady Pomfrey remarked, observing him. "Your friends just left. They mentioned you suddenly fainted." Frank was aware that John and the others were merely providing a facade for themselves. He nodded. "Indeed, madam. How long has it been since you had a proper night's sleep?" "Since Saturday night," she replied. "Have the sedatives proven ineffective?" "Not at all, madam. It appears that you have been subjected to considerable distress. I shall summon Severus." Before Frank could decline, Madame Pomfrey had already departed. Shortly thereafter, Professor Snape arrived at the infirmary. "I would like to speak with him alone," Professor Snape stated regarding Madame Pomfrey. "Very well, Severus, but do not frighten the child," Madame Pomfrey advised him before turning to leave. "Have you brewed the draught of living death yourself?" Professor Snape, a master of potions, could discern the concoction merely by the lingering scent on Frank's attire. "Yes, Professor," Frank replied. "The method of preparation involves adding powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion. The wormwood should first be cut into 3-centimeter segments, then steamed for 40 minutes. The resulting liquid should be purified 3 times and left to rest in a cool place for 1 hour. Finally, the steamed wormwood must be ground into a fine powder." Frank cast a glance at Professor Snape. "What are you staring at? Is the process inscribed upon my face?" After grinding the ingredients into a fine powder and allowing the essence to cool, one must gradually sprinkle it in while stirring clockwise with a wand for an hour. The operation is then repeated with the daffodil roots to obtain powder. Once the mugwort infusion displays a milky hue, it should be added gradually. Following this, stir counterclockwise for 3 hours, and after allowing it to settle for 20 minutes, one shall yield the potion of life and death, which appears in a dark green hue. "Well recited, Mr. Dell. But how did you manage to brew yourself into the infirmary?" "I apologize, Professor." Snape regarded Frank with a penetrating gaze before tossing a vial of potion aside. "Next time, you may not be so fortunate," he remarked before turning away. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Frank suddenly gasped. "I shall attempt once more, madam. If it proves futile, I would kindly request that you render me unconscious." With that, Frank reclined upon the bed. Recalling the star system he had not examined in quite some time, the system unfurled slowly within his mind. The last allocation of points had occurred prior to Halloween, and now, over 2 months had elapsed. Yet, he had amassed a total of 5 points to distribute. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After Frank illuminated the star plaque, he once again entered the dream using Sleep and Dream. This time, the dream was my domain. The forbidden forest in the dream was devoid of the sounds of creatures and the whisper of the wind. Only the moonlight continued to bathe this land. Frank followed the path he had traversed before, arriving at the terminus of his nightmare. Before him stood the dark wizard, Voldemort, feasting upon the lifeblood of unicorns. Once again, a blinding green light hurtled toward Frank. With the aid of the dream, he did not remain frozen in place. Instead, he lunged to the left, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Voldemort uttered no words, or perhaps the figment of him within the dream was incapable of speech. Only the relentless onslaught of green lights pierced the air. Shield, Frank thought, as he found himself with no other recourse. Yet, it held firm. The shield successfully blocked the killing curse, although it was inevitably shattered by the force of the spell. "In the Forbidden Forest, I dared not allow you to discover me. But in this dream, who truly fears whom?" As Frank concentrated on reconstituting his shield, he invoked the Earth Star card to conjure a colossal wall. The killing curse was halted by this barrier, but before he could revel in his moment of triumph, a barrage of curses shattered the wall. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, Resource exhausted, Frank wielded the Seong Star card, conjuring a magnificent pair of wings behind him. With the aid of these wings, he soared through the skies, relentlessly assaulting Voldemort with thunder. The shattered shards of a mirror transformed into trees, which Frank transmuted into arrows, launching them at Voldemort with arrow. However, Voldemort merely traced a circle with a flick of his wand, conjuring a wall of fire that incinerated all the arrows. The fiery circle swiftly expanded, engulfing the entire forbidden forest in flames within the dream. In the air, Frank deployed the Snowstar card, summoning a flurry of snowflakes. The snowflakes and flames countered each other, and the remaining snow melted into water, which Frank then froze into ice arrows using the Free Star card, aiming them at Voldemort. Yet, they failed to strike their target. The arrows merely blanketed the ground where Voldemort stood, only to vanish with a mere flick of his wand. A blinding green light shot into the sky, reminiscent of an anti-aircraft missile barrage. What sorcery allowed for such rapid-fire spells? Frank, desperately evading in the air, could not help but curse vehemently. As Frank's thoughts surged, towering walls emerged from the ground, transforming under the influence of the Maze Star brand into an immense labyrinth. The walls were entirely composed of shattered mirrors. "Let us see how you shatter these mirrors," Frank declared, raising his wand as the entirety of the maze was enveloped in a tempest of lightning. Hands reached out from the depths, attempting to seize Voldemort. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey had summoned Professor Dumbledore. "Albus, you must see this." "What is wrong with this child?" Dumbledore gazed at Frank's frail form on the bed, sensing a steep rise in the magical energy within him. "What has he ingested?" "The elixir of life," Professor Snape remarked from beside him. The four heads of houses had gathered. Professor McGonagall inquired, "Albus, what is happening?" "I do not know. He appears to have undergone a severe shock. His magic has erupted once more, but this time it is contained within him." Dumbledore drew the Elder Wand and traced a circle beside Frank's bed. "We cannot touch him now. Any external force may cause his magic to explode. Yet, if we refrain from contact, the same catastrophic outcome could still occur. Phileas, when this child awakens, teach him the Patronus charm and ancient spells. These incantations require substantial magical energy, which can assist in alleviating the surging power within him. Minerva, instruct him in the Agamemnon transformation. This ritual can suppress the internal magic with the power of the stars. Additionally, notify Hagrid to take him on weekly excursions through the Forbidden Forest to expend his energy and enhance his physical strength. Pomona, I recall that certain plants require magic to thrive. Teach him to cultivate these flora to expedite his magical consumption. Severus, commence his education in advanced potion making. This too can mitigate the repercussions of his rapidly escalating magic. And what now? Madame Pomfrey asked. Now, we can only pray for Merlin's blessing. In the dream, Voldemort soared from the ground, not as the dark mist depicted in films, but rather with a magnificent pair of black wings. A fierce chase ensued in the air, where Voldemort's killing curse rained down like a torrential downpour. Not only the killing curse, but also fire spells and various other incantations in a kaleidoscope of colors surged toward Frank. To an observer, it might have appeared as a splendid display of fireworks. However, within the chaos, Frank felt as though Voldemort were wielding an unfair advantage. "How can you be so powerful?" Frank exclaimed, evading a spell when he was struck by a cutting curse, crashing to the ground. Fortunately, his armor absorbed the blow, yet the magical armor shattered upon impact. Suddenly, hands erupted from the ground, grasping at Frank as Voldemort descended slowly. Standing before him, "You are not Voldemort. Who are you?" A deeper fear gripped him. If this figure was not Voldemort, then who was battling him in this dream? Who sought to take his life? A green light surged forth, and with a swift motion, Frank raised his shield. He hastily severed the hands that clutched him with his sword and leapt onto the walls of the maze. The mirrors no longer reflected only Frank. Voldemort's visage appeared as well. The mirrors clashed in a frenzied assault, shattering into countless fragments. The walls began to rise and fall, and Frank realized that the power of Earth was being wielded by his adversary. Frank tentatively unleashed a radiant strike, yet before the unknown figure, presumed to be Voldemort, a shield materialized abruptly, thwarting Frank's assault. The entity known as Voldemort leaped forth, persisting in its onslaught. Frank turned to flee, only to discover that the dream was no longer entirely under his control. He felt akin to a hunter ensnared in his own trap, albeit with a tiger, one that had transformed into a human, lurking within. In their fierce struggle, the lethal edge of Voldemort struck Frank's right hand, causing his wand to clatter to the ground. The excruciating pain compelled Frank to curl up on the floor. Simultaneously, in the infirmary, a massive wound appeared on Frank's right hand, one that proved impossible to heal. Voldemort advanced towards Frank, his wand astonishingly morphing into a sword, raised high and poised to descend. In a moment of desperation, Frank delivered a swift kick to his adversary's groin. Subsequently, Frank's sword pierced Voldemort's back, causing him to stagger a few steps before collapsing to the ground. The earth reached out, ensnaring him firmly, and subsequently shattered his wand. Frank recalled his sword, pressing its blade against Voldemort's throat. With a swift stroke, Voldemort's head fell to the ground. Initially, the severed head transformed into the visage of Voldemort from a bygone film, only to subsequently morph into Frank's own likeness. Soon after, everything was reduced to ashes. From the lifeless body to the entirety of the Forbidden Forest, all dissipated like smoke. Frank sensed that all star tokens were once again at his disposal. Even as a new apparition of Voldemort emerged in his dream, he found himself devoid of magical prowess. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank opened his eyes and, in a daze, perceived a golden object fluttering before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the gaze of Professor Dumbledore. "Professor, what brings you here?" Frank inquired feebly. "You've been in slumber for quite some time." "It's been 3 days," Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. "Is Professor Snape's potion truly that potent?" He pondered, attributing his own folly to the professor. "Is your brain fashioned from troll's hide?" Professor Snape's voice echoed from the adjacent room, followed by the sound of a door slamming. "Severus still cares for you. He checks on your condition every day." "Me? Professor Snape cares for me?" Frank mused incredulously. Not everyone receives special treatment from Severus in class. Dumbledore blinked and picked up a chocolate frog. "This is a gift from your friend. Do you mind if this old man indulges?" The professor unwrapped the treat and exclaimed, "Ah, a classic figure, Dumbledore." Frank smiled weakly and said, "Professor, please, do not ask anything. First, you ought to rest well. I believe you should have time to visit my office tomorrow afternoon. For now, you can enjoy a pleasant conversation with your friends." Professor Dumbledore rose and walked to the door, then turned back to say, "The password is sugar and honey." As he opened the door, Hermione rushed in and threw herself onto Frank, exclaiming, "You are finally awake." Frank coughed softly, signaling to look behind him. Professor Dumbledore quickly interjected, "Do not mind me," as he turned to leave, remarking, "Youth is indeed a blessing." Hermione, with a shy smile, then addressed Frank, "It's all my fault. For the past few days, while Harry and I have been investigating the Philosopher's Stone, I completely forgot to visit you." As she spoke, her voice trembled, almost bringing her to tears. Though John had yet to enter, his voice resonated from outside. "No loud noises allowed," came the authoritative tone of Madame Pomfrey. John promptly apologized, and the group cautiously made their way inside. "Frank, you have no idea what transpired," John began, but Frank interrupted John. "You should start from the moment I was in the club's classroom." Thus began John's tale. "You were preparing potions, and we realized that you hadn't slept for quite some time. What if something went awry?" Kate chimed in, so we sought Hermione's assistance, as we all agreed that her potion-making skills were unparalleled. Andrew continued, "Upon finding Hermione, Neville was also present, and together we hurried to the club's classroom, for it was the only place suitable for potion-making." Frank nodded. "What happened next?" "We entered to find you unconscious, unresponsive to our calls. The cauldron had burned through. We hurriedly brought you to the infirmary. That same night, the infirmary was sealed off, with all students barred from entry. Only the headmaster, the 4 deans, and Madame Pomfrey remained there. During this period, even the Weasley twins fell silent, claiming it was Professor McGonagall's wrathful period and that we should avoid trouble. The following day, everyone in the infirmary was relocated to the other end of the corridor for treatment. The infirmary and the entire corridor were completely closed off. All classrooms on both floors were rendered unusable and all clubs were suspended. The staircases altered their routes, prohibiting any stops here, which persisted until today, or rather, it was only half an hour ago that normalcy was restored. Frank and Hermione anxiously inquired, "What exactly transpired? Why did your magic go awry again?" "Magic gone awry? Perhaps I shall disclose that after this semester concludes," he replied. "Why?" "Because you are currently incapable of safeguarding your own mind. The repercussions of discovery would be troublesome." The group exchanged glances when Madame Pomfrey unexpectedly entered, declaring, "Visiting hours have concluded. You may leave now." "We'll stay a few more minutes, I beg you, madam. He is merely undergoing a checkup. If all is well, he can attend classes tomorrow." "You are permitted to depart," she insisted. Very well, they reluctantly exited the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey turned to Frank, saying, "Your magical power is currently too great. It is on par with that of an auror. You must be cautious, enhance your physical resilience, and practice magic frequently. Do you understand? Yes, madam. Rest well. The next day, they found themselves once again in the familiar surroundings of the headmaster's office. Good afternoon, headmaster. Please, take a seat, Frank. Is it the same as before? Thank you, headmaster, for your assistance. You nearly caused quite a stir this time, Dumbledore remarked. His hands interlaced atop the desk, his blue eyes peering through his spectacles at Frank. I apologize, Professor. I did not anticipate it would escalate to this. Phileas should have warned you regarding your magical power, he noted. Indeed, Professor Flitwick did caution me. So why did such an incident occur? If you had properly expended your magical energy instead of suppressing it. I did not suppress my magic. I merely... Frank gazed into Dumbledore's eyes. Was startled. Startled? Yes, as you know, Professor Quirrell took me to the Forbidden Forest last Saturday, where he cast the killing curse before me. Frank nodded. Yes. The killing curse. And then what transpired? What did you do? Afterward, I could not sleep for nights on end, haunted by the glow of the killing curse in my dreams. So you brewed the elixir of life yourself and ended up in the infirmary? Yes, Professor. I intended to concoct the elixir to rid myself of this nightmare. And then, Dumbledore pressed further. In my dream, I fought with Professor Quirrell, ultimately defeating him with Gryffindor's sword. However, his head fell and transformed into mine. So that was it. Dumbledore reflected for a moment, then spoke in a somber tone. Frank, your magical power is growing rapidly, yet your physical strength is inadequate. Particularly, the stimulation from the killing curse has intensified your magical surge. Coupled with the influence of negative emotions, this likely explains your dream battles. What was it that I faced in my dreams? The quiet ones. I had thought this world had no quiet ones left. Quiet ones? What are those? Frank recalled Credence from Fantastic Beasts, yet he was attending school normally, without any lack of guidance or suppressing his abilities. Typically, an 11-year-old wizard would not become a quiet one upon entering a magical institution. But you are different, Frank. Dumbledore sighed. Your magic is too powerful to wield normally. The combination of immense magical power and the severe impact of negative emotions has manifested your quiet one. Dumbledore rose and approached Frank, looking him in the eyes. Promise me, do not let your negative emotions govern your heart. But I have severed them with my sword. Frank conjured the sword, Gryffindor's sword still gleaming and sharp. Indeed, but as long as your body is unable to fully accommodate your magic, the quiet one may return. What am I to do, Professor? Face my fears? I have already enlisted several professors to assist you, but your training cannot solely rely on Hagrid. I will find a master swordsman to instruct you. As for confronting your fears, Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Indeed, the method to conquer fear is to defeat it. You performed admirably in your dreams. Frank nodded, intending to express that his sword could be wielded in various ways. Yet he recalled that the key to significantly enhancing magical power lay within the Kuro Star Seed. He silently closed his mouth. A new week commenced, and Professor Sprout, adhering to Headmaster Dumbledore's request, specifically instructed students from the Department of International Trade to procure a seed from the East. A single seed of the Sunlight Tree. Frank, Professor Sprout stated, this is the subject of our lesson today, and one of the primary focuses of your studies in herbology this semester. She regarded Frank and continued. This plant has been procured at Headmaster Dumbledore's behest, as it primarily thrives on magical energy. You will need to harness your own magical power to facilitate its growth. Frank gazed at the seed before him, or rather, at the flame it resembled, and inquired with curiosity, Professor, what is this? How does one plant it? This, the professor explained, is the seed of the Sunlight Tree. The method of planting is quite straightforward. You simply need to envelop it with your magical essence and allow it to bask in the sunlight each day at noon. Frank gazed at the ember. No larger than a fist, its surface ablaze with delicate flames. Yet, it appeared to have exhausted its efforts to survive in this winter, failing to emit any warmth. Frank raised his head, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. And then, he inquired, Professor, do you input magical energy into it every day? Not entirely, the professor replied. In addition to daily magical input, you must find a suitable location to plant it, one that receives sunlight daily. Furthermore, you should change its position weekly, ensuring that it corresponds to the cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north. After a month, it will sprout. Why is that? Frank asked. That is the essence of our lesson today, Professor Sprout said, waving her wand as a visual representation of a tree's life unfolded on the blackboard. The Sunlight Tree plays an immensely significant role, yet it is seldom cultivated. Professor Sprout first pointed to the seed. This is the fire seed. the singular seed of the sunlight tree. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that a wizard may nurture only one throughout their lifetime. Once you begin the cultivation process, regardless of its success or failure, you cannot plant a second. She gestured towards Frank. You must be aware that it is exceedingly particular. It will not accept a second master, nor will it permit its master to cultivate another. Moreover, for every year that passes without someone planting it, the seed of the sunlight tree will automatically split into 10 offspring. Yet to this day, no one has successfully nurtured one to maturity. Thus, no one knows whether the mother tree exerts control over its progeny. It possesses an extraordinary capacity for division and the absorption of magical energy. Before the age of 11, no wizard is permitted to cultivate it. What about those who are mute? Frank queried. Theoretically, it is possible, the professor acknowledged. But the existence of the mute is a result of the repression of magical energy. If one could cultivate without suppressing their magic, the mute would not exist, and thus, they could not plant. However, cultivation cannot occur without the release of magical energy. Professor Sprout paused for a moment. Hence, you are unique. Your exceptional circumstances led to your muteness, yet your formidable magical ability allows for cultivation, and you have surpassed the age of 11, a rarity in history. Professor, since it is called the sunlight tree, does it have a restraining effect on dark creatures? Not only that, she explained. The existence of the sunlight tree will gradually influence its master's magical energy during its growth phase. In other words, mastering dark magic will become exceedingly challenging. Particularly the unforgivable curses, you will find them utterly inaccessible. Conversely, the study and application of white magic will become significantly easier. Frank nodded and glanced at the spark. Professor, surely this does not involve merely digging a hole to plant it? Professor Sprout chuckled lightly. Certainly not. First, at the stroke of midnight, wrap it in fresh moonlight grass. Then soak it in a lunar eclipse potion. On the second midnight, it will diminish in size, after which you must envelop it with your own magical essence until noon. At which point it will be planted. Does it possess any other functions? That brings us to the third aspect. During the growth phase of the sun tree, we believe that the magic wielded by its caretaker can significantly aid in the recovery of those afflicted by dark magic. Even individuals harmed by dementors have a certain likelihood of being restored. Professor Sprout sighed, however. We generally contend that those from whom dementors have siphoned joy suffer damage to their very souls, rendering this likelihood exceedingly slim. I would like to inquire, Professor, if it enters the growth phase, does that mean there is a greater possibility of healing for Neville's parents? You are aware of this matter? Indeed, we hold that belief. Though there is no precedent. Then let us proceed, but let us first keep this from Neville. We must not allow him to harbor false hopes. We will speak of success when it is achieved. Frank nodded, preparing to plant the sun tree. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank silently pondered. Perhaps you also wish to save those afflicted by dark magic. Let us linger here until midnight to gather moonlight grass. I informed Severus to prepare the lunar eclipse potion. Professor, what do the surrounding flora and the 4 locations signify? The 4 times represent the seasons, while the 4 locations denote cardinal directions, time and space, elements of ritual magic. Professor, if no one has succeeded before, how do we know the conditions for planting and its effects? This should have been imparted by your history of magic instructor. The earliest sun trees introduced to the wizarding world were gifted to ancient Rome by the East nearly 2 millennia ago. The Holy See then placed them in their sacred city. Following its conquest, the seeds returned to the Holy See during the Crusades, amidst a series of brutal experiments yielding results. And then, the 4 founders, after establishing the school, relentlessly swept through all mystical realms within England. Once Hogwarts and its secrets stabilized, they intervened personally to compel the Holy See to cease its first crusade. What happened next? The Holy See, unwilling to accept defeat, possessed formidable wizards. The 4 founders stood across the sea from the Holy See, while Muggles invariably held faith in it. Upon becoming wizards, Muggle-born children entered Hogwarts, potentially betraying the institution. This was a primary reason for Slytherin's departure. So, Slytherin's concerns were valid at that time? One cannot assert that. Indeed, some betrayed the school. Yet, a substantial number remained steadfast in their support, and it was these individuals and their progeny who later contributed to the establishment of Protestantism in England. Severus has arrived. Frank still had questions, but Professor Sprout interrupted him. Severus, thank you for your efforts. It's nothing, replied Professor Snape to Professor Sprout, then turned to Frank, handing him a note. Remember to keep watch and memorize it. Frank glanced at the note, which read, "Approval for Frank Dell to borrow advanced potion making and detailed potion crafting." It was signed, Severus Snape. "Thank you, Professor. I recall that over the past 2 months, I have taught you all the potions up to the 3rd year. On Friday, I shall examine you. Should you err, you may find yourself extracting toad venom for the rest of your days," Professor Snape declared, turning away with a flourish of his robes. "Do not fret, Frank. Severus merely has a rather harsh manner of speaking. He will teach you diligently," Professor Sprout reassured Frank. "I know, Professor. Let us prepare to plant the trees." Time rewound to the following day, when Frank was lost in slumber. In the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall was inquiring, "Albus, what on earth is happening with Frank?" "Minerva, I cannot provide an answer at this moment," Dumbledore replied. "Cannot provide an answer? His magical power is surging, and he could explode like a firework at any moment." "Indeed, I can discern that. How could he possess such formidable magic?" "I do not know, Minerva. However, he reminds me of someone I am reluctant to recall." "Who?" "I believe you're already familiar with Credence Barebone, my nephew." "But he is. Are you suggesting Frank is a squib?" "Impossible. He showed no signs before this. It appears his innate magic has always been stronger than that of his peers, and recently, he seems to have experienced a fright that has triggered this latent potential. Do you remember what I said yesterday?" "Yesterday? But we must wait for him to awaken. That is entirely up to him. If he awakens and his magical power continues to escalate rapidly, what then? We must ensure he is no longer subjected to any fright. As for the rest, he should engage in physical training. The stronger his body, the more magic he can contain. Given the current circumstances, Albus, how much longer can this child survive if his magic continues to grow at this rate, even without external stimuli? I believe he may have around 3 years, though I hope for a longer span. But, very well, Albus. Let us hope we are correct. Otherwise, I dread facing his parents. Frank, please transform this matchstick into a needle," Professor McGonagall instructed Frank during class. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank continued to transform into a teapot, adorned with intricate carvings of numerous cats at play, some chasing a ball, others pursuing butterflies, and a few peacefully napping. Excellent. Now let us metamorphose this teapot into a bird. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank raised his wand, poised to utter the incantation, when a sudden realization struck him. The requirement was to maintain silence. After a few erratic flourishes, the bird failed to revert to a teapot. Instead, it transformed into a peculiar entity, half teapot and half bird. "Frank, you have but 1 week," Professor McGonagall warned softly. "I'm sorry, Professor, I don't understand," Frank replied, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at her. "You must be aware that your magical abilities are escalating at an alarming rate. The silent spell will enhance the magic you employ in your incantations." Professor McGonagall regarded Frank intently. 1 week. You have only 1 week. Very well, Professor, Frank nodded, acknowledging the gravity of his situation. "Phileas should have provided you with a permit to use magic. Do you have it with you?" Frank nodded and handed the permit to Professor McGonagall. She inscribed an additional note on the document. Permission granted for Frank Dell to use magic on school premises, strictly for personal learning purposes and not to engage in any attacks on fellow students. That will suffice for today. You must still attend to planting the sun trees this evening. I shall grant you a day's leave from tomorrow's classes. Success is imperative. Do you understand? Frank nodded. "I will succeed, Professor. Remember to use the levitation charm to lift yourself. Do not merely walk. Do you understand? You must be using magic at all times," Professor McGonagall advised before allowing Frank to proceed to dinner. That night, Frank remained in the greenhouse with Professor Sprout. "Professor, you didn't finish your previous discussion. What about the new church?" "Well, when you study the history of magic in the future, Professor Binns will explain it to you. But we have nothing to do while we wait here. Please, share your thoughts." "Very well. Would you like to know? Since the new church was established by our own kind, what about the witch hunts? I have mentioned that some muggle-born children betrayed Hogwarts. Although they were repelled, they managed to join the church." "Join the church?" "Indeed. The parents of those children were devout believers, harboring animosity towards wizards. They would beat and scold their children for wanting to become wizards. In loyalty to their parents, those children betrayed the school. If they were beaten and scolded, why would they still betray the school? Because love exists even in abusive parents, there is a facet of love for their children. Even the tormented children can love their parents. So, they sought refuge in the church. The church claimed it could absolve those children and their parents of their sins. Professor Sprout shook her head. So, the church was aware of Hogwarts' location? During that period, the school faced immense difficulties. Bolstered by faith, Muggle children were reluctant to enroll. Simultaneously, the church was pursuing us. All 4 founders vanished. What happened afterward? Subsequently, the children from Muggle families who stood with us began to defect to the church. Defection? No. After aligning with the church, the witch hunts intensified. Gradually, we discovered that many of the slain wizards were descendants of those who betrayed the school. Spies. Frank was astonished to learn that the school had dispatched spies even then. It seemed that Dumbledore's later decision to enlist Snape as a spy was a school tradition. Yes. The professor nodded. Initially, the school was unaware. It was only after the witch hunts concluded that we uncovered this truth. Those loyal to the school survived, while those who were disloyal perished at the hands of the wand. Professor Sprout sighed and shook her head. At that time, only the headmaster knew, compelling them to sign a significant magical pact. To ensure their loyalty? To guarantee the annihilation of enemies. Not long after, the new church emerged in England, and reform movements began worldwide. Even the Muggle Renaissance bore their influence. The Renaissance? Then what is the reason for our current secrecy laws? That is another matter entirely. But we lack the time to discuss it now. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed at the spark in his hand. Perhaps, this too is a form of hope. Frank, when transforming, be resolute. Frank, your teeth must be ground to dust. Frank, let every movement be infused with magic. Frank, the leaves of the sunlit tree. Frank, run a little faster. Frank felt as though countless professors were incessantly urging him to learn and master quickly, as if tomorrow Voldemort would arrive to wreak havoc. But the only savior was his own absurdity. Frank? Frank? John gently tapped Frank on the shoulder. Perhaps you should return and rest for a while. You appear utterly exhausted. We'll come to fetch you for dinner. It had been 2 months since his last fainting episode, and now it was the final week of February. During this time, Frank had been absorbing the teachings of various professors, feeling as if he had been transported back to his senior year of high school in a previous life. Although he was spared from writing exams, the volume of assignments was still astonishing. Moreover, the looming threat of magical mishaps could erupt at any moment like a burst of fireworks. With a sudden thud, Frank slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "No, I must clear my mind. Otherwise, I shall suffocate under this pressure." "Are you planning to wander the castle at night?" John inquired. "I think it's a splendid idea." "A nighttime adventure in the castle," Kate added from the side. "Let us do it together. After all, there are no classes tomorrow morning, and we can catch up on sleep." Andrew also cast his vote in favor. The 3 of them gazed at Frank, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Frank raised his hands and performed a French salute, bidding farewell until the evening. At midnight, when all had succumbed to slumber, 4 individuals stealthily emerged from their dormitory. "Where are we headed?" Frank inquired. "No idea," John replied without even glancing up. Then, under Frank's bewildered gaze, he added, "First, let's raid the kitchen for a midnight snack. And then we can decide where to wander." As they approached the kitchen door, John, while studying the portrait at the entrance, remarked, "I recall Cedric mentioning that this painting can be activated with just a touch." Andrew and Kate nodded in agreement. "I remember too, but we've never tried." The trio huddled before the portrait for quite some time, persistently poking at it, yet none managed to prod the plow hidden within. In the nascent days of Hogwarts, the 4 founders had debated the necessity of house elves within the castle. Slytherin contended that Hogwarts was a sanctuary for wizards, expressing disdain even for half-blood wizards, let alone house elves, who were not wizards at all. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw paid little heed to this, believing instead that the existence and continuation of house elves required the castle to consistently supply them with magical energy. Fearing that their presence might encroach upon the magical environment of the students, only Hufflepuff stood resolutely in favor of their retention. First soothing Slytherin by stating that young witches and wizards had no time for trivial matters, and then arguing that if such factors could affect the students' magical environment, then perhaps it was time for the castle to cease to exist. Now, a group of house elves stood behind the door, watching the entrance to the kitchen. These house elves were acutely aware that the young Hufflepuff wizards awaited outside, yet according to the rules, they were obliged to open the kitchen door themselves. Frank observed the trio struggling to open the door for quite some time, and with a swift gesture, he snapped his fingers. With a soft pop, a house elf materialized beside him. Clad in tattered, filthy rags and mismatched shoes, the creature wore an odd hat atop its head. It bowed deeply to Frank and said, "Esteemed young master, you have summoned me." The three, John, Kate, and Andrew, exchanged glances between the house elf and Frank. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Kate was the first to voice her suspicion, followed closely by John. "Are you seeking to make a fool of us?" Andrew chimed in immediately. "It appears someone has betrayed the dormitory." Frank quickly stepped back 2 paces, urging, No, please go in first. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when Filch arrives. Boley, please inform us of the method to open the door." "Very well, young master. Boley is at your service. You merely need to scratch the plow on the plate to unlock it." The group swiftly glanced around before hastening into the kitchen. Inside, there were at least 200 house elves bustling about. They chattered excitedly, greeting the newcomers. "Welcome, young master of Hufflepuff, to the kitchen." Some elves inquired, "Does the young master require something to eat?" As Frank and his companions first stepped into the kitchen, they felt as though the little sprites were on the verge of unfurling a banner to warmly welcome them. John quickly intervened to halt the sprites' exuberant greetings, saying, "We are rather hungry. Is there anything to eat?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank exclaimed. Silence. "Now listen to me." He pointed at a nearby sprite, instructing, "You shall prepare some beef, diced into small cubes, and then skewer them with wooden sticks, each around 5 inches in length." He then gestured towards another sprite, commanding, "You will prepare a rectangular charcoal grill, ensuring its width does not exceed 4 inches. Turning to yet another sprite, he added, "You shall chop some vegetables, threading the longer pieces onto 2 skewers." John and his companions looked at Frank, puzzled. "What is all this for?" Frank, undeterred, pointed to another sprite. "You, go and find some Sichuan pepper, cumin, and chili to grind into powder." The sprites cheerfully set about their tasks, while the others watched Frank, eagerly awaiting his next orders. "Let the others assist them," Frank suggested, "and then we can all sit down together to dine." Soon, a few of them settled down, chatting animatedly as they savored the barbecue. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, it was 3 in the morning. John stretched lazily and inquired, "Having eaten our fill, shall we continue our nocturnal adventure or return to sleep?" Kate pondered for a moment and replied, "Since it is already this late, why not explore the castle a little longer? I have yet to witness the castle at midnight." Andrew nodded in agreement, and Frank clapped his hands. "Very well, let us first ascend to the 8th floor and then venture downward, searching for any hidden passages." Once they stepped out, they cautiously ascended the staircase to the 8th floor. Frank glanced over and pointed towards the principal's office, urging everyone to lower their voices and be cautious as the principal might rise to use the restroom. A few individuals stifled their laughter, then quietly tiptoed past the 2 stone beasts flanking the entrance to the principal's chamber. Frank gazed at the tapestry on the wall depicting the giant clobbering the hapless Barnaby. "This must be the room that grants wishes," he mused. The sudden cry of a cat startled the group. John sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's Filch's cat. Run. We must flee." He hastily seized Andrew, who stumbled in surprise but quickly followed suit. The meowing of the feline did not evoke a desire to pet it. Rather, it instilled a sense of dread, as if a malevolent spirit were pursuing them. In truth, the imminent threat was none other than Argus Filch, the school's infamous squib. Filch served as the caretaker of the school and the gatekeeper of Hogwarts. He was a cantankerous and loathsome individual, reveling in opposing the students at every turn. His sole companion was a cat named Mrs. Norris, the embodiment of his every emotional investment. Much like Filch, Mrs. Norris prowled the corridors of the castle incessantly, and upon discovering any mischief wrought by the students, she would alert Filch, who would promptly arrive at the scene, seeking justification to punish the offenders. Apart from Fred and George Weasley, Filch possessed an unparalleled knowledge of the secret passages and hidden doors within Hogwarts. Living as a squib in this magical realm, devoid of the ability to cast spells, had twisted him into a grotesque figure. His office was adorned with gleaming chains and handcuffs, polished to a shine, as he frequently petitioned Headmaster Dumbledore for permission to utilize these instruments of punishment, though Dumbledore had always denied his requests, given his penchant for such devices. He was often referred to as the gatekeeper of hell at Hogwarts. As Frank floated ahead, he addressed John, saying, "This is not the time for scientific discourse. How are we to make our escape?" Meanwhile, Kate, keeping pace with him, remarked, "Our knowledge of the secret passages pales in comparison to that of Filch, which means he may very well be lying in wait ahead of us. Moreover, Professor Andrew, having overindulged in his recent meal, is now struggling to keep up. The professors are on patrol at night. If it were Professor Snape, even the mere mention of his name sent a chill down their spines. Stop speaking of it. Stop speaking of it. We must hurry. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Frank waved his wand gently, and several individuals began to float effortlessly into the air. "What floor are we on?" he inquired as he continued his descent. "The 3rd floor. We've reached the 3rd floor now. Would you fancy a stroll outside and return when the morning doors open? Let us go. With things being this way, why fear anything?" Laughter erupted among them, only to be interrupted by Filch's furious roar. "Stop right there, you lot. Which house are you from, daring to use magic in the corridors?" Trailing behind was Peeves, ever drawn to the commotion. "Ha ha ha." Students awake while Filch is in hot pursuit. As Peeves followed, he gleefully tossed water balloons and toppled suits of armor. The group laughed heartily as they rushed towards the 2nd floor window, leaping out with abandon. Thanks to magic, they landed safely and smoothly on the ground. Filch, exasperated, poked his head out of the window, shouting, "Don't let me catch you." Frank saluted Filch below, and then a few of them burst into laughter as they dashed towards the playground, heading in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Their bright laughter echoed across the campus, illuminating the dormitories one by one. Numerous Gryffindor students leaned out to witness the exuberant antics of their peers sprinting across the grounds. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. "You. Come to my office immediately. Now." Sneaking out at night, climbing through windows, and making such a commotion to disturb everyone. "How dare you?" Professor McGonagall, clad in a light blue nightgown, appeared somewhat disheveled with her hair hastily thrown up for sleep. Beneath her glasses, her piercing gaze was firmly fixed upon the 4 individuals. 4 individuals stood in the office, their heads bowed, fixated on their toes. Beside them, the furious voice of Ferk echoed, insisting on strict punishment. Strict punishment. "All right, Ferk. You may leave now." "But there are no buts. You must leave." Professor McGonagall's voice betrayed a hint of exhaustion. Ferk cast a piercing glance at the 4, as though he wished to etch their faces into his memory before departing from Professor McGonagall's office. "The details of your punishment will be relayed to you by Pomona tomorrow. For now, you should return and get some rest," she sighed. "Frank, stay behind. The 3 of you, wait outside. John, your transfiguration skills have improved remarkably. It is time to prepare for your animagus transformation. I had planned to discuss it with you in a few days, but it seems your late-night escapades have disrupted your fellow students." "I apologize, Professor," Frank conceded, fully aware that his only option was to admit fault. "Let me outline the procedure for you. I will teach you thoroughly over the weekend. Firstly, for an entire month, from one full moon to the next, you must continuously hold a single leaf of mandrake in your mouth. You must remember, at no point should you swallow the leaf or remove it from your mouth. If it leaves your lips, the entire process must recommence. Secondly, at the full moon, you must extract the leaf and fill a crystal vial with your saliva, allowing the leaf to soak in it and absorb the pure moonlight. Should clouds obscure the moon that night, you will need to find a new mandrake leaf and start over. Into the vial illuminated by moonlight. Add a strand of your hair and a silver teaspoon of dew collected from a place untouched by sunlight or human contact for a full week. Finally, include a cocoon of a death's head hawk moth. This concoction must be placed in a quiet, dark location where it must remain undisturbed until the arrival of the next thunderstorm. Thirdly, during the waiting period for the storm, each dawn and dusk, remember to point the tip of your wand at your heart and recite the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Fourthly, the waiting period may extend for weeks, months, or even years. During this time, the crystal vial must remain completely undisturbed and shielded from sunlight, as exposure to sunlight will result in catastrophic mutations. If you consistently recite the incantation at sunrise and sunset, there will come a moment when the tip of your wand touches your chest, and you will feel a second heartbeat, sometimes stronger than your original heartbeat, sometimes feebler. Everything must proceed unchanged, and the incantation must be recited the correct number of times without omission. Fifthly, at the moment lightning cleaves the sky. Hasten to the place where you buried the crystal vial. If you have correctly completed all the preceding steps, you will discover a vial of blood-red potion within. Sixthly, you must immediately journey to a vast and safe location, ensuring that the transformation process does not draw attention or endanger your body. Point the tip of your wand at your heart, recite the incantation Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, and then consume the potion. Do you understand? Professor, is it permissible to use a weather charm? No, that would disrupt the magical ritual. It must be conducted solely by natural forces. Professor Sinistra, may I inquire if the movement of the stars truly influences wizards? Frank suddenly posed this question during an astronomy class in the third week of March. I have also read numerous Muggle books, and they seem to possess a deeper understanding of astronomy, knowing more about the stars. Yet, we here appear to only comprehend a few within our galaxy. Muggles have even landed on the moon, while we, upon hearing Frank's question, Professor Sinistra surveyed the classroom. Is there anyone else with similar confusion? The students glanced around, yet no hands were raised, for it was a trivial class, and few paid attention. It seems only Professor Sinistra's gaze landed on Frank. She recognized him, permitted by the headmaster to use magic in all his classes, though his name momentarily escaped her. It appears this student is the only one with such inquiries. Therefore, after lunch tomorrow, please come to my office. Any objections? Very well, Professor. Would 1:30 p.m. tomorrow work for you? Indeed. Carry on with your class. Professor Sinistra nodded, resuming her lecture as the other students reclined once more on the grass, gazing at the stars. The following day after lunch, Professor Sinistra, I have arrived. Professor Sinistra resided at the pinnacle of the Ravenclaw Tower, the location in Hogwarts closest to the starry sky. The door opened automatically, and as Frank stepped inside, he found himself enveloped in darkness. However, upon entering further, he discovered himself amidst the cosmos. It was a vast universe. Frank gazed around, realizing the entirety of the solar system lay beneath him. With the Milky Way at his side, distant clusters of stars twinkled, both large and small. Professor Sinistra! Professor Sinistra! Frank dared not move further and called out loudly. Do not shout. It is all an illusion. Walk towards the sun, came Professor Sinistra's voice. Frank turned his gaze toward the sun and cautiously approached it. The closer he drew, the larger the sun appeared, until he finally stood before it, where he saw Professor Sinistra seated with her back turned, writing something. Frank hastily exclaimed, Professor Sinistra, I have arrived. Professor Sinistra lifted her gaze, and the table transformed into a meteor. It began to soar through the starry sky. Professor, what is this? Oh, do not be alarmed. This was originally the office of Ravenclaw. It was later entrusted to the astronomy professor for the purpose of stargazing. Frank nodded. Professor, is this a manifestation of a spatial expansion spell? Certainly not, replied Professor Sinistra. This is a miniature realm. She glanced at Frank. Are you envious? Each of the 4 founders possessed their own miniature sanctuaries. It is said that Slytherin's was the most expansive. And what about those stars? Frank inquired, gazing upward, the myriad of stars eliciting a profound sense of awe. Professor Sinistra reached behind her and patted the sun. All of it is illusory. Only the sun can be considered somewhat genuine. And this sun is? It is said to belong to a figure from the East named E. They possess many such stars. It is rumored that during their travels around the world, the 4 founders visited the East, where the locals offered them a piece of land upon hearing of their intention to establish a school. For years, our research into the cosmos has relied heavily upon it. Frank pondered. Is it a collaboration between Ho-E shooting the suns and Harry Potter? I fail to comprehend how one might conduct research based on this. You are aware that stars do not emit their own light. They merely reflect sunlight, correct? Professor Sinistra appeared exasperated, as if questioning how anyone could inquire about such fundamental concepts. Professor, I am familiar with the basics, light reflection, the moon's gravitational tides, and the orbits of the 9 planets are all within my understanding. Professor Sinistra nodded in acknowledgement. That's reassuring. This fragment of the sun is connected to the actual sun. Through the reflection of light, we can ascertain the positions of other stars. Do you grasp the concept? I do, Professor. As long as the sun in the sky exists, this sun fragment will remain interconnected. It resembles a shadow, does it not? Though not entirely accurate, it suffices for a first-year student to comprehend to this extent. Starry divination operates similarly within this chamber. There is nothing obstructing the observation of celestial movements. Suddenly, Professor Sinistra shifted the conversation. Would you be interested in becoming an astronomy teaching assistant after graduation? Why me? This room is fortified with potent stellar magic. Those lacking the requisite talent cannot perceive these stars. With a flick of his wand, Professor Sinista made all the stars vanish, transforming the space into an ordinary office. Even those with talent may not possess the mental fortitude to gaze for extended periods. Your endurance thus far without discomfort attests to your mental strength. Professor Sinista fixed his gaze intently on Frank's eyes. Even Albus would struggle. Not the headmaster. Frank expressed disbelief. Albus is capable now, but he is too advanced in age. In his youth, he could only glimpse faintly. Prolonged observation is not feasible for him. Professor Sinista chuckled lightly. Are you concerned he might pass away too slowly? Frank quickly shook his head, indicating that he certainly did not harbor such thoughts. I recall you inquiring last night whether the stars can genuinely exert influence over wizards, correct? Professor Sinistra leisurely reclined back in his chair. Indeed, Professor, Frank nodded. Several deans have mentioned that many magical rituals derive their potency from celestial forces. But how can the movements of the stars affect humanity? Professor Sinistra nonchalantly nodded. It is quite simple. It has no effect. No effect? Frank appeared quite astonished. Then what of star divination? For you, it must be a mere deception, right? A deception. Do not raise your voice so, it is quite bothersome. Professor Sinistra said, casually lifting a bottle of wine and taking a couple of sips. Your magical abilities are too feeble to discern the mysteries of the stars through either your own powers or my observatory, which is my office. Thus, it is only natural that star divination is a ruse. But you just mentioned I could serve as an assistant, and that Headmaster Dumbledore can perceive. Precisely. That is why you are an assistant. I am currently an assistant as well. According to the rules established by Ravenclaw, one cannot engage in such endeavors through personal means or the observatory. One can only serve as an assistant. Professor Sinistra took another sip of wine. As for Albus, he can now only utilize the observatory to tenuously manipulate celestial powers for the purpose of star divination. Forgive me, Professor, but I seem even more confused. Professor Sinistra sighed. Every individual, or rather, every person born after the emergence of the stars, is marked by the magic of the stars. From the moment of their birth, they exist in a realm imbued with celestial magic. Therefore, many magical rituals necessitate this starry power. We activate our own internal celestial energy momentarily through such rituals, merging it with the external celestial magic to ensure the success of the ritual. As for star divination, it is because the stars have already recorded your past. Thus, powerful wizards can draw upon their own magic to summon the celestial forces and glimpse into the future. Frank pondered. Isn't this merely big data calculating future behaviors based on past actions? A lingering sense of impropriety nagged at him. Professor Sinista cast a glance at Frank and remarked, it would be best for you to return home. Your magical prowess is currently insufficient to delve into the intricacies of celestial magic. I wonder, to what extent must my abilities develop? Frank inquired, reluctant to depart. With your present level of magic, an increase by fourfold would likely place you on par with Albus, the professor replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank rapped his knuckles on the table, inquiring. How long has it been since you last visited? The dust has settled thickly. He continued, by the way, have you perfected your mental shielding and armor techniques? John casually brushed off a sofa before taking a seat, responding, the armor technique is without issue, but the mental shielding is proving to be quite challenging. How fares your own mental shielding? Frank snapped his fingers, and the entire room was tidied to perfection. I possess an innate talent for mental concealment. My thoughts remain imperceptible to others without any need for practice. As Andrew strolled towards the sofa, he playfully kicked Frank and remarked to John. Did you not notice he was merely showing off? Laughter erupted among the group. Have you all heard about last night's events? Andrew inquired, an expression of secrecy adorning his face. Are you referring to Gryffindor losing 150 points while Slytherin lost 20? Kate interjected. Savage, our head boy, mentioned it to us this morning. Leaning back on the sofa, Andrew raised his chin and proclaimed, well, you certainly lack my latest scoop. The others eagerly pressed for details. This morning, I delivered an assignment to Professor McGonagall, and at the door, I overheard the Keeper of Keys Hagrid, sobbing profusely in McGonagall's office. The group huddled closer, intrigued. What happened? Please, do tell. Last night, the dragon was real. There truly was a dragon, Andrew whispered. And then? Hagrid revealed that he had recently acquired a dragon egg, which he successfully hatched, naming the dragon Norbert. However, Hermione feared the dragon might pose a danger to the students and set fire to his hut. She wrote to Charlie Weasley, one of the Weasley brothers, requesting that he take care of the dragon. Consequently, the group ventured to the highest astronomy tower in the dead of night to deliver Norbert to Charlie Weasley. Unfortunately, Draco Malfoy somehow caught wind of the situation, roused Professor McGonagall, and as a result, they lost 20 points. Frank pondered for a moment, recalling that it was indeed due to the invisibility cloak that Professor McGonagall suspected Malfoy had been deceived, leading her to deduct 20 points in the dead of night as a gift for Professor Snape. And then, John urged from the side. Just as Professor McGonagall intended to retire for the night, she turned and caught Neville, who was searching for Potter and the others outside. Filch had once again apprehended Harry Potter and Hermione. When Professor McGonagall discussed this matter with Hagrid, her tone was laced with fury. Andrew chuckled softly. Afterward, Harry Potter, Hermione, and Neville each lost 50 points. By the way, do you see what this is? Andrew retrieved from his backpack a silvery, liquid-like object that covered his hand. An invisibility cloak. As Andrew draped the cloak over himself, only his head remained visible, suspended in midair. His friends were left astonished. Is this Harry Potter's invisibility cloak? Frank mused. Andrew, where did you find this? I went to check the spot where Harry Potter and the others had left the dragon yesterday morning. And I found this in the corner, Andrew replied, brimming with excitement. I noticed a section missing from beneath the column and thought it might collapse. But then I reconsidered, thinking that was impossible. I reached over and discovered this garment. One by one, they touched the invisibility cloak, as if caressing a stream of water. Frank reclined on the sofa, observing 3 individuals engaged in play with an invisibility cloak, and then declared, Behold my own. With that, Frank snapped his fingers, causing his form to vanish. Andrew and the others glanced at the invisibility cloak in their possession, then at the sofa where Frank had been seated. An unmistakable indentation remained, a testament to Frank's prior presence. John extended his hand, making contact with Frank's body, at which point Frank dispelled the magic. John's hand rested upon Frank's chest. Frank reached out and swatted John's hand away from himself. He then remarked, This invisibility cloak must belong to Harry Potter, otherwise, he would have no way to explain how he was atop the astronomy tower with a dragon last night. Andrew casually stuffed the cloak back into the bag and exclaimed loudly, This is a disillusionment charm. I senti it? It must be a disillusionment charm. Frank nodded. Of course. How else could I have vanished? John grasped Frank's arm eagerly. I want to learn. I want to learn. Please, teach me. Frank chuckled. What's wrong? Is the invisibility cloak no longer amusing? It must eventually be returned. It is quite likely a relic from Potter's parents. However, I have mastered the disillusionment charm. Is that not more convenient? Frank nodded and imparted the incantation and gestures to the 3 individuals. During their attempts at casting the spell, they consistently found themselves missing a crucial element. One would become invisible while their head remained visible, or their body would vanish while their hands stayed apparent. The trio chuckled and giggled as they practiced the enchantment. Frank clapped his hands and said, Allow me to give you a glimpse of the experience first. This will enable you to learn more effectively. Afterward, with a snap of his fingers, he made the 3 individuals vanish with a sharp sound. All that could be heard was the echoing of their voices in the air. Frank, can you see where we are? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed at the group and remarked, The effect of this charm lasts at most for a day. I cannot cast it for you every time. You must practice it swiftly. And then we shall venture out again, undetected. Even if Filch's foolish cat wanders about our feet, Filch will remain oblivious to our identities. However, he possesses a counter-charm that can reveal our true forms and nullify the spell. Filch may summon a professor to apprehend us. And the professors are indeed capable of capturing us, so we must exercise caution. The others nodded in understanding, and Andrew pointed to the bag, asking, What about the invisibility cloak? Hand it to me. I will deliver it to Professor Dumbledore in a couple of days. Frank, the recent training has been commendable. Find Mr. Filch in the entrance hall at 11 o'clock tonight. Albus, Dumbledore. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Frank contemplated for a moment. According to the storyline, it was now the time to meet Professor Chilo. It was also an opportunity to assess his own academic progress. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Frank stood promptly at the entrance of the hall, where Filch was already waiting for him, or rather, he was the only one yet to arrive. Hermione, Neville, Harry Potter, and Draco Malfoy were all present. Upon seeing Frank approach, Filch snorted, "You should be hung from the ceiling. That would be a fitting punishment." "That seems rather excessive. I am merely embarking on a nocturnal excursion to a place I missed last time. As for your antiquated punishments, you shall never have the chance to impose them again," Frank retorted. "Frank, what brings you here?" Hermione and Neville gazed at him in bewilderment. "Have you also been confined?" "Not at all. The headmaster deemed my recent training commendable and granted me special permission for a practical outing," Frank replied with a shrug. "It appears we are confined to the same location. Can we join you later?" "Certainly." As they walked and conversed, Harry introduced himself. "This is Harry Potter. You are familiar with him. This is Frank Dell." Hermione interjected, aware that the two had not yet been formally introduced. "Allow me to introduce you." "Greetings, Mr. Potter." Frank extended his hand, and Harry reciprocated, saying, "Just call me Harry. And you, feel free to call me Frank." Draco, observing this exchange, likely recalled his earlier attempt to shake hands on the train, only to be rebuffed and let out a disdainful huff. Hermione, about to speak, was halted by Frank, who then extended his hand towards Draco. "Good evening, Draco. I believe we need not introduce ourselves further." Draco seemed to bristle, his face flushing red. "I did not give you permission to call me that." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Frank remarked. "If you cannot unite, it will be exceedingly difficult to emerge unscathed from the Forbidden Forest." Decora struggled even more vigorously, exclaiming, "Impossible. How dare you? I will tell my father." At that moment, if a beast or a werewolf were to appear before you, would your father be of any assistance? With that nonchalant comment, Decora fell silent immediately. Tonight, venturing into the Forbidden Forest is inevitable. There is no escape. Frank gently patted Decora on the shoulder and then turned to Harry, saying, "I am aware that Decora sought your friendship initially, but you declined. Everyone possesses the right to choose their companions." Frank patted Harry on the shoulder, expressing his hope that they could engage in a friendly rivalry in their studies, striving for higher ranks. He then addressed Decora, reiterating that not everyone is eager to befriend Malfoy upon hearing his name. Moving in front of the two, Frank clapped his hands together, urging them to set aside personal grievances for the evening and collaborate, so they could compete academically the following day. Both remained silent, while Filch harshly interjected from the front, questioning whether today was meant for making friends. "Filch, I was sent by Headmaster Dumbledore," he retorted. Filch fell silent, carrying a lantern as he walked ahead, while Frank approached Hermione and walked alongside her. "Shall we have a cheerful tune?" Frank whispered, tugging at Hermione's sleeve. She shot him a glare, and he remained quiet, plucking a blade of grass that transformed into a small lyre, which began to play Mozart's Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star melodiously. The night was devoid of clouds, and the moonlight bathed them in its silvery glow. The gentle April breeze rustled the edges of their garments. "Hurry up, Filch. I'm ready to set off." Hagrid's voice echoed from ahead, prompting Harry's steps to become noticeably lighter. Decora suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Are we really going to the Forbidden Forest? When have I ever lied to you?" Frank responded as he approached Decora, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Let us go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return." Hagrid emerged from the shadows, questioning the delay and inquiring about Harry and Hermione. "Oh, and Frank is here too." "Don't," Filch began, but was interrupted by Frank's dismissive grunt from behind. Filch turned to glare at Frank, stating, "I shall look forward to tomorrow. I hope to bring back several remnants." With a menacing glance at the group, he turned and departed. Hagrid, suddenly raising his voice, assured them, "Rest assured, I will keep you safe." He then led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, raising the lantern high and pointing towards a narrow path that gradually disappeared into the shadowy depths of the woods. "Do you see that? The shimmering silver on the ground? That is the blood of a unicorn," he continued, revealing that a unicorn in the forest had been gravely wounded. "This marks the second incident this week. I discovered a dead one just last Wednesday. We must strive to find that poor unicorn and relieve it of its suffering." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Frank nodded. I am accompanied by Yaya, Hermione, and Decora. Neville and Harry will follow you. Hagrid responded with a nod. All right. If you encounter any problems, shoot up a red spark. If you find an injured unicorn, emit a green spark. But remember, Yaya is rather timid. Additionally, we shall regroup here in 2 hours. The two teams commenced their separate journeys. Hermione took hold of Frank's arm, with Decora trailing behind, guiding Yaya. What have you been practicing lately? Why did the headmaster send you here for practical experience? As they parted ways, Hermione began inquiring of Frank. Charms, indeed, I am now studying at the 5th year level. I have also commenced advanced potion making. Frank appeared somewhat grave, as he walked upon the ground rather than floating. He had also taken out his wand. Would it be perilous? Hermione observed Frank's unusual demeanor. Why do you ask me this? You usually float effortlessly, without even wielding your wand. It should be fine. If we encounter any trouble, just shoot off sparks and run. Understood? He then turned to Decora. Did you hear that? Decora remained silent, merely nodding, gripping his wand more tightly. After a while, Frank glanced at his watch, estimating they had been walking for about an hour. Well, it seems we may not have discovered anything. Let us head back, as it has been an hour. Just as they were preparing to retrace their steps, Frank suddenly caught sight of what appeared to be silver blood a dozen steps to his left. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank stood before Hermione, urging, Hermione, signal. He then raised his hand, and a flash of brilliance shot forth. The figure before them merely waved his wand, effortlessly deflecting Frank's assault. In the next moment, a beam of red light surged toward him. Swiftly, Frank employed Transfiguration, transforming a branch into a barrier to shield himself. The wall shattered instantly. Hermione's red rescue spell had already been unleashed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank cast a spell of revival upon Harry. What just transpired? Harry, still reeling from the disorientation, pondered, how did I suddenly lose consciousness? At that moment, a few centaurs approached. Forenza, we must depart. Bane. Wait a moment. I must convey the revelations brought forth by the planets. This is the child of the Potter lineage. What concern is that to us? Bane retorted, emphasizing the centaur's preoccupation with the prophecies of the stars. Did you not see the unicorn? Forenza suddenly roared at Bane in a fit of anger. Do you not comprehend why it was slain? I must stand against that lurking menace within our forest, Bane. Frank patted Forenza on the shoulder, reassuring him, it's all right. We are aware of what transpired. You know? Forenza inquired. Of course. Well, I hope you are adequately prepared. The centaurs departed, and Hagrid gathered the unicorn's body, stating, I must return to give her a proper burial. You may accompany me. The group walked for an extended period. Suddenly, Harry turned to Frank and asked, Frank, what exactly happened? Perhaps you should investigate what can be done with unicorn blood when we return, Frank suggested. From the moment its blood touches your lips, what you possess will be a life that is neither fully alive nor entirely dead, a life cursed, Hermione interjected abruptly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Frank nodded, acknowledging that there exists an individual who requires this cursed life to sustain himself. Once he acquires the treasures within the castle, he shall be able to die and be reborn. Frank glanced at Harry and inquired, have you discerned anything? After a moment of contemplation, Harry responded, no. Frank continued, allow me to clarify, why did you suddenly faint? Harry's expression shifted as he stammered, it was my scar, it suddenly. He abruptly fell silent. Have you come to an understanding? Frank regarded Harry intently. It is Voldemort. Hagrid and Neville trembled at the utterance. However, Harry paid no heed to Hagrid and Neville, fixating his gaze unwaveringly on Frank. Frank nodded. It is he. Frank, do not speak of this to Harry. Hagrid suddenly raised his voice. Hagrid, danger is imminent. We cannot leave Harry unguarded. He is but a child. I am of the same age as he. This. Hagrid was suddenly at a loss for words. It is not the same, is it? Frank said with a tone of mockery. He is the chosen one, while I am not. Thus I must protect him? Everyone ought to shield him? Frank gazed at Hagrid. Sometimes I find it peculiar that the Death Eaters captured long ago were not immediately sentenced to death. Frank looked at Hagrid. Because you feared the return of Voldemort, feared his survival, feared his vengeance. You have placed the burden of confronting Voldemort upon an 11-year-old child, even deceiving yourselves into believing he is dead, refusing to utter his name. Courageous Gryffindor? Huh. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Frank walked forward, he quietly proclaimed, I am but a muggle by birth. Even if he were to truly rise from the dead, he could journey with his parents to France, Germany, America, or even to the East. Yet, having arrived here and articulated my hope, having acquired such power, what I must do, what I am determined to do, is to tread upon the most arduous path in this world. Purebloods and half-bloods, seated amicably at the same table, able to confront all errors and injustices and utter a resounding no, able to walk the righteous path. Able to dismantle the constraints of the academy, where peace and friendship flourish within Hogwarts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head, remarking that it was merely a small stumbling block along the path. The group traversed the dark and forbidden forest, where dappled moonlight danced upon the ground. Suddenly, Hermione dashed over and grasped Frank's arm, declaring that they would walk together. Frank gazed at Hermione, poised to utter a few words. Neville approached as well, stammering, Count me in. Frank first chuckled softly, then could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Hermione and Neville looked on and joined in the mirth. Harry cast a glance at Hagrid before rushing to Frank's side, asserting, Count me in for the fight against Voldemort. And thus, the next scene was about to unfold. Ever since returning from the Forbidden Forest, Frank had been pondering whether there existed a method to conjure the shield charm instantaneously. After all, every shield charm required a wizard to articulate the incantation. Even the most renowned spells necessitated prior thought for manifestation. Moreover, the vast majority of wizards were rendered incapable of casting spells in the absence of their wands. Frank lay in bed, tossing and turning, uncertain of what to do. He decided to cover himself with the blanket and attempt to sleep. After all, it was the first year of studying the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone. Suddenly, Frank bolted upright in bed. Indeed, there was also alchemy. Why couldn't I create a self-activating talisman? JK has already provided the answer. He then lay back down, reminding himself that he had just memorized the complete translation of the rune of Nini and the Jade Codex. However, he lacked the skills in alchemy. After some contemplation, he resolved to sleep on it and seek the professor's advice the following day. The next morning began with Professor Sprout's herbology class. After the lesson, Frank approached Professor Sprout and inquired, Professor, I wish to learn alchemy. Is there any way to do so? Oh. Professor Sprout glanced at Frank, setting down the flower pot in her hands. You're only in your first year. What has prompted this sudden interest in alchemy? You must be aware of the events in the Forbidden Forest. I wish to create a self-activating shield charm talisman, so that no one will be harmed by sudden attacks. Frank gazed at Professor Sprout, saying, if such a thing exists, I believe it could greatly enhance the safety of many individuals. Then you must first learn runes, she replied. I have already memorized the complete explanation of runes and the Jade Codex. Ah, it seems you are quite well prepared, Professor Sprout nodded, casually writing 2 runes on the table with her wand. What do these signify? They represent water and fire, Professor. And this? Professor Sprout interconnected the water and fire runes, instantly transforming them into a new rune. I'm sorry, Professor, I haven't encountered that in my readings. How many individual runes are you familiar with? I have learned all 24 letters and 16 symbols of runes. Which one is the most significant? The tree, Professor. Very well. Go to the restricted section and locate the 1633 edition of the Fundamentals of Alchemy authored by Nicholas Flamel. I will write you a note. Upon finishing her sentence, a paper airplane fluttered over, carrying the message she had just spoken. Thank you, Professor. You have 2 weeks to memorize it. Afterward, I will take you to meet Basista. Basista babbling to study ancient runes. Rest assured, Professor. Frank accepted the note and saluted Professor Sprout with a military gesture before departing. In the library, Madame Pants scrutinized the borrowing slip in Frank's hand, then glanced at him before carefully examining the signature area under the sunlight. Madam, I have never inspected banknotes with such diligence, Frank chuckled helplessly. Madame Pants fixed her gaze on Frank, asserting, I am unconcerned with your banknotes. The number of restricted books you have borrowed in your first year far exceeds that of many upperclassmen. Frank nodded. All the books I have borrowed have been approved by the professors. I will fetch you the book on the fundamental principles of alchemy shortly. Thank you, Mrs. Pants. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank glanced around, stating, there is no need for that. I can recognize both of you. You are George, and he is Fred. Good heavens. Can it be that someone truly recognizes us at a glance? You ought to consider a career in comedy, or perhaps delve into the art of traditional Chinese storytelling. Frank wore a look of resignation. Do tell, how did you discern our identities? George inquired eagerly. Each individual's magical aura is distinct, though your differences are subtle. I can still perceive them, Frank replied. Can you truly see the form of our magical auras? George and Fred exchanged astonished glances. Can't you? Frank queried. I assumed everyone could. The inability to distinguish you stems from your striking resemblance, which hinders personal observation. Certainly not. It is said that only the most elite aurors can perceive such nuances, and even then, only in a general sense. Moreover, powerful wizards can obscure their magical forms entirely, rendering them unrecognizable. I see. Frank nodded slowly. Then, my inability to discern the magical auras of Quirrell and Voldemort must be due to Voldemort's overwhelming power. But can't Professor Dumbledore perceive Professor Quirrell's magic? Or does Voldemort possess a unique method of concealment? A self-taught alchemist, are you? Shouldn't you begin with foundational texts like the Complete Guide to Ancient Runes? I have already memorized it, Frank replied, impressed. Remarkable. So, is that the reason you were causing such a commotion in the library? Mrs. Pants suddenly appeared behind them. The library strictly prohibits loud conversations. You must leave at once. The three were expelled from the library. We apologize, Mrs. Pants, it shall not happen again. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded thoughtfully, expressing his desire to create a talisman, perhaps a badge, that could automatically trigger the iron armor spell. However, he confessed his lack of knowledge in this area and decided to delve into books for guidance. That is indeed an excellent idea, and we share your enthusiasm. However, we are currently occupied with the enhancement of the dung bomb, leaving us little time to assist you. Nonetheless, feel free to reach out with any questions you may have. Frank nodded. I recall. It seems I have heard that your aspiration is to open your own joke shop? Our desire has indeed been intertwined, as the Weasley twins clasped their hands together, playfully gazing at Frank. Wait a moment, could you articulate your thoughts individually, or perhaps one of you could express a single statement? Frank interjected, halting the duo. The word has spread far and wide. The twins spoke in unison. Frank let out a deep sigh. Suddenly, he inquired of the two. If you were to undertake the development, how long would it take? Well, for us, it would require at least a month. Primarily due to the lack of materials and relevant experience, the brothers exchanged a glance before responding to Frank. I shall take responsibility for procuring the materials, and you may commence the development. I will expedite my learning. Upon success, the profits will be divided 70-30 in my favor. What do you think, Frank? Developing something new is no trivial matter. I will initially contribute 2,000 galleons, Frank declared, stating the amount directly. However, I require that the product must be ready by mid-May. George and Fred exchanged glances. We need to deliberate. Very well, once you have reached a decision, simply contact me via OWL or inform me during our next meal together. The following day, after Frank's discussion with Fred and George, the two agreed to his proposal for collaboration. On that day, Frank presented them with a check for 2,000 galleons. Furthermore, in accordance with Professor Sprout's directives, Frank memorized the fundamental principles of alchemy and commenced his studies under Professor Babbage's guidance. Time swiftly passed, and it was soon Wednesday, May 13th. Frank was seated at the dining table, enjoying his lunch, when an owl swooped in through the grand entrance of the hall and alighted beside him. Frank took out a letter. We are in the room at the far left on the 4th floor. Hurry over. The signature was from George and Fred. John leaned closer. What is going on? Just a little matter, Frank replied as he tucked the letter away. Perhaps I shall bring you a gift upon my return. I shall take my leave now. Frank swiftly made his way to the room at the far left of the 4th floor. Indeed, George and Fred were slumped in their chairs. Their gaze followed to the table behind them, where a stone circular object rested. According to the ancient runes, we inscribed the 3 symbols of shield, defense, and storage upon it, interlinking them meticulously. After extensive trials, we finally succeeded in connecting these 3 runes. The 2 men appeared utterly exhausted. Even the banter had ceased. Frank grasped the amulet tightly in his hand. Could someone give it a try? 2 individuals weakly waved their hands in response. We lack the strength. Why don't you attempt it? Frank casually tossed the amulet onto George, followed by a disarming spell. Without even glancing, George was struck down by the spell. Frank first observed George lying on the ground, then shifted his gaze to the amulet that had fallen nearby. What is this? George rose from the ground and inquired. Did you forget to channel your magic into the amulet? Frank glanced back. No, you simply wanted to give it to me, didn't you? George tossed the amulet back to Frank. Allow me to infuse it with magic. Soon, the amulet emitted a faint glow. George aimed a disarming spell at Frank. But before the amulet could activate, Frank instinctively conjured a shield. The amulet remained unresponsive. You all should defend yourselves. The amulet was tossed back to George. After receiving it, Frank unleashed a disarming spell. As the spell approached George, the amulet suddenly radiated light, effectively blocking Frank's attack, but it shattered immediately afterward. This is all we can do for now. With the combined strength of the 3 of us, we are only capable of creating a temporary amulet, not a permanent one. Fred remarked beside me, that's sufficient. How many have been produced in total? Only 12, came the reply. Very well, you may keep 2. I shall take the remainder. Frank tucked away the amulet and addressed the twins, advising them to refrain from their usual nighttime escapades in light of recent events. Has something occurred? He inquired. Though Headmaster Dumbledore was aware, Frank feared he might overlook the matter. The twins, not lacking in intelligence, recognized the seriousness of Frank's words and ceased their inquiries. Merely nodding in acknowledgement. Understood, we will be cautious. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank presented a charged amulet to Professor Sprout, saying, Professor, I have commenced. Very well. Disarm yourself. The disarming spell Frank conjured soared towards Professor Sprout. The amulet shattered upon impact. Is it merely a one-time use? Indeed, Professor. Currently, there is no means to render it permanent. We have speculated that it may pertain to the material used to bear the runes. You might consult with Banshida. She should possess some insights. Very well, Professor. However, a one-time use is still acceptable. What are your intended selling prices? Professor Sprout chuckled softly. I have yet to contemplate that, as I am not particularly concerned with monetary gain. Ever since the Earth Star token became available, Frank finally found an opportunity to articulate this sentiment. It appears you are still quite affluent. Hence, perhaps we should price it modestly. This is quite practical. Professor Sprout regarded Frank thoughtfully. I shall consider it. Perhaps the price will decrease once the costs are settled, or I may opt to set it low from the outset. Frank nodded, recognizing the involvement of the Weasley twins. As you are aware of their family's circumstances, Professor, the specific pricing remains to be negotiated. Indeed, we must ensure the Weasley family does not incur losses, especially given their hardships in recent years. Professor Sprout nodded. Are you planning to sell directly to the Ministry of Magic? Yes, I believe the Ministry has the greatest need. Additionally, we should establish a shop in Diagon Alley. Frank pondered for a moment, yet, this item could also fall into the hands of dark wizards, which may lead to future complications. Professor Sprout raised a pertinent concern. No worries, we have considered that. We shall refrain from disclosing our identities for the time being. Frank shrugged. Once we graduate, it will matter little. Very well, since you have deliberated thoroughly, why seek my assistance? Given that we are the most numerous among Hufflepuff students, I am uncertain how to approach the Ministry for sales. Thus, I hope the professor can recommend someone trustworthy. You should consult Albus. He is acquainted with Newt Artemis Scamander. He could facilitate an introduction for you. Professor Sprout promptly suggested one of the most influential Hufflepuffs of recent decades. Frank pondered, is it Mr. Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? It is indeed an honor. Let us not rush. We shall wait for Albus's reply before proceeding. A paper airplane emerged from behind Professor Sprout's greenhouse, delivering a protective charm to Professor Dumbledore. I have a meeting scheduled with him on Saturday afternoon. Please remember to keep track of the time and inform the Weasley twins as well. Very well, Professor. I appreciate your assistance. Your idea is quite commendable. Although it is not entirely your own creation, it is the work of 3 younger students. Rest assured, I will support you wholeheartedly. Professor Sprout nodded with satisfaction. Very well, Professor. I shall speak with them now. With that, he took his leave. After Frank concluded his remarks, He departed the greenhouse to seek out the Weasley twins and relay the information to them. Following that, it was merely a matter of awaiting a response from Professor Dumbledore. Time swiftly elapsed, and it was now the week before the examinations. The matter concerning the protective charm had already been discussed with Dumbledore during the previous weekend, and the headmaster had consented to contact Mr. Scamander, who would then recommend the matter to the Ministry of Magic. Should any issues arise, Dumbledore would intervene. Frank, you should be able to share with us now. John, Andrew, and Kate cornered Frank in the activity room. What is it? Don't hide it. Ever since you fainted last time, your training has intensified. There must be something going on. Kate observed Frank intently. How has your mental occlusion training progressed? It's going well. Though it cannot quite compare to your innate abilities, however, I can manage to conceal certain matters or at least exhibit some reactions when intruded upon. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank directly dropped a bombshell. Are you certain? Chilo, unable to articulate this clearly? Is it a Death Eater? The faces of the three individuals turned somewhat pale with fear. Frank nodded. Indeed, Dumbledore and I are both aware, as are several of the heads of house. And the headmaster still permitted him to teach? Kate's voice, though lowered, could not conceal the trepidation within. To cultivate Harry Potter. The group sank back into the sofa, enveloped in silence for what seemed an eternity. Eventually, John inquired, the last time you and Quirrell ventured into the Forbidden Forest, you instructed me. Precisely. As a precautionary measure. And after your return, Quirrell cast the Avada Kedavra curse before me. Again, silence descended, their complexions growing even more pallid. Furthermore, he is responsible for the slaying of the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest some time ago. Frank, disclose everything at once. Spare us this piecemeal dread. John slumped further into the sofa. What are your intentions now? Tonight, I shall retrieve the Sorcerer's Stone. Upon Frank's declaration, the trio abruptly sat upright. What do you intend? Do you not comprehend the peril? I implore you not to proceed. The three fervently dissuaded Frank from his resolution. Why must you take the stage in their charade? Frank cast a glance at the group. Previously, Quirrell refrained from directly killing me to safeguard the stone, instead resorting to the Cruciatus curse to intimidate me. However, should he acquire the stone, he might very well decide to eliminate me as well. Therefore, I shall seize it preemptively, denying him the opportunity. Resolved. Frank was to retrieve the Sorcerer's Stone this very night. As the clock struck midnight, Frank slipped from his bed. Yet, scarcely had he ventured from his dormitory when he espied his housemates reclining in the common room. What are you about? Frank inquired, a note of bewilderment in his tone. Why are you not Abed? With languid nonchalance, John offered, surely we couldn't simply allow you to embark on such a perilous endeavor alone while we slumbered peacefully. Andrew chimed in from the sidelines, trying to hog all the glory for yourself, are we? Kate, punctuating her words with a sip of tea, continued their train of thought. What are you thinking? If the enigmatic figure were truly to resurrect, there would be no escape for any of us. Frank smiled and said, let us be the ones to ignite the first battle of the Second War against Voldemort. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shrugged nonchalantly, considering the few who remained unseen. It matters not. We shall proceed swiftly. The group ascended to the fourth floor stealthily. Upon reaching the door, Frank dispelled the illusionary charm. Should we leave one behind to alert the professor in case of trouble? Andrew brandished his wand. No need. I have left a note on the table in the common room, and instructed Bali to inform the professor in 2 hours. Ah, how Andrew has matured. John wrapped an arm around Andrew's shoulders, glancing at Frank. Shall we embark? With a decisive knock on the door lock, it disengaged automatically. The aged wooden door creaked ominously as it slowly swung open. The four entered, but John suddenly froze at the threshold, blocking the entrance. Andrew nudged John. Why do you hesitate? He too remained rigid at the doorway. Kate whispered from outside. Hurry inside. Be cautious of Furk. Before them stood a creature of formidable presence, Cerberus, the three-headed dog. In ancient Greek mythology, Cerberus serves as the guardian of the underworld, offspring of Typhon and Echidna, often referred to as the Hellhound. The precise meaning of its name in ancient Greek remains uncertain, yet it is said to spew venomous saliva when it howls. The three heads of Cerberus, with 6 piercing eyes, fixated on the quartet, emitting low growls as drool pooled on the ground. Its massive fangs towered over a human, and the noxious stench it exuded was reminiscent of that of the earlier behemoth they had encountered. This three-headed beast loomed exceptionally large, as though its form had been forcibly crammed into the confines of the small room, with its heads brushing against the ceiling when it stood upright. Frank and his roommates were both dumbfounded. Although Frank was aware of the existence of the three-headed dog, he hadn't anticipated its immense size. The Cerberus glared menacingly at them, its fur bristling, emitting a chilling roar. Its eyes revealed cunning and malice, as if relishing the pleasure of intimidation and terror. As the Cerberus seemed poised to pounce, Frank retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, which then transformed into a small accordion. A rendition of Auld Lang's sign for Cerberus, Frank announced, offering a slight bow. John and the others were nearly paralyzed with fear until they noticed the three-headed dog's eyes slowly closing, its head swaying and collapsing onto the ground. It had fallen asleep. "Frank, how did you know music could lull it to sleep?" John was the first to inquire. Andrew and Kate also turned their gazes upon Frank. "The weaknesses of the Class XXXX beast are explicitly documented," Frank stated, looking at them. Furthermore, in Muggle mythology, Orpheus, one of the Argonauts, entered the underworld to retrieve his deceased wife, Eurydice, from Hades. He used his lyre to play beautiful music that lulled Cerberus to sleep, thus allowing him to leave the underworld. And Cerberus is, of course, the three-headed dog. "What's next?" Andrew asked, surveying the room. "Look," Frank directed, pointing to a paw pinned down on the left. "A door?" "Precisely. I believe the next step is to enter this trapdoor," Frank affirmed with a nod. Andrew brandished his wand, aiming it at the Cerberus's paw. "Wingardium Leviosa." The Cerberus stirred slightly. John and Kate also drew their wands, jointly casting the levitation charm. With their combined efforts, the Cerberus's head and paw were finally lifted from the trapdoor. Frank opened the trapdoor, revealing a seemingly bottomless abyss. A few of them glanced inside, and suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from Frank's back. They were the Xiong brand. "When did you learn to fly?" The three inquired excitedly, gazing at Frank's wings. "Did I not mention during the last flying lesson that I intended to invent a spell that allows one to fly?" Frank shrugged, proclaiming, "This is the outcome." "Yet you insisted we would be informed later." He expressed a desire to share more, but added, "Your magical prowess is rather limited at the moment." So, relenting, he inquired, "What is the incantation?" "Unfold the wings of light." The pronunciation of wings should be elongated, while unfold must be emphasized. "It is essential to pay attention," John interrupted, refusing to let Frank continue. "Let us embark on the adventure first and learn upon our return. Then allow me to descend first, once I ascertain safety. I shall send up a green spark. If the depth is manageable, I will call out." The group nodded in agreement, and Frank began his gradual descent. Frank unfurled his wings and gently descended. His wings emitted a faint luminescence, sufficient for him to discern his surroundings. The passage was square, resembling a parched well. However, the walls were exceedingly smooth, and upon touching them, Frank realized there were no footholds to leverage. Frank descended gradually, glancing upward to perceive the trapdoor as a mere speck, no larger than a clenched fist. Subsequently, Frank alighted, finding himself upon a yielding bed of vegetation. Recognizing it as Devil's Snare, he remained unperturbed. With a discharge of verdant sparks, John and the others took turns leaping down, mindful of the Devil's Snare's capacity to bear their collective weight. Frank transmuted his overcoat into an expansive net, preemptively mitigating the force of impact. John observed as the Devil's Snare coiled around his ankles, gradually ascending his person. "This must be Professor Sprout's trial," he mused. "Devil's Snare? How could one fail to unravel it with even a modicum of attention paid in class?" "John, the three of you, seize hold of me first. Then, employ flames to repel the Devil's Snare." Frank's wings remained unfurled, suspended in the air. "What is it?" "I fear this aperture is not yet concluded. There may be half again, or even more, subterraneanly." Frank gazed upon the Devil's Web, although the narrative had reached its conclusion. The unraveling of the web led directly to the depths below. Yet, what if something were to transpire? What if misfortune befell the three individuals? It was indeed prudent of Frank to consider the potential hazards. Several companions clutched him tightly while employing a fire spell to repel the Devil's Web. The tendrils writhed and twisted, releasing their grasp upon them and gradually retreating. The group continued their descent, but soon they reached the bottom. John observed that the location of the Devil's Web was scarcely 11 inches above the ground. The headmaster was likely aware of the need to nurture Harry Potter. At the very least, this chasm ought to extend an additional 50 feet downward. Just as John finished speaking, Frank interjected, "The ground is littered with sharp steel spikes. One must fall at least 5 feet to trigger them, accompanied by a burst of flames." His tone conveyed a certain severity. Andrew, displaying a face of trepidation, responded, "What if a student wanders in?" There's a Cerberus above. Frank gestured upwards. Everyone is aware that this creature guards the treasure. Should one encounter the three-headed dog and not retreat, it signifies they are an adversary. Most lower-grade students are ill-equipped to confront such a beast. As for the upperclassmen, they would not foolishly challenge the restrictions imposed by Headmaster Dumbledore during the welcome feast. Only an enemy would dare breach the Cerberus's defenses. But what about us? We are here solely to uphold the safety of the campus and its property, a necessity that seems less than honorable. Frank cast a peculiar glance at Kate, inquiring, "Have you indulged in nightly games too often? We are now faced with the minions of the Dark Lord. Is your blatant honesty merely a fear of succumbing too slowly?" The group fell momentarily silent. Frank remarked, "I once heard a saying, treat friends with the warmth of a spring breeze and enemies with the biting chill of winter." The question then arises, who qualifies as a friend and who is an adversary? Surely, those who walk the righteous path alongside us are friends, while those who obstruct our journey, or worse, tread a path of iniquity, are enemies. Thus, Voldemort is an adversary. Refrain from uttering that name. John interjected swiftly. Very well. Very well. In due time, you yourselves will speak his name, Frank acquiesced. The group continued their advance, the corridor echoing with their footfalls, accompanied by the rhythmic cadence of water droplets cascading down the walls. As the passage sloped downwards, Frank commented, "I recall that Gringotts employs a dragon to guard its vaults. Should a dragon be placed here, our adversaries would surely be devoured." John added from the rear, "Cerberus and dragons are emblematic of guarding treasures, it is true. However, it is unlikely that a dragon would be found here, as its escape would pose considerable complications for the school. If I were to venture a guess, the presence of dripping water suggests the proximity of the Black Lake above," Frank posited, gesturing towards the ceiling. "Should anyone seize the treasure, the passage could collapse, allowing the waters of the Black Lake to inundate the area." Frank clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "A decisive blow. The majority of Death Eaters shall perish here." Kate patted Frank on the shoulder, saying, "You are the true harbinger of death, my friend." Laughter erupted among them, and they continued onward. A soft rustling sound accompanied by a clanging echoed from the end of the corridor. The sound of wings? John pondered aloud. "I hope it's not the Thestrals." "Frank, do you know the Patronus charm?" "Professor Flitwick taught me, but I could only conjure a thin mist," Frank replied, shaking his head. "It can't be Thestrals." "Remember their primary purpose?" "Right, to train Harry Potter. Thestrals are not something first or second years can handle," Andrew remarked as they walked. "I suspect it's something Harry is particularly skilled at," Kate added, joining in the speculation. They reached the end of the corridor, where a brightly lit room awaited them, topped by a lofty vaulted ceiling. Countless birds, shimmering like gemstones, flitted about the room with their wings. Opposite them stood a heavy wooden door. "These, do they not resemble keys?" Andrew inquired, perplexed. Frank pointed towards the door and then indicated the flying broomstick beside him, which Harry was undoubtedly most proficient at, especially in catching the golden snitch. "Professor Dumbledore, this is not merely leniency. It feels more like a vast ocean of possibilities." John surveyed the scene before him, now doubting whether the Philosopher's Stone was truly concealed here. Could this merely be an illusion, with the actual stone hidden in the headmaster's office? I suspect not. The headmaster must bolster Quirrell's confidence, or else what would happen if Quirrell fled? Frank shook his head. Thus, the Philosopher's Stone must have been placed here by the headmaster, perhaps even in Quirrell's presence. Very well, what shall we do then? We are not seekers, after all. It is uncertain whether we can find it. Kate shook her head, her gaze fixed on the keys fluttering above. Let us first assess the situation and see if there is another way to open the door, Frank suggested as he led the group forward. The keys posed no threat to them. Alohomora. Frank cast the unlocking charm directly on the wooden door, but to no avail. The door remained unmoved. There must be a counter charm in place to prevent the unlocking spell from functioning, Kate remarked, glancing around at her companions. Then it appears we are left with these keys. Shall we make an effort, everyone? John looked at the others. We must be cautious, for we do not know what kind of keys we are dealing with, Andrew added from the side. Petrificus totalis. Frank directed the petrification spell at all the keys, and they fell to the ground like rain. Let us search, one by one. What other option do we have? Frank stated, observing the group. John turned his attention to the door. First, let us seek an antique key, one that resembles a doorknob. The others regarded him. John rummaged through the keys. Do not forget, the firebolt is from my family. I have been searching for such matching items since childhood. The group clapped in unison and plunged into the pile of keys. Look, this key is large, adorned with sky blue wings. It seems just the thing you were searching for. Kate exclaimed, lifting a key to show John. Let us give it a try, Frank replied, taking the key and inserting it into the lock, twisting it forcefully. The door swung open. A buzzing sound emerged from behind them, and they turned to see that all the keys had revived and were rushing towards them. The four hurried into the room, hearing the clanging sounds of keys colliding against the wooden door. They disregarded the keys and focused on the enormous chessboard in the center. Ah, this must be Professor McGonagall's doing. Her transfiguration is truly remarkable. Frank shrugged. Prepare yourselves. We are about to play a game of chess. The four stood before the colossal chessboard, each piece towering at least 2 men high. Must we play chess to proceed? John inquired beside them. I believe so. How do you all fare at chess? Kate shrugged. You know I am quite poor at it. Wait a moment. Frank observed the chessboard, gauging the height of the pieces against the distance to the ceiling. He then returned to the door, quietly opening it. Outside, the keys continued to dance in the air, while several brooms lay scattered nearby. Petrificus totalis. Frank once more cast the petrification spell on the keys, then quickly ran to the brooms. He gathered 3 brooms and dashed back to the chessboard. I believe the height is sufficient for flying over, Frank stated as he handed the brooms to his companions. I will attempt to fly across first. If I can, you all may follow. If not, we shall resort to chess. Very well, Andrew nodded. No worries. I can manage a game of chess. Frank summoned wings from behind him using wings and gracefully ascended into the sky, although he had witnessed it moments earlier. Flying in this manner was undoubtedly more impressive than riding a broom, John remarked to Andrew and Kate below. When we return, I must learn this, he declared. Kate nodded in agreement. So must I. Frank ascended slowly towards the chessboard. Suddenly, the pieces upon the board drew forth blades, hurling them with precision towards him. In an instant, a shield materialized, intercepting the oncoming projectile. The knight, mounted upon the horse, leapt into the air, prompting Frank to swiftly retreat beyond the confines of the board. The pieces fell silent, reverting to their original poised forms, standing resolutely upon the chessboard once more. Frank lamented his predicament. It seems our only recourse is to engage in a game of chess. Professor McGonagall is indeed formidable. A direct passage from above is unattainable, and Transfiguration proves insufficient for complete coverage. Andrew advanced, reassuringly stating, Fear not, for the next move rest with me. Subsequently, the quartet made their way to the chessboard, exchanging their pieces for the corresponding chess figures, rooks, knights, bishops, and the queen. Frank, Andrew cautioned, bear in mind that the bishop moves exclusively along diagonals, traversing an unlimited number of squares, thereby enabling it to reach any square on its diagonal path, albeit without the capacity to jump over intervening pieces. Andrew, cognizant of Frank's unfamiliarity with the intricacies of chess, deemed it prudent to offer this clarification. Understood, Frank affirmed with a nod. I shall adhere to your directives without reservation. Andrew added, Andrew, should capture become imminent, forewarn us, for the shield stands ready to safeguard you. Frank conjured a shield, simultaneously donning everyone with protective armor. Andrew nodded affirmatively, advanced to 2. After a fierce exchange of pieces, he instructed Kate, move diagonally to 3 on the right, then be captured. No problem. Kate replied with an affirmative gesture. Frank sent the shield soaring next to Kate, who acknowledged him with a nod. As she moved diagonally to 3, the Black Knight wielded a lance and struck Kate forcefully. The shield absorbed the blow, yet Kate was still launched off the board. Utilizing the levitation spell, Frank gracefully caught Kate and gently placed her on the ground. Sitting there, Kate reassured, I'm fine, the shield protected me. Andrew nodded and commanded, Frank, advance to 4 and capture the king. Frank approached the king chess piece. You've lost. Instantly, all the black pieces on the chessboard turned to dust. Frank, do you think Professor McGonagall will scold us? Andrew, still perched on a chess piece, watched the opposing pieces disintegrate with a hint of trepidation. It's all right. Professor McGonagall is quite reasonable. We simply won a chess game. It's not as if we cheated on an exam. The group traversed the chessboard, turning to observe the immense chamber. Who do you think this trial was designed for? Kate inquired, dusting off her clothes. Andrew Weasley chimed in, he's closest to Harry Potter. And I recall he's quite skilled at chess. Rumor has it that few in Gryffindor surpass his technique. So, next is Hermione's trial? John queried, turning to Frank. Harry ought to have further opportunities to distinguish himself. The next trial should involve some sort of combat. The first trial was likely the Cerberus, prepared for Harry. The dog must belong to Hagrid. I've heard he enjoys raising dangerous creatures and is quite fond of Harry. Frank enumerated, delineating the virtues, amity, as evinced by their camaraderie. Next, Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare, likely a trial for Neville, given his herbal expertise, though his valor remained uncertain. Yet, conceivably, the tragedy of his parents fueled a profound animosity towards Voldemort, compelling his involvement. Should Neville falter, Hermione would discern the solution, but the descent would be Harry's. An exhibition of fortitude. The flying broom, a test of aerial finesse, or perhaps observational acuity. The chessboard, an ordeal for the Weasley lineage, showcasing unity and self-abnegation. Inevitably entailing sacrifice, albeit under protection. And what follows? Kate inquired of Frank. Next should be Quirrell and Professor Snape, with their respective defenses against the dark arts and potions. The group advanced towards the subsequent wooden portal. Frank, shield in hand, led the vanguard, gingerly opening the door. A wave of intensely acrid and fetid stench emanated forth. Nearly convincing them they had stumbled upon Hogwarts cesspool. They recoiled, Frank hastily sealing the door once more, containing the malodor. Trolls, 3 of them, Frank announced, waving his hand to dissipate the lingering miasma. Surely Quirrell's doing. What is his motive? If he cannot prevail, he aims to disgust us to death? Kate, 2, shielded her nose and mouth. 3? Our victory is not assured, John remarked from the rear. Fear not. I shall venture forth first, then summon you, Frank reassured. Waving them off. Are you certain? Andrew questioned. We could enter together. Frank drew forth his wand, and with a flourish, a shield and armor materialized upon him. He waved his hand reassuringly, indicating that all was well, before opening the door and stepping inside. Frank entered the room and promptly employed the Dream and Sleep Star cards. In an instant, 3 colossal creatures collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. He then opened the door, gesturing for the 3 companions to enter. The chamber was rather confined, affording the giants scarcely any space to move. The group hurriedly stepped over the slumbering beasts and opened the door to the next room. They swiftly closed the door behind them, effectively sealing off the foul odor that pervaded the air. After a long exhale, one of them remarked, I nearly suffocated. As they caught their breath, their eyes surveyed the new chamber. This room was vast, boasting a high, vaulted ceiling supported by 4 massive pillars. It appeared that even if 2 giants stood upright atop one another, they would still be unable to reach the apex. The 4 exchanged glances before stepping inside together. Flames erupted around them, gigantic and fierce, manifesting as black fire that enveloped the space, while the retreating flames glimmered in hues of purple. In the center stood a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. As they approached the table, they noticed a parchment resting upon it. Danger lies ahead, safety resides behind. Among us, 2 can assist you. Drink from them. One will guide you forward, the other will return you to your original place. 2 of the bottles contained nettle wine, while 3 were filled with lethal potions, all lined up in anticipation. Choose wisely, unless you desire to remain here indefinitely, Professor Snape remarked to Frank, flicking the parchment. It seemed this trial was meant for Hermione. John leaned in to observe, saying, no offense, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Neville. But I see no chance of unraveling this. It's as if they haven't studied it all. I genuinely doubt they would pass without Hermione's guidance. Kate added from the side. All right, let me take a look, Frank said, pointing at the various bottles. This one, the smallest. The group scrutinized the potion in Frank's hand, and he subsequently pointed to the round bottle on the far right. This round one will take us back, while this small one will lead us forward. Frank shrugged and took a delicate sip. This is merely the ordinary fireproof potion, which I concocted in Professor Snape's office. After tasting it, Frank addressed his companions. Are you planning to accompany me inside, or shall I wait for you here? John and his 2 companions gazed at Frank and replied, of course, we shall advance together. Very well, then let us enter as one. The trio resolved to join Frank. Yet Andrew scrutinized the potion and inquired, is it sufficient? Frank casually consumed the potion in one swift gulp. Then he raised his wand, and suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky. The flames incessantly evaporated the snow, yet as time passed, the fire gradually diminished. This potion was merely a standard fire-resistant elixir, and the flames could only be ordinary fire. Perhaps their hue had changed, but the essence of the fire remained unaltered. As snowflakes gently fell, Frank engaged in conversation with a few companions. The flames gradually transformed into flickering embers, and Frank placed his shield directly upon the fire, stepping onto it as the 4 of them entered the final chamber. The room was utterly devoid of anything. No doors, no monsters, no puzzles, merely an empty space. Has the headmaster not yet placed the Philosopher's Stone? John inquired from the side. Indeed, it has yet to be placed. A voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. Startled, they quickly turned to find Professor Dumbledore standing behind them, gazing at the snowflakes upon the floor. I did not anticipate witnessing snow on such a warm summer day. One ought to dress more warmly, Dumbledore remarked, clad in his flowing robe, his long beard cascading untamed as he moved. I presumed you had already placed it. Especially with the examination looming next week, Frank responded to Dumbledore. I had intended to, but I have yet to finalize the last challenge, Dumbledore said, approaching the group and lowering his gaze to meet Frank's eyes. I thought you had positioned it within the Mirror of Erised. It appears your divination skills are quite commendable. Frank began to protest, but suddenly recalled something. Indeed, that stone is quite elusive. Professor Dumbledore chuckled softly, and then, in an instant, a phoenix materialized, placing the Mirror of Erised in the center of the room. Following this, he retrieved a crimson stone from his pocket. Would you care to have a look? Thank you. Headmaster, Frank replied, unreservedly accepting the stone. Dumbledore paused briefly before handing the Philosopher's Stone to Frank. Frank gazed at the Sorcerer's Stone, holding the irregular gem before his eyes. It emanated a crimson glow in the firelight, as if cleaved from a larger ruby. John and the others gathered around, peering at it with curiosity. After a moment, Frank presented the stone to Dumbledore, saying, "Here you are, Professor. Have you finished examining it?" Dumbledore inquired. "Yes, Professor," Frank replied. Dumbledore accepted the stone and approached the Mirror of Erised. Gently, he placed it within the mirror's depths. The surface rippled like water, the waves expanding outward in concentric circles. A stone pedestal ascended from within the mirror, bearing the Sorcerer's Stone. As Dumbledore withdrew his hand from the mirror's surface, the pedestal vanished. "Professor, is this how you're protecting the stone?" Frank asked, aware of the final challenge yet surprised that it mirrored the film. "If I desired to claim the stone, would it suffice to simply remove the mirror?" "Certainly not," Dumbledore responded. "Observe the mirror again. What differences do you perceive compared to your previous encounter?" Frank scrutinized the mirror, noticing in addition, a bird, perhaps a phoenix, now adorned the mercury-formed inscription. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore stroked his beard, remarking, "I specifically borrowed a feather from Fawkes. Once the Sorcerer's Stone is taken, Fawkes will bring me here. Headmaster, would you object to me placing an additional safeguard?" Frank inquired after a moment's contemplation. "Oh, by all means," came the reply. Frank retrieved the sword of Gryffindor and inscribed a magic circle upon the ground, a Clow Card magic circle. Once completed, he held the sword aloft and commanded the maze and mirror Clow Cards to unveil themselves to the world for the first time. I confess I've not witnessed such an application of magic before," Dumbledore remarked serenely from the sidelines. John and the others stood by, utterly spellbound. "It was taught to me by my mentor, Mr. Clow Reed, or, at least, whom I consider my mentor. Indeed, he imparted his magic to me within this world, including the wings and the snow." "Precisely," Frank affirmed, "though my own applications do not necessitate the inscription of a magic circle. It remains the most suitable method for anchoring power to this place. And what effect will it produce?" With a snap of Frank's fingers, the inscribed magic circle radiated with bursts of light. The entire chamber metamorphosed into a labyrinthine maze, each mirror bearing a resemblance to the Mirror of Erised, yet none truly embodying it. Every reflective surface presented the Philosopher's Stone, though each apparition was but a false image. "Ingenious magical artistry," Professor Dumbledore applauded. "Do you surmise that Harry will succeed in obtaining it? This is a one-time enchantment. Should Quirrell opt to obliterate all the mirrors, the authentic Mirror of Erised will materialize." Frank shrugged. "Harry just needs to arrive later than Grop." "How dare you?" Professor McGonagall's voice materialized abruptly behind them. "Oh, Albus? You're here as well." A sudden shiver ran through John and the others. They had forgotten the note for Bode. Bode had evidently summoned Professor McGonagall. It was evident that Professor McGonagall had arrived in considerable haste, her hair disheveled and a wizard's robe thrown hastily over her nightclothes. "I thought the warnings at the start of Term Feast were sufficiently explicit. What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" The irate Professor McGonagall was an imposing figure. Frank and his three companions quickly lowered their heads in acknowledgement of their wrongdoing. Professor Dumbledore stood by, gently persuading Professor McGonagall, "These children meant well. They have contributed significantly to my endeavors." "Oh, what is this? Do you look down upon the challenges set by us professors?" Professor McGonagall's voice grew increasingly indignant, her sarcasm nearly rivaling that of Professor Snape. "Of course, we harbor no such intentions." Frank hastily raised his hand in surrender. It was crucial not to further provoke Professor McGonagall. After all, one must stroke a feisty cat with care. That night, the four of them ventured into the Forbidden Forest, a testament to their bravery. "You certainly possess courage," Professor McGonagall continued her tirade. despite Professor Dumbledore's ongoing attempts to mediate. It was evident who truly held the authority in that moment. Very well, since Albus asserts that you have all contributed, she declared, stepping forward. Let us see what you have accomplished. She then turned her gaze towards Frank and his companions. Frank pointed to the center of the room, where the mirror maze had gradually begun to fade. You simply need to walk straight ahead, Professor, he whispered encouragingly from behind. Professor McGonagall descended the stairs, only to find herself enveloped within a vast mirror maze. The reflection showcased her triumphant moment of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. As she reached into her pocket, she indeed felt the stone in her grasp. With the Philosopher's Stone held firmly, Professor McGonagall strode out assertively, only to discover her hand empty upon extending it. She examined her hand, then searched her pockets again, realizing there was nothing there. Turning back, she re-entered the maze. Professor Dumbledore observed Professor McGonagall pacing in the empty room. Yet the mirrors remained unseen to him. Is this an effect of the magical array? He inquired. Indeed, Headmaster. Once one steps inside, they can envision themselves possessing the Philosopher's Stone, but upon exiting, they are merely walking further into the maze. Professor McGonagall appeared to be continuously entering and exiting. Yet in reality, she was merely going around in circles within. Very well, let us bring Minerva out. Frank pointed his sword at the magical circle, causing it to cease its operation. Professor McGonagall then realized she had nearly traversed to the other end of the room. She returned, casting a silent gaze upon Frank. Her silence spoke volumes. It's all right, Minerva. You simply need to shatter those mirrors directly with your wand, Professor Dumbledore remarked, glancing at McGonagall. Indeed, Professor McGonagall. You merely lack focus. Frank hurried to catch up, lest he be the one to incur McGonagall's wrath and face deductions. Well, Albus, I shall return them shortly. Minerva, there's still some business to attend to. Professor Dumbledore interjected, halting McGonagall's words. Very well, Professor McGonagall, you may head back now. Off you go. But do avoid being seen by Filch. After McGonagall departed, Dumbledore addressed Frank and the others. They promptly expressed their gratitude to the headmaster. Thank you, headmaster. We shall take our leave. Now, they awaited Quirrell. The brief week had flown by, and Frank and his companions had concluded their examinations. I detest not being able to use my own pen for the exam. Quills are exceedingly cumbersome, Frank lamented while reclining on the grass with John and the others. My fountain pen works splendidly, and the unicorn hair quill does not require constant dipping in ink. Indeed, I have ink stains on my paper, and I fully suspect Professor Snape will deduct points for lack of neatness. Enough of that. Can we not dwell on such matters now that the exams are over? At least, Frank, your practical skills won't incur any penalties, they quipped, lounging on the grass alongside him. After the exams, the weather was resplendently clear, with fluffy white clouds drifting across the sky. Sunshine danced upon the lake's surface, casting a golden shimmer. An owl swooped down, landing before Frank, bearing a note. Tonight, I shall make a trip to London. It seems I can no longer resist. Though inside, Frank instantly recognized it as a note from Headmaster Dumbledore. Having seen such handwriting before, it appeared the evening would hold some excitement. Frank turned the note over to John and the others. Are you coming along? John inquired, eyeing Frank. Of course, if Headmaster Dumbledore sent a note, I shall see what transpires tonight. At that moment, Kate pointed ahead, spotting Hermione, Harry, and Ron hastily making their way, presumably towards Hagrid's hut. It seems they are about to uncover how to bypass the three-headed dog, Frank mused languidly from the grass. So certain? John replied. With the exams concluded, Hermione seems rather eager to follow Harry. It must pertain to the Philosopher's Stone. Frank turned to bask in the sun's warmth on his back. Thus, they must have devised a method to bypass the three-headed dog, perhaps involving a dragon. John looked at Frank incredulously. Are you suggesting someone intentionally gave Hagrid a dragon egg, hoping to extract information about the three-headed dog from him? It likely wasn't deliberate. Perhaps it was through some wager or drunken conversation that the information slipped. When do you plan to venture over? I'll wait until they pass the three-headed dog. Let Bull keep watch. All right, shall we go together tonight? No need. I can manage on my own. Your flying spells are not yet proficient. Moreover, it is quite possible that the Dark Lord will also be present. John and the others nodded in agreement, continuing to soak in the sun. Master Frank, Master Frank. Bull appeared with a pop in Frank's dormitory. Have they arrived? Frank yawned lazily while beginning to dress. Yes, I saw Mr. Harry Potter and the others have already jumped in. Very well, I shall head over now. John and the others were already roused by the commotion, watching as Frank donned his attire. Frank, shall we accompany you? John asked once more. No need. Just keep an eye on the time for me. In an hour. Go find Professor Sprout and McGonagall. Have them come over. Frank donned his attire and gazed into the mirror, anticipating an encounter with Voldemort that evening. He deliberately opted against the traditional wizarding robes, instead choosing a more agile sports outfit. Andrew, could you kindly deliver a message to Professor Dumbledore? Inform him of my departure and request his swift return. Certainly, Frank. Why are you staring into the mirror? One of his dormitory mates inquired. After all, you are about to confront one of the most formidable dark wizards in modern British history. One must at least present oneself appropriately. Lest it be deemed impolite during our confrontation, laughter erupted among the group, with one teasing, be careful not to be accused of bullying an elderly man. Meanwhile, Kate descended from her bed, commenting casually. Stay safe, added John, alongside Andrew, who stood nearby. Frank surveyed the trio, a confident glint in his eyes. Harbor no apprehension. For victory shall be mine. Frank emerged from the communal lounge, spreading his wings as he soared forward. His flight was significantly swifter than any run, and within mere minutes, he reached the room on the 4th floor. The dilapidated wooden door stood ajar, and from within, the deep growls of a three-headed hound echoed. Having detected the scent of an unfamiliar presence, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a gentle tap of his wand, Frank coaxed the harp into melody once more, lulling the three-headed hound to slumber. As he moved aside the creature's paws, the trapdoor swung open. Frank unfurled his wings and leaped down. Unchanged, the ground below remained entangled in Devil's Snare. The White Queen extended her arm, sweeping down with great force. Harry and Hermione dared not glance at Ron. A resounding thud echoed as Ron was hurled across the chessboard. Soaring past them, Hermione gasped in horror. To their astonishment, Ron floated momentarily before gently descending to the ground. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air from behind Harry. He and Hermione turned to find Frank standing at the rear of the chessboard. Continue, Harry. Just one final move, Frank urged. Trembling, Harry took 3 steps to the left. The White King removed his crown and cast it at Harry's feet. They had triumphed. The white pieces bowed and retreated, clearing a path directly to the next wooden door. It appeared Professor McGonagall had made improvements. He recalled that last time, the defeated had turned to ashes. Frank clapped his hands from behind, and Ron approached as well. Frank, how did you get here? Oh, I knew you were in danger, so I came to check on you. Thanks for what you just did, mate. I'm Ron Weasley. Ron expressed his gratitude for Frank's shield. No problem. I know your 2 brothers. We get along fairly well. Frank, you can fly. Hurry back and inform Professor McGonagall. Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry urgently urged Frank to return with the news. No need to rush, Harry. John and my roommates will inform Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout shortly. By the way, how did you end up here? Harry inquired of Frank. Oh, I set up a checkpoint here as well. Frank refrained from disclosing that he was monitoring Harry Potter. He dreaded being labeled a creep. Hagrid didn't mention anything to us. I only established it last week. Only Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall are aware. What is the next challenge? 3 trolls. A minor issue. Voldemort should have already dealt with them. 3 trolls. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were taken aback. Yet, having come this far, they could not retreat. The 4 opened the wooden door. Just as before, a foul stench overwhelmed them, nearly causing them to faint. The trolls lay motionless together, each bearing a massive, bloodied lump on their heads. Frank, while pulling Hermione along, gestured for Harry and Ron to hasten towards the next door. Upon exiting the room, they swiftly shut the door behind them to seal off the foul odor. Despite having confronted the giant twice, it remained a dark creature that they dared not face directly, ugly and malodorous in every sense. The group took a deep breath, then turned their attention to the room. Professor Snape's enchantments lingered in the air. Much like Frank, Hermione unraveled the riddle in mere moments, successfully locating the fire protection potion. Without a second thought, Harry snatched it and drank it down. Fear not, I shall be fine, he reassured them, pointing to the scar on his forehead. Even in its presence, I shall emerge unscathed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank patted Harry on the shoulder and stepped forward. Good evening, Mr. Voldemort. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were left in utter astonishment. Hermione tugged at Frank's clothing. The Dark Lord? Is this not Professor Quirrell? Quirrell turned his head, his face now devoid of any twitch. In a voice that Harry and his friends had never heard before, smooth and devoid of stammering, he greeted, "Good evening, Mr. Dell. Oh, and Mr. Potter as well." Quirrell seemed poised to say more, but Frank interjected, "Pardon me, Quirrell. I seek an audience with Voldemort." "You?" Quirrell glared venomously at Frank. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the back of his head. "Then let us meet." Quirrell's voice trembled. "Your strength has yet to return." "I still possess some strength," he replied slowly, removing his ludicrous purple turban. He then turned around deliberately. The onlookers were struck dumb. They yearned to scream, yet it felt as though an invisible hand clutched their throats, rendering them breathless and voiceless. What a terrifying visage it was. No one had ever beheld such a grotesque countenance. Its pallor resembled chalk, with eyes glowing a fierce red, and beneath them, two elongated nostrils reminiscent of a serpent. Now, that visage was pressed against the back of Quirrell's head. Harry Potter and Frank Dell. Voldemort's voice seemed to whisper directly in their ears, yet every individual present heard it distinctly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank held his wand and gave a slight nod to Voldemort. Voldemort chuckled softly. "Why do you not submit to me? What I can teach you far surpasses what this school can offer. Then can you create the Philosopher's Stone?" Voldemort paused for a moment. "You cannot even create the Philosopher's Stone, yet you dare to claim you have conquered death?" Frank's face was filled with derision. "Perhaps it is your intellect that you have transcended." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank tapped Harry on the back. Voldemort laughed, exclaiming, "Aha, indeed, take it out. Allow me to possess a new body. One that truly belongs to me." Harry hesitated as he approached the mirror of Ariste. Initially, he gazed at his reflection, his face pale and his expression filled with trepidation. However, moments later, a smile broke across his visage. The Harry in the mirror reached into his pocket, retrieving a vibrant red stone, then blinked and placed the stone back into his pocket, having seemingly acquired the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort was enticing Harry, urging, "Hurry, Harry, hand over the Philosopher's Stone." At that moment, Frank's wand suddenly lifted, causing shards of glass from the ground to shoot towards Quirrell. Harry swiftly sidestepped to avoid the onslaught. Frank charged simultaneously towards Voldemort, casting a shield behind him. The shield instinctively rose to protect Hermione and Ron. Shards of glass pierced Quirrell's body like arrows, although Frank had the advantage of surprise. Quirrell promptly employed the Protego charm, deflecting most of the glass shards. "You have some nerve." Voldemort and Quirrell bellowed in fury, their wands emanating a deadly green light, the killing curse. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank remained silent, or perhaps he simply lacked the time to speak. Voldemort was nothing like the formidable adversary he had been during the confrontation with Dumbledore at the Ministry of Magic, where spells had flowed effortlessly from his wand. Now, he resorted solely to the killing curse. "It seems I am unworthy of employing any other spell," Frank pondered while evading the curse in midair, contemplating his options. Lightning, disarming charms, stunning spells, shadows that cut through the air, none of these could reach Voldemort, and no incantation could withstand the onslaught of his killing curse. The ice upon the ground transformed into shards that soared towards Voldemort. Yet, with a mere flick of his wand, and without even shifting his stance, he effortlessly melted the barrage of ice with flames. Suddenly, Harry, who had been concealed behind the mirror, leapt forth and delivered a swift slap to Quirrell's face. Quirrell's visage contorted as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, his skin bubbling grotesquely before bursting. Harry hesitated for a brief moment before rushing forward to seize Quirrell's hand. Frank, hurry. Frank did not hesitate. Dozens of ice blades soared towards Quirrell, piercing through his skull. Quirrell and Harry collapsed limply to the ground. A dark shadow struggled to emerge from Quirrell's body. You were seeking death. Voldemort charged at Harry, or rather, at the Philosopher's Stone nestled in Harry's pocket. Frank hurriedly unleashed a barrage of light, thunder, and arrow upon Voldemort. Indeed, the lightning possessed a remarkable lethality against the dark essence of life. As the bolt struck Voldemort, his form visibly paled. The dark mist swirled with Voldemort's furious roar. I shall kill you all. You shall kill no one, came the resolute voice of Professor Dumbledore, appearing at the doorway. Voldemort seemed to awaken abruptly. Dumbledore, you will all pay for this. With that, he dashed towards the entrance and vanished into thin air. The conflict had finally reached its conclusion. Frank slowly descended, releasing a long sigh. It appears we have triumphed. Professor Dumbledore gazed at the unconscious Harry, then glanced at Hermione and Ron, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, we have prevailed this time. Unbeknownst to anyone, Voldemort's first resurrection had been thwarted, although this incident would inevitably circulate. At present, no one was aware. John and others hastily followed Professors McGonagall and Sprout, along with Professor Flitwick. As Professor McGonagall rushed forward, she communicated with Professor Flitwick using her Patronus. The three professors coincidentally encountered Voldemort as he burst from the room. Injured, Voldemort swiftly dispatched the three-headed dog. Subsequently, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick pursued him until he vanished from the school grounds. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout hurried to the location of the Philosopher's Stone, witnessing the ruins left in the wake of battle. The chamber housing the stone bore scars upon its floor, walls, and even ceiling, as if the remnants of the conflict were narrating their grim tale. Harry lay unconscious on the ground, while Hermione and Ron huddled beneath a shield, struggling to crawl out. Professors Dumbledore and Frank stood at the center, with Frank holding the Philosopher's Stone, examining it closely in the light. Albus, what is happening? Professor Sprout inquired, advancing quickly while discreetly drawing her wand. Frank, how did the Philosopher's Stone come to be in your possession? Let her have another look, Pomona, Dumbledore interjected, blocking Professor Sprout. Professor, please give the stone to Professor Dumbledore. Such a pity. What do you mean by that? The pinnacle of alchemy is on the verge of collapsing. Of course it is a pity. Ha ha, Frank. Death is but a way of living. It is merely another grand adventure. Professor, you should have taught Voldemort this lesson long ago, Frank chuckled. Thus, I have learned to impart it to you first. Dumbledore regarded Frank, staring deeply into his eyes. You possess greater talent than he. Frank turned his head and said, Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster. Though life may be fleeting, memories can endure eternally. The bond between you and me is destined to exist. A phoenix hovered above Professor Dumbledore's head, and the room gradually returned to its original state unbeknownst to anyone. The shield also transformed back into specks of light, vanishing into the air. Frank glanced around, acknowledging, Principal, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Given your advanced age, it is only natural that your magical abilities are more formidable. Frank, do you not feel fear when confronting Voldemort? Dumbledore and Frank gradually made their way outside. Harry, Hermione, and Ron had already been escorted to the infirmary by the Phoenix and Professor Sprout, leaving the empty room with just the two of them slowly retreating. The fragile essence of life may yet shimmer with the potential for brilliance. In the throes of battle, we often discover the answers we seek. Professor Dumbledore reached out to pat Frank's head, inquiring, And what is your answer? I'm still searching. I am in no rush. The Great Hall was resplendent with decorations in the green and silver of Slytherin, celebrating their triumphant 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup. A magnificent banner emblazoned with the Slytherin serpent adorned the wall behind the podium. Slytherin flags hung throughout the hall, their silver-green serpents winding around each banner. The excitement on the faces of Slytherin students was palpable. 7 is a number imbued with great magical significance in the realm of wizardry, and this year marked their 7th championship win. As the end-of-year feast was about to commence, a hush fell over the gathering, with whispers circulating about the recent battle for the Philosopher's Stone. Frank, everyone is watching you, John whispered as he leaned close to Frank. Frank glanced around, observing the mixed emotions of jealousy and envy among his classmates. Frank smiled faintly, saying, When Harry arrives, you will see more. Clearly, it was. Shoo. Frank hushed John, glancing around. In a lowered voice, he continued, The headmaster requires a savior of considerable influence. Someone who can bear the banner against the Dark Lord in the future. The savior, who already possessed influence in those days, must now demonstrate their worth upon entering. Yet, this is unjust. This world has never been fair. John, first-year students are already nearing graduation. Do not believe in fairy tales. Frank observed as Harry entered the room. Everyone took notice, and a hush fell over the crowd. Soon after, the chatter resumed, and Frank could even hear Ron recounting his experiences from the challenges. Before long, Professor Dumbledore also made his entrance, and the hall gradually quieted down. Another year had passed. Dumbledore exclaimed with great enthusiasm, reveling in the API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank overheard a third-year senior whispering to someone nearby, vaguely discussing what to have for dinner. Suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted from the Slytherin table, celebrating their triumphant achievement of 472 points in the House Cup once again. The Gryffindors responded with derisive jeers, as everyone was well aware of Professor Snape's demeanor. A few scattered claps emerged from Ravenclaw, though it was evident that their applause was merely a gesture of politeness. As for Hufflepuff, they were still engrossed in the debate about when dinner would commence. Professor Dumbledore cleared his throat. I have a final allocation of points to distribute. Let me see. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Headmaster Dumbledore, with Ravenclaw displaying the most ardent anticipation. The intensity of their gaze seemed to unnerve Dumbledore slightly. After a brief cough, reminiscent of the original text, he awarded 50 points each to Ron and Hermione, and 10 points to Neville. Finally, recognizing the bravery in confronting darkness, he granted 70 points each to Frank Dell and Harry Potter. Thus, the victor of this year's House Cup is Gryffindor. The great hall erupted into fervent cheers, with the Slytherins remaining uncharacteristically quiet, while the other three houses reveled in exuberance. No one wished to see Slytherin crowned champions, given Professor Snape's unpopularity within the school. This meant that the jubilant uproar was relentless, compelling Headmaster Dumbledore to raise his voice. This implied that the decorations of the hall required some alterations. As Dumbledore's words resonated, the serpent of the hall transformed into that of Gryffindor, with silver and green giving way to red and gold. It was a night of jubilant celebration. As the feast concluded, the students' holiday approached. The following day, as all the students packed their belongings in preparation for their return home, Headmaster Dumbledore once again invited Frank for tea. Headmaster, I dare say I have visited you for tea more frequently than many of the students, Frank remarked. Frank sat comfortably in his chair, sipping the red tea recommended by the headmaster, while observing Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, few students visit as frequently as you do, Dumbledore remarked with a warm smile from behind his desk. So how does the tea taste? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank took the note and glanced at it. Are you looking to purchase a house? No, Frank. It is you who is to buy a house. Me? Indeed, you. Professor Dumbledore nodded. I believe you should recall that students, being minors, are prohibited from casting spells off campus. Of course, I remember, Frank replied with a nod. However, whether it is to channel magic into the sunlight tree or to fulfill your own needs, you must cast spells. Yet, within the wizarding community, the Ministry of Magic is unaware of who is performing the enchantments. But what of my home? If necessary, I can discreetly arrange for your home to be connected to the Flu network. Thank you very much, Headmaster. Not at all. Dumbledore approached Frank. Take hold of my arm. My child, I presume you have yet to experience the manifestation of a familiar? No. Fear not. The Phoenix will make our journey far more pleasant. Fox let out a gentle trill before settling upon Dumbledore's shoulder. In an instant, flames enveloped Frank and Dumbledore, as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Frank realized that he and the headmaster were no longer in the office. Before them stood a man of modest height, perhaps just over 5 feet tall, with disheveled ginger hair and a face adorned with freckles, capped by a prominent nose. Upon seeing Dumbledore's arrival, he hurried over, his legs appearing somewhat bow-legged. Ah, my esteemed headmaster. You have arrived. This individual, standing before them, seemed as though he had not bathed in quite some time, emanating a potent odor of sweat mingled with halitosis. Frank instinctively took a slight step back. Yet, the man's gaze swiftly shifted to Frank. Greetings, young sir. I am your devoted Mundungus Fletcher. You may simply call me Mundungus. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Frank glanced at Dumbledore and nodded. Very well. I shall trouble you if the need arises. No trouble at all. Please do not be so formal with me. Montague wished to add something further, but was interrupted by Headmaster Dumbledore. All right, Montague, there are other matters to attend to shortly. Indeed, they await us just ahead. Frank gazed in the direction indicated by Montague. Before him stood a quaint three-story building, accompanied by a small courtyard in front of the entrance. Frank stood outside the yard, casting a glance within. The garden was overgrown with weeds, and the thick ivy had completely obscured the windows of the house. Frank pushed open the gate and stepped onto the barely visible stone path. Upon entering, he found the house desolate, with a thick layer of dust blanketing the floor. The ceiling was marred with mold. A dense growth of ivy completely obscured the windows, allowing little light to filter through. Professor Dumbledore cast a glance at the entrance and gently tapped his wand, causing the ivy to fall away. Sunlight flooded in as Frank ascended the stairs to the third floor, inspecting each room before descending again. Professor, I am quite pleased with the house, Frank declared. No sooner had he spoken than Montague interjected eagerly. I'm glad to hear that. It took me quite some time to find this place. Very well. You may call me Montague, he continued. All right, Mr. Montague. How much does it cost? It's quite reasonable, merely 2,000 galleons. Before Montague could finish, Dumbledore interrupted him. Montague cautiously glanced at Dumbledore, then replied, All right, let us settle on 1,000 galleons. He then implored Dumbledore, Professor. I must earn a little, don't you think? That's fine. I can pay 1,500, Frank responded. Before he could finish, Montague's head whipped around, his eyes wide with surprise. Oh, thank you. You are, he began, but Frank interrupted. Hold on, not so fast. I'm not done yet. I require an unbreakable vow to ensure you won't disclose this place. Professor, please witness. Montague Fleech was taken aback, glancing at Dumbledore, who remained silent. He then turned back to Frank, conceding, All right. Frank turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, would you teach me? Dumbledore chuckled heartily before imparting his knowledge to Frank. The headmaster drew his wand and touched its tip to their clasped hands. Montgomery, do you pledge never to divulge anything about this place, regardless of time, location, or method? I pledge. Do you agree that, in my absence, while I am in full possession of my faculties, not coerced or compelled in any manner, you may refuse my invitation? I agree. Do you also consent that, in my absence, while I am fully aware and unencumbered, you may deny permission for your presence or that of others? I consent. 3 slender, radiant tongues of flame erupted from the wand, resembling 3 glowing strands of hot metal, entwining their joined hands. Thank you very much, Montgomery. Frank handed over a check for 1,500 galleons, which Montgomery snatched eagerly before inspecting it against the sunlight for authenticity. Frank glanced at him, then drew forth his wand, employing the cleansing charm to rid the room of dust and mildew. The first year of schooling had come to a close, and Frank had returned home. All students had received notifications prohibiting the use of magic outside of school for minors. Jeremiah, too, was unable to witness his son's progress in magical studies. However, upon learning that Frank had purchased a house in Hogsmeade, his parents resolved to spend every weekend there, immersing themselves in the enchantment of magic. Frank had been home for 3 days, and his parents had transitioned from asking, What will you have for dinner, dear? To exclaiming, Frank, why are you still in bed? Fortunately, the weather was splendid that day. Frank decided to venture to Diagon Alley to procure some furniture for Hogsmeade, intending to practice magic there during the day and return home for dinner at night. With a flick of his wand, a triple-decker bus materialized before him, as if conjured from thin air. The gust of wind and dust prompted Frank to shield his face with his hand. Welcome aboard the night bus, the emergency transport for stranded witches and wizards. Simply extend your wand arm, board the bus, and we will take you wherever you wish to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I shall be your conductor today. It is my pleasure to assist you. To the leaky cauldron, please, Frank informed the conductor. Not a problem, sir. 7 sickles for the fare, Stan replied promptly. For 10, you can enjoy some chocolate. For 15, you may receive a hot water bottle and a toothbrush with colors of your choice. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Just a chocolate will suffice, Frank said, tossing a gold galleon into Stan's direction. Keep the change. Thank you. You are most generous, sir, Stan remarked, his words trailing off as he noticed Frank turning to him. A handsome and generous sir. You're welcome, Frank replied. Frank made his way to the rear and casually chose a bed to sit upon. Let us drive. Ern, Stan said as he settled beside Ern. Ern, the driver of the vehicle, nodded to stand before igniting the engine. The car roared to life, and Frank felt an immense force thrust him back onto the bed. He grasped the handrail to sit up, observing the bustling crowd outside. Yet no one seemed to pay heed to the three-tiered bus. It sped along with an exhilarating swiftness, reminiscent of the sensation one experiences just before an airplane takes flight. Objects along the roadside flashed by like fleeting shadows, while obstacles ahead danced away from the path, only to return once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank first visited Gringotts to exchange 20 kilograms of gold galleons. After all, there were numerous items to purchase, and the expenses accumulated rapidly. Next to the bespoke robes shop stood a renowned furniture establishment, the Mahogany Furniture Store, which is said to be an old shop with a history spanning several centuries. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank perused the album, discovering nothing particularly appealing. He then arranged to visit Hogsmeade with Colin the following day. After setting a time, Frank meandered through Diagon Alley. The sweltering heat of June was nearly unbearable, prompting him to first stop at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where he purchased a colossal honey-dipped blueberry sundae. This sundae was at least the size of 3 of Frank's fists. With the first lick, the flavor of blueberry danced upon his palate, soon followed by the sweet allure of honey. Yet, after just one bite, a small flurry of snowflakes descended from above, landing on him before vanishing into thin air. A refreshing chill enveloped him from within, as the sundae glided smoothly down his throat. Frank shivered slightly, then ambled outside, holding the sundae leisurely. The street bustled with people, and the already scorching day felt even more stifling. As Frank strolled along, he cast his gaze around. In the distance, he spotted the Lehan bookstore, intending to step inside and explore the latest offerings. Suddenly, he realized that he had yet to finish his sundae. Thus, he meandered to another location, continuing his aimless wandering. Frank was walking ahead when John unexpectedly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. "What brings you to Diagon Alley, Frank?" "Oh, I recently purchased a house in Hogsmeade a few days ago. I'm here today to meet someone to discuss custom furniture." "And you?" "I'm just here to check on the shop, you know. My family shares a Nimbus. In fact, the Quidditch Boutique in Diagon Alley is the very first store of Nimbus. So, preparing for your future?" "Indeed. My parents always said one must not forget their roots." John shrugged. "Well, I suppose that allows me to keep an eye on the shop." Frank draped his arm around John's shoulder and said, "Come. Let us visit Master John's shop." With a chuckle, he added, "Let's go take a look at the Lightwheel 2000. John reciprocated by wrapping his arm around Frank, and together they passed through a small door into the Quidditch Boutique. The store was bustling with patrons. Had I entered through the main entrance, I surely would have been unable to squeeze my way in. Frank stood on the staircase of the second floor, observing the throng below, and shook his head. It's primarily because of the holiday. The children out shopping have flocked to the store to play. John, leading the way, noticed Frank pause and remarked, "That is why I always enter through the back door." "Do you not need to oversee the shop?" "There are staff members attending to that. It is not my concern, and I am unable to make decisions." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. What do you plan to do next? John approached Frank, both of them gazing at the model. As for me, I have no particular plans. Shall we have lunch together? Frank nodded. All right. Nocturne Alley is a thoroughfare teeming with dark wizards, filled with an array of sinister magical artifacts. After Frank and John finished their lunch, they excused themselves by claiming one needed to leave first, and then made their way to Nocturne Alley. They arrived at Nocturne Alley by taking a small path adjacent to the leaky cauldron. As Frank entered, he noticed numerous gazes fixated upon him. He surveyed his surroundings, shrugged nonchalantly, and continued onward. Before him stood a sorceress clad in tattered robes, emanating an overpowering stench. Frank paused for a moment, then circled around to continue his forward journey. Suddenly, another male sorcerer seized his right hand. Frank raised his foot and struck the male wizard in the groin, simultaneously sending the female wizard behind him sprawling to the ground. Subsequently, their wizard robes transformed into ropes, binding the two individuals together. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank's objective is quite clear. It is the Borgin and Burke shop mentioned in the original text. After all, it was once the workplace of Voldemort, and it is only fitting to pay a visit for remembrance. The Borgin and Burke shop holds a certain renown in Nocturne Alley, and it does not take long to reach it by following the path. Frank rapped gently on the door before stepping inside. The shop was shrouded in dimness, devoid of sunlight, which Frank found quite understandable, considering it was a store specializing in dark magical artifacts. A hunched, stooped man emerged from behind the counter, exclaiming, "Ah, what a pleasure to encounter a young gentleman I have not seen before. It is an honor to meet you. Why are your parents not accompanying you today?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head. He still found it hard to appreciate the house elf from Hogwarts. What? Is it now necessary to check identification before making a purchase in the shop? Of course not. Borg chuckled ominously. I am uncertain of what you require. Let me take a look. Please bring me your product catalog. That may not be entirely appropriate, young sir. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded and said, "Certainly, please find me another wallet. One imbued with a seamless expansion charm. That is not permitted, my young sir. May I inquire if I would be allowed to purchase it from you?" Frank cast him a peculiar glance. "Haha, very well. The total comes to 3,000 galleons. How would you like to settle the payment?" Frank placed a Gringotts check on the counter, but just as Bach was about to take it, Frank swiftly pulled it back. "Where are the items?" "Please hold on." Bach turned and walked through a small door behind the counter. Frank surveyed the shop, which was filled with peculiar items alongside the likes of the hand of Glory and glass eyes. Among the oddities was a dagger, beneath which a plaque read, "The bearer of this dagger will bleed profusely at midnight until they use it to take a life." Another curious object was a drum made from human skin, which would cause the heart of the curse to beat in rhythm with the drumming when struck with the right hand, ultimately leading to their demise. Then there was an axe, notorious for having slain 87 muggles, absorbing the blood of each victim with every kill. "Young sir, the item you requested has arrived." Bach's voice broke through Frank's thoughts. "Let me see what you have here." Suddenly, a deep voice resonated behind Frank. It was Severus Snape. "Professor, what brings you here?" "Answer my question. I've heard there is a vanishing cabinet for sale, and I came to purchase it, along with a bag equipped with the undetectable extension charm." Snape's eyes bore into Frank, as if he sought to extract the truth directly from his mind. Frank shrugged. "Honestly, I haven't received the items yet." Snape's gaze shifted towards Bach, who promptly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, indeed, this young gentleman has yet to settle the bill. Since you are here, Professor Snape, could you kindly assist me in verifying this?" Frank suddenly inquired of Snape, "What will you do if I am not present? Will you simply send it to Professor Dumbledore for assistance?" "How naive," Snape replied. "I have just purchased a residence in Hogsmeade and plan to invite a few professors for dinner. It would be an opportune moment for the headmaster to take a look. Do you think the headmaster has ample leisure time? I believe he can spare an afternoon tea." Snape chose not to respond to Frank, merely drawing his wand and pointing it at the bag and the vanishing cabinet. After a brief pause, Snape tossed the bag to Frank, stating, "The bag is fine, but the cabinet is defective. I am aware the cabinet is faulty. How much can this bag hold?" "At least enough to accommodate 2 cabinets. Bach quickly interjected. "Send the cabinet directly to Professor Dumbledore. I shall compose a letter." Frank placed his wallet into his pocket and casually pulled out a handkerchief, which transformed into a sheet of writing paper. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I purchased a vanishing cabinet at Box Shop. The other is at the school. I witnessed it firsthand. Snape observed as Frank penned the letter. Does Dumbledore know who it is from? The headmaster is well aware of my identity. Another vanishing cabinet at Hogwarts? Bach, having read the contents of the letter, expressed surprise. Indeed, what of it? Do you wish to keep it? Frank chuckled while looking at Bach, planning to invade Hogwarts. Are we? I would not dare. It's merely that you. Before Bach could finish his sentence, Snape let out a dismissive grunt from beside them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank followed Professor Snape out of the shop, with Snape's hand resting firmly on Frank's neck, almost dragging him towards Diagon Alley. Just as they were about to step into the alley, Professor Snape abruptly pressed him against the wall. What do you intend to do with the vanishing cabinet? You know my home cannot connect to the fireplace. So, one at home and one in Hogsmeade. Are you so certain that your home is secure? The unbreakable vow, perhaps? Professor, I possess much knowledge and can perceive many things. You may inquire with the headmaster about what I can see. But I can tell you this. The events of that year were not entirely as the newspapers reported. That year? What are you referring to? Harry Potter. With his wand pressed directly against Frank's throat, Snape's voice dropped to a menacing whisper. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Of course, Professor. You may verify directly with the headmaster. I can see clearly. I am a natural occlumens. What is it that you desire? The unbreakable vow, perhaps? Professor Snape gazed into Frank's eyes, and Frank did not avert his gaze, returning Snape's stare. Humph, Snape said, releasing Frank. I shall consult Dumbledore. I hope you will join me when I move into my new residence. Snape said nothing further, merely flicked his robes and departed. Frank shrugged and then strolled into Diagon Alley, contemplating purchasing another sundae. During the second week of his holiday, he had arranged a dinner gathering with the headmaster and several deans at Hogsmeade. The furniture for his new home had already been delivered the previous Friday. The mahogany furniture store, renowned for its centuries-old legacy, had completed the on-site measurements, crafting, and installation within a mere 3 days. Thus, magic proved to be exceedingly convenient. At least, there were no formaldehyde issues upon the completion of the home renovations. Grateful for the assistance of magic, Frank found his barbecuing endeavors significantly expedited. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a knock echoed from the door. Frank opened the door to find Professor Dumbledore and the 4 house heads gathered. Come in, come in. What need is there for gifts? He exclaimed warmly, accepting the offerings from the esteemed professors. Professor Dumbledore raised the gift in his hand, declaring, This is a set of alchemical utensils I crafted during my youth. While it serves little practical purpose, it possesses the ability to clean itself automatically. Professor McGonagall contributed her school notes, meticulously documenting her studies from her 1st to 7th year. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout brought along some magical sunflower seeds, which sprout rapidly and, upon maturity, can absorb sunlight and store it for use during the night. Professor Flitwick also brought notes. But these were his analyses of the spells used by his opponents during his dueling competitions in his youth. Professor Snape, on the other hand, presented a vial of antidote potion. According to Professor Snape, the majority of poisons could be countered. The group relished their barbecue. Despite occasional inquiries from several professors regarding the completion of assignments, Professor Frank Dumbledore retrieved a cabinet from his pocket. The very vanishing cabinet that had been sent to him by Bork. Do you possess the undetectable extension charm in your pocket? Frank, captivated by the headmaster's attire, disregarded the cabinet for the moment. Of course, but do not disclose it, Dumbledore whispered, lowering his voice. The Ministry of Magic forbids the unauthorized use of modifications. Frank's lips twitched slightly. Among these 6 individuals, who could possibly divulge anything? He then glanced at Professor Snape, a look of sudden understanding crossing his face. I see, Professor. Silence does not vanish. It merely shifts from one visage to another. Very well, Frank. Headmaster Dumbledore interrupted Frank's lingering gaze at Professor Snape. Where is the other vanishing cabinet? In the room of requirement. Frank nodded. Shall I venture a guess as to who used the vanishing cabinet to infiltrate the school? No. Upon hearing the headmaster's response, Frank paused momentarily. Dumbledore smiled gently. One must not harbor suspicion towards an individual simply because they have not yet committed an act, even if they might in the future. But as of now, they have not. Understood, Frank murmured, lowering his gaze in contemplation. Come by the school in a couple of days to retrieve the other vanishing cabinet. Dumbledore instructed. Certainly, Headmaster. I heard from Snape that there were issues regarding Harry's situation back then. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the four heads of houses fell silent, their attention fixated on Frank and Dumbledore. Indeed, Headmaster, the secret keeper was not black at that time. What do you know? Professor Snape suddenly surged forward, seizing Frank and demanding loudly, "Tell me, what do you know?" Dumbledore grasped Professor Snape's hand. "Calm down, let him speak at his own pace. I heard that on the night Voldemort disappeared, Black unleashed a powerful curse in the streets, obliterating an entire block. Do not speak useless words." Professor Snape glared fiercely at Frank. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank observed that Professor Snape's eyes seemed slightly reddened. "Professor, perhaps you could find some joy in knowing that he is not dead." Professor Snape gazed at Frank in bewilderment. Professor Dumbledore gently inquired, "Frank, do you know the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew?" Frank nodded. "His animagus form is a mouse. It still lives, existing in the guise of a rodent. Is this all that you have witnessed?" Professor Dumbledore maintained a remarkably composed demeanor. "Indeed. In the realm I have observed, such a matter would be disclosed by the third year." Frank nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." Dumbledore replied, "I shall personally visit Azkaban to investigate Black." Professor Snape lowered his head, his voice tinged with emotion. How? How does one locate a mouse? Allow me to first ascertain the situation at Azkaban." Before Professor Dumbledore could finish his sentence, Frank interjected, "Perhaps you could accompany Pettigrew to Azkaban." Professor Snape looked up, initially bewildered by Frank's words, as if he had not comprehended what was said, before rushing forward. "Do you know where he is? You know where that traitor is, don't you?" Several professors hurried to restrain Professor Snape. After a prolonged period, he finally fell silent. His eyes appeared as profound voids. Frank recognized that this was the mental blocking spell operating intensely, compelling him to calm down. "There is no need for haste, Professor. I know where he is." Frank nodded. "It is at the Weasley residence." Upon hearing this, the professors fixed their gazes upon him. Dumbledore regarded Frank. "This is a grave accusation. Do you realize?" Frank nodded and quickly stated, "It is not that they are sheltering Wormtail, but rather that Wormtail has transformed into a rat and is hiding at the Weasley residence." Professor Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod. "It seems we must first pay a visit to Arthur and Molly. From what I have observed, they are unaware of the situation." "Very well, Frank. I shall give it serious consideration." Professor Dumbledore raised his hand, immobilizing the departing Professor Snape. "Severus, I will go first. You shall wait here." He believed that Professor Snape should first prepare the Veritasrum. Otherwise, Wormtail would not divulge the truth. Dumbledore then released Professor Snape from his paralysis. "Severus, you have heard. We require the Veritasrum." Professor Snape took a deep breath and turned to leave. Professor Dumbledore rose. "Then let us make our way to Arthur's home." The other professors nodded in agreement, and one by one, they vanished from sight. Frank shook his head, still contemplating the idea of going to see it together. After a night of barbecuing, the moon had already ascended among the branches. Given that he had dinner with several professors that evening, he decided against returning to his home in London. After all, there was a bed here as well. As he lay in bed, Frank suddenly remembered that the Sun Tree had yet to receive its infusion of magic. He arose to bestow the necessary energy upon it. Over the past few months, the Sun Tree had begun to sprout. Although it had only barely emerged, a faint warmth could be felt emanating from it. "O Sun Tree, what misalignment have you succumbed to?" While channeling magic into the tree, Frank observed that its top was tilted in a particular direction. He attempted to straighten it, only for it to topple once more. It was rather late to write to Professor Sprout, so he decided to wait until the morrow. Upon returning to his bed, Frank remained oblivious to a faint glow emanating from an object in the basement, directed by the Sun Tree. The following day, Frank awoke to find the Sun Tree standing upright once again. He scrutinized it thoroughly before resuming his magical practice, only to discover that as he infused it with energy, the top of the Sun Tree tilted towards a different direction once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank retrieved the blueprint of the house and marked a spot for the placement of the Sun Tree. He then drew a line in the direction it would lean. A convergence point emerged before Frank's eyes. According to the blueprint, this location corresponded to the basement. Frank had never ventured into the basement, for there was nothing that warranted storage in such a place. After purchasing the house, he had merely performed a cleaning ritual at the entrance to the basement. Upon discovering an issue within, Frank remained unperturbed. Instead, He produced his wand, conjured a shield and armor, and stood at the threshold, slowly opening the door. The glow flickered, illuminating the space. Since the basement contained no belongings, Frank had not installed any torches or other lighting devices. The luminescent spell cast a soft light, revealing an empty room. He cautiously descended the stairs, reminding himself to remain composed and deliberate. As he ventured deeper into the basement, he searched diligently but found nothing of interest. He tapped his wand gently against the walls. First on the left, then on the right, yet nothing occurred. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank discovered that he was no longer in the basement, but had unexpectedly found himself at an altitude of at least 200 feet above the ground. Plummeting downwards, wings unfurled from Frank's back, allowing him to hover in midair. With the aid of his wings, Frank slowly descended. In the vast expanse of the sky, he noticed the absence of any human presence, whether it be the towering edifices of muggles or the faint wisps of smoke from rural abodes. The heavens were shrouded in a thick veil of dark clouds, obscuring the sun, as if a tempest was imminent. The forest in the distance appeared even more enigmatic beneath the looming clouds. Perhaps it was merely the distance that rendered the trees seemingly black. During his descent, Frank observed no birds taking flight from the woodland, yet he could hear the strange roars of wild beasts echoing in the air. He lamented that he should have paid more attention to the wonders of the animal kingdom and Bear Grylls' adventures in his previous life. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he continued to scan the surroundings in hopes of discovering a sign of civilization. I must not ascend too high, lest those on the ground perceive me as a bird and launch an attack. Yet, I cannot descend too low, for I may fail to see the dangers lurking in the distance. Frank descended to a height of approximately 5 feet above the ground. How should he navigate forward, backward, or sideways? He decided to forego the forest for the time being, uncertain of the lurking dangers. Little dot, choose a position, he murmured. With a final glance at his options, Frank chose to proceed to the left. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Frank soared through the skies, he employed waterproofing measures upon himself. After approximately an hour of flight, he finally beheld a cavern in the distance. The protracted journey amidst the torrential rain came to an end as Frank entered the cave, which housed nothing but an immense skeleton. It appeared to belong to some colossal reptilian creature, characterized by its sharp fangs and gigantic limbs. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank glanced at it. Perhaps it was because the upper layers had decayed first, with the rotting sludge enveloping the remnants, resulting in a lack of oxygen that caused the decay to progress slowly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed outside the cave, and to his astonishment, he noticed that the grass, drenched by the relentless downpour, had begun to exhibit a hint of green. This was inconceivable. How could grass possibly turn green merely from rain? Anxiously pacing within the confines of the cave, Frank pondered, what manner of place is this? Surely, I cannot have crossed over again. As he continued his restless wandering, he observed that the grass he had left drying nearby was also gradually transitioning to a verdant hue. This was utterly wrong. It defied all logic. Am I perhaps dreaming? He questioned, striking his thigh with considerable force. The sharp sting elicited a loud cry from him, and to his bewilderment, the grass beneath began to revert to its original yellow state. Frank wielded his blade with precision, slicing through the grass. I refuse to believe this. What on earth is this place? The severed hay remained unresponsive. Frank sat on the ground, gazing at the torrential rain outside the cave. occasionally adding more hay to keep the flames from extinguishing. Frank felt as though the torrential rain had persisted for an eternity. Had he awakened? Could he discern the outline of his hand? In a state of disorientation, Frank perceived the presence of a sprite, gazing intently at him. Where am I? Shaking his head slightly, he sensed his vision sharpening. A sprite sat before him, or perhaps another race, yet the elongated pointed ears bore a striking resemblance to the elves of his understanding. Greetings, outsider. Do you feel better now? The sprite's voice was husky, yet imbued with an inexplicable allure. Thank you. I feel somewhat improved. Is there water? Frank sat up, one hand rubbing his temple. May I inquire who you are? It seems I fainted within a cave. Indeed, we discovered you within the den of a brown bear. You ignited a hallucinogenic herb, the sprite replied with a nod. I am Arcadius Bend A. Thank you for rescuing me. Frank accepted the water offered by Arcadius and asked, Where exactly are we? This is Odiaroa, Arcadius responded, observing Frank's puzzled expression. Oh, it is also known as New Zealand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank descended from the bed, which was situated in a thatched cottage. The bed was constructed from earth, adorned with a thick layer of unfamiliar hay and covered with an old, faded bed sheet. The sheet bore numerous signs of mending, indicating the owner's modest means. The entire dwelling was built from a blend of wooden planks and earth, with certain areas revealing worn-out boards where the earth had crumbled away. The table and chair by the bedside exhibited signs of age, with some parts even damaged and left unrepaired. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank stepped out of the door. And before him lay a courtyard adorned with earthen walls, each bearing the visage of a human head. Frank was taken aback, as it appeared that a dozen or so individuals had stretched their heads over the wall, silently fixated on him with unwavering gazes. The courtyard gate remained ajar, or rather, it was impossible to shut it entirely. Only half of the door precariously hung in place, resembling a mere ornament affixed to the wall, while the other half was entirely absent. Frank nodded to the people on the wall, and then the crowd suddenly dispersed, with some exclaiming, "That person glanced at me." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank reached into his pocket, relieved to find his wand still there. At that moment, a voice from outside the courtyard called out, "Villager, villager, come quickly. He is from England." Alcacio rushed in, dragging along an elderly elf who appeared quite frail, nearly stumbling as he was pulled along. "Alcacio, how many times must I remind you? You must be composed and not so hasty." The village chief admonished Alcacio, then straightened his attire. "Greetings, I am Melchiades, the chief of Yinshan village. Are you from London?" Frank observed the village chief, who, despite his efforts to maintain composure, exhibited a hint of tension in his voice. "Indeed, I am Frank Dell, hailing from London." The village chief reached into his pocket and retrieved a yellowed note, well preserved despite its age. "Did Abel Jansen Tasman 7 send you?" As the chief inquired, the courtyard became once again enveloped by the presence of the elves. Frank glanced around at the surrounding elves and then back at the village chief, apologetically stating, "I'm afraid I do not know this individual." As Frank finished speaking, it seemed as though the world had descended into silence. The elf before him appeared to have ceased even the act of breathing. The yellowed piece of paper in his hand slowly slipped away. Time seemed to stretch on interminably. Suddenly, the village chief lunged forward, collapsing at Frank's feet. Think again if you recognize him." The chief's eyes were already glistening with tears, his voice trembling with desperation. "I beg you, think once more, please." Before he could finish his plea, he fainted. Alcacio swiftly caught the chief. "I apologize for the disturbance, stranger. You should return to rest." Without allowing Frank to utter a word of inquiry, Alcacio cradled the chief and departed the small courtyard. The surrounding elves also dispersed into the ether. Frank shook his head in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Back in his room, Frank couldn't stop pondering the name he had just heard. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had indeed heard it before in a past life. Abel Jansen Tasman, male, born around 1603, passed away in 1659, hailing from the Netherlands. In August 1642, he was commissioned to explore southern lands. which at that time were referred to by the Dutch as Australia. He set sail from Jakarta, Java. Tasman gained fame for discovering New Zealand, Tasmania, Tonga, and Fiji during his voyages. Abel Jansoon Tasman discovered New Zealand, and here he was, in New Zealand. But wait, Tasman discovered New Zealand, where the indigenous people were the Maori. What connection did this have with those sprites? Furthermore, the village chief had just inquired about Abel Jansoon Tasman VII. Since when did he become an emperor? Moreover, Tasman was Dutch. Why was there a question about him being from England? Additionally, when I just asked the Ministry of Magic, Alcacior said he knew nothing about it. Did New Zealand not have its own Ministry of Magic? That seemed implausible. Or was it that this place had been so isolated for too long that they were unaware of the ministry? Yet that didn't add up, as they seemed to know about England and London. Was London truly that renowned? Who exactly was in London? Night had fallen, and Frank found himself unable to sleep. He rose and wandered into the yard. The sky was adorned with shimmering stars, and he picked up a stone from the ground, effortlessly transforming it into a recliner upon which he lay back. In this unknown place, far removed from the city, the stars above remained brilliantly luminous. Gradually, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Frank drifted off to sleep, oblivious to the upheaval occurring thousands of miles away in London. The scene shifted back to a week prior, after Frank had finished a barbecue with the headmaster and several professors. Headmaster Dumbledore decided to personally accompany Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout to the Weasley residence. They chose not to go immediately after the meal, as darkness had already fallen. It would be troublesome if Peter Pettigrew transformed into a rat and fled, or worse, if he abducted a child from the Weasley family. Thus, Dumbledore resolved to visit the following morning. At dawn, Dumbledore set off for the Ministry of Magic, where he would formally request leave for Arthur Weasley. The entrance to the ministry was located within a telephone booth in London. When the announcement came that Albus Dumbledore was visiting the ministry, Cornelius Fudge nearly jumped out of his skin. Why had no one informed him in advance? Fudge hurriedly donned his coat and rushed to the elevator, awaiting Dumbledore's arrival. "Ah, Albus, welcome to the Ministry of Magic," Fudge greeted, his face beaming with pride as the elevator doors opened. "You could have let someone notify me beforehand, so I could prepare." Dumbledore offered a slight smile. He towered over Fudge, creating an image reminiscent of an adult standing beside a child. "Cornelius, it's just a minor matter. I was a bit pressed for time, which is why I didn't notify you beforehand." Dumbledore was well aware of Fudge's apprehensions. Fudge feared that Dumbledore might suddenly decide to run for the position of Minister of Magic, knowing full well he stood no chance against him. Thus, he had always exhibited a subservient demeanor in Dumbledore's presence. In fact, when he first became minister, he often resorted to sending owls to Dumbledore for guidance on nearly every matter. Dumbledore understood Fudge's concerns. Each of his responses had been affirmations of the new minister's requests, as he kept his own power caged, fearing it might harm the world around him. "It's nothing, Cornelius. I merely need to discuss a few things with Arthur and request a leave of absence on his behalf. Of course, that's not an issue. In fact, for such trivial matters, he could simply come by and inform you directly. There is no need for you to." Fudge suddenly noticed the three professors accompanying Dumbledore. "Ah, you brought people along." He wasn't aware of that. "To be honest, I hoped you would take some Aurors and hit wizards with you. And also, the approval for the use of Veritaserum. Albus, may I inquire why? It must remain confidential, but it won't be a secret for long. You know, Cornelius, Veritaserum has specific usage requirements." Fudge seemed to plead with Dumbledore. "Really, can't you tell me beforehand? You will know soon enough." After a moment of deep contemplation, Fudge resolved to agree to the matter. He understood that if Dumbledore wished for something, it would undoubtedly happen, regardless of his own consent. "Albus, what brings you here personally?" Arthur Weasley looked up from his office, accompanied by the three professors and the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. "Arthur, I need you to return home for a moment." Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Arthur. "Once you arrive, inform your family that someone has mailed dark magical items to your home, and gather everyone together." "What on earth is happening?" Arthur asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. "We cannot be entirely certain yet, but it is very likely." Arthur looked at Dumbledore. "Albus, I understand." Meanwhile, Molly Weasley was preparing lunch for her children. During the summer, she had to prepare meals for 6 people, including herself. "George, Fred, keep quiet." The twins were about to retort when they noticed the pointer in the house indicating Arthur Weasley was returning home. "Mom, Dad is coming home. Don't be ridiculous." P.S. Still at Molly also saw the pointer and wondered why he was returning at this hour. "Is something the matter?" Arthur stood outside. reflecting on Dumbledore's earlier words. Don't worry, just say there are dark magical items here, and then gather the children. He gazed at their dwelling, which was now surrounded. Dumbledore and the professors had concealed themselves with disillusionment charms, and he took a deep breath. Molly, quickly, call the children out. Arthur called as he entered the house. Ginny descended the stairs in her pajamas. Dad, what's wrong? It's nothing. Someone has mailed us a dark magical item. You all should stay downstairs. The twins, seeing their father's serious expression, ceased their mischief, and the children followed Molly out of the door. The Aurors began to enter the dwelling cautiously. First floor clear. Second floor clear. A few Aurors ascended to the third floor, which was Ron's room. Suddenly, Professor Dumbledore appeared outside the third-floor window, concealing himself. The Aurors kicked the door open, and the rat, Scabbers, awakened from his slumber, startled by the presence of the Aurors, and began to flee. Stunning spells were cast, striking the rat. The Aurors handed the unconscious rat to Dumbledore, and Cornelius Fudge observed, Albus, is it really necessary to gather so many people just to catch a rat? Professor McGonagall chimed in, this is no ordinary rat. It's an animagus. Arthur then approached Dumbledore. Albus, are we certain? Indeed, it is highly probable. Professor McGonagall brandished her wand, casting a counter-curse. Before the assembled crowd, the mouse gradually transformed into a human figure. It was Peter Pettigrew. Indeed, it was he. Dumbledore sighed and nodded slightly. Suddenly, a rope materialized, binding him tightly. Professor McGonagall aimed her wand at Peter Pettigrew, urging him to awaken swiftly. A flash of light illuminated the space as Peter slowly regained consciousness. Initially, he gazed around in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Then he burst into tears, exclaiming, Headmaster, it's me, Peter. I am aware of your identity. However, my inquiry pertains to your presence here. Dumbledore's voice remained calm. Despite the sweltering June weather, Peter felt an inexplicable chill within. Headmaster, I am afraid. You know, I fear the retribution of the Dark Lord. Oh, is that so? Yes. I fear the Dark Lord's vengeance. Then why are you here? Because I am terrified of missing out on the latest developments. I dread being uninformed when that person returns. I see. Albus, I suggest we administer Veritasrum. Professor McGonagall remarked with disdain, fixing her gaze upon Peter. Obtaining information sooner would clarify the truth. Professor? Peter whimpered, attempting to retreat. Yet the ropes confined him, leaving him only able to squirm on the ground. Albus. Fudge promptly intervened. Minerva, let us pause for a moment. Could you elucidate what exactly is transpiring? We have discovered that the Potter's secret keeper was not Sirius Black. McGonagall's eyes bore into Peter. Rather, it was a recipient of the Merlin's first-class order. No, it was not me. It was Sirius. He betrayed them. Peter cried, his face streaked with tears. He wished to kill me. Truly. Albus, I propose we take him back for interrogation, Fudge suggested, casting a glance at Peter. Conducting the questioning here would not be appropriate. Dumbledore regarded Fudge thoughtfully. Then I entrust this matter to you, Cornelius. Not a problem, Fudge quickly replied, nodding to the Aurors behind him. Take him away and ensure he is thoroughly interrogated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head, resolving to cease pondering whether there exist climatic discrepancies in the two-dimensional realm, for he knew not how to comprehend such matters at present. He was also unaware of the whereabouts of Arcadio, seemingly absent since last night. Why did the village chief inquire about Abel Jansen Tasman 7? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank's journey grew increasingly peculiar. Despite the evident signs of poultry farming in certain areas, not a single animal sound could be heard. Surely, it was improbable that all the creatures were aware of their owner's slumber and chose to remain silent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank felt an uncanny familiarity with the tree, though he had never encountered it before. Its vibrant green leaves were a testament to its enduring vitality. After about an hour had passed, as the crowd began to disperse, he slowly approached. Beneath the tree, the village chief stood gazing upward at the few leaves that had yet to wither. "Good morning, Chief Melchiades," Frank greeted as he drew near. "Good morning, Frank. I must apologize for my rudeness yesterday," the chief replied with a courteous nod. "Chief, I have come to inquire about a few matters." "Oh, do go on. Is there a way for you to contact the Ministry of Magic?" The Ministry of Magic, a name that seems so distant. The last time I heard it was over a century ago. Currently, I have no means to reach them. Has something occurred at the Ministry of Magic in New Zealand? I have not heard any news. I am unaware of any incidents at the Ministry. However, we ourselves have lost the ability to make contact, Melchiades stated, sending a chill through Frank. What circumstances could possibly render the Ministry unreachable? Melchiades continued. "This world is on the brink of destruction." Frank shook his head, stating, "The prophecy of the world's destruction by Yama was foretold for the year 2012. It is now 1992, with several years yet to come." Melchiades offered a feeble smile and replied, "I am not referring to your world, but to this world. In your terms, this realm is destined for annihilation." "But why?" Frank inquired. "You ought to understand that the environment of this realm is reliant upon reality, yet transcends it. This is also the primary reason why the realm can thrive. Preserving magical creatures and flora." Observing Frank's nod, Melchiades continued, "Within this realm, there exists a singular source of paramount magical energy. It facilitates the optimal transformation of nature's magic, allowing us to absorb and utilize it more effectively." Melchiades scrutinized Frank's bewildered expression, assessing him, perhaps doubting the boy's academic prowess. "You must comprehend that the birth of this realm gave rise to wizards, correct? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank seems to have stumbled upon a significant revelation. Beings such as elves and treants emerged following the inception of the mystical realm. Wizards, on the other hand, are the result of the amalgamation of these beings with humanity. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand now. These human wizards, born with an innate ability to wield magical power, find that their prowess gradually diminishes as their bloodline is passed down through generations." Frank expressed his understanding of the reasons behind the existence of the silent cannons in the world. However, a faction of wizards discovered that their bloodlines would be safeguarded as long as they remained within the confines of the secret realm. Gradually, the wizards began to migrate to this sanctuary. Melchiades gazed at Frank before continuing his exposition. As the life forms within the secret realm proliferated, the magical energy produced became insufficient to sustain the wizards' bloodlines. This led to the outbreak of the Secret Realm War, a fierce struggle for the source of the realm, essential for maintaining the transformation of its magic. "I believe I comprehend your point. The secret realm resembles a dome, with oxygen symbolizing magic. While humans can absorb oxygen, they are incapable of generating it independently and must rely on it for survival. Similarly, wizards absorb magic through their breath. Yet the ambient magical energy is too sparse to sustain their internal magical lineage. Consequently, although the wizard's magical power increases with age, the growth within the secret realm vastly surpasses that beyond its borders. Is it possible that the outside realm experiences negative growth? The siphoning effect, perhaps?" Melchiades sighed, acknowledging, "Though I do not grasp the meaning of your words, if you claim to understand, then so be it. 150 years ago, a meteor struck New Zealand, impacting the source of the elven secret realm." Melchiades gestured towards the forest. Deep within its heart, the source of the realm was obliterated, and its magical essence became chaotic. Dark creatures wreaked havoc, and noble, virtuous life forms began to vanish. Melchiades collapsed onto the ground, lamenting, "Since that time, the secret realm has approached the end of life. It has expelled the magical beings dwelling within and driven away the wizards. Now, only the denizens of the realm remain, facing their demise alongside it." "I do not fully grasp your meaning. I am uncertain how you entered this realm. Many years ago, Abel Jansen Tasman 7 declared he would return to London to seek a solution to save this world. Leaning against the great tree behind him, Melchiards remarked, "We may not be able to wait for him any longer." He pointed to the leaves above, saying, "Once these few leaves fall, there shall be no further opportunities." Frank's gaze followed Melchiards' hand as it pointed towards the pinnacle, where a single leaf drifted slowly between their eyes. Now, only 10 leaves remain. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head, saying, "Let me think. It's all right. Once you go out, could you please check on him for me? I believe he's not the type to stand someone up. He must be facing some difficulties. If possible, lend him a helping hand." Frank gazed at Melchiards and said, If I were to meet him, I would do my utmost to assist him. If time is not of the essence, we could explore this world of ours." Melchiards sat beneath the tree. Frank nodded and then turned to leave. After walking a distance, he glanced back. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its light upon the eerily silent, deep black forest in the distance. Beyond lay the withered yellow grass. Until he reached the tree, where the emerald green leaves shimmered like the brightest strokes on a canvas, steadfastly guarding the boundary between life and death. Beneath the tree, the spirit had aged significantly. Leaning against the trunk, it seemed to have exhausted all strength and means. Perhaps what remained there now was merely a shell, a soulless, wandering corpse. Frank continued along the narrow path of the village. Wherever his gaze fell, he was met with dilapidated old houses teetering on the brink of collapse. The once expansive road was now flanked by dust. Frank shook his head, pondering whether even the weeds had ceased to flourish. Arcadio materialized behind Frank, exclaiming, "There you are, Frank," as he produced from his pocket an object resembling both a twig and a clump of earth, extending it towards Frank. "Here, you haven't eaten, have you?" Frank accepted the offering, scrutinizing the so-called food in his hand before inquiring, "What is this made of?" "Tree bark and earth," Arcadio replied. "You, being an outsider, might find it unpalatable, but it's all we have left." Arcadio glanced at the meager sustenance in Frank's hand, swallowing hard. "I even added some bone meal. It's from that bone you discovered. Have you eaten it?" Frank asked. "I have," Arcadio stated, though his stomach protested audibly. He turned his head away. "I do not wish to eat now." "You should. Why not simply hunt?" Frank countered. "I heard the howls of beasts. That is not permissible. Those creatures are now dark beings and are inedible. Would you rather starve than allow me to eat first? You are likely the last guest in this world. How could I let a guest go hungry? Moreover, how could I permit you to depart with a negative impression of my world?" Frank stared blankly at Alcacio, who continued speaking without a care. "The world is bidding farewell, and you may well be the final memory of it, the last reminiscence of this realm." Alcacio crouched down and gently patted Frank's shoulder, saying, "If the future grants you the opportunity, please share the traces of this world's existence with your friends. It is a realm filled with love and tenderness." Alcacio, a tall and slender elf, stood at least 6 feet in height, bending down just to meet Frank's gaze. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank spread his wings and ascended into the sky. From his aerial vantage point, he gazed down at the village, which appeared as a diminutive circle, encircled by vast expanses of desolate yellow. The distant forest loomed darker than ever. Although illuminated by the sun, his heart felt an inexplicable chill. Alcacius, witnessing Frank's descent from the heavens, landed before him. "Alcacius, I seek your counsel on how to rescue this world. What must be done to breathe life back into it?" Alcacius regarded Frank and shook his head. "This is not a problem you can resolve, but I must endeavor to try. My aspiration is to tread the path of righteousness. If I encounter such a dire predicament and do not lend my assistance, Can I truly claim to be on the right path? Alcacius fixed his gaze upon Frank before gesturing towards the forest. At its heart lies a dragon of malevolence, whose existence prevents the world from self-regulating and restoring its essence. In the beginning, we ventured forth time and again, seeking to vanquish the dragon, yet we met with failure. Why did we fail? Frank inquired. Firstly, before the dragon, there are 6 formidable beasts, either in formidable packs or as powerful individuals. Secondly, by the time we are exhausted and confront the dragon, it is born of dark magic, impervious to both spells and arrows. Alcacius looked intently at Frank. Tell me, how shall we engage in battle? In the deep of night, Frank transformed back into a reclined position, lying in the courtyard. The words Alcacius had spoken during the day echoed persistently in his mind. Indeed, how shall we engage in battle? Frank transformed his wand into a sword. How do we fight? He mused. We'll find out when the time comes. Early the next morning, Frank intercepted Arcadius and brandished his wand. Arcadius, at this moment, does it matter how we fight? We must strike directly. To fight is to hold on to a glimmer of hope, while to refrain is to embrace certain death. Arcadius gazed at Frank. That means we must engage. You should return swiftly. That is not an option. I am committed to the righteous path. The two locked eyes, each determined. Are you certain, Frank? Absolutely. Very well, let us seek out the village chief. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank and Arcadio nodded. We shall proceed, village chief. Frank, you may return directly. There is no need for you to take such risks here. This is not merely a risk. If I retreat from the darkness today, how shall I confront it tomorrow? You are still young. You will understand in due time. But then, my sense of justice will perish today. My body may mature, yet my spirit shall wither away. The chief sighed. Very well. How do you plan to navigate past the 6 beasts? Frank spread his wings, declaring, I can fly, and directly ascend to the head of the dragon. That is futile. Flying is forbidden in the forest, the village chief replied. Is that so? Frank's eyes widened as he gazed at the chief. Of course, we once wielded magic ourselves, but our magical powers have gradually waned. Now we merely enhance our physical forms. Otherwise, who wouldn't be able to fly? Enhancing the body through magic? How does one accomplish that? Have you not learned this? We lack any concept of enhancing the body through magic. Very well, I shall teach you. Is that permissible? After all, the world is on the brink of destruction. Entrusting it to you may leave a trace behind. Thank you, Chief. Do not mention it. Begin with meditation, and then. The chief scrutinized Frank's expression. You can meditate, cannot you? Frank awkwardly scratched his head. Not really. All right, what are they teaching outside these days? We still primarily rely on wands. We used wands in the past as well, but magic fundamentally emanates from within oneself. It is the magic within you that invokes the external magic, not the power of the wand. The chief sighed. Surely, you can still cast spells silently and without a wand? I can manage that, Frank quickly responded. Then snapped his fingers, transforming a clod of earth into a teapot. That's good. The period during which you maintain your magical energy before using it is meditation. But silent and wandless casting is meant to solidify one's belief. Precisely. A resolute thought, an unwavering determination to succeed, and an emptying of oneself. This allows the magical energy you intend to use to enhance your own body. Thus, can one absorb external magic to strengthen oneself? Frank suddenly posed a question. The chief paused, taken aback. Indeed, you are still but a child. I hope you refrain from having such peculiar dreams in the future. Alcatiro chuckled nearby. If it were that simple to augment magical power, elves would live for centuries, and this world would no longer belong to humanity. Frank shrugged his shoulders. I have seen a few before. The village chief nodded. Alcacio, summon the troops and prepare to assault the forest. Let us slay that dragon. Wait a moment, village chief. Frank intercepted Alcacio. I can go alone. The village chief shook his head. We are fighting for our own world. How can we allow you to face this alone? Alcacio nodded. Very well. How many shall we bring? Let us take everyone, as this is nearing its conclusion. Let us give our all from Otherworld one last time. Alcacio swiftly gathered everyone together. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded, gazing at the remaining elves of this world, while the village chief's pre-battle address resonated in his ears. Children, once again, War has commenced. The world stands on the brink of annihilation. Yet, in these final moments, we must strive to vanquish the dragon. I understand that even if we succeed in slaying the dragon, the world will never revert to its former state. I realize that we may very well perish on this path. I am aware, I know it all. But you must have heard it too. The dragon rampages, disrupting the delicate balance. The world's lamentations echo in our ears. I cannot abide this, and I believe you cannot either. However, this shall be our final stand. We have gained support from beyond the world. This time, we are destined for success, even in failure. We must convey to our world that we have fought with every ounce of our strength. Frank gazed upon them, the flames of anger igniting in their eyes. Their clenched fists signified their resolute stance. The village chief surveyed the crowd, casting his gaze upon each individual in turn. He recognized every single person among them, many of whom he had watched grow up. He could recount the history of each, yet today, he was to lead these very souls toward a fated future. This would be an uneven battle, and I cannot assure that everyone will return. In fact, it is highly probable that none may return. We shall charge forth. For the world, for ourselves. Fight. All the elves raised their right hands high. Fight. Frank beheld the scene before him, a battle destined for demise. Yet, none of the elves faltered. Perhaps it was the absence of retreat or the fear of derision that spurred them on. Regardless, they stood as heroes, fighting for the world. Village Chief Melchiorides instructed everyone to return and prepare, though there was likely little to ready. Nevertheless, the chief granted an hour for such preparations. Chief Frank called out to Frank, I have imparted to you the methods of meditation and the enhancement of magical prowess. You must diligently train henceforth. Do you understand? I will, Chief. Frank nodded in affirmation. The chief gazed at him, stating, this time, regardless of success or failure, the world shall meet its end. I hope you will ensure that these teachings endure. Chief, as long as there are those who can remember this world, I shall be content. Moreover, our legacy has been entrusted to you. What is there for me to worry about? Very well, Chief. I shall not forget. The chief patted Frank's shoulder. Now, allow me to inform you of the creatures we may encounter. Firstly, as we journey towards the forest, we will traverse the meadow of perplexing grasses, where we may encounter some feeble dark beings, as well as a few fallen dark elves. Alcacer interjected, let us not concern ourselves with anything else for now. Those dark elves warrant our caution, as they may spring forth to ambush us unexpectedly. Frank nodded and inquired about the appearance of the dark elves, the weapons they wielded, and their methods of attack. He noted that they were incapable of employing magic, yet their physical prowess was formidable, standing at least 10 feet tall. They wielded enormous staffs, reminiscent of trolls. However, trolls were easier to defeat due to their sluggish movement. In contrast, the dark elves moved with agility that was hardly inferior to our own. Frank nodded, inquiring, and then, subsequently, the villagers assembled, showing no signs of respite. The village chief instructed everyone to return and make preparations. However, there was little to prepare. Each individual simply seized their respective weapons, which, in truth, amounted to little more than a collection of sticks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank followed the village chief Melchior and Arcadio as they guided the group towards the forest. However, it was well known to all that in this once verdant plain, now a treacherous thicket, danger lurked at every corner. Arcadio led the way at the front, with Chief Melchior positioned in the middle and Frank bringing up the rear. This party comprised fewer than 30 individuals, precisely 28 elves and 1 human sorcerer. Under the watchful gaze of the world, they embarked on a final expedition, one that would be remembered for its valor. Arcadio, accustomed to patrolling the wilderness, took on the role of the vanguard, leading the group forward, albeit his patrols were typically confined to the vicinity of the village. Chief Melchior, having spent years managing the settlement, occupied the central position to effectively direct the undertaking. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank descended from the skies, addressing Arcadio with a tone of ease. There is no need for such complexity. He gestured towards the swamp, and under the influence of the Earthstar emblem, the mire was instantly transformed into a smooth expanse of land. Cast the hay directly and proceed swiftly, he urged. Arcadio's approach was indeed sound, yet lurking beneath the surface were the dark creatures of the underground. These elongated, spiral-shaped worms, typically gregarious in nature, thrived in the decayed marshes, capable of shattering 3-inch thick stone slabs. They were born from the chaos that ensued after the magical essence of the world became tumultuous. Lurking within the swamp, they would ambush passing life forms. Their remarkable leaping ability allowed them to spring 3 to 4 feet high in the mire, moving with a swiftness akin to fish in water. Attracted by the essence of life, they would bite into their prey, burrowing into the body to devour the internal organs. The expeditionary force encountered these creatures here. Thanks to Frank's transformation of the swamp into solid ground, their shields still firmly in hand. Frank soared through the sky, wand in hand, vigilant for any signs of approaching enemies. Suddenly, he heard a resounding crash from the ground, the sound intensifying as fissures began to appear in the earth. "Run from this swamp, quickly!" Frank shouted from above, descending swiftly while employing magic to fortify the ground. The spell, Shadow of the Blade, was effective but did not last long. The expeditionary force had yet to escape the swamp's confines. A long, spiraled worm burst forth from the mire, lunging toward an elf. Frank, wielding the Shadow of the Blade, expertly struck it mid-air, cleaving it in two. Yet, more creatures emerged from the depths. "Take cover," Frank bellowed, as a volley of arrows swiftly shot forth, raining down upon the ground-bound worms. The sky was filled with arrows, impeding the onslaught of the monsters. Nevertheless, the expeditionary force suffered the loss of 2 brave souls. As the group finally broke free from the swamp's grasp, the long, spiraled worms ceased their attack. Mayor Melchiades stood at the edge of the marsh, and Frank descended beside him. The elves turned to mourn the fallen warriors. Melchiades looked at Frank and asked, "Might I trouble you to assist in retrieving their bodies?" Frank nodded and soared above the lifeless bodies, casting a spell to transform the hay into ropes, thereby retrieving the corpses of the fallen expedition members. "On the very first day, we lost 2 cherished companions." Melchizedek gazed upon the bodies and then turned to the elves, exclaiming, "They are warriors, champions of the world. Perhaps next, it will be me, you, or him who falls. Yet, we fight for the world. Death is honorable." Melchizedek surveyed the gathering. "Let us depart and press onward." The expedition set forth once more, while Frank observed the remains of the 2 deceased elves, their innards entirely hollowed. With a gaping wound in their abdomens, the exit point for the elongated spiral worms. Frank cast a glance before unfurling his wings and soaring upwards once more. As dusk approached, the village chief, Melchiades, urged everyone to set up camp on the spot in preparation for the night ahead. Frank will utilize the Earthstar brand to level the ground, and he will erect several iron walls around the camp for enhanced nighttime defense. The village chief, Melchiades, observed the camp transformed by Frank and clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Ha ha, now we can sleep a little more soundly at night." Arkady gazed at the completely enclosed camp and asked, "Frank, what will we do tomorrow morning?" "Tomorrow morning? I can certainly revert it back," Frank replied. "What I mean is, can these iron walls be transformed into armor by morning, so everyone remains safer? I have considered it, but—" Frank's gaze swept over the emaciated elves. Arkady smiled, understanding Frank's intent. "You need not worry. They may appear frail, but our magic has indeed strengthened their bodies." Frank nodded. "That is not an issue. On the wilderness night, the stars shone remarkably bright. Or rather, in all places untouched by industrial pollution, the starlight radiated brilliantly. The enemy assault, fierce and thunderous, roused the slumbering expeditionary forces. Dark elves leapt directly over the iron walls. Frank rushed out, swiftly striking a dark elf with a sharp, ethereal force. However, the blow proved futile, failing to deliver a fatal wound. Instead, the injured dark elf became even more frenzied, brandishing a wooden staff and landing a blow to an elf's head. Once more, 2 ethereal strikes ensued, ultimately slaying a dark elf. Arkady, amidst the fray, shouted, "Frank, the magical damage is minimal. Exercise caution." Frank had no time to respond to Arkady when the sword of Gryffindor materialized in his hand. The words sword, fight, strike, and shield ignited in an instant. Clad in armor, Frank transformed into the most dazzling warrior on the battlefield. With the aid of the star emblem, he unleashed unparalleled prowess. Under the radiant starlight, Frank seemed to fell an opponent with each swing of his sword. Once the battle had concluded, the village chief Melchiades circled around me a few times and remarked, "You, young one, do not appear to be one who is trained physically. How is it that your swordsmanship is so exceptional?" Frank shook his head, uttering, "It is the power of magic." "Ha ha, very well, the power of magic." Although the battle had concluded, none of them harbored any desire to continue sleeping. As dawn broke, Frank gazed upon the elves who had perished the previous night. Despite possessing superior weapons and Frank's unparalleled prowess, the expeditionary force still suffered losses. 4 elves had fallen during the skirmish. On the first day of the expedition, 28 elves had diminished to 22 before the sun rose on the second day. Frank first felt the passage of life, so sudden and swift, catching him off guard. As dawn broke, he transformed the iron walls into armor. Initially believing that the elves lacked the strength to bear additional weight, he soon realized that in their hands, the heavy armor felt as light as a feather. The village chief, McGonagall, observed everyone donning their armor and turned to Frank, saying, "How does it feel? The body enhanced by magic is quite remarkable, isn't it?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Frank remained silent, merely observing the expeditionary force as they began to advance further. Suddenly, Arcadio softly commenced a song. "Welcome to my world, let us sing joyous melodies." As the gentle breeze caresses the verdant grass, and the distant mountains echo with laughter. "Welcome to my home, where delectable cocoa biscuits await, and the sweet nectar of honey abounds. Upon tasting, joy will surely ensue. Years hence, my friend, you will likely reminisce about the happiness we shared in those moments. Welcome to my night, where the bonfire radiates brightly, and the dances resonate with joy. Once you partake in the Akadu song, a delightful evening shall be yours." Arcadio's voice lingered in the meadow, a place that once resembled a vast emerald sea, teeming with vitality. Yet now, it was fraught with peril. As Arcadio's melody continued to waft through the wilderness, Frank, suspended in midair, discerned a pack of creatures approaching, a pair-headed dog, known as the hyena. Caution urged him, as a sprite had already identified the attackers. This species of wild dog, known for its gregarious nature, was seldom solitary. Upon the sighting of one, a multitude was sure to follow. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Frank shouted to the elves to raise their shields in defense before the arrival of the 2 winged sparrows, Chief Melchizedek swiftly gathered everyone together, instructing them to protect themselves with their shields. Just as they fortified their defenses, Frank unleashed a barrage of arrows, followed by a strike of lightning directed at the 2 winged sparrows. Taking advantage of this moment, Chief Melchizedek urged everyone to hastily retreat. The elves ran for approximately half an hour before they finally evaded the assaults of the 2-headed hyenas and the 2 winged sparrows. Frank utilized the fact that everyone had departed from the maze and the mirror to lure the double-winged sparrow into an ambush against the 2-headed hyena. This provided him with the opportune moment to escape. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank nodded, suggesting, "Let us continue for a while longer before taking a brief respite to regain our strength." The village chief, Melchior, assented with a nod and addressed everyone. "Let us advance for another half hour, after which we shall pause to rest." Frank gazed at the injuries upon the people. Alas, had I known, I would have brought some supplies and potions. The village chief, Melchiorides, shook his head. "This is not your fault. You were unprepared, chief. The 2-headed hyenas and the 2 winged sparrows we just encountered, how could they appear together? Why not? I merely assumed their territorial instincts would be quite pronounced. Indeed, they are strong. However, they seem to have formed a cooperative relationship. I do not comprehend how they could collaborate. The 2 winged sparrows are tasked with scouting the skies for incoming food, while the 2-headed hyenas execute the ambush. And just now, the chief recognized Frank's curiosity regarding the sequence of their appearance. It is likely that the 2 winged sparrows first alerted the 2-headed hyenas before leading their pack here. Do the 2 winged sparrows not reside in trees? Certainly not. Ever since the forest was declared a no-fly zone, the 2 winged sparrows have made their home in the wilderness. The wilderness? Surely they cannot burrow? That remains uncertain. Such a phenomenon has never been observed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank nodded and then remarked, "Village chief, we should be nearing the forest by tonight. Correct?" The village chief glanced around and replied, "Indeed, if all goes well, we should arrive this evening." I shall take another look at the sky. If all appears well, we can rest for a while. Frank exchanged a few words with the village chief before ascending into the sky. The terrain was uneven, and Frank surveyed the surroundings as he glided over the undulating landscape. Everything seems fine. At least I see no immediate concerns nearby. He concluded upon his return to the village chief's side. The village chief nodded and instructed, "Everyone, maintain your positions and rest. Alcacio, please organize the patrols to avoid any ambush." Frank fell to the ground, using his magic to transform the hay beneath him into soft blankets, which he then distributed to everyone. "Here, wipe your brows and cleanse the blood from your staffs. Don't wait until it becomes too slippery to hold." Suddenly, the earth trembled, and the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and booming thunder. What was happening? Frank quickly soared into the air to investigate. The ground quaked slightly before coming to a halt, and the lightning flickered briefly before dissipating. Frank hurried to the side of the village chief. "Chief, do you know what has transpired?" "Another leaf has fallen." The chief gazed in the direction of the village, though it was no longer visible. "I recall a similar occurrence before," he said. "Indeed, it has happened once before, but there was no such commotion." Frank expressed his confusion. "That is because within the village, the world can still protect us," the chief explained. "Are you suggesting that the falling of leaves within the village holds no consequence?" Frank inquired. "Precisely, Frank. Within the confines of the village, there are no issues. It bears no impact. Yet, we are currently outside the village." "Yes, we find ourselves outside the village." The chief fell silent, continuing to gaze toward the village. Then he turned around. "All right, no more resting. Let us quicken our pace." The expeditionary force set off once more. Strictly speaking, the outcome of this expedition was known to all. However, Frank was willing to make one last effort to save this world, and naturally, the elves would not lag behind. After all, how could one not exert their utmost when it comes to rescuing their homeland? The forest, also known as the Dark Forest, was originally called Sylvan Varkades, meaning the home of the elves. However, with the chaos of magic and the existence of the dragon, the elves were compelled to migrate from the woods to the wilderness. Perhaps Chief Melchiades also longs for home, wishing to return with the few remaining elves to the place they once knew, at the edge of the world. While traveling, Frank often noticed Chief Melchiades gazing longingly at the dark forest. "Chief, Frank, we shall soon arrive," Arcadios called back as he ran from the front. Frank gazed at the distant forest, nodding thoughtfully. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the earth, while the nearby woods appeared even more ominous. The darkened forest harbored not only the remaining 5 monstrosities, but also plants that occasionally bore lethal toxins. "Village chief, I propose we take a rest," Frank suggested. Turning to the leader, "Let us spend the night here and venture into the mountains at dawn." "I concur. The forest at night is perilous," Arcadios chimed in, standing beside Frank in support of his counsel. On the eve of their journey into the mountains, the dangers loomed large. Melchior glanced at the shadowy woods, stating, "Tonight, the dark creatures beyond the mountains will surely attempt to ambush us. If we are attacked this evening, our plan to conserve energy for tomorrow's expedition will be thwarted." Arcadios nodded in agreement. "Yet, to enter the mountains tonight," Melchior continued, picking up where Arcadios left off, "tonight, we would struggle to discern the path, all the while needing to guard against the Trent's assault." "No worries, village chief, Arcadios replied, turning to Frank. "Frank, do you have any clever solutions?" Frank nodded. "In an hour, we shall enter the forest and rest at its edge. You hope to venture into the woods, believing that the creatures of the wilderness will not assail us, yet the monsters lurking deeper within will not reach us at the periphery?" "Yes, that is precisely my intention." Melchiades pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, let it be so." Frank drew forth his wand and pointed it toward the land before him. In an instant, the earth began to churn, and the soil gradually transformed into several colossal clay golems. With each step the golems took, the elves felt the ground tremble beneath them. A resounding thud echoed as the golems swiftly cleared a patch of ground at the edge of the forest. Frank surveyed the cleared ground left by the clay figures, then turned to observe the clay figure that had shrunk to nearly 3/4 of its original size. "Is the forest merely a no-fly zone, village chief? I assumed this was intentional on your part." Village Chief Melchiades replied, perplexed. "I've never heard of any magical restrictions concerning the forest. Could there be magical creatures residing within, perhaps capable of inscribing magical glyphs?" Frank scratched his head. "Once all beings transform into dark creatures, there will be no hierarchy, only the most primal instinctive responses, including dragonkin." "Indeed, including dragonkin." The sun was on the verge of setting, with nightfall approaching. Village Chief Melchiades and Frank exchanged glances, apprehensive about the potential existence of unknown monstrosities. Arcadios, standing nearby, interjected. Could it be that the chaos of magic is preventing proper use of spells? Village Chief Melchiades nodded thoughtfully. That is quite possible. In that case, I shall venture in to investigate, for since weapons are conjured through magic, they too may be susceptible to damage. The chief turned to Frank, saying, in that scenario, you must refrain from accompanying me. Frank shook his head, revealing the sword. This is not a magical weapon, but rather the sword of Gryffindor forged by fairies. The village chief shook his head in disapproval. No, it is too perilous. Chief, let us first venture forth together. Only then shall we ascertain the truth, Frank replied, refraining from further argument. Instead, he focused on observing whether the forest would indeed affect magical artifacts. The chief nodded. Very well, let us proceed. The chief and Frank cautiously entered the forest, arriving at the newly established clearing. Within the woods, an almost imperceptible sound of breathing seemed to echo. Frank, can you still wield magic at this moment? The chief, Melchiades, inquired, his gaze fixed on his weapon while scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Frank tapped the freshly uprooted tree with his wand, and its bark gradually transformed into a shield. Though somewhat cumbersome, it remained functional. That is reassuring. A violent tremor shook the ground, as if the descending sun had ascended once more into the sky. In an instant, sunlight bathed the entire land anew. Frank. Another leaf fell. Has there been any change in our weaponry, village chief? None, but the time is too brief. It matters not. Summon everyone inside. We shall rest here. Very well. The tremor lasted longer than the last. Once the quaking subsided, the moon had risen, whether under the sun or the moon. Light graced every corner equally. Beneath the moonlight, the leaves shimmered with a certain brilliance. In the distance, the howling of beasts echoed. Under the moon's glow, the expeditionary force began to gather in the clearing to prepare for rest. Chief Melchior began to assign personnel for the night watch. Alcacio. Ensure that the guards are vigilant while also attending to the weaponry. I understand, Chief. I will be cautious. The night deepened, and a thick mist seemed to drift over the mountains. The sound of crackling filled the air. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed at the surrounding spiders, which remained eerily silent, until he noticed even more colossal ones emerging from behind. A spider nearly the height of a person appeared, and at least 30 such formidable creatures materialized before him. Village chief, these must be a more advanced breed of spiders, he remarked. Look at them, they remain motionless. What do you think? That means there are still more, came the reply. I believe so. It seems they are becoming anxious. Anxious about what? The world is on the brink of destruction. Though they are creatures of darkness, they are not oblivious to the impending doom. This is the world's gentle reminder of the equality of all life. I acknowledge that elves appreciate grace, yet I do not think this is a moment for elegance. Frank, as I departed from the village, I carried 3 leaves. If things go awry, you must flee immediately. I generally abhor the idea of being a coward, nor do I relish the thought of guests perishing in my abode. I will do my utmost. Besides, setting fire to the mountain here shouldn't land us in prison for long, right? It's nothing. In this world, you may only serve a few days in confinement at most. Then remember to bail me out. As the flames erupted, a flash of fire enveloped the camp. The spiders began to make a crunching sound, stirring restlessly, yet it was merely a disturbance. Even larger spiders emerged from behind, one resembling the size of an elephant, slowly revealing itself. This was the matriarch of the spider clan, the sovereign of the dark forest's edge, the dark hunting spider's queen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank sat at the center of the camp. His wand pointed firmly at the ground. Village chief, I cannot leave this position. Otherwise, the flames will extinguish swiftly. No problem, Frank, the chief replied hastily, directing all the elves to form a circle, tirelessly battling the spiders. The fire continued to blaze, while arrows rained down from the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, compared to their earlier encounter in the wilderness, the deluge of arrows had lessened considerably. The intertwining of thunder and fire The union of electricity and arrows barely staved off the spider's onslaught. Time ticked away, and the corpses of spiders accumulated on the ground, while the elves suffered casualties. The flames and the rain of arrows alleviated some of the immense pressure on the elves, incinerating the webs entirely. Yet, the elves' losses were substantial. Frank glanced up to see only a handful of elves still engaged in combat, while the others lay motionless on the ground. The fire grew larger and larger. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, a translucent mushroom, adorned with small black dots atop and exuding a faint green hue, quietly rested on the ground. It had been toppled by trees as the mud men cleared the camp. This was the crystal water jade magic mushroom, highly toxic and inedible. Curiously, this magical fungus emitted a peculiar scent when burned, one that was non-lethal yet possessed an exceedingly significant characteristic: bug repellent. This type of fungus was not easily ignited, but coincidentally, an abundance of spider silk blanketed the ground, completely shrouding the magical mushroom beneath layers upon layers of webbing. The flames of Frank blazed incessantly, intertwining with the silken threads, until a small cluster of flames reached this point. The flames ignited the spider's silk, and as the silken strands burned, they ultimately consumed the magical fungi. The crystalline water jade mushroom revealed its unique properties amidst the conflagration, seemingly slowing the advance of the spiders. Initially, the surrounding spiders, despite the control exerted by the mother spider, began to disperse. Following this, the medium-sized spiders also retreated, having lost several of their number in the skirmish. Finally, the mother spider showed signs of retreat. As the fire continued to blaze, the scent spread further. The swarm of spiders ultimately withdrew. The flames persisted, and Frank noticed that the mother spider appeared to be fixated on him. With a series of cracking sounds, the spider horde finally departed. Frank gazed intently in the direction where the swarm of spiders had vanished, before collapsing onto the ground. As Frank fell, the flames gradually flickered out. "Village Chief, Arcadio, are you all right?" "Old, so old," he murmured. Arcadio remained silent, prompting Frank to exert himself to lift his head. Arcadio, please respond. No need to call out." "I am still alive." Arcadio's feeble voice drifted from nearby. Frank let out a sigh, followed by a soft chuckle. The verdant mist produced by the burning magical fungi lingered delicately in the air. As the sounds of revival echoed, Frank rose from the ground. He began to cast spells one by one, rendering aid. Mayor Melchiade stood up, gazing at the fallen elves, his silence profound. Arcadios commenced leading the remaining elves in the solemn burial of the deceased from this night. Frank quietly approached the village chief, Melchiades, and asked, "Chief, have I erred? What if I had not brought them here? Would they still be safe and sound in the village?" Frank's voice was deep. There were originally 28 elves upon arrival. But now, Frank gazed upon the elves being laid to rest. There were now only 15 remaining. The village chief remained silent, merely observing Alcatiro as he interred the fallen elves. "Frank, do you see what they are doing?" Frank glanced at the village chief and inquired, if that is the case, why was this not done earlier? Frank pondered for a moment. The elves who had perished before had not been laid to rest, nor had they been afforded graves. Frank shook his head regretfully. "I'm afraid I do not know. There is no need for apologies, Frank. The reason this has not been done before is that death does not dwell within the forest." "I do not understand, village chief." "The elves are the progeny of the forest, the offspring of Sylvanus, the children of the world." The village chief turned to face Frank. "Yet, among the multitude of the world's children, only the elves have not succumbed to darkness. Many are the children of Sylvanus. Yet only the elves remain steadfast in their pursuit of justice." Frank shook his head, indicating his continued confusion. "Only children who perish in the forest may be laid to rest, destined to serve the forest in the afterlife. However, those who die beyond its borders cannot be buried, for they are fated to serve the world instead." The village chief regarded Frank, still perplexed, and could only shake his head. "It matters not. Consider this a custom of our elfin kin." "Very well, chief. Yet, we long to die in our own homes, to serve the forest. The outside world is a home too, but it belongs to all. The forest is our true sanctuary." "I understand now, chief. I was once timid, watching my kin perish one by one without the courage to lead them home." Chief Melchior raised a hand to Frank's shoulder. "You have ignited my courage. An outsider dares to combat evil, while we, the eldest children of the forest, hesitate to return home." Chief Melchior chuckled softly. "Isn't it rather absurd?" Frank shook his head and remarked, "I once believed that confronting death is indeed an act of bravery. However, at times, it requires even greater courage to merely exist." The world has never demanded a solitary confrontation with death. While facing death is courageous, the true bravery lies in facing this world. Grappling with the truths we have come to know, and the burdens we carry. Perhaps this is the kind of courage the world truly needs. Frank, you always manage to articulate thoughts that seem beyond your years. Is the education of wizards truly so remarkable these days? Frank lifted his head, noticing that the village chief's eyes seemed slightly reddened. Perhaps I am not a mere child, but rather an old man. It is merely magic that has transformed me into a child. Ha ha. The chief chuckled, first softly, then bursting into hearty laughter. A few drops of rain appeared to drift down from the sky, prompting Frank to glance upward. Chief, please take them home. The sun gradually ascended, casting its rays inch by inch upon the graveyard. After more than a century, at last, a fairy has returned home. The chief gazed vacantly at the graves. Home at last. Frank stood aside, observing the village chief leading the remaining elves in a solemn funeral. Beneath the radiant sun, they spoke of serving their mother, where fruits and fine wine abound, where lush grass and blooming flowers flourish. That is our home. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank reached out and grasped the village chief's arm, directing his gaze towards an unusual plant to the left. This peculiar specimen bore a resemblance to a tomato, yet it was marked by a straight hole at its center, surrounded by strange patterns formed by black threads. The surface of the tomato would occasionally curl up, resembling petals, and at other times contort grotesquely, akin to writhing insects. The village chief regarded this tomato with a sigh, declaring, "This is the red star blossom. Is this a flower?" Frank inquired, taken aback. "It once was a flower, but no longer," the chief replied, shaking his head. "In the past, a peculiar red liquid with a distinct fragrance would emerge from its center. We called it star dragon's nectar. When combined with honey wine, it produced an exquisite beverage." The chief shook his head again, lamenting, "What a pity. Now, it is left with nothing but deadly poison." Frank nodded, "It's all right. Once we succeed, everything will revert to its former state. But it will be too late to savor it." The village chief glanced back and continued forward. "Not necessarily. Perhaps the world will begin to mend itself. We are remnants of an old era, lacking tickets to the new century. Why such melancholy?" "One must always look on the bright side," Frank said, patting the chief's leg. There was no other option. The chief was too tall. His shoulders were unreachable, and it would be inappropriate to pat elsewhere. "Frank, I see you've collected many spider legs. Are you planning to fashion them into weapons?" "Indeed. Though I am uncertain whether the magically transformed weapons will function properly. Some spiders perished last night, so I can experiment with their legs." The chief nodded. "Very well. Let's take them along. They are not heavy and will not hinder our progress." As they traversed the forest, the long unused path was now concealed by vines. There were no shrubs, but various tree roots obstructed their way. These roots twisted and turned, some protruding high above the ground, while others merely peeked out. The terrain steadily ascended. They were on a vast slope. The further they ventured, the more arduous their journey became. The elves fared better, being naturally tall and having lived in the woods for generations. Though they had not dwelled in the forest for over a century, they moved through it as one would across a flat plain, encountering little obstruction. However, Frank was different. He had spent most of his life on flat land. Neither in his past life nor this one had he experienced life in the forest. His only recent experience was in the school's forbidden woods, which, despite some undulations, did not resemble the current landscape. What constituted a mere hurdle for the elves presented itself to Frank as a wooden wall reaching his shoulders. At times, the elves had to step over and then assist Frank in climbing. As they progressed among the trees, they appeared increasingly towering, robust, and shadowed. Occasionally, droplets of condensed moisture fell from the leaves, and Frank had never seen such large droplets, some as voluminous as a basin of water. At one point, he was unexpectedly drenched by a single drop. The deeper they ventured, the more pronounced the elf's stature became. "Chief, am I experiencing some illusion?" "What is it, Frank?" "I feel as though you are becoming taller." "Indeed. Upon returning to the forest, our bodies gradually restored to their original height." "Original height? How tall is that? Do you recall the mother spider from last night? Was she that tall?" "Roughly. We elves are the firstborn of Sillen Wiccatus. We are the progeny of the forest. How could the firstborn not be tall?" "This is the first time I have heard that being firstborn pertains to height." Frank shrugged, rendered speechless by the absurdity of it. "Frank, sit upon this." The chief offered one end of a staff. Frank looked at him quizzically. "You want me to sit on the staff?" "Yes, Frank. You will sit on the staff while I carry it." This will facilitate our journey, and our time is limited. Frank shook his head. It's not appropriate, village chief. There is nothing inappropriate. You could even perch upon my shoulder. Frank glanced at the stick and remarked, that could be troublesome. The village chief effortlessly lifted Frank and placed him upon his shoulder, saying, what is there to be troubled about? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank scanned his surroundings. The trees remained motionless, and the forest was enveloped in an unsettling silence. Yet, an overwhelming sense of unease gripped him, as if he were being observed. Each tree, each branch, even every leaf seemed to scrutinize him with disdain and perhaps even hatred. Village chief, do you not find this atmosphere peculiar? Frank inquired, turning to the chief. It's quite normal. In the early days of our magical practice, we often felt this way, the chief replied, fully aware of Frank's discomfort, sharing the same aversion towards it. Before darkness shrouded the forest, before the spring was marred, it had been a sanctuary of warmth, alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. One could witness the gentle sway of leaves in the breeze, hear them whispering greetings, observe birds soaring above, and see woodpeckers drumming on trees, while flowers carpeted the ground. The vibrancy of life was palpable within the woods. As the chief advanced, he suddenly halted, his hand brushing against the bark of a tree marked by an unusual scar. He tapped it gently, revealing a crude drawing, an unmistakable figure of a stick man. Chief, this is. I carved this into the tree many years ago. Back when magic still thrived and sunlight graced this land, Frank confessed, at a loss for words. You must have been quite young then, he added. Ha. Perhaps a bit unsightly, the chief chuckled, nodding as he traced the faded lines of the carving. After all these years, it's surprising to see it again. Revisiting this place stirs a unique sentiment, does it not? You always articulate things in ways I struggle to comprehend. Yet, returning here indeed evokes a deep nostalgia. Frank gently patted the village chief's shoulder, assuring him, it's all right, you have returned. Alas, this small expedition continues its advance. The past shall not influence the present, nor shall memories dictate the future. Look over there, Frank. Since the chief had encountered the figurines he had once carved, his spirits seemed to lift. Over there once thrived a plant with yellow flowers, known as the yellow leaf. This leaf is edible, though it possesses a slight bitterness. Have you tasted it before? Indeed. Although the leaf is initially bitter, it gradually becomes sweet. Oh, what else? Adjacent to the yellow leaf, one often finds the silver snake. This silver snake is non-venomous and possesses a remarkably gentle disposition. I used to keep one as a pet. Don't you find the slime on a snake's body rather unpleasant? Not at all. This slime is particularly fragrant. Fragrant? Yes, it secretes this delightful slime to attract small insects, which it then consumes. I had thought snakes primarily fed on frogs and small birds. The silver snake is quite diminutive, no longer than a finger. The village chief extended his finger, which, having grown since their entry into the forest, now approached half of Frank's height. For me, that is already quite tall. Ha, indeed. Chief. How tall do you expect to grow? I estimate I shall reach around 80 feet. As of now, I am still under 60 feet. There is room for further growth. Frank glanced at his diminutive stature of less than 5 feet and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, you all are impressive. The eldest son Frank confessed he had no words to express. To your left, look to your left, the village chief unexpectedly urged Frank to turn his gaze. There lay a deep blue flower bed, each blossom in full bloom, resembling roses with their layers of petals. A faint, elusive fragrance wafted through the air. The fairies, inhaling this scent, seemed to recall cherished memories of yore. The path gradually veered, drawing closer to the flower bed. Do any of you feel a bit dizzy? Could it be my acrophobia? Impossible, Frank suddenly exclaimed. No. The village chief's voice began to sound somewhat disoriented. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank wielded the snow brand, as a massive blizzard swept through the forest, with only sparse snowflakes descending. The icy flakes fell, causing Frank to shiver suddenly. Something felt amiss. Indeed, profoundly amiss. The ice brand was activated, and a layer of frost adorned the heads of the elves. It was then that the village chief abruptly regained consciousness. The enchantress? Retreat now. Yet, 2 elves were unable to withdraw in time, stepping unwittingly into the flower bed. This deep blue flower bed resembled a gaping maw, closing shut around them. In an instant, the 2 elves vanished. The flower bed coalesced into a colossal bud, slowly unfurling its petals. The petals numbered approximately 20, while the elongated stem emerged from the earth, soaring nearly 20 feet high. The fibers on the stem, sharp and elongated like spears, launched towards the expeditionary force. Shield. The chief's command retained some efficacy, albeit Frank sensed a lingering sluggishness among the group. Nevertheless, long-standing habit compelled them to instinctively obey the chief's directive. The shields were raised, successfully deflecting the onslaught of Fiber's spears. Observing that the launched fibers bore no fruit, the enchantress appeared to let out a furious roar. She then straightened, spinning like a wheel. Stones, weeds, and even soil were swept into the air, propelled outward. The elves retreated, barely escaping the range of the enchantress's assault. However, it seemed they were bewildered by the attack, and upon escaping the danger zone, they found themselves disoriented. So, Chief, are we lost now? Frank shook his head, glancing around. They could no longer ascertain their location, surrounded by towering trees. These trunks, of various sizes and shapes straight, bent, twisted, slanted, smooth, and so forth, all exhibited a deep gray hue, adorned with moss and sticky, fuzzy growths. The lofty trees obscured the sky, with faint sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. The expeditionary force had lost their way. Frank retrieved his wand to guide me, the wand spinning in the palm of his hand, yet failing to indicate a direction. Is there truly no solution through magic? The voice of the village chief, Frank, resonated nearby, seemingly elevated in stature. There is no way, Chief. Do you possess any alternative? Frank shook his head. I too lack a means of discernment and remain uncertain of our path. Frank sat on the ground, pondering for a moment. I might have a solution. His words were uttered with evident reluctance, and he quickly added, but it has not been verified, so success cannot be guaranteed. The village chief shook his head. It matters not. We are already devoid of direction. Very well, if magic fails us, we shall have to rely on metaphysics. Metaphysics? Indeed. Something I studied in the past. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank closed his eyes, continuously tapping his wand against 4 characters. Then, he suddenly halted, opened his eyes, and observed. Left. Very well, village chief. We shall proceed to the left. The village chief glanced at Frank. Then at the characters inscribed on the ground. I always had a feeling you possessed quite an array of skills. From which country does this magic originate? A great nation. Very well, let us move left. The group began to advance in that direction, while Frank remained perched on the village chief's shoulder. Chief, did you not reside here once? It has been far too long since my last visit. The fall of the meteorite has altered the landscape beyond recognition. I can hardly recognize it anymore. Frank nodded, and then noticed ahead a tree still adorned with vibrant green leaves. Village chief, look at that tree, he exclaimed, pointing excitedly. The village chief followed Frank's gesture and gazed at the tree. Digrid? Do you know him? Ignoring Frank, the chief strode purposefully toward the tree. Upon reaching it, he scrutinized it carefully from top to bottom, then patted the trunk. Awaken, Digrick. The tree shook, and its leaves cascaded down like a torrential downpour, with a large leaf nearly striking Frank, knocking him down from the chief's shoulder. You are Melchizedek? You are alive? I am alive, Digrick. How did you return to the forest? Hurry to the wilderness. Hurry to the wilderness. I have returned from the wilderness, bringing the last of the elf kin to reclaim the spring. What are you thinking? Can you defeat that dragon? The world is on the brink of destruction. Do I still care about defeating the dragon? A profound silence ensued. Indeed, the world is on the verge of annihilation. Digrid gazed at Melchizedek. The world is about to perish, and I too shall soon descend into darkness. What are you saying? The village chief recoiled in fear, taking 2 steps back. You are the king of the tree men. How can you succumb to darkness? Digrid chuckled softly. I can no longer endure. Look at my heart. The treeman began to crack, intricate patterns encircling Digrid as the bark started to shatter piece by piece. Frank, it is truly heart-wrenching. A fissure gradually opened in Digrid, revealing a luminescent green object before Frank's eyes. Digrid's heart was laid bare. My heart is on the verge of bursting. The village chief gazed upon Digrid's heart, ensnared by black threads. As the green light flickered, the black threads inched closer. This heart belonged to 184 tree men. Digrid's aged voice began recounting the events of yore. In those days, chaos ensued as magic unraveled. The dragon of sorcery emerged at the source. The first to be tainted was the water upon this mountain, closest to the source, becoming contaminated with its flow. My kin, the tree men, one by one, succumbed to darkness. They no longer walked the path of justice, wreaking havoc upon the forest. The sky gradually transformed, and birds dared not nest in the trees, while squirrels refrained from making their homes aloft. They ruthlessly slaughtered those who had yet to fall, leaving only 183 of my kin, who entrusted their hearts to me, yearning for the day they might return to the earth. Subsequently, my kin concealed the traces of my existence with their deaths. Yet it was these very traces that allowed me to endure here, as an immobile tree. I waited, and I have waited until this very day. Digrick's eyes began to redden, and black tears streamed down. The village chief gently patted Digrick's form, uttering not a word. Melchiades, I can no longer endure. With the assistance of my kin, I still maintain my being. However, the village chief shifted his gaze to the heart of the treeman, observing its flickering light. Melchiades, take my heart. Do not let me depart this world in disgrace. The village chief gazed at the treeman before him, remaining silent, shaking his head repeatedly. I cannot. Digrick, I cannot. Melchiades, you claim to come to save the world, correct? Then, for the sake of our nearly 300-year friendship, might you first save me? Digrick looked at the village chief. I can feel it. The leaves are about to fall. The world is coming to an end. Tears streamed down the village chief's face. Melchiades, I implore you. I intended to perish alongside the world, but I can hardly suppress it any longer. The village chief choked on his words, saying nothing, merely shaking his head persistently. Melchiades, if you prevail, please plant me and my kin by the source. If you lose, do not let me witness the world's destruction. The village chief slowly crouched down, cradling his head in his hands. Melchiades, do not allow the world to behold my final disgrace. I wish to meet my mother in purity. Melchiades, spare me from further suffering. I desire to meet my mother with ease. The village chief simply covered his ears, shaking his head incessantly. Melchiades, you once said we are the leaders of the tree men and the elves. We must do everything for our mother and our kin. Have you forgotten your duty? Digrick grasped the village chief's hand, gently placing it upon his heart. The village chief wept uncontrollably. Frank had never witnessed such a profound display of sorrow. Even during the burial of the fallen elves, only a few tears had graced his cheeks. Yet now, he wept unabashedly. His hands were clenched tightly into fists, refusing to loosen their grip. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, yet felt utterly powerless. Melchiades, we must protect our mother. Deglick's voice was aged, yet tender. I cannot. Deglick, I cannot. The village chief cried out like a child, his wails echoing through the silent forest. Melchiades, do not let me die in anguish. Grant me mercy. Melchiades, do not let me lose respect for you. Do not forget your purpose. Deglick shouted vehemently. The dark threads drew ever closer to his heart, inching nearer and nearer. Move forward to the mountaintop. Let us behold our homeland. Melchiades struggled to open his palm, gently grasping Deglick's heart, only to wrench it out violently. Melchiades cried out in agony. Memories of you resurfaced vividly. The moments he and Deglick had shared came rushing back. They had roamed the hills, he had slumbered upon Deglick's shoulder, and they had gazed at the starry sky together. They had vowed to safeguard this world. But now, he was utterly alone. The treant Deglick Diggorid gazed at his heart, offering a faint smile. Words eluded him. Then, like an ordinary tree, he began to wither in silence. Leaves fell, branches stiffened. As cracks spread, fragments of him crumbled away gradually. And then, he stood there quietly, like an ordinary tree, a tree succumbing to death. The village chief knelt beneath the tree, silently, his body trembling, betraying the depth of his anguish. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank remained silent, merely listening intently. I had never fathomed that I was the one who had taken his life. It was not you who ended his existence, Melchiades. He willingly embraced the light, escaping the abyss and rushing toward the sun. Frank, may I request something of you? What is it? If I am on the brink of falling, would you do me the honor of ending my life? What are you saying, Melchiades? Have you lost your senses? Ever since the spirit entered this forest, it has been drawn into the clutches of darkness. The village chief settled down, leaning against the sturdy trunk of the tree. We are in a constant state of restoration, yet this recovery is accompanied by the invasion of dark forces. Melchiades fixed his gaze upon Frank, compelling him to look into his eyes. A faint black mist swirled around those orbs. You see, it is as such. I shall fight with all my might. But if, please, take my life. Your sword is sharp enough to pierce my heart effortlessly. Melchiades pointed to the location of his heart, and Frank seemed to hear its rhythmic beating. In my life, Do not hesitate. Do you understand? Then your magic possesses the radiance and warmth akin to that of a nascent sun. Perhaps that is why you remain untouched by darkness. Frank gently caressed his wand, pondering my magic? Your magic carries the warmth of the sun, a force capable of dispelling all darkness. I understand now. You should also hold onto this heart of the tree. When you depart from this world, plant it where you are. This is your friend's keepsake. Isn't it? I believe he too yearned to witness the new world, and perhaps he can behold it on my behalf. Frank slowly extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the heart of the tree. Very well. Melk-Aids rose, gazing at the lifeless form of Tigric. You go ahead. I shall join you shortly. Remember to save me some honey wine. He then turned to the remaining elves. Let us depart up the mountain. They passed by Tigric's body, ascending the slope. As they progressed, the light grew ever brighter. Suddenly, they emerged from the woods, finding themselves atop a circular hillock. Here, there were no trees, only a barren summit. From this vantage point, the village chief Melk-Aids surveyed the surroundings and pointed towards the highest peak. There, that is our destination. It lay to the southwest, with a steep gradient, as if the slope descended into the earth itself, extending downward until it met the very core of the world. It seemed to pierce the clouds, as if mist were swirling around the summit. The chief indicated a faint stone staircase. We may ascend from there. They followed his direction, and what had been an upward trek now turned downward. Upon re-entering the woods, the trees once again obscured their path. A narrow trail suddenly appeared before them. The chief glanced at it and decided to take this route. This path proved far more navigable than the dense forest, allowing Frank to nearly keep pace. They pressed onward along the trail, but soon felt it curving leftward. Before long, the path began to descend rapidly. The chief surmised that this trail was not the way to the spring and resolved to lead everyone away from here, returning to the forest. Although the way was not visible, they had discerned the direction of the spring from the earlier hilltop. After all, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Not long after, the trees began to thicken once more, and deep ravines appeared intermittently in the ground, forcing Frank to once again take his place upon the chief's shoulder. An hour passed, then 2, and they found themselves nearly lost once more. Guide me, Frank, he implored, raising his wand. This time, with a clear sense of direction, the wand pointed steadfastly towards their destination. Now, they would not lose their way again. Thud, thud, thud. A sound of footsteps echoed from ahead. Chief, do you hear that? Indeed, I hear it. There are enemies ahead. The chief was now nearly 50 feet tall. Yet each tree towered several hundred feet. I have often wondered, amidst the world's impending ruin, how they could grow to such towering heights. It is the dark forces that sustain their forms. Frank and the village chief whispered softly, peering through the gnarled branches. Before them lay an ominous sight, an assemblage of colossal creatures resembling chickens. What is this? Frank murmured into the chief's ear. I do not know. I have never seen anything like it before. This peculiar flock emitted no sound, their bodies cloaked in a deep, verdant hue, with long, sharp feathers adorning their combs. Their claws struck the ground with a resounding thud. These avian behemoths towered impressively high, at least to Frank's perspective, though they fell short of reaching the waist of the elves. What shall we do? Should we engage them? Let us circumvent the danger and conserve our strength. We must preserve ourselves as much as possible. Before the chief could finish his thought, the sky erupted once more with a deafening clap of thunder, and the earth trembled violently beneath them. Another leaf fell from the trees. The chief fell silent, merely nodding in agreement. The formidable flock, startled by the tumult, scattered in all directions. Frank, only 2 leaves remain. Wait once more, and then you must depart. Frank glanced at the village chief and nodded. Very well, I understand. They resumed their journey, traversing the lengthy descent. An hour passed, then 2, and they found themselves utterly lost. The wand remained steadfastly directed towards the spring. Yet before them loomed a colossal rock face. The wall was exceptionally steep, and Frank positioned his wand upright, forming a triangle with the cliff. Ascending the sheer incline was utterly impossible. The external angle of their triangle was at least 120 degrees. Frank shook his head. Moreover, the magical suppression here is overwhelming. I cannot guarantee that magic will elevate us. It is quite possible we would become ensnared midway and tumble down. The village chief nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed along the cliff, quickening our pace. As twilight approached, the expedition continued its relentless advance along the rock face. They pressed onward, yet their path was one of descent, continuously downward. With each step, the ground ahead became softer. Before them lay a vast mire, the earth marked by traces of flowing water. "Let us follow the current. We shall surely find a way out," the village chief affirmed, leading the group onward. Before long, the terrain began to plunge steeply, the water's flow becoming tumultuous, cascading rapidly downward, a waterfall. They stood at the brink of the falls, peering down, the dense foliage obscuring the water's course, but the deafening roar confirmed the height of their position. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed intently at the mist, perceiving its continuous writhing, assembling, and dispersing. Then, from within, emerged a figure, an individual who was utterly inconceivable in this context. Hermione Jane Granger. Frank was almost convinced he was losing his mind, yet he felt entirely lucid. Hermione approached him slowly, step by step, when a thunderous sound echoed in his ears. Frank suddenly awoke to find Hermione missing. "What did you see?" The village chief tightened his grip on the staff. The sound just now was indeed the chief's hand striking vigorously beside him. "I saw my classmate emerge from that mist." "What on earth is this?" "It is an eerie fog that lures one in. Many of our kin have been dragged into the water by this very mist." The chief turned Frank's head in a different direction. "Do not look. You will be ensnared by the fog. I forgot you were unaware of this." "Indeed. It is rather formidable." Frank nodded. "I had thought my magic could withstand all forms of mental influence." "Do not forget, here magic is suppressed." The chief regarded Frank. "You must be mindful of this. I did not anticipate that the magic within my being would also be stifled. Anything that relies on magic will be suppressed." "All right, I will remember that." They continued onward, not directly toward the spring, yet gradually approaching its vicinity. After some time, the wand once again pointed straight towards the spring. "Now, we simply need to follow the direction of the wand, correct?" "Indeed, no more circling around." "Very well. Let us find a place to rest before setting out early tomorrow." As dawn broke, Frank awoke, preparing to press on toward the spring. This was a clearing they had discovered the previous night. In the distance, the faint sound of cascading water could be heard. The golden sunlight of the morning bathed the land, illuminating the towering cliffs behind them with a radiant glow. The warm sun cast its gentle rays upon the earth, creating a drowsy warmth. Gazing around, one could see the mist rising from the distant waterfall refracting golden light under the sun's embrace. The water vapor cloaked the valley like a golden gossamer, dancing gracefully above the ground in the gentle breeze. The wind softly rustled the leaves, producing a soothing whisper. Frank felt as though the sound was exquisite, reminiscent of a warm and serene morning, as if a cup of fragrant coffee were soon to be brought to his lips. "Do not heed these sounds, Frank," the village chief interrupted his reverie. "Do not be lured. Is this truly a problem? It can ensnare one in falsehood, leading to a slumber from which one may never awaken. It is perilously dangerous. Such is the fate of a world on the brink of extinction. Moreover, there are but a few days left. The beauty and tranquility are mere memories of the past." "Very well. Shall we prepare to depart? Let us set forth as swiftly as possible." They ventured into the woods, following the sunlight, yet the ground beneath their feet felt remarkably firm. Though only a few paces later, the sunlight was obscured by the trees. "This way. Follow me." Frank directed his wand straight towards the source of the spring, where a faint path revealed itself ahead. The village chief examined the path, which was marked by various footprints of creatures. Enormous reptilian traces mingled with the imprints of colossal beasts. "I sense it is likely. This must be the route taken by various dark entities. But where could they be headed? Is it conceivable that the dark creatures are en route to meet the dragon?" Frank pondered aloud, then turned to the village chief for insight. "I cannot say," the chief replied. "When the dark beings first emerged, they were devoid of reason, driven solely by instinct. Have they gained wisdom over the years?" Frank, intrigued, queried. "After battling them for so long, do you not know if they possess intelligence?" "Not at first. They were indeed without wisdom. Eventually, we were compelled to flee to the wilderness. What transpired in the forest thereafter remains a mystery." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank and the village chief exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to continue along the narrow path. As they progressed, the forest ahead grew increasingly shadowy. The footprints began to fade, first the massive tracks of the giant, followed by those of clawed creatures. Only the traces of reptiles remained, though they too were growing fainter. Caution was warranted. The giant was moving in their direction, Arcadio suddenly turned to inform the chief and Frank of his discovery. He had consistently led the way, always visible at the forefront. Now, he stood at a towering height of 40 feet. Two giants loomed less than 200 feet away, thanks to the forest's darkness, despite it being daytime. The immense trees and lush foliage, combined with the giants' reliance on scent, prevented them from detecting Arcadio. "What do you think, Chief? Shall we engage?" Arcadio inquired beside him. The chief did not respond to Arcadio, but turned to Frank instead. "I did slay a giant last year, though it was with the aid of magic. Moreover, the circumstances were different then, as the giant was only about 12 feet tall." Frank turned to face Alcacio. The two creatures were approximately 60 to 70 feet away. Alcacio nodded, remarking that they were significantly larger than the ones Frank had previously slain. "Strike them down, eliminate them directly," the village chief declared. "Frank, in the end, test your sword. The ogre's hide may have thickened, yet it should not be excessively robust." Frank understood the village chief's intentions, contemplating whether his sword could ultimately vanquish him. "Very well, I comprehend," he replied. Just then, a sprite dashed forward, exclaiming, "Chief Alcacio, the trolls are approaching." Perhaps it was an innate racial ability, for the 30 or 40-foot sprite moved across the ground with nary a sound. Two trolls staggered into view, and Frank instinctively covered his nose. Was the foul stench of trolls an immutable characteristic, regardless of location? The trolls suddenly twitched their noses, as if detecting a scent. However, neither humans nor sprites had encountered such a smell in over a century, leaving the trolls baffled as to its origin. One troll emitted strange noises from its mouth, seemingly attempting to communicate with the other. Yet, in the presence of dark magic, the already dim-witted trolls appeared even more dulled. The other troll, unable to comprehend the utterances, simply retaliated with a slap after hearing a few grunts. Thus, the two trolls commenced their brawl. Frank was rendered speechless as the colossal creature stepped into the ambush zone, seemingly preparing to practice its skills, only to strike itself instead. The village chief gently nudged Frank and then shook his head in dismay. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Frank shook his head and then stepped out from behind Alcacio. The two colossal beasts roared loudly, and Frank remarked, "I cannot comprehend your words. What purpose does it serve to speak? If I could understand, your insults would be futile. Even if you scolded me, it would bear no significance." Alcacio approached, wielding a club, and struck fiercely. The two giants, already exhausted and wounded, soon had their limbs shattered within mere moments. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded, thrusting his sword deep. And with a deft twist, he severed the piece cleanly. The giant remained unresponsive. It had perished the moment the blade pierced its flesh. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank vividly recalled the trolls he encountered at school, with their thick lower bodies, short and sturdy legs, and feet resembling enormous tree stumps. However, the trolls he observed here, while similarly robust in their lower halves, appeared to possess an elongated stature. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the taller brethren of the trolls from outside. Their bones were more pronounced, as if each leg was supported by a duo of bones. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded, acknowledging, "Understood, let us proceed. I feel as though I am about to faint from the stench. Could evolution not have considered altering such an odorous trait?" He chuckled heartily. "Alas, that remains unchanged. Giants are omnivorous creatures, dwelling perpetually in the most unclean of environments. The foul odor has become emblematic of their very existence. Surely, they do not consume excrement? The places they inhabit and the sustenance they partake must undoubtedly involve such refuse. As Frank walked forward, he felt an overwhelming sense of nausea, as if he might be on the verge of retching. He incessantly cleaned himself, striving to rid himself of the foul odor that clung to him. It will be all right. The smell will dissipate soon, he reassured himself as they continued onward. The giant lay discarded nearby, its repugnant stench serving to mask the scents of the elves and humans that had passed. They pressed on along the path, which gradually sloped downward, though not nearly as steeply as the sudden decline they had encountered the previous day. Frank perched upon the shoulders of the village chief. While in front, Alcacio summoned a sprite to hasten back. A colossal cavern had been discovered ahead. Frank and the village chief exchanged a glance, then hastily made their way over. From a distance, the cave loomed like a colossal beast, its mouth agape, seemingly awaiting its prey to venture inside. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank stood beside the entrance of the cave, observing as the elves hurriedly made their way inside. What is the Silver Silk Corruption Serpent? The village chief incessantly urged the elves to enter the cave swiftly, casting anxious glances around. Alcatiro, you go to the front and stay vigilant. A voice echoed from within the cave. Understood. Frank brandished his wand, and an obstacle-laden little serpent collided with the air, measuring no more than a foot in length. It plummeted to the ground after the impact. The viscous substance upon its body immediately began to corrode the earth beneath it. The village chief's staff struck the serpent's head with force, reducing it to a mass of flesh. This serpent bore a pale blue hue, adorned with concentric silver patterns. Even after its head was crushed, its body continued to writhe upon the ground. With each convulsion, the noxious slime splattered in all directions, further eroding the surface, leaving the soil a ghostly gray. The village chief remarked, "This serpent's slime is quite formidable." Frank gazed at the ground, somewhat taken aback. But the real danger lies not in this creature alone, but in the multitude. It is their sheer numbers that pose the greatest threat. Frank nodded. Village chief. How did you used to fight? The village chief glanced around and noticed all the elves had already retreated into the cave. Of course, we would simply run, he replied, seizing Frank and dashing towards the cave. Frank swiftly cast a spell to seal the cave's entrance. This serpent was averse to fire and electricity. As they ran, the village chief remarked, "In the past, we could ignite a fire directly, but later in the wilderness, we encountered none, and thus, it was no longer a concern." The village chief continued forward, while the elves awaited the two of them ahead. Arcadios approached from the front. "Village chief, there lies a vast labyrinth ahead. How can you discern a labyrinth?" Frank inquired, intrigued, as he moved towards the front. Before them lay a massive chasm, across which a platform was visible, illuminated by a glowing opening behind it. Now, Frank and the elves stood on a grand platform, with a staircase leading downward on the far left. The platform was positioned high above the ground, enabling Frank to clearly perceive the entire labyrinth. Frank pointed to the staircase beside the platform, remarking, "It appears we must descend from here and navigate through the labyrinth to the other side." The village chief glanced around and cautioned, "Be wary. There is a strong possibility that goblins lurk nearby." "Goblins? What are they?" Frank inquired, just as the chief was about to elaborate. A sudden sound of stones tumbling at the entrance interrupted him. "We must hurry. The scoundrels from the serpent's nest are approaching." At that moment, the labyrinth seemed to emit a cacophony of squeaks and cries. They quickened their pace towards the maze, with Frank leading the way, exclaiming, "Follow me. I remember the path." The staircase was exceedingly steep, and for the elves, each step was relatively low, making it an unsuitable terrain for their hurried descent. However, for Frank, each stair was a towering obstacle. The village chief surged ahead, seizing Frank and hoisting him onto his shoulder, urging, "Hold on to me and guide the way." Frank clutched the village chief tightly as the elves leaped down the steps. The labyrinth loomed ever closer, drawing near with each passing moment. Suddenly, a shout echoed from behind. "The ringed silver crown serpent is upon us." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank rested his head upon the village chief's shoulder as fiery sparks erupted from the wand. I am at a loss. It was never like this before. Could it be the command of the dragon? Perhaps. It seems that some dark creatures have indeed acquired a semblance of intelligence, he replied. This could pose a problem. I recall you mentioning that there are goblins underground, correct? Indeed. Another incantation was unleashed, sending forth flames that scattered a swarm of silver-threaded, decaying serpents. It is futile. Although they fear fire, once they perish, the slime upon them is impervious to flames. No worries. They are quite dense. The deeper we descend, the darker it becomes. Frank struggled to discern the path ahead. Chief, do you think goblins can see clearly in the light? Not at all. That is precisely why they dwell beneath the earth. If they could, who would choose to live underground? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank lay on his shoulder, perhaps witnessing lightning for the first time in the depths of the earth after countless centuries. With a resounding crash, lightning descended accompanied by arrows. Strands of silver-ringed decaying serpents were impaled into the ground. Although the power of magic had been suppressed, the sound remained, reverberating through the long-silent underworld, heralding what could be the first thunderclap in the lives of many goblins. Alongside the thunder, goblins staggered out from the depths. Yet many were so terrified that they perished within the caverns. Intriguingly, the lightning struck the stone walls, igniting electric sparks. The slime of the silver-ringed, decaying serpents, while possessing a potent corrosive nature, also exhibited a remarkable flammability. Perhaps a single spark was inconsequential, but 10 or 100 would inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation. A multitude of silver-ringed, decaying serpents was set ablaze by these sparks, and before they could be consumed by the flames, the writhing serpents ignited others nearby. Frank covered his nose, cautioning against the thick smoke. The burning silver-banded serpent, akin to a mere sheet of paper, emitted billowing clouds of black smoke. The raging inferno ultimately obstructed the pursuit of the silver-banded serpent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head, relieved that the creature had not pursued them, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped the jaws of Alcacio. The Serpent King's tongue flickered incessantly as the snake horde gradually quieted, leaving only the sibilant hissing resonating through the cavern. Elder, we must hasten our pace. I sense the platform is on the verge of collapse. The elves had already plunged into the labyrinth, and although Frank lingered at the rear, his wand emitted sparks to illuminate the path for Alcacio. The elves continued their frantic dash forward. The goblins were beginning to regain their composure, but their efforts were futile. They were far too feeble. Frank watched in horror as one goblin was kicked away, crashing against the wall and spewing forth bluish-black blood. These goblins were grotesque, possessing 4 ears, yet lacking eyes, perhaps a result of their subterranean existence rendering sight unnecessary. Their noses were disproportionately small, while their mouths gaped wide, revealing teeth akin to serrated blades. The elves pressed on. But suddenly, Frank heard an unusual sound from behind. He looked up to see an enormous goblin, larger than the labyrinth's walls, emerging from the stone. This colossal goblin stood atop the platform where the Serpent King resided, creating the illusion that the goblin had claimed dominion, with the Serpent King as its crown. At that moment, the Goblin King stepped forth. Cracks began to appear in the stone wall, causing debris to tumble to the ground. The subterranean realm fell silent once more. Even the serpent's tongue ceased its flickering, emitting no sound. In the depths below, apart from Frank and his elven expedition, only the Goblin King and the Serpent King remained. The Goblin King thumped its chest like a gorilla, emitting a series of guttural roars. The other goblins joined in, their voices rising in a cacophony. These are not goblins. They must be monkeys transformed, Frank exclaimed in frustration. Observing the continuous cascade of debris from the platform, he noted its curvature, as if it were on the brink of plummeting. Frank's thoughts shifted, and a flash of crimson light shot past the ear of the Goblin King, striking the stone wall behind him. The platform seemed to tremble once more, causing an increased shower of falling debris. The Serpent King moved forward, coiling itself, with viscous droplets continuously dripping from its body. Under the illumination of the Light Star emblem, one could clearly see the mist rising from the platform, corroded by the relentless assault. The Goblin King raised his hands high, prying a massive boulder from the wall and hurling it directly at the elves. One elf was crushed instantly. The elves had no time for sorrow. They merely continued their frantic dash towards the labyrinth's exit, as Frank propelled sparks forward to illuminate the path. He simultaneously unleashed explosive spells upon the stone wall behind the Goblin King. The relentless barrage of explosions enraged the Goblin King, who began to tear large stones from the wall and hurl them towards the elves. The village chief swung his staff, shattering the stones mid-air. The goblins commenced their assault on the elves, aiming to impede their progress. Beams of light erupted from Frank's wand, illuminating the chaos. Ultimately, under Frank's continuous magical onslaught, the Goblin King's relentless stone throwing, and the corrosive effects of the Serpent King's slime, the platform collapsed with a thunderous crash. The massive collapse sent the Serpent King plummeting to the ground, landing directly before the Goblin King. A multitude of stones and the ringed silver corrupt serpent fell to the earth, prompting an immediate clash between the serpent and the surrounding goblins. The Serpent King quickly coiled its body, its gaze fixed intently on the Goblin King, who, wielding a stone, returned the stare with equal intensity. In that moment, no dark creature paid heed to the elves. Then, they surged into action. The two colossal beings collided with ferocity, the resounding impact echoing even louder than the reverberations caused by Frank's lightning. Frank cast a glance at the fierce battle unfolding between the Serpent King and the Goblin King, observing the mighty swipes of the serpent's tail and the shifting steps of the goblin. Surrounding them, the ringed silver corrupt serpents and goblins suffered heavy casualties. However, they had no time to dwell on the conflict between these dark races. They had already ascended the platform, and the exit lay just ahead. There was no opportunity to contemplate anything else. Upon bursting forth from the cave, Frank immediately employed the Earthstar card to seal the exit. The elves, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The exit was perched atop a mountain, overlooking a valley bathed in the afternoon sunlight. The view was expansive, with no higher peaks surrounding them. Their current position was shrouded in mist, with bizarre rock formations rising around them, while the clouds exhibited a striking interplay of black and white. The afternoon sun illuminated the mountaintop, casting its gaze through the fog to reveal a dark forest below. The forest was devoid of the flutter of birds, only the distant roars of strange beasts echoed through the air. To the left, the terrain undulated, and a vast river wound its way through the trees, where glimpses of peculiar creatures could be seen plunging into the water. That was indeed the river we had observed that day. The village chief stood beside Frank, remarking that those creatures were drawn by the black mist, leaping into the river. Frank nodded and gazed to the right. Ridges upon ridges unfolded, stretching into the embrace of sunlight. This vantage point offered an expansive view, and the village chief pointed towards the distant peaks. The spring is located right there. Frank glanced around, observing that the spring was encircled by several towering peaks, situated precisely at the heart of the valley. The very center was where the spring resided. Above the spring loomed a massive boulder, upon which traces of flames could still be discerned, reminiscent of a meteor that had just descended a century and a half ago. Had this blaze truly persisted all these years? Frank pointed toward the location of the spring. The fire on the meteor blazed with tremendous intensity, producing thick plumes of black smoke as it roared. This dark smoke enveloped the summits, resembling a colossal storm cloud, dense and unyielding. The smoke shifted in form continuously yet steadfastly clung to the mountaintops. The gigantic stone remained at a distance from the peak, yet it was visibly descending. The summit, however, emitted a steady stream of airflow that upheld the boulder. Was that venting place the spring? Indeed, the airflow was the manifestation of the realm's arcane energy. The relentless flames consumed the air, incinerating and polluting, leading to a chaotic disturbance of magical forces. Yet the airflow ensured that the flames continued to burn brightly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank offered a salute. Very well, Commander. The village chief glanced at Frank. Is this the new greeting from the outside world? Aha. No. Let us depart, Chief. Thus, the expedition force, comprised of merely 12 elves and 1 wizard, resumed their journey. They traversed the mountain path, which was both high and majestic. After all, it would be improbable for such a vast chasm to exist within a mountain of modest stature. The descent was relatively smooth, devoid of abrupt turns or sudden drops. Only the mountain trembled continuously, sending dust and small stones dancing upon the ground. The village chief hoisted Frank onto his shoulder. Hurry. Be wary of potential landslides. A group of elves raced downhill in accordance with the terrain. Alcacio led the way, sprinting ahead. When suddenly a hole appeared in the ground, more accurately, one of the elves had stepped into a pit. Before anyone could react, the hole widened rapidly. From within, a cacophony of hissing roars and howls resounded. The Serpent King and the Goblin King were locked in fierce battle. As the elf fell, he managed to strike down a goblin with his staff. Chief, Alcacio, you go ahead. I will hold the line here, called out the elf from the depths of the pit. Akala, Alcacio, he cried in anguish. Quickly, go, echoed Akala's voice from below. Alcacio, in distress, retreated slowly, glancing back at the gaping hole. I am the great Elven King's guard. Akala, you damned dark beasts, meet your end. The voice of Akala reverberated from within. Frank, seal the entrance. I am going to meet my mother, came Akala's voice again. Frank, hurry. Seal the entrance. Seal the entrance. Frank shook his head and sighed. He pointed his wand at the gaping chasm. The Earth Star token activated silently, and the ground seemed to be cloaked in a thick layer of soil, which gradually transformed into solid stone. Akala's voice was muffled within, leaving only a resounding laughter echoing from the sealed entrance. The elves remained silent. The village chief sighed and urged Alcacio, let us proceed swiftly. Alcacio nodded, I will scout ahead. The village chief observed as Alcacio sprinted to the forefront, thinking, he must be out of his mind. Akala was his closest companion. He is the Elven King? Frank inquired, perplexed. What? Is there a problem? I had thought you were the Elven King, Chief. I am but a priest, tasked with communicating with the mother. Ah, I see, Frank nodded. A tragic fate indeed. During the Great Cataclysm 150 years ago, his father, the former Elven King, perished while safeguarding the elves' escape from the forest, right beside the wilderness. Frank gazed at the village chief. During that great calamity, that monumental disaster, I could only lead a few children to safety. Are they the ones? Indeed, they are. The village chief sighed. Once, you guided them to escape from the jaws of death. Now, you lead them into the fray against it. Back then, you sought to preserve the essence of the elves. Now, you strive to save the world. At no point have you erred in your steps. Frank interrupted the village chief's self-pity. We have ventured forth to save the world. Let us not dwell in despair. I have even found joy in the melodies of the net. The village chief nodded in agreement. Let us charge forth once more. To save the world. They raced down the mountain path, the sun gradually descending, casting a transition from light to shadow. After a few moments, they finally departed from the mountain, only to be followed by a tremendous explosion that echoed through the air. The battle between the Serpent King and the Goblin King ultimately resulted in the mountain's collapse. Perhaps the mountain could have endured a while longer, but the subterranean realms had been hollowed out by the goblins, compounded by the fierce clash between the Serpent King and the Goblin King. The corrosive slime of the corrupted silver-threaded Serpent King was no less destructive than the Goblin King's power. The sounds of the struggle between these two dark creatures gradually diminished. Frank, the village chief, and the elves finally departed from the mountain, embarking on their journey towards the next peak. Frank shook his head as he gazed at the towering peaks before him, pondering the uncertainties that lay ahead. He hoped that fewer elves would have to make sacrifices. The gentle moonlight and starlight bathed the earth in a soft glow, while a refreshing breeze fluttered the edges of their garments. Presently, only 11 elves remained alongside Frank. Their path meandered through the valley's depths, where sunlight penetrated, yet the ground remained saturated with mud. The group trudged through the mire, alternating between deep and shallow steps, flanked by imposing mountains and surrounded by peculiar trees and remnants of stone. A glance back revealed dust cascading from the shattered summit, and the setting sun gradually sank beneath the horizon. Indeed, the apocalypse is surely accompanied by landslides, Frank mused, when suddenly he noticed movement amidst the crumbling earth. Run. There seems to be some commotion, he urged, grasping the village chief's arm and pointing toward the freshly collapsed peak. The chief nodded in agreement. Quickly, pick up the pace. The expeditionary force hastened their steps, and as Frank glanced back, only the swirling dust remained suspended in the air. They circumvented the base of a steep hill, where the trees at the foot displayed a vibrant array of colors. As they ran, the chief spoke to Frank. These are tree folk, but they only stir under the cover of night. They remain dormant during the day. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank stands here, the sun having set, and the night sky shines with an extraordinary brilliance of stars. Frank lay upon the grass. Village chief, I have encountered centaurs before. They claim that the stars can foretell the future. Yet, all I discern are riddles. The movements of the celestial bodies, of course, can unveil what lies ahead. The village chief reclined beside Frank, extending a hand as if to grasp the stars themselves. However, Frank, only a select few races endowed with formidable magical prowess, along with their powerful sorcerers, can truly perform such star divinations. Were you once capable of this, chief? Frank inquired softly, lying beside him. Long ago, indeed. Or rather, the elven priest could achieve it through the essence of the springs. The village chief placed his hand beneath his head. Yet, we refrain from such practices, for it would mar the magic of the springs. Mar the magic of the springs? Indeed, the priests employ specific magical rituals, harnessing the arcane energies of the springs to perceive the celestial movements and thus conduct their divinations. The village chief sighed beside him. If only we had the foresight back then, we could have anticipated the fall of that meteorite. Frank shook his head, saying, You cannot be blamed. No one is a prophet. In fact, there was a wizard who had warned us. The village chief's voice was soft, yet resonated like thunder. A prophet? Warned us? Frank was astonished. Yes, a prophet by the name of Trelawney. Professor Trelawney? Frank's surprise deepened. Do you know her? I am acquainted with a Professor Trelawney, the divination instructor at Hogwarts. However, she cannot be the one who warned you long ago. Why not? She is far too young. The one who warned you must have lived at least 150 years ago. But the professor, I have seen her once, and she is certainly not yet 50. Frank sat up, shaking his head. Frank, do not underestimate a prophet. You can never know what she has witnessed. What do you mean by that? Death carries immense terror. How can you be certain that this Trelawney can confront such horror directly? The village chief turned to look at Frank. In your eyes, is she the kind of person who possesses extraordinary wisdom and tenacity with unwavering faith and courage? The chief's words startled Frank. From his readings, he knew that Professor Trelawney was a charlatan, having uttered a phrase that changed the world. Only one of two can survive. Thus began the tumultuous saga between Voldemort and Harry Potter, accompanied by years of heavy drinking and annual proclamations of impending death. Yet, if what the chief said were true, then who exactly is she? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Frank shivered all over, thinking, this cannot be true. Do not frighten yourself. Grindelwald was also a seer. Yet he fell victim to Voldemort. But that was because Dumbledore had perished, his endeavors had crumbled, and his beloved had betrayed him. Perhaps he no longer wished to live? Professor Trelawney once remarked at a gathering that those who depart early would encounter misfortune, and shortly thereafter, Peter Pettigrew was apprehended. At that time, he was not caught in any peculiar state. Was it mere nonsense? All right, Frank, the village chief's voice interjected. Do not dwell on the existence of a seer. If you do not seek her out, she will remain indifferent to your presence. Chief, are there many ways to attain immortality? Frank's voice trembled slightly with trepidation. Could Professor Trelawney be a figure concealed in the shadows of the magical world? Fortunately, there are indeed a few methods. A few? Frank's tone elevated in surprise. I thought only Horcruxes could grant it. Frank, could you please dedicate more time to reading when you have the chance? The chief sighed in exasperation. To achieve immortality, one must possess completeness. Do you suppose that those with physical disabilities live longer than those who are whole? The chief countered. You must understand that even with various methods available, those with physical impairments seldom surpass the lifespan of the whole-bodied. Such impairments lead to numerous consequences, all of which influence longevity. Moreover, what of the splitting of the soul? The chief sat upright. The act of splitting one's soul is the most reprehensible of all. And what of the Philosopher's Stone? Using another's life to sustain your own fleeting existence. It may preserve the soul, yet the body will inevitably age. You refer to Nicholas Flamel, I presume? The chief acknowledged his awareness. Of course, when the Philosopher's Stone was created, there were even rumors suggesting that his family spread the Black Death across Europe. Why was that? The creation of the stone hinges upon the soul. A soul in agony. A soul wailing day and night. A soul steeped in despair. Surely you jest? Frank inquired, astonished. I cannot say for certain, as countless lives have been lost over those hundreds of years. However, I was not yet born then, so it remains mere hearsay. And aside from these two methods? Great magical power, the chief shrugged. Great magical power? Frank struggled to comprehend. Magic can accomplish nearly anything, Frank. Potent magic can maintain both body and soul in prime condition, thus naturally extending life. But how great must that magic be? I cannot say. Perhaps it requires the kind of magic capable of creating worlds. Frank contemplated curious-eyed. Could he not achieve the same? He could attain immortality, for death was merely a choice of will. He yearned for his beloved to awaken. Thus he forged a new timeline. He possessed the power to alter time and reshape space. He had encountered the Creator. Might I also be granted such an opportunity? Frank had not anticipated that this slumber would be so restful. In fact, since arriving in this secret realm, or rather, apart from the first time he succumbed to the bewildering grass, he had not experienced such comfort again. The waist-high grass lay flattened, resembling a plush mattress. As dawn broke, the sun ascended gently. In the cerulean sky, not a single cloud lingered, save for the central source. Frank gazed at the source of the ominous presence. The dark clouds loomed ever thicker there, at the center of which lay a closed eye, seemingly brimming with the power to obliterate the world should it choose to open. A fierce roar of a wild beast echoed, causing the black clouds above the spring to slowly disperse. The eye in the center began to gradually open, yet an unseen force seemed to restrain it, preventing it from fully unveiling itself. "We must hasten our journey," sighed the village chief as he observed the unfolding scene. Once Arcadios had prepared, he cast a glance at the eye in the sky and sighed again, urging them to continue onward. They traversed down the mountain shoulder, arriving at a winding valley. This valley, flanked by steep peaks, appeared to serve as a threshold to sunlight. Once past its entrance, darkness enveloped the land. Looking ahead, a dense fog loomed, within which silhouettes danced erratically. At the valley's mouth stood a colossal stone, perhaps best described as a stele. This elongated monolith bore no signs of human craftsmanship, yet it retained a remarkable transparency. From the direction of the valley, it emanated a soft yellow glow, pulsating rhythmically as if it were alive, flickering in a gentle cadence. Touching it felt akin to caressing warm, resilient skin, reminiscent of strolling on a summer's day amidst blooming meadows, with a faint floral fragrance wafting through the air. However, as Frank circled the stone to behold its reverse side, he was met with an emanation of pitch-black light. Merely standing beside it, a chilling aura seeped into his bones. The stone exuded a heavy scent of blood, its darkness seemingly the result of blood splatters, layered upon layers, yielding such a potent aroma. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank turned around and inquired, "What is this, village chief?" "A tombstone," the chief replied. "A tombstone?" Frank echoed, intrigued. "This is the tombstone of the Elven clan, the first elf to serve the mother. It appeared suddenly in the graveyard." The chief's voice carried a hint of solemnity. "Appeared suddenly?" Frank questioned, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed, it appeared without warning. The Elven clan believes it is a gift from the mother," the chief explained. "So, there are no signs of craftsmanship?" Frank probed further. "Precisely. A tombstone bestowed by the mother. Who would dare to carve it?" The chief placed his hand on Frank's shoulder, guiding him toward the side that emitted a soft golden glow. From this angle, Frank could clearly see the top of the tombstone. A black and gold line intertwined across its surface, resembling two opposing forces on a chessboard vying for victory. "When it first appeared before us, it radiated a gentle golden and green hue," the chief reminisced, extending his hand to touch the tombstone, only to retract it suddenly upon contact. Delicate specks of light danced around the tombstone. Yet now, it has transformed into this. Frank bowed before the gravestone, while the village chief, accompanied by the elves, performed a unique gesture customary to their kind. A gentle breeze caressed the faces of the elves, and even Frank seemed to experience a small embrace. Time appeared to halt at that moment, as if the intertwining black and yellow lines at the pinnacle of the stone also ceased their struggle. Silence enveloped them, serving as an embrace in that instant. The village chief passed by the gravestone, followed by Arcadius and one elf after another. The breeze seemed to carry a whisper, assuring this small expedition that all was well and there was no cause for concern. As they gradually approached the thick mist ahead, Frank contemplated and halted their advance. The village chief, Frank, removed his jacket and transformed it into a rope. "Just in case," he said. "Everyone hold on to the rope, so we don't lose each other." The village chief nodded, and Arcadius took hold of one end of the rope before stepping into the mist. In the blink of an eye, Frank lost sight of Arcadius. Yet he could still see the rope moving forward. One by one, the elves grasped the rope, tightly wrapping it around their hands, and they stepped inside. The chill within the mist was palpable, as if each breath exhaled only intensified the eerie fog. The surrounding area was enveloped in utter silence, and Frank felt as though something was watching him intently. "Do not pay attention to it, Frank," the village chief's voice echoed in his ear. "Ignore those gazes. Only those who harbor fear shall be harmed." Did the village chief understand what this was? The fog of fear, an old trick of the dark creatures. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded, acknowledging the village chief's words. They pressed onward, despite the dense fog obscuring their path. Yet, their spirits remained unyielded, for they had once glimpsed the broad road ahead. Regardless, their disdain for this place grew, and they harbored no desire to linger any longer. Before long, they emerged from the shrouded expanse of mist. Frank glanced back, sensing the creatures within the mist furiously brandishing their weapons. He felt a pang of regret for not having left a trace of himself behind. Perched upon the village chief's shoulder, Frank shrugged and then waved his hand toward the dense fog. The roars of the monsters within seemed to intensify, though their sounds were muffled. They traversed the path, emerging from the valley shrouded in mist, and began to ascend another slope. The mountain seemed to stretch endlessly, and at times, Frank felt as though he were merely circling rather than progressing forward. "Come on, keep up with me," Arcadios called back, quickening his pace. Yet, he appeared momentarily stunned, standing frozen in place. "What's wrong?" The village chief, with Frank in tow, joined him, also halting in his tracks. Before them lay a narrow, winding path flanked by steep peaks, and at the entrance of the valley stood a solitary stone monument, resolutely erect. Frank immediately turned around, only to find that the dense fog they had traversed was now obscured by the mountains, rendering it invisible. The village chief glanced around and declared, "Let us proceed. I am curious to discover what lies ahead at that stone tablet." With that, the chief led all the elves swiftly towards the monument. Upon standing before it, Frank noted that the stone tablet bore an uncanny resemblance to the one they had encountered moments earlier. It too was adorned with intertwining hues of pale gold and black. The top displayed the same patterns of black and gold interwoven together. One side exuded a warmth reminiscent of sunlight, while the other emanated a chilling aura tinged with the scent of blood. "What is this?" the village chief murmured as he gazed at the tablet. "This stone tablet is nearly identical to the previous one." Frank reached out to touch it and then turned to the chief, affirming, "At the very least, it appears and feels exactly the same. This is not right. According to the records, my mother only provided one stone tablet. All those years, I have only ever seen a single monument." The chief expressed his disbelief. "Could it be possible? Just possible?" Frank gently patted the chief's shoulder, suggesting, "We may have lost our way, or perhaps we have yet to emerge from the fog." The chief cast his gaze towards the mist behind the stone tablet. Similar to their previous encounter, it carried the same chilling essence, and shadows of creatures seemed to flit within the fog. The ever-shifting mist resembled a battleground where the monsters within were engaged in a relentless struggle. "It is not beyond the realm of possibility," the chief conceded Frank's theory. "Alcatio, take a few individuals and venture over to see if you can return here," the chief instructed. "I would advise against it, Chief. Our numbers are already insufficient." "We must conserve our strength," Frank interjected, halting the chief's command. Then, drawing his wand, Frank tapped the ground and declared, "I shall cast a spell here. If we are able to see my magic again shortly, it will indicate that we have been wandering in circles." Suddenly, the ground at the foot of the stone tablet blossomed with flowers, contrasting starkly with the surrounding terrain. "We must act swiftly. I cannot guarantee how long these flowers will endure in this environment." Frank pondered for a moment before he struck a stone with his sword, inscribing upon it, "If I return and find this stone, so be it." The village chief nodded in agreement, "Then let us set forth." As before, Frank conjured a rope, and under the guidance of Alcatiro, they ventured once more into the thick mist. Their footsteps were swift, the fog proving no barrier to their path. They emerged quickly, once again confronted by the familiar road. Mountains rose and fell before them as they quickened their pace. Soon, they encountered the stone tablet once more. Beside it lay the stone Frank had just inscribed, and the magical flowers continued to bloom vibrantly. The village chief regarded Frank, prompting him to draw his sword. Frank oddly drew his sword and inquired, "What is it, village chief?" The village chief remained silent, merely drawing a shallow cut on his hand with the blade. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped his eyes, not outside the fog, but within it. Yet, in the briefest moment, the village chief found himself still standing beside the stone tablet. "Frank, we are ensnared in this fog, are we not? We have not truly escaped. We merely believed we had." "Indeed, village chief. I was careless," Frank acknowledged with a nod. "What shall we do now? Shall we take turns with the sword?" Frank shook his head, replying, "Village chief, did you not notice how many remain standing?" The village chief abruptly paused, realization dawning upon him. Some of the elves had not spoken for quite some time. They would not disturb Frank and the village chief. Yet they could engage in conversation amongst themselves. Casting a glance at the elves standing behind him, the village chief shook his head. "Very well." Frank wielded his sword, carving a mark upon each elf's hand. 3 of the elves, however, did not bleed. Frank remained silent, merely casting a glance at the village chief. The chief sighed, acknowledging, "Since this thick fog envelopes the cemetery, the gravestone must undoubtedly hold significant importance." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank remained calm. He first traced a circle around himself with his wand, and then ignited it. He stood still, knowing that help would soon arrive. Any movement could result in disorientation, causing them to lose one another. The flames were not particularly large, yet as they flickered upward, the dense fog surrounding him began to dissipate slightly. Frank was somewhat taken aback as he stood within the fiery circle, calling out for the village chief and Arcadius. However, there was no response. He remained unperturbed. For sometimes silence speaks volumes. With a flick of his wand directed at the blazing circle, the flames began to expand gradually. The shadowy creatures lurking within the dense fog seemed increasingly restless, as the grayish-white mist coalesced into dark forms. Seizing the initiative, Frank did not wait for the creatures to fully materialize. He unleashed a barrage of fire spells. To his astonishment, the dark mist withstood 3 consecutive fire spells before its silhouette began to wane. It took 5 fire spells to vanquish a single wisp of the dark fog. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank was unaware of how much time had elapsed before the dark mist finally ceased to manifest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed at the shadows that continuously emerged from the dense fog, the flames of his incantations flickering with a waning intensity. "This is an illusion," he repeatedly reassured himself, as the chill of the mist enveloped him, gradually rendering his body cold and stiff. A sudden, ferocious roar pierced the air, and a stick swung perilously close to Frank's head, scattering the surrounding shadows. Alcadio leaped out of the fog, landing directly within Frank's circle of fire. "Alcadio, are you all right?" Frank inquired, a note of relief in his voice. "I am well, Frank. And you?" Alcadio stood behind Frank, scrutinizing the shadows beyond the flames. "It's too cold, Alcadio. I suspect the obelisk is to blame. I intend to destroy it, but I cannot find a way out. Do you have a direction?" "Indeed." "This way," Frank replied, casting a flame spell to illuminate the path for Alcadio. "No problem, let us charge forth." Alcadio hoisted Frank onto his shoulder, and upon seeing Alcadio, the shadows began to morph into creatures of a height akin to his. With Alcadio's assistance, their speed increased significantly. Frank merely needed to continuously cast fire spells to navigate and combat the shadows. The enlarged shadows were, paradoxically, easier to vanquish. Those that had previously required 5 fire spells to defeat could now be dispatched with but 2. Objects may have grown larger, yet their mass remained unchanged. Did these entities abide by the laws of physics? Was this a phenomenon of density alteration? Frank exhibited an unusual demeanor. He had initially believed that the coffin lid of Lord Bull could not contain such peculiarities. However, this turn of events proved advantageous, facilitating their escape. Under the relentless onslaught of Alcacio and Frank, the surrounding fog gradually began to dissipate. Frank appeared to catch a glimpse of the monument's location. He promptly nudged Alcacio, urging, "Look, I believe I can see the monument." With renewed determination, they hastened towards the monument, ultimately breaking free from the shroud of mist. Frank leapt down from Alcatio's shoulder, gazing at the monument before him. The stone tablet retained its original form, yet the flowers had long since vanished, leaving only a stone block marked with the numeral 1 beside it. Alcacio swung his staff and struck the monument forcefully. The tablet emitted a brilliant flash of light, which gradually faded, as the radiance of the stone shifted. The dense fog around them also transformed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank turned to gaze at the thick fog, which seemed to have expanded slightly outward compared to before. He then cast another explosive spell at the stone tablet, observing clearly that as the incantation struck the monument, the fog indeed spread outward a bit more. The good news was that it could be confirmed the fog was indeed linked to the stone tablet. The bad news was that the tablet could not be destroyed to disperse the fog. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank clapped his hands together, suggesting they try something sharp. The sword of Gryffindor materialized in Frank's grasp. I recall this blade possesses the ability to dispel magical effects, and it is imbued with qualities of sharpness and resilience. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank and Alcacio seemed to hear intense wails echoing around them. Although the cries were piercing, Frank felt an immense thrill. It was working. It was working. The sword plunged straight into the newly created opening. The wails grew louder and more excruciating in his ears. Frank paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him, as he meticulously sliced through the stone tablet with his sword. This slab, gleaming with hues of obsidian and pale yellow, was cleaved into two by Frank's deft strike. The jarring noise abruptly ceased, and the dense fog began to retract, ultimately condensing into a diminutive stone. This stone hovered in midair, seemingly imbued with life, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. The village chief and the other elves gradually ceased their assault, casting their gazes around until they beheld Arcadios and Frank standing nearby. After sharing a brief smile, they settled down onto the ground. The village chief waved at Frank, acknowledging, "You and Arcadios have shattered the tablet. My apologies for its destruction." Frank understood the significance of the tablet to the elves, yet he felt powerless. "It is of no consequence. Even if Mother were to learn of it, she would not hold it against us, especially considering its fallen state." The village chief bore no resentment towards Frank. He merely gestured dismissively. Then, grasping the stone formed from the fog, he held it between his fingers, squinting at the sun as he scrutinized it. After a moment of sardonic amusement, he tossed it to Frank, saying, "A trinket for you. Keep it for your amusement." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded silently, merely returning the stone to his pocket. The moonlight bathed the earth in its silvery glow. Frank glanced around, observing that the valley was encircled by towering mountains, leaving only two paths for entry and exit. "Village chief, shall we rest here for the night?" The chief surveyed the surroundings and replied, "I believe it is a good idea. We shall rest here." As night deepened, Frank reclined on the ground and activated the star card system. At this moment, all the cards in the Earth series were illuminated, with the Fire series boasting the most activated cards. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank experienced a slight headache and decided it would be best to consult the village chief during the day. He hoped that the magic dragon would be susceptible to magical harm. The night passed swiftly, perhaps due to their proximity to the source and the dragon. The nighttime here felt unusually safe, as wild beasts are inherently territorial. Upon waking in the early morning, Frank noticed that the village chief and his companions were nearly finished with their preparations. When the village chief saw Frank awake, he smiled and remarked, "Last night was quite peaceful, wasn't it?" "Indeed," Frank replied. "Since leaving the village, I haven't had a moment's quiet rest in days." Given that they were now within the dragon's territory, it was only natural for the surroundings to be tranquil. "Chief, may I inquire whether magic can inflict harm upon the dragon?" Frank asked. The chief shook his head. "I am uncertain. However, I believe that, being a creature of darkness, it could be vulnerable to white magic. I possess a form of white magic, Chief," Frank revealed, producing his wand. "Invoke Guardian Spirit." A veil of white mist materialized, swirling as though it were attempting to take shape, yet it only continued to undulate. "Chief, do you know how to properly direct this?" "I am familiar with this spell." The chief nodded. "In the past, a sorceress from outside informed us that her mist transformed into a rabbit. Did she mention how she accomplished that?" Frank seized the opportunity to ask. "Positive emotions, joyful sentiments, and the belief in protection," the chief explained. Frank tightened his grip on his wand. "I have always been told the same. However, I feel I have experienced much joy, yet I cannot seem to manifest it." The chief glanced down at Frank. "You must understand that joyful emotions are not merely fleeting moments of laughter. They are enduring feelings." "Enduring feelings?" Frank echoed, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, enduring feelings. An event may bring you happiness in the moment, but over time, you may come to regard it as merely that." Seeing that Frank still did not fully comprehend, the chief offered an analogy. "Consider the first time you tasted a delightful dish. It filled you with joy. But would you still feel the same happiness if you consumed it every day?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded, merely twirling his wand in his hand. "The moments of greatest joy for me. They were during my previous life and at graduation, when I could earn a living to support my younger siblings." Frank shook his head. "That is my responsibility." "Was it when I received the admission notice in this lifetime?" No, it was curiosity, it was exhilaration. It was a yearning for extraordinary powers." "When was that? Have I not experienced happiness?" Memories flashed before Frank like a revolving lantern, and thanks to his current photographic memory, many events were vividly etched in his mind. The past replayed before Frank's eyes time and again. Finally, he recognized it. It was on his birthday. In his previous life, he had no birthday. The day he was found by the orphanage was considered his birthday. But this time, he had a birthday and parents who loved him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank's mind was filled with vivid memories of playing with his parents. A solitary tear slipped down his cheek. A swirling stream of white energy materialized at the tip of his wand, gradually transforming into a magpie. The magpie flitted about him, chirping cheerfully, occasionally landing beside Frank before taking to the skies once more. "What kind of bird is that, Frank?" the village chief inquired, gazing at the soaring creature. "That is a magpie," Frank replied, nodding. "This bird is also known as the harbinger of good news. It is said to symbolize the approach of good fortune and joyous tidings." "Good fortune on the horizon? It seems our chances of success against the dragon are significantly higher." "Indeed," Frank exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. "Absolutely, we shall prevail." The village chief addressed the fairies, exclaiming, "Children, do you see? This is a magpie, heralding our good news. And what is our joyous tidings? Victory." Alcacio joined in the laughter, adding, "Then our victory is assured." The fairies, filled with inspiration, erupted into laughter alongside them. Amidst a chorus of joyous laughter, the village chief clenched his fist, declaring, "Let us set forth. Victory is our destiny. Destined to win." The fairies cheered, their voices seemingly reaching the heavens. The sunlight enveloped them, as if donning them in armor for battle. In this atmosphere of jubilation, they continued on their expedition. Now, beyond this mountain lies the source of their quest. Their pace was brisk, with Frank perched upon the village chief's shoulders. In no time, they had crossed the peak. Before them lay a stretch of flat land, and beyond that, a towering mountain, the very one they had seen earlier, soaring into the clouds. The dark clouds at the summit seemed to struggle to open their eyes. Stone steps led from the base of the mountain to its pinnacle, where they were shrouded in mist, barely discernible. Standing at the foot of the mountain, one could observe the dark clouds swirling ominously. "Frank, how do you feel?" The village chief asked, pointing toward the roiling clouds. That is where the dragon resides. Frank squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the scene. A colossal tail emerged from the dark clouds, only to vanish moments later. Could that be the dragon of legend? It certainly appeared formidable. The village chief nodded affirmatively, acknowledging, indeed, it is quite large, larger than us. Yet, fear not. Today heralds a celebration. Ha ha ha. Yes, chief. A celebration indeed. Frank concurred. Onward. Let us ascend the mountain and vanquish the dragon. The chief gestured. And all the elves began their ascent, bracing themselves for the final battle. They congregated at the mountain's base, climbing the stone steps that stretched upward, each step extending further into the heights. Although referred to as steps, they were merely protrusions of the mountain, serving as convenient footholds for Frank. To the elves, however, they appeared as mere stones jutting from the mountainside. They climbed relentlessly, progressing from one step to the next. The steps, rising sharply, presented a nearly vertical challenge. With little to grasp on either side, merely 10 feet across and approximately 3 feet high. This was manageable for Frank, yet to the elves, the steps felt overly constricted. As they climbed higher, the steps gradually became fully exposed on the mountain's exterior, and the ascent grew perilous. The ground below was increasingly shrouded in mist, rendering the grass and foliage indistinguishable, leaving only swathes of yellow in their wake. With each upward movement, the gentle breeze intensified, transforming into a fierce wind that cut like a blade. After what felt like an eternity of climbing, they finally beheld a platform and hastened to reach it. From this vantage point, the mountain's peak was obscured, shrouded in swirling clouds. The entire mountainside was blanketed in lush green and yellow grass, surrounded by bizarre rock formations, with moss slicked by water stains. Looking to the right of the platform, a serene valley unfolded. Although nothing was visible, a vast azure lake mirrored the sky, its immense size magnified by the distance. In the far reaches of the lake, a massive outlet could be discerned, though the further one looked, the more peculiar it appeared. Gazing outward from the platform, the distant peaks lay beneath them, but the farther they extended, the more they faded into a pallid hue. Chief, why does this place feel so different from the outside? Frank inquired, pointing toward the tranquil valley. Because our mother resides above, the chief replied. The corruption stems from chaotic magic. Yet, the magic above is still in conflict. The source remains intact, naturally offering our mother's protection. And what of other areas? Frank pressed on. As the magic fell into disarray, our mother's power waned, leading to gradual sacrifices in the outer realms. I see, Chief. Moreover, why is it that everything outside appears so white? Frank pointed into the distance, where the line between forest and plain had blurred. The once vibrant world of yellow and black had lost its color. Does the world's destruction also strip away its hues? Such as the nature of things, colors, sounds. Even places will slowly detach from this realm, the chief observed. He gazed outward, reflecting, life, regardless of whose it is, dissipates in these final moments. Are you suggesting? Frank hesitated, gesturing to the outside. Indeed, life as we know it is nearly extinguished. Even the dark beings are life, albeit fallen. And it happened so quietly? Frank pondered. Yes, so quietly, the chief affirmed, extending his hand to feel the wind's caress. When the world was born, earth, fire, wind, and water were present. When it ends, it will be those same elements that conclude the cycle. Frank was perplexed by this sudden statement. What I mean is that both colors and life will vanish before the end. And what about you, Chief? Frank asked, somewhat astonished. Worry not. We remain within our mother's protective embrace. The chief indicated toward the sky. The source endures, the magic persists, and our mother is still here. We shall not fade. Frank nodded, acknowledging, understood, village chief. However, the village chief had yet to finish speaking. If we are on the brink of decline, we shall inform you at once. Remember your promise to me. Frank gazed at the village chief, falling into silence for a moment. I understand, milk aids. The chief chuckled softly. Let us ascend. They continued their climb up the mountain, where the stone steps had gradually faded away. However, the incline was no longer as steep as before. It could merely be described as a vast slope. This land was adorned with vibrant flowers and verdant grass, entirely unlike a world on the brink of destruction. A profound stillness enveloped them, interrupted only by the whispers of the wind as it swept over the peaks. The sunlight cast a gentle glow upon the terrain, with the temperature steadily dropping lower and lower. They pressed onward, traversing the wide and even expanse, which seemed to pulse with life. As Frank dashed ahead, he discovered that all the flowers had succumbed to frost. Chief, is this also a consequence of the chaotic magic? Indeed. The chaotic magic has engendered fluctuations in temperature, the chief replied. Just like the distant meadows, some areas are withered from excessive heat, while others lie frozen due to the cold. The environment has descended into chaos, reflecting the waning power of our mother. Will things change once we achieve success this time? The chief remained silent, merely exhaling a weary sigh. That is indeed our hope, yet our affliction runs deep. We may not witness the change. Do not surrender lightly until the final step, Chief. This is not a surrender, but rather a confession of our near exhaustion, Alcacio interjected suddenly. Alcacio, you! Frank exclaimed, astonished as he turned to him. Alcacio bent down, allowing Frank to meet his gaze. You see, I too have been infected. The chaotic magic is pulling at me as well. Frank gazed into Alcacio's eyes, startled, and took a step back. He then turned to observe the other elves, who all nodded in unison, indicating that they too had succumbed to the affliction. Yet you, even though you remain in the village, uninfected for now, are destined for annihilation, he remarked. Alcacio casually settled beside Frank. Moreover, did I not mention earlier that the village chief has also taken a seat? Frank, we are merely striving for a glimmer of hope. Frank remained silent, at a loss for words. Despite the brief span of mere days, he had forged a profound bond with the elves. Frank, we are fighting for our mother, Alcacio continued. This is a magnificent expedition. When the curtain falls, how can there be no grand finale? The sunlight bathed the land, yet Frank felt no warmth. This chill was not born of the environment, but rather stemmed from a profound emptiness and void within, rendering him impervious to the external heat. These fleeting days held a depth of feeling that surpassed the last decade, and even the entirety of his previous life. They had fought valiantly, side by side, facing life and death together. Yet now, as they stood on the brink of confronting their final adversary, they realized their friends were on the verge of departing. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, they would never again cross paths. Life may be fraught with countless farewells, but this departure of comrades in arms, bound by life and death, marked Frank's first true separation. Though he had parted with the siblings from the orphanage in his past, it had merely been a fleeting moment. But now, Frank found himself unable to part with them. The village chief sat beside him, saying, "Do not dwell on it, Frank. Life is inherently marked by farewells. We must learn to adapt." The chief shook his head. Look, the scenery today is truly magnificent. The towering peak is as flat as if it were hewn by a knife. The summit resembles a colossal ring, with a spring at its center, countered by a descending meteorite. Dark clouds shroud the entire sky, and the central eye appears to be fixated upon them. A massive dragon weaves through the ominous clouds. The frigid gales roar down the peaks, stirring up great snowflakes that cascade from the heavens. The opposing currents of the spring and the meteorite paradoxically bring tranquility to the summit. The magic of the spring shoots upward like a fountain and above the currents. A gigantic meteorite rolls incessantly. Flames of wild fury engulf the meteorite, with billowing black smoke reaching skyward, merging with the dark clouds. Around the spring, molten lava churns violently. The dragon occasionally circles around the enormous eye, sometimes plunging directly into the lava atop the summit, unleashing fierce fire pillars upon the meteorite to aid its descent. As they ascended the peak, this was the sight that greeted them. With each passing moment, as the meteorite continued its descent, the eye in the sky gradually opened wider. Frank, we are soon to join the final act of this world as performance. It is our time to take the stage. Then let us perform. Frank agreed with a nod. Behind them, Arcadios leaped into action, swinging his massive staff, its shadow trailing behind as it soared towards the dragon with a tremendous whoosh. As the dragon roared, the ominous clouds seemed to tremble in response. The lava below began to surge upwards, while Arcadios remained suspended midair. The power of the Earth Star card manifested, conjuring a giant stone slab in the sky. Arcadios landed on this slab and leapt again, launching an attack on the dragon. Other elves scrambled up the cliffs from behind, charging at the dragon with fervor. The chief and Frank watched as the elves rushed towards the beast. I thought one would first hurl insults before engaging, Frank remarked. A fragmented spell's brilliance shot towards the dragon, prompting Frank to call out to the chief. Isn't trash talking before a fight meant to caution the opponent? Ha ha. Then let us hurl insults whilst we battle, the chief quipped, launching his staff like a javelin at the dragon. Then retrieving a pink bow from the package he had never set down. Chief. Frank, amidst casting spells at the dragon, gazed at the bow. It exudes a youthful charm. Indeed, it is a treasure of the elven kin, capable of striking at the very soul. So, who do you intend to pierce the heart of? Frank laughed heartily as a magpie fluttered from the wand, accompanying the chief's arrow in its assault on the dragon. Stone slabs materialized in the air, with elves leaping from one to another, striking at the dragon. The dragon flapped its wings, effortlessly repelling the elves, spewing flames at them from above. The Jumpstart card appeared beneath Frank's feet, allowing him to leap gracefully, sending spells towards the dragon. Chief, is it not said that one cannot fly in this world? The dragon's flight is sustained by that meteorite. The dark and chaotic magic supports it. I feel an urge to curse, Frank shouted, directing his spells towards the meteorite. Be graceful, Frank, the chief replied, drawing his bow with a gentle laugh. The spell soared through the fissures of the erupting lava, yet were intercepted by the dragon, only to be struck down by the elves simultaneously, falling into the molten flow. The brilliance of the spells intertwined with the glow of the lava. Suddenly, stone pillars descended from the sky, crashing toward the dragon. The dragon lightly flapped its wings, and the pillars plunged into the lava below. Everyone, please restrain it, Frank called out from the air. No problem, Arcadios replied, swinging his staff at the dragon. The elves followed suit, striking at the dragon from all directions. Stone pillars rained down once more, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crashing down upon the dragon, forcing it down into the lava. Then, a pillar from the left surged toward the meteorite, akin to a club striking a golf ball upon the ground. The dragon's wings emerged from the lava, blocking the descending pillar. The elves formed a circle, surrounding the molten mass. The dragon slowly rose from the lava, droplets cascading from its form. Its enormous eye fixated on the elves before it, its mouth agape, revealing a flickering red glow in its throat. Suddenly, an ice pillar wrapped in stone appeared from above, plunging straight into the dragon's maw. Did you think I would just wait during the wind-up? Do you take me for a fool? Frank's magic never ceased. With the aid of magic, the intertwining of ice and fire sparked a violent explosion, reducing the dragon's head to a swirling mass of black mist. Frank was on the verge of celebration when the dark mist reformed into the head of the dragon. The dragon flapped its wings, sending forth a cascade of molten lava towards Frank. Frank leaped lightly, narrowly evading the onslaught of molten lava. Village chief, can it not be slain? He shouted. The village chief drew his bow, aiming at the meteorite. The chaotic magical power generated by the meteorite sustains it. It is not a life form, but a manifestation of magic. Then how are we to defeat it? Frank exclaimed. We can either employ white magic to annihilate it entirely before the chaotic magic can reconstitute it, or we can bypass the dragon and shatter the meteorite first. Each option seems increasingly daunting. As he spoke, the magpie summoned by his protective deity relentlessly attacked the dragon from above. The potency of white magic against chaotic energy proved formidable as the small magpie pecked and clawed at the dragon. Tendrils of black smoke emanated from the dragon, and though they would quickly regenerate, it could only be said to be a meager distraction. Village chief, apart from this magic, nothing else seems to inflict harm upon it. Frank continuously conjured stone slabs in midair, providing the fairies with footholds. However, other spells proved utterly ineffective and could not harm the dragon. Your magical power is insufficient to breach its defenses. How could my magic possibly be deemed low? Frank collapsed beside the village chief, his sleeve singed by flames. While your magical prowess may be considerable compared to that of your contemporaneous young sorcerers, it pales in comparison to the chaotic magic capable of annihilating a world. What to do? The staff could not vanquish it, and only the little magpie's magic remained at his disposal. Frank felt a surge of anxiety. The village chief loosed another arrow at the dragon, which pierced its scaled hide, yet proved largely ineffectual, inflicting merely a modicum of pain. After all, it was devoid of a soul, or rather, its essence coexisted with the chaotic magic. Even when wounded, it could regenerate. Behold the spring, where the last remnants of this world's magic reside. Let us perform a magical rite. In the name of the elves, we shall channel this magic into your being. Frank expressed his apprehension. Can this truly work? Indeed, you can harness this magic to unleash a powerful burst of white magic upon the dragon, at least granting us a 10-minute reprieve. And then, chief, then we shall strike down the meteor, ensuring the world retains a seed of hope. Is that so? Very well. In this dire moment, Frank cast aside his concerns about excess magic within himself and readily assented. The paramount objective was to slay the dragon and save the world. Alcacio, gather 5 others, including myself, to form the Star of 7. Frank, you will leap directly onto the spring. Meanwhile, the rest will distract the dragon. The chief swiftly issued commands. Under his direction, the elves executed their roles with precision, as Alcacio led them to form the Star of Seven in the circle. The remaining elves assailed the dragon, buying precious time for Frank and the others. Upon seeing Frank positioned above the spring, the village chief initiated the magic circle. Great Mother, Sovereign of the world, please open your eyes and gaze upon this child before you. He is a friend of the elves, a companion to our kind. I beseech you, bestow your grace upon him. In my name, in the name of the elven priesthood, I, Melchiades, in the name of the priest and king of the elves, Alcacio Buendia, implore you to grant this child, Frank Dell, your blessing. Please endow him with the magic of the spring. Mother, I beseech your protection. The chief and Alcacio recited the incantation in unison, as each elf of the Star of Seven shed their blood, sending it forth to the spring. The dragon flapped its wings, stirring magma to obstruct their efforts. Yet, the obstruction proved futile. The blood floated upon the spring, intertwining to form the pattern of the Star of Seven, which then began to rotate in a clockwise direction. The magic within the spring ceased to repel the meteor and instead commenced its infusion into Frank's form. The meteor descended, the dark smoke enveloping it thickening ominously. Frank gazed up at the meteorite, realizing that its position coincided precisely with the center of an eye formed by the dark clouds above. The clouds gradually contracted, resembling a colossal hand that pressed down upon the meteorite, driving it straight towards the source of its origin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded, expressing his gratitude for the compliment. No need for formality. However, you have been quite diligent in your magical practice. You have already illuminated the star card, thanks to the assistance of the magical ritual. Otherwise, it would have been somewhat challenging. Coraline shook his head. Even with the aid of the ritual, you still managed to ignite your respective star card through your own efforts. That is commendable. Thank you for your kind words, Frank replied with a nod of appreciation. I shall not disturb you further in your quest to save the world. Best of luck. Coraline raised his teacup in acknowledgement. Please wait a moment. Frank interjected hastily. What is it? Coraline asked. Let me clarify. I cannot assist you. After all, the two worlds are too distant, and I cannot fully control my power without risking damage to others. That is not my inquiry, sir. I wish to understand why. After illuminating the star card, an excess of magical energy within me could lead to my own destruction, while Sakura faced no such peril when she subdued the Clow Cards. That question is quite simple, Coraline replied, gesturing to himself. The Clow Cards contain my power. Both you and Sakura draw upon your own magical energy to absorb the power I have stored within the Clow Cards. Frank nodded. However, where could Sakura's Clow Cards be? Clow Reed suddenly inquired of Frank. Is it the Clow Book box? Frank replied, puzzled. Indeed, the box is adorned with the guardians Caro and you. Naturally, the magic would not harm Sakura. Clow Reed cast a glance at Frank. Moreover, prior to each card's capture, the Clow Cards tend to frolic outside for a while, further depleting their magical energy. Then, what about me? Yours is entirely contained within yourself. When activated, it does not deplete the magic of the cards. The Clow magic contained within automatically transforms into your own power. Therefore, your magical growth rate is exceedingly rapid, which has resulted in your body struggling to keep up. Conversely, when Sakura captures a card, she infuses it with her own magic. Initially, her magical energy may even prove insufficient. You are aware, of course, that it took several years after collecting all the cards before Sakura began to create her own. What about me? Frank was somewhat at a loss. Do you know about divination? Clow Reed asked Frank. Of course, I do. You are most renowned for divination and sorcery. Frank nodded. That's good to hear. Can you meditate? Yes. How many star cards can you still activate? Frank glanced at the cards. There were still 2 that could be illuminated. Has the time card been activated? It has indeed. During meditation, he channeled his magic into his eyes, gradually enveloping his eyeballs with his power, allowing the magic of the time and shift cards to linger upon his gaze. Will I be able to divine the future? The time card signifies time, while shift represents space. With these 2 cards, one can glimpse the future. Can that not be considered divination? But my magic. Utilizing these 2 cards is an endeavor that demands considerable magical energy. You simply need to maintain their presence within your eyes continuously. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank smiled, suddenly recalling a phrase he suspected you had never heard. Have your attacks ceased? Now it is my turn. The thunder reverberated throughout the sky as the world trembled violently. Except for the valley where the spring resided, the entire realm had transformed into a pallid hue. The elves lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies gradually diminishing until they reached the stature of ordinary adults. The dark clouds above had coalesced, and the eye at the center of the storm was now fully opened. Even the air was thick with a rancid stench. A ferocious wind raged relentlessly, yet it was as if it were imprisoned, howling only within the confines of the valley. The magma surrounding the spring began to erupt outward, flowing violently down the mountainside, igniting blazes along its path. Torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, droplets colliding fiercely with the magma. A thick fog surged upward only to be struck down by the deluge. The earth began to crumble as the peaks surrounding the valley gradually sank. The apocalypse unfolded before all eyes, and the dragon's flames loomed ominously close. Suddenly, a massive stone slab shielded against the dragon's fiery breath. Above the dark clouds, Frank's voice echoed, "When I permit you to advance, it is surely because you cannot harm me." An extraordinarily colossal giant descended from the sky, hovering midair, dwarfed the once mighty dragon. The giant wielded a great sword, enveloped in a shroud of white vapor. From a distance, it resembled a staff forged in the likeness of a sword. The giant plummeted from the heavens, brandishing the sword, which cleaved the clouds asunder. The dragon roared fiercely, charging at the giant while unleashing a torrent of flames. The fire spewed forth, evaporating the surrounding rainwater, creating billowing clouds of vapor in its wake. As the flames met the sword, a violent shockwave erupted in the air. The wave, laden with searing heat, cleaved the rain in the valley into two distinct halves. The rain continued to fall below, while above, the deluge had already evaporated. Despite the absence of sound, an overwhelming sensation of collision enveloped everyone present. The blade surged downward, slicing through the fire with relentless vigor. The dragon was cleaved in two, enveloped in the white vapor of the sword. The dark clouds above began to reform, yet the giant raised his sword anew, slashing diagonally at the meteorite. The meteorite was split asunder, soaring upward for a moment before descending in two fragments. The flames of the meteorite were extinguished. With another strike, the two fragments became four. The black clouds seemed to pause momentarily, but the giant remained silent. The sword followed the gaze, slicing through the darkened sky. As the clouds were torn apart and gradually vanished within the white vapor, the giant floated in the air, gradually diminishing, returning to his original form. The giant. Frank landed beside the village chief. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank was rendered speechless with astonishment. This is fate, Frank, the village chief remarked, gently patting Frank on the shoulder. Alcacio also limped over, joining them. Now, in this world, only the two of them remained as elves. Frank, in this concluding performance, did we play our parts well? Alcacio lay beside him, gazing up at the sky with a smile as he inquired. Frank inhaled deeply. It was perfect. The world continued to sway. Yet the tremors at this moment seemed inconsequential. Among the mere 3 souls that remained in this world, no one cared anymore. Frank, do you see it? The world in its final moments, the extinguishing of earth, fire, wind, and water. The village chief had more to say, but only his lips moved, soundlessly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank grasped the bough, gazing at the village chief and Arcadio as he approached the site of the spring. The village chief retrieved 3 leaves from his pocket. These verdant leaves were the last remnants of color in a world now shrouded in monochrome. Apart from these 3 leaves, everything else was rendered in shades of black and white. The valley was gradually collapsing. Yet the village chief and Arcadio exchanged a knowing smile with Frank before the chief tore the leaves apart. The spring seemed to muster its final ounce of strength, nudging Frank, who stumbled backward as a result. Frank gazed upon the world as if a pair of hands were crumpling a sheet of paper. The entire realm quietly succumbed to wrinkles, mountains, rivers, milk aids, and Arcadio. The world had perished. Before Frank, right before his very eyes, an enchanted realm vanished. A world that would never exist again. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank surveyed his surroundings, where the sounds of birds and beasts filled the air. A refreshing chill lingered in the atmosphere, a remnant of the recent snowfall. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank grasped the bow, which seamlessly transformed into a bracelet, encircling his wrist. The weather unmistakably suggested he was in the southern hemisphere. Am I in New Zealand? Frank pondered for a moment, then resolved to cease his musings and simply inquire with someone. Just as he was about to step away, he suddenly sensed something amiss at his feet. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank crouched down to examine the leaf closely. It resembled the one belonging to the village chief. Frank extended his hand to gently caress the leaf, feeling a subtle vibration of the dwindling magic within him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank carefully retrieved the heart of the tree and gently placed it beside the sapling. Just as his hand was about to withdraw, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. The heart of the treant? Once reintegrated into the tree, it can never be reclaimed. It was Professor Dumbledore. Frank exclaimed with joy, quickly drawing his wand and pointing it at him. No, the headmaster is unaware of my whereabouts. I do not even know where I am myself. Who are you? Being cautious is commendable. However, I am more curious about what you have been up to lately. Additionally, you are in New Zealand, Dumbledore remarked, snapping his fingers. In an instant, a phoenix appeared, landing gracefully on his shoulder. Fox. My apologies, headmaster. Upon seeing the phoenix, Frank promptly lowered his wand. After all, who else in the world possessed a phoenix? Only Albus Dumbledore, and even his brother Aberforth Dumbledore would not matter. After all, I am Frank Dell, the heir of Gryffindor, the top of Hufflepuff, and the beloved child of Dumbledore. The presence of either brother is inconsequential. Frank, are you certain you wish to give this heart to the sapling? Dumbledore inquired, gesturing towards the heart still resting on the ground. Of course, Frank nodded, for it is what the tree bestowed upon me, and I am merely returning it. Oh, it seems your tale has been quite remarkable of late. Never has it been so exhilarating. How exhilarating? A grand and splendid farewell performance, where I take the stage as the most esteemed guest. May I have the honor of hearing it? Certainly, it would be my pleasure. Frank offered a slight bow to the headmaster and then extended the heart towards the sapling. Upon contact, the heart transformed into a verdant essence, permeating the sapling. The sapling swayed gently for a moment before vanishing entirely. Headmaster, look. Frank pointed to the spot where the sapling had disappeared. It is gone? Do not worry. You will see it again in the future, Dumbledore reassured him with a nod. With the heart as assistance, it shall be safe. Frank nodded. All right, Professor. Do you have any plans now? If possible, could you first take me to the Ministry of Magic in New Zealand? Of course, the professor replied. Come, grasp my sleeve. Very well, Professor. I appreciate your assistance. Frank approached Dumbledore and grasped the headmaster's sleeve. As the flames of the phoenix enveloped both Dumbledore and Frank, they instantly materialized in a quaint alley. This was Wellington, the capital of New Zealand. The headmaster pointed to a vast farm ahead, featuring a 3-story house surrounded by herds of cattle and sheep leisurely wandering about. To be honest, Professor, I thought you were bringing me to visit friends, Frank remarked, surveying the surroundings. A gentle breeze stirred the falling snowflakes upon the pasture, creating a scene of pristine whiteness. Only when the animals moved could one truly discern their presence. The headmaster knocked on the door, and a voice responded from within. Hello, welcome to the Seagullwyn residence. We are currently on vacation abroad. Please notify us via email for any matters. I am Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, visiting with my student Frank Delt, he announced. The door opened automatically, and Dumbledore led Frank inside, revealing a modest domestic abode. To the left of the entrance corridor stood a row of shoe racks, while to the right were several hooks. The floor was adorned with rugs crafted from animal pelts. A voice echoed, "Visitors, please place your wands on the hooks to the right for inspection." "Thank you." Frank gazed at Dumbledore, who nodded and placed a wand upon a hook. Instantly, the hook transformed into a tray adorned with a soft, light blue blanket of woolen fabric. The headmaster glanced at Frank, signaling him to set the wand upon it. Frank placed his wand upon the tray, which then retracted before promptly springing back into action. As they stowed away their wands, the carpet began to writhe, autonomously polishing the shoes of Professor Dumbledore and Frank. The professor, accompanied by Frank, continued their journey forward, where an immense pane of glass materialized between the corridor and the sitting room. Dumbledore rapped on the glass, causing it to ripple like the surface of water. He grasped Frank's hand and stepped directly through. Inside, an expansive space unfolded, entirely concealed from the outside world. Upon entering, they found themselves in a foyer soaring at least 40 feet high, bustling with wizards hurrying about their affairs. Paper airplanes flitted ceaselessly through the air. Suddenly, a corpulent, bald man emerged briskly from within, raising his hands high as he exclaimed, "Ah, I wondered why today felt auspicious. I did not expect your arrival." Approaching Professor Dumbledore, he opened his arms for a warm embrace, laughing, "Ah, Professor, your unexpected visit could have warranted a proper welcome." Frank gazed upon the individual before him, whose broad smile revealed a gleaming set of gums, sending a shiver down his spine. "You must be young Frank," the individual remarked, having already seen the announcement earlier. "Indeed. You are strikingly handsome and exceptionally talented." He then grasped Frank's hand firmly. "Do you have any intentions of joining our Ministry of Magic in New Zealand after graduation? I can tell at a glance that you are a commendable student." Enough, Minister Murdoch," Albus Dumbledore interjected, interrupting the minister's flow. Turning to Frank, he began the introduction. "This is my student, Frank Dell, who will be advancing to the second year upon the commencement of the new term. His academic performance is outstanding. And this is Minister Murdoch, who also attended Hogwarts, a year below Professor McGonagall." "Frank, haha, just call me Senior," the minister chuckled. "Very well, Senior. Come. Let us not linger here. Follow me to my office." Inside the Ministry of Magic, a stone pedestal stood, supported by countless hands, upon which rested a globe marked prominently with all the Commonwealth nations. Inscribed upon the pedestal were the words, "Commonwealth, New Zealand," elegantly etched in gold. The golden letters shimmered and flowed under the enchantment of magic. Above the pedestal lay a flat display of a map of New Zealand, with weather magic continuously showcasing the current conditions of each region. "Oh, do not mind Murdoch," he said as he noticed Frank gazing at the statue. "Each Commonwealth country boasts a similar monument. Yet, it is said that the one in Britain resides within Buckingham Palace, not at the Ministry." Murdoch then gestured towards the statues of two individuals nearby, that is Queen Victoria and Minister Radolphus Lestrange from that era. "The Statute of Secrecy," Frank exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "The statute may exist, yet every Prime Minister is acutely aware of the Ministry of Magic. Naturally, the King of Britain is well informed too. So, what does this statute signify?" "It commemorates the reigning British monarch and the Minister of Magic at the time when New Zealand was newly established as a British colony." Murdoch winked at Frank. "Every Commonwealth nation has its own, though the timing of colonization varies, hence the differences in the statutes." Frank nodded. All right, no more talking. Let us enter the elevator." The elevator arrived before them, and Murdoch ushered Headmaster Dumbledore and Frank inside. "Let me see, the 10th floor here." Murdoch pressed the button for the 10th floor with determination, and the elevator began its slow ascent. "And that is how the headmaster was able to find me in the forest of New Zealand." Frank took a sip of honey water, leaning back on the sofa with a contented expression. "So, that is how it is," Murdoch nodded. A paper airplane soared from his desk. "I have sent someone to gather information regarding the secret realms of the fairies." "So, Frank," the headmaster turned to him, "how do you feel now?" "I feel absolutely splendid. I could really use a bed for a good night's sleep." Frank struggled to sit up straight from the sofa. "Headmaster, do you have matters to attend to in New Zealand? Perhaps you should handle those first. Could you have the minister assist me in activating the International Magical Transport Network?" "Haha, the headmaster is here for that very purpose," Minister Morick chuckled. "You've just resolved it for me. Remember to call me Senior." "Does the headmaster know I am here?" Frank inquired, somewhat puzzled. "The headmaster is unaware of your presence. However, 2 days ago we detected an impending explosion at a secret realm within New Zealand. The magical energy levels are rising continuously, Murdoch explained. So? We reported this to the International Wizarding Federation and the British Ministry of Magic, Murdoch shrugged. Hence, the headmaster has come to assist me. He then winked at Frank. I wrote dozens of letters to the headmaster, pleading for his personal visit. I knew that as long as he was here, everything would be just fine. Indeed, you speak the truth, Frank affirmed. Ha ha ha, Murdoch laughed heartily. You all are too flattering. Even I cannot guarantee a solution to every issue. I merely came to assess the situation, intending to summon additional personnel from the Federation. Headmaster, you are being modest. Murdoch quickly emerged from behind the desk to pour another cup of red tea for the headmaster, adding an abundance of honey. Just as the headmaster was about to speak, a knock sounded at the door. Minister, the materials have arrived. Come in, Murdoch said, returning to his seat as he welcomed the newcomer. A young wizard in a meticulously kept robe entered the room. Frank sensed that every step taken by the individual before him was deliberate and consistent. Minister, as per your instructions, we have unearthed records pertaining to the Elven realms, as well as documentation of the meteorite impact from 150 years ago. Let me take a look. Minister Morrick nodded as he perused the report, noting that it bore no significant difference from what my junior had just mentioned. Lifting his gaze to his assistant, he commanded, Lol. Proceed to the Crisis Response Department and instruct them to continue monitoring the magical energy peaks within New Zealand for at least another 5 days. We cannot afford any errors. Lal nodded in compliance. Yes, Minister. Once Lal had departed, Minister Morrick reclined slightly in his chair, reflecting, the principal is oblivious. The secretary dispatched to me from the office resembled McGonagall to a fault. In just 3 days, she nearly drove me to madness. Shaking his head, he wore an expression that suggested he was reluctant to revisit those memories. That was due to your numerous infractions while at school. Naturally, Minerva. As the president of the student council, had to keep you in check, Dumbledore replied, not lifting his head as he sipped his tea. Ha, headmaster. Please spare me some dignity in front of my junior, Murdoch hastily implored. Very well, Dumbledore said, setting down his teacup as he rose. Frank promptly stood as well. I shall escort Frank back. Should you have any further inquiries, do not hesitate to write. Headmaster, why not stay for dinner before departing? Moreover, it is my junior's first visit. Allow me the pleasure of hosting him, Murdoch suggested. Frank? The headmaster turned to Frank, inquiring about his preference. Apologies, senior. But having been away from home for so long, I must return promptly to inform my parents, Frank replied. In that case, you have indeed rendered us a great service. Please hold on for a moment. A paper airplane soared from the desk, and shortly thereafter, Assistant Lal entered. Cradling a potted plant. Junior, as a Hufflepuff student, allow me to present you with a silver fern, Murdoch said, offering the plant to Frank. This is New Zealand's national flower, and as the Minister of Magic for New Zealand, I extend my gratitude for your contributions during this crisis in our magical community. Thank you, senior, Frank exclaimed, gratefully accepting the silver fern from Murdoch. This gift may seem modest, but I shall send you some unique magical items from New Zealand in due course. However, this will require some processing time, Murdoch continued. That is quite all right. I have learned much from this experience and witnessed diverse scenes. I am already very content, Frank replied. You have not had the chance to fully explore New Zealand during your visit. Thus, Murdoch gestured to Lal. You shall write to the British Ministry of Magic to establish a dedicated flu network connection between the ministry and Frank. He then patted Frank on the shoulder, adding, in the future, should you wish to visit New Zealand, you may simply use the flu network. Thank you, senior. I regrettably missed exploring the natural beauty of New Zealand this time. Once I return home and have the opportunity, I shall certainly come to visit again, Frank said. Ha, splendid, Murdoch chuckled. Dumbledore interjected, bringing an end to their pleasantries. Very well, I shall take him back now. Safe travels, headmaster, and you too, Frank. Do come and visit often, Murdoch encouraged. As the call of the phoenix echoed alongside Murdoch's polite farewell, a blaze enveloped Dumbledore and Frank. When the flames subsided, Frank found himself back in his room in Hogsmeade. Frank, I understand your eagerness to return home, but I would like to first examine the location from which you were transported, Dumbledore remarked. Frank nodded and led Dumbledore to the basement. The daylight tree remained in the subterranean chamber, though it appeared somewhat withered due to the lack of magical nourishment in recent days. Frank swiftly approached, infusing the sun tree with magical energy. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore withdrew his wand and began tapping along the wall. As he did so, the wall began to emanate a soft golden glow. Upon completion of his tapping, one particular brick shone with remarkable brilliance. A small magical circle. Could this be what maintains the key to the door? Dumbledore directed his wand at the brick, casting a flurry of unknown spells towards it. Professor, what are you doing? Merely conducting an examination. The house I found for you has inadvertently placed you in danger. That was my oversight. It's all right, Professor. I have gained much from this experience, and it is not entirely your fault. It was Mundungus Fletcher who failed to conduct a thorough check. Besides, it was done with my safety in mind. There is no need to comfort me. A mistake is a mistake, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. To place one student in a perilous environment is the utmost failure of a professor. But you were also at risk last year. Because I was present. Danger would focus on me and guard against me. However, this time I am not here. The threat will solely target you. Understood. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore gently patted Frank's head. It is the least I could do. As Dumbledore's probing spells intensified, the entire basement, its walls, floor, and even the ceiling began to radiate a soft golden luminescence. Subsequently, a green light emerged from that brick, tracing along the wall to form a new pattern. A door materialized on the left wall. Exchanging glances, Dumbledore and Frank grasped their wands and cautiously stepped inside. The door opened slowly, and protective enchantments enveloped both Frank and Dumbledore. A shield, crafted from stone, floated ahead into the doorway. Observing Frank, Dumbledore quietly remarked, "It seems this period has rendered you quite cautious." "I have always been cautious, Professor," Frank shrugged. A luminous orb appeared atop his wand, following the shield into the threshold. Frank gently tugged at the corner of the headmaster's robes and whispered, "When I count to 3, close your eyes." Dumbledore smiled and replied, "Very well. 1, 2, 3. As Frank's voice faded, the orb of light that had just entered the chamber exploded. The basement was instantly enveloped in a radiant glow. Frank was about to charge an armored attire when he was halted by Professor Dumbledore. "Take it easy. I'm still here," Dumbledore reassured, gently patting Frank's shoulder. He then stepped inside. After a brief pause, Frank followed suit. The chamber was enveloped in darkness. Frank waved his wand, and a ball of light materialized at the apex of the chamber, illuminating the entire room. Within the confines of the space stood only a solitary table and a skeleton. The attire of the skeleton had gradually decayed, yet the remaining fragments suggested it had once been quite splendid. The walls were adorned with an array of picture frames, each one devoid of any imagery. The candles upon the table had long extinguished. Dumbledore tapped the remnants of wax with his wand, remarking, exquisite whale oil. Indeed. The headmaster's vast knowledge was evident, prompting Frank to give a thumbs up in admiration. Dumbledore glanced at Frank, stating, "The school also utilizes whale oil, albeit of an inferior quality." They continued their exploration of the room. Dumbledore gestured with his wand towards the table, causing all the drawers to spring open. Each side boasted 3 tiers of drawers, with a long drawer situated in the center. The interior of the drawers appeared quite spacious, with the bottommost layer on the left brimming with a variety of gemstones. The first and second layers contained an assortment of tomes and documents, the mysteries of the human body, the anatomy of humanoid creatures, and let me see your brain, among others. Frank had scarcely perused a few volumes when he was intercepted by Professor Dumbledore, who remarked, "These tomes are not meant for your current study. Perhaps at a later time." Frank nodded in acquiescence, offering no rebuttal. He then turned his gaze to the right drawer. The topmost compartment on the right was filled with an abundance of manuscripts, the enigmatic explorations of the ocean, celestial navigation, methods to purify darkness, the secrets of the sun, and the chronicles of the fairies. Frank was perusing the titles of the books, contemplating which one to examine next when he suddenly turned his head. "The Chronicles of Elves? What is it, Frank?" Dumbledore inquired, having heard Frank's voice. "Professor, take a look at this manuscript." Frank handed the manuscript to Dumbledore, who nodded and placed it on the table. "Let us explore something else." The second shelf was filled with an abundance of stationery, which, under the influence of magic, retained the pristine condition in which it had been placed. The third shelf contained numerous jars, each brimming with a milky white solid substance. Dumbledore opened one of the jars to inspect its contents, then tapped it with his wand. "That is whale oil. You may use this for lighting in the future." "To be honest, Headmaster, I would much prefer to wire this place for electricity rather than rely on fire for illumination," Frank shrugged, a hint of exasperation on his face. "Muggle technology, is it? Magic might interfere with such devices. You could consider consulting the Weasley twins. They possess considerable expertise in modifying Muggle items." "Understood, Professor. I shall inquire with them upon the commencement of the school term," Frank nodded. The two resumed their search. The basement was modest, furnished with a bed, a set of tables and chairs, and a blank picture frame adorning the wall. There was nothing else of note. After an extensive examination, they ultimately discovered nothing. Dumbledore nodded. It appears there is nothing else of significance. Frank expressed his agreement. Headmaster, could you kindly assist in removing these frames? Dumbledore waved his wand, yet the frames remained utterly unmoved. A permanent sticking charm? Dumbledore surveyed the wall adorned with frames, then raised his wand and forcefully brought it down. All the frames tumbled to the ground. Frank quickly applauded beside him. The principal is formidable. The principal is the best in the world. After all, one must acknowledge the emotional value of free labor. Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly, then he waved his wand. The frames stacked one upon another, transforming into a letter. In the winter of 1841, I was invited to New Zealand's elven sanctuary to study the amicable coexistence between elves and wizards. There, I was graciously received. Although there has been a long-standing connection between elves and human wizards, the communication has always existed within the elven sanctuary. My purpose for this journey was to strengthen the correspondence between the New Zealand Ministry of Magic and the elven realm. After all, my ancestor, Abel Jansun Tasman, was a pioneer in the encounter between human wizards in the elven sanctuary. I never anticipated that my ancestor's name would remain so relevant, or that his friends from that era might still be alive. Do elves possess such long lifespans? Yet even a lifespan of 200 years means this particular elf is nearing the end of their days. Of course, for them, it is time to serve their mother. A meteor fell from the sky, directly striking the elves' sacred ground, summoning many elves back to their sanctuary. They were unable to manage the chaos. The magic within the sanctuary became tumultuous, and wizards began to fall into darkness. Wizards were expelled, or rather, all non-ethereal beings who had not succumbed to darkness were banished. I had no time for farewells. I was barely holding on. I hastily left a note bearing my name, informing them that I would return to London to seek my friend's aid in hopes of rescuing them. Before my expulsion, one elf gifted me a bead. The prophecy states that activating the magic within this bead holds the key to saving this world. I failed. My time is running out. The chaos of magic from that time has still affected me. I locked myself in this basement, burying the bead within the wall. I inscribed a magical array to maintain the bead's power. My time is running short. No, the basement is not safe. I must carve out another room. I am dying. Before I pass, I shall document this. If future generations lack the capability to read my letter, they will surely lack the means to save themselves. Yet if you can see this letter, I beseech you, save them. Seek help to rescue them. Abel Jansun Tasman 7. The letter was written in blood, indicating a significant loss of blood at that time. Much of the text was obscured by blood, leaving only these few sentences barely legible. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gathered all the items in the basement, and then the two of them stepped outside. Turning around, Frank extended his hand, and the earth gradually emerged to fill the entire basement, eventually transforming into solid stones. Frank placed his hand on the principal's garment and said, "I shall trouble you, principal." In an instant, a burst of light enveloped them, and the two vanished without a trace. Standing at his doorstep, Frank was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Although the holidays had commenced some time ago, he found himself returning to Hogwarts daily to practice magic and even to save the world. This vacation felt no different from any other. At long last, he had some time to pause and reflect. However, since the break began in mid-June, it was now already mid-July. He had scarcely enjoyed a moment of true rest over the past month. This holiday might only be marginally less strenuous than the transition from sophomore to junior year in his previous life. Yet, the stakes were exceedingly high. The days spent lying in bed were truly exquisite. The last time, it was Headmaster Dumbledore himself who escorted Frank back, explaining to his parents that he had been engaged in a pressing campus undertaking, leaving him no opportunity to return home. Otherwise, Frank would have been at a loss for how to endure that night. Frank could never forget the moment when his parents opened the door to see him. His father, Juvenal, and mother, Premia, were both weeping uncontrollably. Always meticulous about his appearance, his father's clothes were now wrinkled, while his mother's eyes were darkened from sleepless nights. They had not rested for a long time. Even after a week of being home, each night, Premia would quietly open the door to check if Frank was in bed. Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of Headmaster Dumbledore, the vanishing cabinet had been repaired and returned. Now, each evening, The three of them would dine together in the house at Hogsmeade, also taking the opportunity to infuse magic into the sunlight tree. During the day, Frank engaged in meditation at home, practicing the methods for enhancing his physical prowess as advised by the village elder, Melchior, along with the divination techniques taught by Killarit. By the third weekend at home, Frank had finally fused the powers of 2 star cards into his eyes. Now, whenever he wished, Frank could directly perceive the past and future of any object. Frank's internal magic has finally reached a state of equilibrium, ensuring both a normal growth of his magical energy and the prevention of unforeseen incidents. This is indeed a cause for celebration. However, perceiving life forms proves to be somewhat challenging. Perhaps due to insufficient magical energy, he can only glimpse a week ahead upon encountering a cat. Yet, when he directs his gaze towards his mother, Premia, he can foresee the meals of the next 3 days, along with the events they will encounter during the day. For an ordinary person devoid of magical power, Frank can only glimpse into the future for a maximum of 3 days. Anything beyond that remains beyond his reach. As for wizards, Hermione, your wallet is about to fall. Frank shrugged, while Hermione instinctively reached for her pocket, just managing to catch her wallet before it dropped. How did you see that? You were clearly on my right, Hermione inquired, puzzled, given that her wallet resided in her left pocket. Do you believe what I say I saw? Divination? Indeed, divination, Frank nodded. But, isn't divination supposed to reveal distant future events? How could you foresee something about to happen right now? The method differs, he explained. It's akin to the star divination, arithmetic divination, or crystal ball divination we learned in 3rd grade. And what about you? I divination. Hermione lightly tapped Frank's shoulder. You must have just seen my wallet slipping from my pocket, prompting you to warn me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head with a chuckle, remarking that this moment belonged to an internal circulation. Let us proceed, Hermione. The theater is just ahead, he said, gesturing towards the sign of the Phantom, which stood prominently before them. A throng of audience members clogged the entrance, for since its premiere in 1986, the Phantom had garnered immense adoration. Were it not for Frank's father being a civil servant with a title, he could scarcely fathom how to secure tickets. After all, one cannot simply resort to magic for the sake of 2 tickets. Such a notion would trivialize the serious prohibition against underage magic use outside of school. Hand in hand, the two navigated through the crowd, enduring considerable tribulations to finally reach the ticket checkpoint. There were no melodramatic mishaps involving forgotten or lost tickets. They successfully passed through the checkpoint and entered the theater, where their seats awaited them in a second-floor box. Though not the most opulent of locations, it was nonetheless quite agreeable. The entire hall was visible, and the performer's artistry was captivating. While Frank held a critical view of the sequel, it did not detract from the brilliance of the original. In fact, it was nothing short of magnificent. Both the duet on the boat and the one on the rooftop were utterly enchanting. The moment when the script was hurled at the theater manager was charged with tension, brilliantly encapsulating the protagonist's inner turmoil and fury. The comedic exchanges between the 2 theater managers were equally delightful. The ball was resplendent. Yet the climactic scene where the protagonist clutched the music box evoked a profound sense of destiny's elevation. Frank was utterly enamored with this play. As the curtain fell, Hermione and Frank exited the theater. Frank, the duet between the male and female leads was absolutely magnificent, Hermione exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Especially when the leading lady removed her mask. Wow, it was truly remarkable. The entire music came to an abrupt halt, transitioning from a gentle melody to an intense confrontation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank raised an eyebrow and inquired, Sir, can you truly see the road clearly while wearing sunglasses at this late hour? The man retorted, What business is that of yours? Indeed, what business is it of yours? Frank echoed. The man paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter, removing his sunglasses. Before he could utter a word, Frank exclaimed in astonishment, Andrew Lloyd Webber? Shoo! Webber immediately urged Frank to lower his voice. I'm merely out to gauge audience feedback. Frank, still exhilarated, lowered his tone. Is there truly any negative criticism since the premiere? One must always listen and discern if there is room for improvement. Frank, who is this gentleman? Hermione tugged at Frank's hand. Oh, this is Andrew Lloyd Webber. The Phantom is one of his creations. After explaining to Hermione, Frank extended his ticket towards Webber. Could you kindly grant me your signature? Weber regarded Frank's pleading expression and replied, Of course. He inscribed his name on the ticket and said, Young man, I hope you will continue to support my endeavors in the future. He then turned and waved as he stepped into a car parked by the roadside. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank stretched lazily and said, All right. Sit properly, Frank. His father, Juvenal, glanced at him over the newspaper, scrutinizing his appearance. Look at you now. Your clothes need to be tidied. Dad, does love fade away? Frank asked. If you continue to get out of bed in your pajamas every day, languidly doing nothing, then yes. Okay. Frank took a bite of his sandwich. His mother, Jeremiah, shook her head, urging, Be more spirited, Frank. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks. Frank turned to see an owl tapping against the window. Oh, it must be my book list. With a piece of bread in his mouth, Frank approached and opened the window. The owl handed him a letter with its beak, and Frank reciprocated by offering the owl a piece of bread. Thus, a small exchange transpired between the boy and the owl. Observing this, Juvenal shook his head and covered his face with the newspaper, exclaiming, It's simply unbearable to watch. It seems the book list has arrived. Frank remarked as he walked towards the dining table, tearing open the envelope. Oh, it's all works by that Gildero Loart. Oh, my dear principal. Can't you see he's merely peddling books? Frank shook his head and settled into his chair. The Standard Spellbook, Level 2, authored by Miranda Goshawk, detailing the severance from female spirits, Gilderoy Lockhart's account of his adventures with ghouls, his holiday with the Banshee, his companionship with trolls. Gilderoy Lockhart's narrative of traveling by ship with vampires, his wanderings alongside werewolves, and a year spent in the company of the Yeti of Tibet. Frank flicked the letter in his hand, revealing that Transfiguration, potions, charms, and history of magic would continue to utilize the textbooks from the previous year. However, he had no need for a broomstick, as he could fly on his own. Are you going to Diagon Alley to purchase books with Hermione? Frank's mother, Hermione, joined him in reviewing the book list. I shall call her shortly, he remarked, casually placing the letter on the table. Let us eat first. 3 days later, Hermione appeared at Frank's doorstep, adorned in a light blue dress. Good morning, Auntie, she greeted. Good morning, Hermione, replied Hermione's mother, Premia, as she opened the door. No. Thank you, Auntie. We must head to Diagon Alley first. Hermione nodded respectfully to Premia. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank brandished his wand, waving it gracefully through the air. With a resounding pop, a triple-decker bus came to a halt before Frank and Hermione. Welcome aboard the night bus, announced Stan. Thank you, Stan. Please take us to the Leaky Cauldron. And nothing else. Frank halted Stan, casually offering him 2 golden galleons. Ah, it appears you're a regular. We appreciate your generosity. You two may simply find a seat and make yourselves comfortable. What is this? Asked Hermione as she stepped onto the bus, surveying her surroundings. The night bus. A mode of transportation for wizards. It travels at remarkable speeds. How fast is it? Frank found a spot to sit down and urged Hermione to grip the armrest tightly. In an instant, with a sharp sound, the bus lurched forward. The scenery on either side sped past in a blur, as the flower beds along the roadside seemed to leap aside to clear the way. The bus continuously shifted its form to navigate around pedestrians and vehicles. It was my first time witnessing such a spectacle, and Hermione gazed out the window in astonishment at the rapid pace. We've arrived at Diagon Alley. Stan suddenly called out from the front. The vehicle halted, and the door swung open. The two disembarked, finding themselves right in front of the Leaky Cauldron. Despite the bustling activity of Charing Cross during the day, no one seemed to notice the bus parked on the street. They entered the Leaky Cauldron, and Frank shrugged. The bar remained unchanged through the ages. Dim lighting, a cacophony of voices, oddly dressed wizards, and tables that could never seem to be cleaned properly. They squeezed through the throng of patrons, inching their way toward the back courtyard. At last, they emerged, and Frank wiped the sweat from his brow. It's stuffy and crowded in there. Don't you think they feel uncomfortable? He remarked. Perhaps they've had a bit too much to drink in broad daylight. The pair then ventured into Diagon Alley, where the streets were alive with chatter about Gilderoy Lockhart's signing event. Shall we indulge in some ice cream first? Frank suggested, shaking his collar to let in some fresh air. Sounds good. It's on me, Hermione replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank chuckled lightly. All right, I shall see if there are any new delights. Preferably something sufficiently sweet. Beware of cavities, Frank, came the caution. I must confide in you that I have procured a special potion for dental protection from the headmaster. Such a potion exists? Frank inquired, his curiosity piqued. I have yet to encounter it in any of the texts. It is said that the headmaster insisted Professor Snape develop it, came the reply. Is that so? Hermione expressed her astonishment and skepticism. Truly. The headmaster indulges in sweets more than I do at his age. Who would believe there exists a method for dental protection? Frank spread his hands in a gesture of disbelief. Last year, while conversing with him in his office, I requested this recipe from the headmaster. After sharing this, Frank glanced around furtively. You mustn't disclose this, or Professor Snape may very well take my life. Then why share it with me? Hermione questioned. Because I trust you, he replied. Hermione met Frank's gaze before turning away. Very well, I shall believe that you trust me with this matter. With that, Hermione pivoted towards Gringotts. Hurry along. I still need to exchange some money. Frank shrugged. Wait for me. The two playfully raced to Gringotts. Upon entering, Frank inquired of Hermione. Is your exchange limit sufficient this year? Hermione shook her head. It's rather tight. You may use my limit, Frank offered, patting her shoulder. What about you? Do you have enough money this year? Hermione asked as they walked forward. I have ample funds. I've already exchanged a considerable amount of gold for galleons. To put it simply, I shall never be short of money. Hermione nodded. Then I'll return and settle the amount with you. That is fine. But there is no rush. Just let me know when your pocket money is plentiful. Frank waved his hand dismissively, indicating that small sums were inconsequential. After Hermione completed her transaction, Frank handed the drawer of gems he had found in the underground vault to the goblin. Please assess their value, and then place them in my vault. Frank passed the key to the goblin. The goblin picked up a gem, examined it under the light, and then rang a bell nearby. Ding ding, please open the manager's office. He then took the gems on a tray and gestured ahead. Good morning, Mr. Dell. The quality of these gems is exceptional. I kindly ask you to accompany me to the manager's office for a detailed evaluation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded as the two entered the manager's office and took their seats. The remaining task was left to the fairies to examine. The gems were vibrant and rich in color, exhibiting remarkable transparency under the light. Their internal structure was also distinctly clear and compact, and, more importantly, devoid of any bubbles or cracks. The fairies produced a peculiar instrument, placing the gems upon it while nodding in approval as they observed the readings. They meticulously inspected each gem, and the process consumed nearly 2 hours. After almost 3 hours of testing, Frank found himself on the brink of slumber. At last, the fairies completed their examination. Mr. Dell, please take a look at the inspection report. They respectfully presented the findings to Frank. Frank casually took the document, glanced at the final test results, and signed his name. The two exited the leaky cauldron. Capital can not only make people bow their heads, but even compel fairies to do so. He chuckled, eliciting a laugh from Hermione beside him. Frank shrugged. Let us find something to eat. It is already noon. Sounds good. Hermione nodded. Just as they were about to head for a meal, they spotted Harry Potter being ushered out of a nearby alley by Hagrid. Hagrid? Frank looked at Harry, then at the alley. Did you take him to Nocturne Alley? No. I happened to be inside buying some things. I saw Harry wandering about. I simply lost my way, Hagrid explained. Harry frowned as Hagrid approached to pat his clothes and quickly dodged him. Hagrid, if you hit him like that, he might break a bone. Frank chuckled. All right. Since you are together, I shall head back to procure my items. I have yet to find that potion for repelling flesh-eating slugs. Okay, Frank nodded, just about to say something when the Weasley family approached from behind. Harry, a middle-aged man panted. We hope you only missed one flu connection. He wiped his shiny bald head. The man had a shock of red hair, a slight hunch, and wore a checkered shirt with a jacket draped over his arm. His face bore the marks of age, and his eyes glimmered with concern. Frank glanced at the Weasley twins and Ron behind him, confirming that the person before him must be Mr. Weasley. Molly has gone quite frantic. She will be here at any moment. Mr. Weasley appeared quite anxious. Where did you come from? Ron inquired. Nocturne Alley, Hagrid replied with a stern expression. Splendid! Fred and George exclaimed in unison. Adults never allow us to go there, Ron said enviously. I think it's best if you don't, Hagrid gruffly advised. Frank stood beside them, expressing his agreement with their statement. Once you are as strong as the professors, you may proceed. Frank's twins wrapped their arms around his shoulders. How was your holiday? It was quite fruitful, yet difficult to articulate, Frank replied, spreading his hands. Actually, I was hoping to discuss something with you. What is it? Is our benefactor about to bestow more funds upon us? George and Fred chimed in unison from the side. I have purchased a house in Hogsmeade, but I prefer not to rely on candles. I wish to install electric lights. Frank paused momentarily. You are familiar with electric lights? Are you not? Of course, the twins replied in unison. That is splendid. I intend to install electric lights, yet I am uncertain of the installation process. Moreover, I wonder if electricity can be integrated into a magical dwelling. I am not certain, but we could inquire with my father. He works at the Ministry of Magic, overseeing the management of wizards' misuse of Muggle items, and he even authored the relevant legislation. The two continued their lively exchange. Subsequently, Fred directly approached Mr. Weasley. Dad, Frank has a question for you. Oh, hello. I'm Arthur Weasley. My apologies for not greeting you sooner. Frank grasped the extended hand of Wesley and said, It's quite all right, Mr. Wesley. I am Frank Delaware. You see, I wish to install wiring in my residence. But I am uncertain if such an endeavor is permitted. A residence, you ask? Indeed, I have purchased a house in Hogsmeade. However, I am not particularly fond of using candles and the like. I desire to install Muggle lighting instead. I am unsure if that would be acceptable. Oh, that should be permissible, Wesley replied, visibly excited. I mean, you wouldn't be installing it for others, would you? Frank was not taken aback, after all. He was aware from his past life that this was a wizard with a particular fondness for Muggle artifacts. Of course, sir. I merely wish to install wiring in my house, but I am uncertain of the potential consequences. Frank shrugged, after all. You know how challenging it is for us to utilize electronic devices. Indeed. How about this? I shall return to conduct a thorough investigation. Mr. Wesley glanced around before lowering his voice. I will return to delve into it meticulously. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head and snapped his fingers in front of Harry, causing all the soot on him to vanish completely. Even his broken glasses restored to their original state. Everyone stared at Frank in astonishment, and he merely shrugged, saying, It's not difficult, is it? The twins clapped their hands heavily on Frank's shoulders, exclaiming, Show off. Haha. Frank smiled lightly. Hermione and I are leaving now. I'm feeling a bit hungry and plan to grab a bite. Haven't you all eaten yet? Mr. Weasley inquired. He had presumed they would finish the task by morning. Yet it had dragged on for so long that they still had not dined. Frank nodded in acknowledgement. Then we shall take our leave. By the way, Mr. Weasley, be cautious of Malfoy today. Just as Arthur Weasley was about to respond, Frank shook his head and gestured for silence, indicating he could not speak further. Mr. Weasley nodded in understanding. After bidding farewell to everyone, the two departed. Why warn Mr. Weasley to be wary of Malfoy? Hermione asked curiously as they walked along. The two families have always been at odds, especially since Mr. Weasley recently searched the Malfoy residence for dark artifacts. Frank shook his head. It is rumored that the Malfoy family suffered significant losses. What should he be cautious of then? Hermione still found it perplexing. We'll see tomorrow. Perhaps the headmaster will visit their home. There may be discoveries to be made. Are you suggesting Malfoy might frame Mr. Weasley? The Daily Prophet will reveal all tomorrow. Frank replied. Hermione nodded. Shall we go together then? Certainly. I will come to fetch you, Frank agreed. I've heard there's a French restaurant nearby. Would you like to join? I'm not particularly keen on British cuisine. Frank pointed towards an alley ahead. That sounds fine. I have no particular preferences. Excellent. We must return later to purchase some books. As they passed by Flourish and Blots, they noticed a huge banner draped in front of the shop, Gilderoy Lockhart book signing, Magical Me Today from 12:30 to 4:30. The banner also displayed a photo of Gilderoy Lockhart, his dazzling smile beaming brightly. Frank gazed intently at Hermione as she fixated on the banner. You admire this author, don't you? He inquired. Indeed, she replied. Just by glancing at the title, one can discern his prowess. However, one must not merely focus on the journey. The contents of his books are authentic treasures. Pay attention to how he distinguishes these creatures and conquers them, the spells employed, and the environments in which these beings dwell. How do you know all this? He asked. Frank chuckled. I possess exclusive channels. After their meal, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and one must concede that, whether Muggle or Wizard, the pace of service in French cuisine is equally languid. Once the two had finished their repast, Frank sauntered leisurely toward the bookstore. Hurry up. The signing event will conclude soon. Hermione urged Frank to quicken his pace. No need to rush. Allow me to show you a wizard's mode of transportation. Noticing Hermione's impatience, Frank decided to adopt an alternative means of travel. What? Is there a night bus here as well? Hermione inquired, intrigued, yet she paused to watch Frank. Frank remained silent as the portkey activated, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the alley beside the bookstore. This is... Hermione was somewhat taken aback. Hush. Frank placed a finger on his lips. We cannot speak. Typically, one learns apparition in the 6th year. But how did you? That is precisely why it cannot be disclosed. Frank spread his hands. The alley was bustling with passers-by. Yet no one seemed to notice the sudden appearance of 2 individuals. They adjusted their attire slightly before stepping out. It must be acknowledged that Lockhart's fame was exceedingly vibrant. The book signing event, which commenced at 12:30, remained enveloped by a throng of admirers even at 2 o'clock. The majority were middle-aged women in their 30s or 40s, congregated at the bookstore entrance, forming an extensive queue. Frank glanced at the individuals ahead of him in line, one of whom was even clutching a signed book by Lockhart, yet had returned to queue again. She noticed Frank's gaze and remarked, "Oh, you see, there are several children at home. Thus, it is necessary to purchase a few more sets." Frank quickly nodded and averted his gaze. Hermione stifled a soft laugh beside him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed at her and suddenly broke into laughter. The two of them erupted into hearty laughter right there, as they slowly progressed with the throng of people around them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head, remarking that it seemed they would have to wait for a considerable time. The August weather remained sweltering, and beads of sweat appeared on both of their foreheads. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded. A friend. If the illusions conjured by the shadow card count, that is. But where did the umbrella come from? At that moment, somewhere in this world, a person was persistently searching for his umbrella. The group moved slowly forward, and after at least an hour, they finally encountered Lockhart. He was clad in a long robe of the same blue hue as Forget-Me-Nots, perfectly complementing his azure eyes. A pointed wizard's hat was playfully askew atop his waves of golden hair. Surrounding him were numerous selfies, all winking at the crowd, flashing their smiles. "Oh, greetings, lovely young lady." As Lockhart extracted a substantial stack of books to sign, he fervently promoted himself. "Never seen my books before? No matter. All my works are right here." Even while conversing and signing, Lockhart adeptly angled himself for the photographers nearby to capture his smile. The flashes incessantly illuminated the scene, and the purple haze emitted by the cameras was somewhat pungent. "You know, my dear young lady, there is significant news regarding myself. You shall find it in tomorrow's Daily Prophet." Hermione nodded, her excitement palpable. "Really? Could you share it with me beforehand?" Lockhart nodded enthusiastically. "Certainly. Though it would be more delightful for you to discover it in the newspaper or be surprised upon your return to school. Nevertheless, I shall share it with you in advance." Clearing his throat, he coughed lightly. "This year, I shall be entering Hogwarts as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor." Frank shrugged and then quickly began to applaud. Hermione, grasping Frank's arm, leaped up with excitement. The two were once again swept away by the crowd. Hermione continued to cling to Frank, shaking him incessantly. "Did you hear? He is coming to teach at Hogwarts." Yes, I heard," Frank replied, swaying along with her. Hermione eagerly pulled Frank along, asking, "Is there anything else you wish to buy?" "I've bought everything," Frank replied, patting the bag in his pocket that was enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. Grateful for the charm, he relished the freedom of his hands while shopping. "Shall we head back then?" I can hardly wait to return and examine everything closely. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded and took hold of Hermione's hand. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from Diagon Alley and reappeared in the living room of Hermione's home. Fortunately, you haven't moved. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come, he remarked. But Frank, it said that magic cannot be used outside of school? Hermione queried, puzzled by Frank's ability to perform it. It's quite simple. I circumvented the trace. He explained. The trace? It's a minor magical ceremony, Frank shrugged. A notification is sent out when young wizards leave school. Frank pointed to the notice that Hermione had placed on the table. This item, once acquired, would produce traces of magic upon one's person. It possesses no other abilities, primarily serving to detect magical fluctuations in the vicinity of the traces. Hermione gazed at the notice and inquired, what if there are? To which Frank replied, then a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic would ensue. You are aware of that. However, if you are a child from a wizarding family, the traces cannot ascertain who is wielding the magic. So, if one were to perform magic in Diagon Alley, the Ministry would have no way of knowing who is responsible? Hermione questioned. Of course, Diagon Alley is populated entirely by wizards. You can also practice magic in the house you purchased in Hogsmeade, correct? Frank confirmed. Hogsmeade is a wizarding village, where magic is frequently in use. This seems rather unjust. Hermione appeared visibly frustrated. Children from wizarding families can study magic and cast spells during the holidays, while those from Muggle families receive warnings from the Ministry at the mere act of using magic. This gives an unfair advantage to children from wizarding backgrounds. Frank scratched his head and suggested, if you wish, you may come to my home every morning. I could take you there to practice magic. Hermione responded, you would take me? But wouldn't using apparition at your house also be against the rules? Are we to rely on the night bus? Frank explained, I have placed a vanishing cabinet in both houses. It is a type of cabinet that connects two locations. Frank gestured with his hand, saying, I'll place one at home and another in Hogsmeade. This way, we can pass directly through the cabinet. Where did you acquire it? How much did it cost? I wish to purchase one as well. It is said to be a limited edition. Perhaps there is only this pair. All right. Hermione was momentarily rendered speechless. All right, Hermione, you may continue your reading. If you plan to come tomorrow, please remember to call me in the morning. Frank stood up and departed. He took the subway. Early the next morning, Hermione called to inform Frank that she would be visiting his home shortly. His mother, Hermione, awakened Frank and chided him, remarking that he lacked the self-discipline of a girl. Frank stretched lazily and yawned, nodding, yes, my dear mother. If you do not leave for work soon, you shall be late. All right, replied his mother, Hermione, as she donned her shoes at the doorway. Do remember to have breakfast. Before long, Hermione arrived at Frank's residence, holding the Daily Prophet. A series of knocks echoed, prompting Frank to rise from the living room to answer the door. Given that they were to practice magic today, Hermione was clad in jeans and a t-shirt. Frank, look! Hermione exclaimed, opening the newspaper and pointing to an image on the second page. Mr. Weasley truly engaged in a brawl with Malfoy yesterday. The paper reported, at Lockhart's book signing, Mr. Weasley and Malfoy engaged in a fierce skirmish, exchanging blows. The twins cheered from the sidelines while Mrs. Weasley attempted to separate them. Harry, Ron, and a red-haired girl stood nearby, while Hagrid extended his hand, prepared to intervene. The Daily Prophet even thoughtfully accompanied the article with photographs. Frank gazed at the photograph and clapped his hands, exclaiming that the image was entirely deserving of a Pulitzer Prize. This isn't the time for sarcasm, Hermione warned, playfully shaking her fist at him. I am curious. How did you know they would cross paths, and that you specifically instructed Mr. Weasley to avoid Malfoy? Divinatory prophecy, Frank replied, gesturing towards his eyes. Although many times such prophecies are deceptive, there are indeed some wizards who possess genuine prowess in this art. Will you choose to study divination in the future? Hermione tilted her head, observing Frank intently. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank conveyed the words of the village chief Melchizedek to Hermione. Therefore, one should not place their trust in a diviner, particularly in one who possesses genuine prophetic abilities. However, you might find numerology intriguing. It has its merits. After some contemplation, Frank decided to offer a reminder from the divination lessons taught at school. Well then, let us first proceed to your Hogsmeade. Hermione concluded the discussion. Follow me. Frank rose and led Hermione towards the basement. I have placed the vanishing cabinet in the basement. Come along with me. The basement? Hermione queried curiously as she followed Frank. Why in the basement? Do not worry. It is merely to avoid any unexpected visitors at home. If someone were to emerge from the cabinet, it would be rather difficult to explain. Standing at the entrance of the basement, he reassured her, rest assured, Hermione, there will be no peculiar narratives unfolding. Hermione chuckled lightly as she accompanied Frank down the stairs. What peculiar narrative? Cannot say. The two stood before the vanishing cabinet. Hermione gazed at it, her hand gliding over the smooth surface of the cabinet door. It was approximately 1.5 times the height of a person, devoid of any ornate designs or inscriptions. The material was made of juju wood, producing a solid thud sound when tapped. Hermione opened the cabinet, the door gliding silently. Standing inside, she looked at Frank and asked, Is it really this simple? Frank stepped inside and closed the cabinet door behind him. Thus it was done. He then opened the cabinet door, revealing a new room. Have we arrived in Hogsmeade? Indeed, it is both convenient and swift, is it not? The room contained but this solitary cabinet, resembling an attic, positioned adjacent to a window. Hermione emerged from the cabinet and gazed out the window. Below lay an expansive enclosure, within which flourished a garden adorned with an array of blossoms. To the left of the garden stretched a grassy expanse, furnished with a round table and several chairs, atop which rested a vase brimming with tulips. Exiting this chamber, a wooden staircase greeted them. Descending it revealed several rooms lined with an assortment of books. A grand chandelier, reminiscent of European design, adorned the ceiling, embellished with an abundance of candles. Is this the rationale behind your desire to replace them with electric lights? Frank waved his hand, and the doors and windows of the entire room were sealed, enveloping the space in darkness. One by one, the candles on the chandelier flickered to life. However, one chandelier remained too dim. Frank continued his descent. The candles lining the staircase ignited sequentially, illuminating the path until he reached the living room on the first floor. All the candles in the room blazed to life. Although they provided sufficient light, I could easily bear the cost of maintaining them. Then, with a snap of his fingers, all the candles extinguished and the windows reopened, allowing sunlight to pour in. Yet, the electric lights were evidently brighter and more convenient. Hermione nodded in agreement, affirming that the electric lights indeed offered greater illumination. Shall we explore first or practice magic? She inquired. I intend to write to Professor Dumbledore, Frank responded. Hermione nodded again. How do you plan to compose your letter? Frank pointed his wand, and the paper and quill upon the table began to write of their own accord. Hermione approached and, barely containing her laughter, glanced at the note. It read, Dear Professor Dumbledore, do you wish to uncover the secrets of immortality? Are you eager to solve the riddle that has eluded you for so long? Do you seek to vanquish Voldemort and save the magical realm? All this can be yours for the mere sum of 50 galleons. A small price to pay for such invaluable knowledge. Receiving this information is undoubtedly a gain. Yours sincerely, your most devoted student. Frank Dell stood with Hermione, who was laughing heartily as she held the letter. Are you intending to amuse everyone? Or are you planning to swindle the headmaster out of 50 galleons? The headmaster would not be deceived if he merely downloaded the anti-fraud app. Frank tucked the letter away, placing it into an envelope. His pet, Rod, was perched nearby. Frank handed the letter to him, gently patting his head. Deliver this to Albus Dumbledore. Rod cooed a couple of times before spreading his wings and taking flight. Shall we practice some magic in the meantime? Frank inquired, watching Rod soar away. Then turning back to Hermione. Certainly. Follow me to the second floor, she replied. Frank gestured, and the two made their way back to a room on the second floor. Upon pushing the door open, they were met with an astonishingly spacious chamber. From the outside, its vastness was entirely concealed, but within, it was at least the size of 3 houses combined. The room was filled with an array of mannequins, with various dismembered limbs strewn about haphazardly. As Frank was about to tidy up, Hermione stopped him, saying, Allow me. She then drew her wand and cast a restoration spell on the dummy. A radiant beam of light emanated from Hermione's wand, causing the dummies on the ground to rise one by one. Various dismembered limbs, legs, heads, and arms automatically returned to their rightful places. The cushions scattered on the floor were also meticulously arranged. With another incantation, the litter in the room began to soar towards the bin at the door. Observing the scene before her, Hermione nodded. It seems I have not lost my touch. Hermione and Frank approached the sofa against the wall. How has your brain-closing technique been progressing? I recall mentioning its importance not long after the school year commenced, Hermione inquired. Frank nodded in response. I am uncertain, but I can maintain a steady state of mind, emptying all thoughts. The greatest challenge of the brain-closing technique lies in the fact that without having one's memories read, one cannot ascertain the progress of their practice. Frank shrugged. Could you assist me? Hermione asked directly. Is it appropriate? There is a strong possibility I might glimpse your past memories, Frank replied, meeting Hermione's gaze. It is fine. I trust you, she affirmed with a nod. Frank continued to gaze at Hermione, their eyes locked for a moment. He nodded. Very well. A soft tapping echoed as an owl pecked at the window, while Dumbledore, seated in his office, perused a newspaper. He turned, opened the window, and received the letter. Frank's letter? Dumbledore pondered, bemused. Why would he write to me now? Gilderoy Lockhart had yet to commence his lessons. As Dumbledore unsealed the letter, he encountered Frank's message. Although the letter contained humorous elements, the mention of Voldemort stirred a sense of unease within him. Fawkes lay quietly before him, and the headmaster gently stroked the phoenix's feathers. Let us go, Fawkes. Take me to Frank. Fawkes rose, flapping his wings, and a burst of flames whisked Dumbledore straight to Frank's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. Frank heard the sound of someone at the door. It must be Professor Dumbledore. He and Hermione ceased their training and proceeded to open the door. Oh, Hermione is here too? Dumbledore expressed mild surprise upon seeing her presence. The headmaster said little more. And Frank invited him to take a seat while the kitchen automatically began brewing red tea. Ah, Frank, Dumbledore remarked, handing the letter back to him. Are you aware of what you have written? Of course, the secret to Voldemort's immortality, Frank replied, pouring tea for the headmaster and adding a touch of honey. Do try this honey, Professor. It is sourced from India, specially reserved for the Queen and the Prime Minister. Frank lifted his teacup. Buckingham Palace distributed some to all families with titles, while the Prime Minister's residence allocated it to everyone in the Prime Minister's office. Thus, your household has a more abundant supply? Dumbledore took a sip. It has a delightful flavor. Frank was not surprised that the headmaster was aware of his situation. He even suspected that the headmaster knew the circumstances of all the students' families. After all, who could truly ascertain the presence of wizards within the archives of the British Empire? What do you believe Voldemort's secret is? The headmaster inquired, sipping his tea. Horcruxes. Frank nodded and then turned to Hermione, saying, Let us keep this information to ourselves for now. Are you certain? The headmaster did not heed Frank's admonition to Hermione, but first sought confirmation from Frank. I have seen 7 Horcruxes. However, I cannot be certain if he possesses others in different realms. He cannot be in other realms, Dumbledore asserted. He was born and educated within the British realm, bearing the marks of the Hogwarts realm. Dumbledore shook his head. While one can inhabit other realms, if a Horcrux were to be separated from him across 2 realms, or if it were to exist in another realm, it would be susceptible to destruction due to various unforeseen circumstances. What about previously in Albania? There are no realms there. It has long been obliterated. Frank nodded, realizing the implications. He had previously contemplated concealing a Horcrux within a hidden realm, but how would one locate it then? Are you considering creating a Horcrux? Although Headmaster Dumbledore inquired with a smile, Frank sensed an undercurrent of menace. With a derisive chuckle, Frank retorted, Those who seek immortality through Horcruxes are utter fools. Please do not associate me with such imbeciles. Curious, Dumbledore pressed on. What are your intentions, Frank? First, I must surpass you, Headmaster, Frank replied, taking a sip of his tea. Hermione tugged at his sleeve from beside him, silently urging him to temper his arrogance. The headmaster, however, began to chuckle, nodding in agreement. Where did you learn about Horcruxes, Frank? The Elven secret realm, the village chief informed me, Frank replied. Dumbledore nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After finishing his tea, he set the cup down on the table. Frank, where is the Horcrux? The Weasley residence. However, I cannot guarantee its safety now. Why is that? Dumbledore inquired, intrigued. I once saw Malfoy place the Horcrux inside the bag of that little Weasley girl. Of course, I hope it remains there. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Would you be interested in accompanying me to investigate? Certainly, Headmaster. The Phoenix settled upon Dumbledore's shoulder as Frank took Hermione's hand and grasped the headmaster's arm. Dumbledore surveyed the scene without uttering a word. In a flash of fire, the trio found themselves in a meadow, facing a dilapidated house. By Muggle standards, it might have warranted the imprisonment of an intern. The existence of this structure utterly defied the fundamental requirements of engineering. One might assert that it would have been condemned from the design phase. Yet, in the magical realm, this house stood resolutely erected, firmly anchored to the ground, rather than having collapsed into ruins. Frank contemplated his abode, which was rather commendable, at least in its structural integrity, displaying no signs of imminent collapse. Encircling the front of the house was a wall crafted from stone, within which the construction of the dwelling commenced. The residence boasted at least 5 stories, tapering elegantly from a broader upper section to a narrower base, with the upper portion beginning to tilt, as if bowing in deference. Although Frank could not ascertain whether this inclination constituted the house waist. 3 individuals stood outside the courtyard, clearly hearing the sounds of merriment emanating from behind the house, even catching glimpses of certain creatures being propelled into the air. Headmaster Dumbledore approached the door and rapped gently upon it. A woman emerged to answer, clad in an apron, evidently engaged in household chores. She stood approximately 5 feet tall, with soft yellow hair, and her sleeves bore traces of grime. Upon opening the door, she gazed at Dumbledore with surprise, exclaiming, "Albus, what brings you here? Come in, come in." Dumbledore inclined his head slightly, replying, "Molly, my apologies for the intrusion." Frank and Hermione followed the headmaster closely. "Madam, I apologize for the intrusion. Who are these 2 children?" Molly inquired, casting a curious glance at the headmaster. "This is Frank. Frank Dell, the one who informed me about Peter," he replied. Beside him is Hermione Granger. Upon hearing that Frank was the one who discovered Peter, Molly's face brightened with gratitude as she wiped her hands on her apron. "Young man, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how long this person would have remained hidden in my home." As she spoke, a memory of peril seemed to resurface, causing her eyes to glisten with emotion. "Albus, Frank, and Hermione, please take a seat while I prepare some tea." In a flurry, Molly began to pour the tea and then called out loudly, "Percy, Fred, George, Ron, Ginny, Harry, the headmaster, and your classmates have arrived." A thudding sound echoed from upstairs. "Mom, who did you say is here?" A little girl with a head of red hair peered down from the staircase before cautiously descending. Meanwhile, the twins raced in from the backyard, shouting, "Headmaster, Headmaster, we haven't done anything recently." Hermione couldn't help but chuckle at the twins' antics, quickly covering her mouth and discreetly hiding behind Frank. With a loud bang, the door swung open forcefully, crashing against the wall. "Headmaster, spare us." "Oh, Frank and Hermione, what are you doing here?" Ron and Harry followed closely behind, with Percy bringing up the rear. The living room was now bustling with activity, feeling even more crowded. "Albus, is there a particular reason for your visit this time?" Molly asked nervously as she served the tea. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Frank. "Frank, it's your turn." Frank cleared his throat and said, "Madam, we have come here in search of a diary. We suspect that this diary was secretly placed into your bag by Malfoy yesterday." "A diary?" the young girl exclaimed in astonishment, quickly covering her mouth. Under the gaze of everyone present, she seemed unable to speak further. The twins leaped in front of the girl, asserting, "Frank, it has nothing to do with Ginny. She wasn't involved in any fights yesterday." "Ginny? Is that so?" Frank chuckled lightly. "Fred, George, you may inquire with her." Percy had already wrapped his arms around Ginny, subtly turning to whisper his questions. Before long, Percy and Ginny dashed upstairs. When they returned, Percy held a black-covered diary in his hand. "This is mine. It has nothing to do with my sister. I simply had no space in my bag, so I temporarily placed it over there. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Frank tapped his finger at the position of the name. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened instantly. He tilted his head back slightly and closed his eyes. "How do you know this name? Few are acquainted with it, are they not? Many know it. Yet those who dare to speak it to you are undoubtedly scarce. Consider it a vision from my dreams." Frank shrugged, seemingly indifferent to the headmaster's inquiry. After all, many who knew it were still alive. "Everyone harbors their own secrets." Frank, Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, Headmaster. Everyone possesses their own mysteries." Molly hastily approached. "Albus, what is this all about?" "It is an object of dark magic." Professor Dumbledore was reluctant to elaborate. "You must leave at once." Molly ushered the children out. The twins were acutely aware that it was unwise to provoke their mother at that moment, thus they obediently followed the others outside. "Albus." Molly began to voice her concerns but noticed Frank and Hermione lingering nearby. "Frank, Hermione, would you care to join Harry and the others for a while?" "Madam, I discovered this object. How could I be unaware of its nature?" Frank replied with an air of resignation. "As for Hermione, I have complete faith in her." Unable to dissuade Frank, Molly turned her gaze towards Professor Dumbledore. Albus? It is all right. Let them remain here. Albus, if it were merely an ordinary dark artifact, you would not have come personally. Molly was anxious, worried for her children's safety. This name evokes memories of someone. Molly anxiously covered her mouth. Frank withdrew his wand and invoked the shield charm upon the ground. A luminous circle began to radiate outward from him, enveloping the entire house. As the circle reached the threshold, the sound of the twins tumbling down was audible. However, Molly had no time to concern herself with such matters. Her gaze was firmly fixed upon Dumbledore. You may speak plainly now, Headmaster. We have ample reason to suspect that this is a dark magical artifact belonging to Voldemort. Molly pressed one hand tightly against her mouth, her eyes wide with alarm. With her other hand, she tremulously pointed at the journal in the headmaster's grasp, stammering, This. Frank nodded, affirming, indeed, it is quite likely an artifact of Voldemort. It must be a perilous object imbued with dark magic. He then cast another glance at the diary, adding, it is highly probable that it sustains its existence by absorbing souls. Headmaster, would you like to assist them in examining it? If it has yet to be utilized, there should be no cause for concern. However, it would be prudent for me to take another look. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Molly hurriedly called a few children inside, but the hallway remained eerily silent. Her expression shifted to one of alarm as she rushed to open the door. A shimmering barrier stood at the entrance, with several children outside pressing against it. Molly observed the twins making faces at the barrier, while Percy was gesturing with his wand in its direction. Harry, Ron, and Ginny stood behind, watching them. Upon seeing Molly open the door, the twins quickly composed their expressions. Fred turned to say something loudly, though Molly could not discern his words. Albus? Molly inquired. Turning to Dumbledore, Frank suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I beg your pardon, madam. It completely slipped my mind. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Fred's voice echoed in. What are they doing? Why must they keep it from us? George exclaimed beside him. Could it be that our product has been discovered? No, that's not right. Mum would confiscate it and punish us directly, rather than leaving us outside. The two spoke to Harry and the others with their backs to the door. Oblivious to the shattering of the protective barrier, Harry covered his mouth. It shouldn't be that. What is it then? Is it the case that our theft of the toilet seat has been exposed, even though we haven't stolen it yet? While the twins pondered the cause, Ginny had already alerted them. Turn around. The twins suddenly paused, exchanging glances before slowly turning their heads. Then they looked at each other again. Did we see it wrong? Two hands seized their ears, pulling the twins inside. Percy, Ginny, Ron, and Harry, you come in too. Molly grasped each twin by an ear, dragging them before Professor Dumbledore. Albus, could you please lend us a hand? Molly's voice quivered slightly. Dumbledore nodded, drawing his wand and waving it. A beam of light shot forth from the wand, transforming into a piece of white fabric. The cloth glided through the air, akin to a fish swimming in water. It slowly enveloped the group before drifting away from them. No issues here, Molly. The wandering cloth transformed into a white mist above, descending upon the group like gentle rain. There is no problem. It seems it has yet to be used. Dumbledore nodded. Thank you, Albus. Molly's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. It was Frank who informed me. Dumbledore smiled and gestured towards Frank, who was watching from the sidelines. Frank, caught off guard, found himself embraced by Molly. Thank you, dear child. The hug was tight, startling Frank. However, sensing Molly's concern, he relaxed slightly and patted her back. It's all right. Dumbledore chuckled at the scene before him, while the twins remained silent. Suddenly, Molly snapped back to reality and released Frank. Wiping her eyes, she suggested, Let's eat together here. I still need to thank you for Peter's matter. As she spoke, she nearly broke down in tears. A traitor to his closest friend, responsible for the deaths of at least 12 muggles, hiding in her home for nearly a decade, always trailing behind her children. A moment's negligence could spell disaster for the entire family. This was a debt for which she had yet to express her gratitude to Frank. And now, yet another mysterious dark artifact had found its way to her youngest daughter. Although Percy claimed it was his, everyone knew the truth. Percy would rather bear the burden alone than let his youngest sister suffer. He stepped forward, fearful that any trouble might affect her. This brother, most enamored with power, was willing to forsake his aspirations for the sake of his sister. Molly felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Frank, but words escaped her. She could only invite them to share a meal for now, intending to repay such kindness once Arthur returned. No need for that, madam. Frank declined. I must first deal with this matter. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Let us take care of this first to avoid any unforeseen complications. Holding the diary, the three prepared to leave. Molly accompanied them to the door, watching as a flicker of flame danced before she turned back home. The headmaster transported them directly to Frank's residence in Hogsmeade. I shall return to research how to dispose of the diary, Dumbledore remarked. Just as he was about to take his leave, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shrugged, acknowledging the undeniable truth that gossip is an intrinsic part of human nature. He was heard saying, as he pulled Hermione into the room, that it is rumored Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald were lovers. Gellert Grindelwald? Hermione inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. That name sounds so familiar. Of course it does, Frank replied. He is one of the most notorious dark wizards in history. He spread his hands wide, adding, I would even argue he is the most formidable dark wizard in Europe since modern times. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment as she absorbed his words. As for Voldemort, he continued, he pales in comparison to Grindelwald, who is nothing more than a mere joke in his presence. Hermione continued to gaze at Frank in disbelief. Voldemort is merely a terrorist, a killer at best. But Grindelwald, that is a different matter altogether. How so? A voice inquired from behind them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, How is the headmaster at my home? Would you care to join me for a bite? I have just acquired some newly released Muggle sweets. Dumbledore elegantly settled himself on the sofa, casting a glance at Frank before picking up a piece of chocolate. A liqueur-filled one, perhaps? He then waved his wand, and all the liqueur chocolates magically flew into his pocket. As an educator and the headmaster, I am entitled to oversee students and their consumption of alcohol, Dumbledore remarked, looking at Frank. What do you think? Indeed, the headmaster speaks most wisely. Frank felt an overwhelming urge to stand at attention, utterly devoid of any inclination to concern himself with chocolates. Dumbledore opened another chocolate. You need merely to give your commands. Headmaster. Frank gazed at Dumbledore with a sycophantic admiration. Do not act in such a manner. Be more composed. Dumbledore disapproved, prompting Frank to cease his fawning. Frank, although you may possess considerable knowledge, refrain from placing your trust in hearsay without first-hand experience, Dumbledore advised directly. Rest assured, Headmaster, I will not believe nor spread rumors. Frank's resolve was unwavering, as if he were pledging allegiance. But the bond you share with him is genuine, is it not? Dumbledore looked at Frank in disbelief. At that time, your bond nearly claimed your life, yet it has never been activated, which is also true. Dumbledore continued to scrutinize Frank. Furthermore, Dumbledore raised a hand to halt Frank. No matter what, let us not speak of it. The headmaster still exhibited a degree of shyness. Unlike the unabashed persona portrayed in the original narrative following the Curse of Voldemort, it was said that Rita Skeeter was close to penning a sensational novel detailing the untold stories of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, yet the headmaster never intervened. Dumbledore, in the present, appeared somewhat youthful. However, it could also be that Frank's assertions held a kernel of truth, while Rita Skeeter's claims were fabrications. The headmaster chose not to elaborate further, instead retrieving his journal. Since you are well informed, how do you propose we eradicate this? Frank, now serious, responded, as I mentioned earlier. Fiendfire could suffice. Let us discuss the matter at hand, he continued, abandoning his earlier levity. Alternatively, the sword of Gryffindor could also destroy Horcruxes. How do you know this? Dumbledore inquired. Divination, Professor. I have the ability to see much more now, Frank asserted, revealing that he had progressed beyond mere reliance on the narrative. What, then, might transpire? Frank provided a general overview of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione, upon hearing that she could be petrified and potentially face death, anxiously grasped Frank's hand. Dumbledore merely cast a fleeting glance without uttering a word. Are you suggesting that Harry can converse with snakes? Dumbledore's focus, of course, lay not on events yet to transpire, but rather on those already occurred. Indeed, this is something that can be directly inquired of Harry. Frank nodded, recalling how a boa constrictor once informed Harry that it had never visited Brazil. Dumbledore continued to nod. Ultimately, it was Fawkes who threw the sorting hat to Harry, allowing him to draw forth the sword of Gryffindor and vanquish the basilisk? Yes, Headmaster, Frank affirmed, indicating he grasped the crux of the matter. Can Harry still extract it now? If there happens to be another sword of Gryffindor? Perhaps, Frank replied, spreading his hands in uncertainty. Are you not gifted with prophecy? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. That was during the surge of magic I witnessed back then. Presently, I can only foresee the actions of an ordinary wizard at most a minute into the future. Frank wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting. A single line necessitates countless others to sustain it. Dumbledore nodded slightly. You are willing to. I am not willing, Frank interrupted, predicting Dumbledore's forthcoming words. Last year, I was lacking in ability. This year, upon my enrollment, I intend to vanquish that serpent creature. Otherwise, if it is released once more, will I even be able to continue my studies? Frank clearly expressed his refusal. Moreover, if one intends to cultivate Harry Potter, why not simply toss him into a few secret realms instead of exerting such effort to torment other students? Frank seemed increasingly agitated. Last year, you appointed Quirrell as the defense against the dark arts professor, and we pretended you were unaware of the issues with the back of his head. Yet, you must have known that Quirrell was essentially a dark wizard, and still, you allowed him to take the position. This year, you have arranged for Lockhart. Such an inept individual. Well, at least the memory charm is commendable. The writing in the novel is noteworthy, and the content is verifiable. Frank was pacing back and forth in a fit of rage. What can Lockhart teach us? He surely won't instruct us in memory charms, as he possesses no genuine abilities. What will he impart? Writing novels, or perhaps dental care? Is he going to teach us how to flash a smile showcasing 8 teeth? Hermione, overhearing such a significant outburst, noticed Dumbledore's silence and recognized the truth in Frank's words. Her face flushed with indignation. Headmaster, the very rule prohibiting minors from performing magic outside of school is inherently discriminatory towards students from Muggle backgrounds. Yet, you have allowed a fraud to take on the role of an educator? After all, I only purchased the book yesterday and have yet to finish it. My admiration for Lockhart has not fully taken hold. Now, with this revelation, the prospect of securing the top position this year has diminished drastically. I am utterly exasperated. Dumbledore, a man of gentle disposition, felt a surge of empathy as he witnessed the young girl nearly brought to tears. It struck him that his own sister had been younger than her when she departed from this world. Having not soothed a child in over a century, Dumbledore found himself flustered. Frank, let us address the matter at hand. Frank gazed at the diary resting upon the table, a surge of fury igniting within him. The sword of Gryffindor was firmly gripped in his hand, its blade emanating a cerulean glow. With a decisive stroke, he struck down upon the diary, which erupted into a thick, swirling black smoke, from which a young boy's head emerged, howling in anguish as he lunged towards Frank. Encircled by the pale blue flames, the apparition vanished into thin air. Dumbledore observed the shadow consumed by the flames, as well as the remnants, cleaved in twain by the sword, and subsequently engulfed in searing fire. Turning to Frank, he inquired, "From whom did you learn that incantation of fierce fire?" It was no wonder that Dumbledore felt a twinge of anxiety. This particular conjuration was unmistakably Grindelwald's signature. Had Grindelwald not settled down, standing before him would have been a wizard who had witnessed the turmoil of yesteryears, and he would have surely been terrified. I learned it from my teacher, Frank replied, fully aware of Dumbledore's underlying question. My teacher is not Grindelwald. How can you be certain he is not? Because he is far too proud to deign to use another's name. What, then, did he teach you? Fire, Frank nodded, the very essence of fire. Understanding its essence, I can wield any form of fire with joy and without repercussions. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. With this matter resolved, I shall take my leave. The headmaster walked slowly. Frank respectfully bid him farewell as he escorted Dumbledore to the door. In a flash of flames, the headmaster vanished from sight. In Austria, at Numenor, a burst of flames materialized. Dumbledore beheld the distant castle, alongside a massive stone tablet inscribed with the words, "For the greater good." The tablet resembled a gravestone, while the castle appeared as a tomb. Decades ago, this had been the epicenter of wizarding power in Europe, frequented by members of the Pureblood Party. Every word and action uttered here could send tremors through the wizarding world. Yet now, it lay as a forsaken stone, a desolate graveyard. Silence enveloped the place, oppressive and heavy. It was so quiet that every utterance seemed to reverberate with immense volume. The sky appeared eternally cloaked in dark clouds, the ground littered with dust and withered leaves. Each step seemed to echo with great resonance. Dumbledore stood there, gazing at the soaring spire in the distance. He knew that someone resided there, and not just one, but also his past youth and struggles. His former ideals and passions were firmly imprisoned within that place. He took a step forward, his foot hovering silently in midair. He hesitated to descend, daunted by the prospect of confronting him. Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful white wizard in the world, was afraid to face Gellert Grindelwald. He withdrew his foot, remaining stationary, gazing from afar at the tower's pinnacle. As the sun sank beyond the horizon, the lights atop the spire flickered to life. He could only look on from a distance. A flash of fire passed, and Dumbledore disappeared. Meanwhile, within the tower, Grindelwald curled upon a tattered bed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he tightened his clothing. Beside him lay a crystal ball, reflecting the moonlight. After Dumbledore's departure, Frank closed the door, pushing it firmly to ensure it was secured. Hermione stood nearby. I feel there are many questions I wish to pose to you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank remained silent, extending his hand, where a sphere of blue flames flickered gently. Hermione approached and knelt down to observe the fire. The fiend fire, one of the dark arts, was an ever-intensifying magical fire capable of morphing into various monstrous forms, relentlessly pursuing and incinerating anything combustible, regardless of friend or foe. Morphing? Hermione gazed intently at the small flame. Frank merely flicked his finger, and the small blue flame upon it transformed into a tiny feline. The cat, crafted from the very essence of fire, appeared astonishingly lifelike, with each individual strand of its fiery fur discernible. The expression on the cat's face was somewhat solemn. As Hermione gazed at the visage of this cat, an unsettling sense of familiarity washed over her. This cat? Why does it seem so recognizable? Oh, consider Professor McGonagall, Frank replied languidly. Hermione, taken aback, rose to her feet in astonishment. Professor McGonagall's animagus? The little cat nodded. You are remarkably audacious, Frank. Yet, this is inappropriate. Frank nodded as the kitten transformed into an owl. The owl spread its wings and ascended, morphing into the likeness of an eagle before circling around Hermione and landing on Frank's fingertip, only to change into a rabbit. The rabbit hopped briefly, and as it descended, it transformed into Frank's form. This is fiend fire, Hermione, Frank stated, straightening up to meet her gaze. It is one of the most perilous forms of magic. Utilizing this spell summons an ever-growing, formidable fire that can take on the shapes of various monstrous entities, relentlessly pursuing anything flammable without regard for friend or foe. Fiend fire is an exceptionally difficult magic to master. Those lacking sufficient power often find themselves ensnared by their own creation, leading to unintended devastation, unless they possess the knowledge of a counter-curse. Only the most adept wizards can wield it with precision. The potency of fiend fire far surpasses that of ordinary conjured flames. However, the spell known as fiend fire conjuration can dispel this magic. Frank produced his wand and gestured toward a cup, which was engulfed in fiend fire. Though I cannot conjure it, I can manipulate the fiend fire I unleash. Therefore, it matters not. But how can it destroy Horcruxes? Hermione inquired. Fiend fire primarily serves to incinerate everything that is combustible. To fiend fire, a Horcrux is akin to a flame-meeting oil. Magical artifacts, in this context, act as accelerants for the fiend fire, much like how a forest fire is fueled not by water but by oil. Frank pointed at Hermione, saying, Do not entertain the notion of learning about fierce fire at this moment. I merely advise you to flee at the first encounter with it. I am not contemplating the study of fierce fire either, Hermione replied, somewhat displeased. Hermione, do not hold my words against me too harshly. I now possess a profound understanding of the essence of fire. Thus, fierce fire poses no challenge for me. Frank's 5 fingers each burn with flames of distinct colors. I have no issues even with the varying nature of the fierce fire. However, you are different. Your practice of fire spells is somewhat sporadic. When casting, it lacks the necessary fluidity. It truly impedes your ability to master the fierce fire. Frank spoke earnestly while Hermione listened with a distracted air. What exactly are you looking at? Frank asked, somewhat exasperated. What kind of flames are these? Hermione inquired, pointing at Frank's fingers. The first, the thumb, represents ordinary fire. The second, the index finger, is fierce fire, which you just witnessed. The third, the middle finger, is also fierce fire. Most of the fierce fire conjured by wizards is of this hue, except for Grindelwald's, which is blue. This was also the reason the headmaster inquired of me earlier. The fourth is phoenix fire, akin to that of Fox. However, I sense that, In comparison to ordinary flames, it merely possesses a higher temperature. Yet the sensation remains distinctly different. The fifth is dragon fire, from the dragon I encountered in the Elven Secret Realm. Although the fire it wielded bore chaotic and corrupted magic, its essence remains that of fire. The 5 flames occasionally merged, at times disbanding. Yet they perpetually danced in Frank's hands. Hermione nodded, indicating she had taken note of Frank's words. On August 31st, 1992, a Monday, the joyful moments seemed to pass swiftly. And before long, it was time to return to school. This year, Frank's father, Hufflepuff, was unable to escort him to school, and his mother also had work commitments. Frank initially intended to venture to Hogsmeade alone, planning to enter the school in the company of his classmates upon arrival. However, in the morning, Hermione called to inform him that she was waiting for him at the train station, thus necessitating their journey to the school together. During the call, Frank candidly advised Hermione to await him on the platform, as he was apprehensive about appearing in front of Muggles without proper caution, especially since he had scarcely begun to master the memory charm. Hermione graciously offered to pick him up and accompany him to the station. Consequently, by 8 o'clock in the morning, Frank was already dressed and seated in the living room, ready for the day. At precisely 8:20, Mr. Granger arrived, driving Hermione, and they appeared punctually at Frank's doorstep. The streets of London were somewhat congested that morning, with vehicles bustling about. The journey from 45 Fleet Street to King's Cross Station typically took around half an hour, yet the road was lined with nearly 20 red traffic lights. Regrettably, it was an unfortunate stretch of red lights that, compounded by the heavy traffic, transformed the usual 30-minute commute into a full hour. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank stood outside the car, waiting for Hermione and her father's farewell, his gaze fixed on the vehicle while contemplating Mr. Granger's deliberate avoidance of Hermione's entreaties just before they boarded. A mother's worry accompanies her child, no matter the distance. Frank shook his head and said, "It's all right. Currently, I have no trouble protecting a little girl. After all, both of my central star cards are fully illuminated. In terms of magical prowess, there is no one in this school to fear, except for Dumbledore." API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. "Goodbye, Mr. Granger," he waved. "Goodbye, Frank, and do not forget what I told you, Mr. Granger replied as he opened the car door, preparing to depart. "Rest assured, I shall not forget," Frank nodded, watching as Mr. Granger drove away. "What did my father say to you?" Hermione inquired, observing her father's retreating vehicle as she followed Frank into the station. "Nothing of consequence. Merely that I should keep an eye on you, that you ought to avoid trouble and focus on your studies," Frank replied nonchalantly. "Nonsense. How could I possibly neglect my studies?" Hermione retorted immediately. "So you acknowledge you might get into trouble?" Frank chuckled softly. "You." Hermione stomped her foot and quickly ascended the stairs. Frank shook his head behind and followed suit. The two ascended the train smoothly. The Hogwarts Express at 9:30 was still sparsely populated. They directly seated themselves, choosing a spot in the middle compartment where they could enjoy the relative solitude of the nearly empty train. Frank extracted a rectangular box from his bag. The box, resplendent in a rich hue of violet, was adorned with an array of intricate patterns. Atop the box, 2 sapphire-engraved clasps secured its contents. The handle, constructed from sturdy wood, was firmly affixed to facilitate easy transport. Upon opening the box, one discovered a petite wooden shelf emanating a subtle fragrance. Atop this shelf sat an exquisite teapot, crafted entirely from fine porcelain, embellished with delicate engravings of peacocks gracing its surface. Accompanying the teapot were 3 pairs of teacups, elegantly arranged on the middle tier. The bottom tier housed a sturdy iron stove, providing a robust foundation for the entire ensemble. Frank retrieved the tea set and tilted the rack to either side. The stove then transformed into a circular shape. "Black tea?" Frank raised the teapot in a gesture towards Hermione. Hermione nodded in affirmation. "Very well." Frank placed the teapot on the stove, which automatically ignited into flames to begin brewing the tea. Hermione observed his fluid movements and remarked, "Are you preparing for an outing?" Frank remained silent, merely extracting a handkerchief from beside him, and with a gentle flick of his wand, The handkerchief began to twist and transform into a piano and a violin. The instruments, diminutive as figurines, commenced to play autonomously. Swan Lake? Hermione recognized the familiar melody and gazed at Frank. Indeed, it was Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. After finishing his remark, Frank glanced at the violin and mused, regrettably. My skills are lacking. I can only manage the violin and piano. I wonder when I shall be able to perform with a full symphony orchestra. Well, you have quite a bit to learn then, Hermione replied leisurely, reclining against the back of her chair, a cup of red tea in hand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head as the crowd at the station continued to swell. He then waved his wand, causing the compartment door to close automatically, sealing off the cacophony of noise from the outside world. Time ticked away, and at long last, the train began to sound its whistle. The sunlight, as the train moved forward, became obscured by the branches outside. Dappled light filtered into the compartment, where the two leaned back in their seats, engrossed in their books. Traveling with a giant? Frank, did you not assert that Lockhart is a fraud? Hermione remarked, noticing the book Frank was perusing with a hint of curiosity. Lockhart is indeed a charlatan, yet the contents of the book are authentic, Frank replied, casually turning the pages. It is merely that the individual behind these actions is not Lockhart. Hermione appeared somewhat taken aback. You believe him to be a fraud? That these events are fictitious? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank closed the book and asked, Is the amulet I gave you last year still with you? Hermione reached into her backpack and retrieved the amulet. Frank took the amulet and cast a few spells upon it. This year, Lockhart's memory charm was truly remarkable, demonstrating exceptional proficiency. What about this? Hermione inquired, pointing at the amulet. If you're attacked, this will provide a one-time defense and restore your state to what it was 30 minutes prior after the defense shatters. Incredible. I can only create one of these, and it must be recast weekly. The two continued to sip their red tea while engaging in leisurely conversation. Suddenly, a vigorous knocking echoed from the door of the private room. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank waved his hand, and the door to the compartment opened automatically. Ginny and the twins rushed in. Frank, have you seen Harry or our little brother? The twins asked in unison. Did they not get on the train? Hermione inquired from the side. The twins gazed at the piano and violin performing on the table, along with the nearby red tea, casting odd glances at Frank, just as they were about to speak. A cacophony of shouts erupted from outside the window. They craned their necks to see Harry hanging from a vehicle, nearly on the verge of falling. The car was soaring through the sky, traveling at a speed that surpassed that of the train. What kind of vehicle dares to call itself the Hogwarts Express when it can't even match the speed of a car? Frank muttered under his breath. However, Hermione had already caught wind of his words and gave him a light pat on the back. Let's think about what to do next, she urged the group. Beside her, Ginny was on the verge of tears while the twins shouted excitedly, How cool. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank, wielding his sword, carved open the window and returned to the carriage. Several pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. Hermione gazed at Frank in astonishment. What do you intend to do? If we do not rescue them soon, I fear Harry may plummet directly to the ground. The situation in the sky had become exceedingly perilous. Harry was now clinging to the door with but one hand, seemingly on the verge of exhaustion. The jump card flickered in his mind as Frank glanced around, then leaped through the freshly cut window. Subsequently, the soar card activated, sprouting wings from his back and soaring directly towards Harry. This spectacle was witnessed by all the students. In fact, when Harry's flying car was alongside the train, the students had already begun to observe. Now, they were witnessing Frank soaring through the heavens with their own eyes. Humanity has yearned to ascend into the sky since time immemorial. Wizards possess flying broomsticks, while muggles have airplanes and rockets. Yet, who would not desire to soar aloft unaided, relying solely on their own strength? Voldemort may have the ability to fly, but how many have been taught his flying spell? Now, another wizard had demonstrated the power to fly through sheer will. Frank spread his wings and soared through the sky towards Harry. Disregarding the chorus of astonished gasps from the train, Meanwhile, in the car, Ron was desperately reaching out to grab Harry. Just as their hands made contact, Ron was startled and let go, before Harry could fully comprehend the situation. The sudden descent caused him to tumble out of the vehicle, only to be caught in a warm embrace. Oh, the quintessential princess carry. Frank had successfully caught Harry. As Harry opened his eyes, he beheld Frank floating in the air. Have I met my demise? No need for gratitude, Harry. You are not dead yet, Frank assured him, his wings fluttering gently as he swiftly caught up with the car. Ron remained frozen in the position of his recent attempt to seize Harry. Ron, you must keep your eyes on the road. Frank's voice jolted him back to reality, gazing at Harry nestled in Frank's arms. Alongside the sight of Frank flying parallel to the car, Ron rubbed his eyes in disbelief. I must still be dreaming. I have no interest in your state of wakefulness. But Ron, please grip the steering wheel tightly, Frank replied, shaking his head. In midair, he opened the back door of the car and gently tossed Harry inside before closing it. Be mindful to follow the train's direction. Ron nodded. And just as Frank was about to depart, he turned back to ask, does this car not possess the ability to become invisible? A sudden realization struck Ron. Wasn't I just invisible? In truth, we can all see you. Perhaps your invisibility only deceives muggles, Frank remarked. Ron hurriedly checked the invisibility button, exclaiming, oh no, I accidentally toggled it off. Again? Did you not activate it before takeoff? No, it only became invisible once we were airborne. Frank tapped his forehead and exclaimed, well, you are in quite a predicament. Have you forgotten the Wizarding Secrecy Act? What shall we do now? Ron and Harry gazed anxiously at Frank. I have already asked Hermione to write to the professor. I shall supplement with another letter shortly, Frank replied, shaking his head. Without acknowledging their concern, he soared back to the train. Frank first moved parallel to the train, then urged the twins to step aside so as not to obstruct his path. Subsequently, he soared onto the train, retracting his wings and dispelling the enchantment. The twins rushed forward, embracing Frank and incessantly patting his back. I must warn you, Frank exclaimed as he quickly distanced himself. I have a preference for women. Just as the twins were about to speak, Frank hastily interrupted them. I respect personal preferences, but I am not homosexual. The twins looked at him in bewilderment. We merely wish to inquire about the spell for flying and which book it originates from. Oh, that, Frank replied. You should have clarified beforehand. I actually invented it myself. He nodded, for in this world, there were no Clow Cards, hence, it was indeed his own creation. Upon hearing this, the twins' faces fell, their spirits dampened. Only Ginny remained transfixed on the flying car above, letting out a sigh of relief. The train continued its journey. Frank penned a letter to Professor McGonagall to inform her of the events. The professor's reply arrived swiftly. Frank, I am already aware of the situation. Given that the train window was broken in the course of saving a life, there is no need for concern. The repairs will be addressed by someone in due time. Minerva, McGonagall, Frank, and Hermione finished reading Professor McGonagall's letter. Hermione let out a sigh of relief. I was worried you might be punished for breaking the window. That was never a possibility. After all, breaking something in an emergency to save a life is entirely justifiable, Frank replied with a shrug. Even if I had to pay for the damage, how much could a few shards of glass possibly cost? My primary concern was whether I had disrupted the train's protective enchantments, potentially causing it to halt. Hermione pondered for a moment. Surely the train isn't that fragile? Regardless, it's all behind us now, Frank remarked, seemingly unconcerned. Hermione nodded in agreement, falling into a contemplative silence. Within minutes, the conductor approached, exclaiming, Good heavens! In all my time on this train, I've never witnessed such extensive damage to the carriage. He gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment as he regarded the group inside the compartment. Oh, I imagine you must be quite worried. Not to fret. You can simply move to another carriage. Good day, Frank greeted the conductor politely, handing him a note detailing the entire incident. Should any compensation be required, please feel free to contact me through the school. The cost will not be an issue. The conductor shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot assist with this matter. It is beyond my jurisdiction. He then escorted the group to another carriage and sealed off their original compartment. Now all that remained was to wait until they reached school to discuss the matter further. As the train arrived at the Hogwarts platform, Frank and Hermione took their seats in the carriage. With September 1st approaching, the summer heat had yet to dissipate. The night remained stifling. But as they made their way along the path to the carriage, a refreshing breeze wafted through the trees, alleviating the summer swelter. Seated in the carriage, Hermione glanced around before boarding. I didn't see Harry and the others. I wonder where they are now. There's no need for concern. Since the letter has been delivered to Professor McGonagall, she and the others will manage everything accordingly. Frank harbored no concerns. For Professor McGonagall and her associates would undoubtedly manage the situation adeptly. Moreover, one occupant of the vehicle was the savior of the British magical world, while the other was the youngest son of Dumbledore's most devoted follower. Surely, Dumbledore himself would offer some measure of protection. Frank plucked a straw from the carriage, effortlessly transforming it into a fan to cool the two individuals beside him. The heat was unbearable, and he felt as if he might melt away. Frank leaned weakly against the carriage, exclaiming, "I'm melting. Melting." Suddenly, he sat up straight, as the snowstar brand ignited in his mind. Before long, snowflakes began to drift gracefully above the carriage, cascading inside and causing the temperature to plummet. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank once again stood before the grand entrance of Hogwarts. Students filed into the Great Hall, taking their seats according to their respective houses. John, Andrew, and Kate gathered around Frank. "What happened? You've changed so much in just one holiday," Andrew inquired. "You specifically wrote to tell us not to look for you. Was it because of Hermione? Is there a problem?" Frank retorted. For a moment, the group was unsure whether to chastise Frank for his audacity or to commend him for his candor. "What did you all do during the holiday?" Frank seized the initiative to change the subject, not allowing them a moment to react. The trio exchanged glances, fully aware of Frank's intention. Nevertheless, it was fine. They were in the Great Hall now, but once they returned to the dormitory, What could we do during the holidays? Just play around, Kate casually remarked. She then leaned on the table, her fingers poking at the candlestick. John and Kate nodded in agreement. The three of them lived nearby. Throughout the holiday, they had mostly been out enjoying themselves. "And you?" John asked Frank. "You didn't just stay at home, did you?" "My holiday was nothing short of spectacular," Frank replied, casting a glance at the trio. He then recounted the adventures in the Elven realm. The three listened with palpable envy, eagerly requesting Frank to show them his bow. Frank extended his hand, showcasing his bow to the three individuals. The bow remained elegantly perched on Frank's wrist, so diminutive that one might mistake it for a mere bracelet at first glance. When he removed it and placed it upon the table, its exquisite craftsmanship became evident. The bow boasted a delicate palette of pale lavender and pink, with the latter hue so striking that it tended to overshadow the subtler violet. Surrounding the grip was a circular band adorned with erect golden feathers, the origin of which remained a mystery, perhaps belonging to some fantastical creature. Though the bow lacked a conventional string, as Frank flicked his finger across it, an ethereal string would manifest. Beside him, Kate inquired, "In the future, will you wield your bow while others conjure magic?" Frank replied, "This bow possesses the remarkable ability to automatically target any adversary I intend to strike, even if they are positioned with their back to me." He gently patted the bow. As the conversation unfolded, the grand doors of the hall swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered, leading the new students. An immediate hush fell over the crowd as they turned their attention to the sorting ceremony. Frank sat in his chair, listening as Professor McGonagall summoned each new student to the stage for sorting. Familiar and unfamiliar names alike echoed in his ears. The voice of Professor McGonagall reached him, announcing that this was the last newcomer. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, they would be able to enjoy their meal. Frank was already feeling a bit hungry. Then, a dark-skinned individual named Ramana Sharma stepped forward. As the sorting hat was placed upon his head, a few moments passed before the verdict was declared: Slytherin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head, dismissing the matter. "It doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't interfere with me." Subsequently, nothing unexpected occurred. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore delivered a brief speech, and the feast commenced. Once everyone had feasted and sung the school song, Professor Sprout descended from the podium and intercepted Frank. "Frank, the headmaster is looking for you. The password is liqueur-filled chocolate." Frank nodded, and Professor Sprout turned to depart. "Frank, what is the matter?" John inquired, draping an arm around Frank's shoulder. "Indeed, you've been here for 2 years, and after each sorting ceremony, you always head to the headmaster's office. Do you intend to assume the role of headmaster in the future?" Kate asked from the side. Frank shrugged, perhaps attributing it to the matter of the flight spell. Otherwise, he was at a loss for any other explanation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. After that, I shall return to the carriage. Upon finishing his statement, Frank obediently took a step back. Please do not involve me in any matters at present. I simply wish to return and rest. The principal nodded in response. You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the carriage, in the name of saving lives. The school can bear a little loss. Frank stepped forward to express his gratitude to the headmaster. However, the headmaster urged him to hold his thanks. For the matter was far from resolved. Harry and the others were missing. Missing? Frank's expression shifted dramatically. Headmaster, this has nothing to do with me. Harry Potter was indeed the headmaster's prized possession. If anything were to happen to him under his watch, it would spell trouble. Yes, they are missing. The headmaster confirmed with a nod. We discovered damage at the Whomping Willow and followed the tire tracks into the Forbidden Forest. Professor Snape, unusually forthcoming, added an explanation. But there was no one in the vehicle, nor was there anyone nearby. Frank raised his question. Indeed, there was no one, the headmaster affirmed, nodding. Hagrid is already searching the Forbidden Forest. So, what could be the reason for the headmaster seeking my assistance? Frank pondered, somewhat perplexed. To be on the safe side, the school required professors to remain, which left the personnel in the Forbidden Forest insufficient. Dumbledore indicated that you two would need to contribute. Frank nodded. Do you need me to search in the Forbidden Forest? You should accompany Severus and discuss the matter of the basilisk, Dumbledore said, winking at Frank. After all, he is now the head of Slytherin. The two departed from the castle's entrance, gazing at the Forbidden Forest in the distance. From the headmaster's office to the castle gates, silence enveloped them. It was not until they reached the gates that Professor Snape inquired, Frank, will you not elaborate on the basilisk situation? Frank was momentarily taken aback. I apologize, Professor. I assumed the headmaster had already informed you. Professor Snape let out a classic, haughty snort. Indeed, Professor. You must be aware that when Slytherin departed from the school, he left behind a hidden chamber. Naturally, it is said that he left a monster within these walls, one that would eliminate any unworthy of the craft. Snape's demeanor shifted from indifference to sheer terror. That madman. How could the basilisk possibly discern who is worthy of practicing magic? His voice dropped to a low, menacing tone, laden with palpable intensity. Professor, what was Slytherin's true gift? Have you forgotten? Frank interjected. Parseltongue. The words slipped from Snape's lips like venom, each syllable wielding the potential to inflict profound harm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded. But the basilisk is still here. Professor Snape fixed his gaze upon Frank. What? Can you speak Parseltongue? I cannot. Professor, Frank spread his hands, but I know someone who can. You wouldn't be referring to the Dark Lord, would you? Everyone is aware of that. Professor Snape began to advance. No, it is not him. It is the person we are searching for. Snape immediately halted, turning to seize Frank by the collar. Do you have any idea what you are insinuating? He then scrutinized Frank from head to toe. I am fully aware that individuals of your age often indulge in grandiose claims to attract attention. Frank shook his head. I speak the truth. Professor Snape's eyes resembled two desolate wells, an abyss of unfathomable darkness. This was a manifestation of the utmost extremity of mental occlusion, a prelude to the commencement of soul extraction. I am a natural-born mind cloaker, Professor. Realizing Professor Snape's intentions, Frank hastily interjected. Humph. Snape grunted, then pushed Frank aside. Professor. Harry is aware of it himself. The headmaster knows as well. Frank dusted off his clothing. Snape paid no heed to Frank's words, his pace already quickening. The two moved silently towards the Forbidden Forest. Then why have you come? Snape suddenly inquired. Apologies, Professor, I did not quite catch that, Frank replied, shaking his head. I asked, why must you go to the Chamber of Secrets? Snape reiterated, because I can eliminate the basilisk's soul without harming its corporeal form. Upon uttering this, Frank noticed Snape casting him a sidelong glance. Certainly not the unforgivable curse. I acquired a weapon during the holidays, specifically designed to target souls. The professor remained silent, continuing his forward march. It was not until they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest that he finally asked Frank, when shall we proceed? Frank understood what Professor Snape was inquiring about. This weekend, we are going to the past. We require Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue to unlock the door. The professor nodded and took the lead, stepping into the Forbidden Forest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank's gaze followed the power of the shadow, perceiving the forbidden forest from an entirely novel perspective. Shadows drifted through the darkness. As moonlight filtered through the branches to illuminate the ground, a stream meandered by, carrying away a few fallen leaves. The silvery moonlight bathed the verdant grass, while the underbrush resonated with the sounds of chirping insects and birdsong. Frank had never contemplated that viewing the forbidden forest from this perspective would evoke such beauty. However, this was not a moment for admiring the scenery. The power of the Shadow Star card was spreading throughout the forbidden forest. Frank, through the power of the star card, had glimpsed Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout. However, Harry and Ron remained unaccounted for. Where could they possibly be? Surely they haven't fallen into the spider's lair. With this thought, the influence of shadow swiftly spread toward the den of the eight-eyed spider. Professor, shall we first proceed to the eight-eyed spider's lair? Frank suggested to Professor Snape. The reason for his suggestion was met with silence, as Professor Snape did not turn around. Just in case, after all, we are unaware of their current whereabouts. Frank remarked with a shrug. Snape cast a glance at Frank and simply replied, lead the way. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head, having grown accustomed to Professor Snape's occasional bouts of anger. 50 years ago, a young girl perished, the one known as Myrtle. Frank did not look back but continued forward. She had been slain by the basilisk, though the creature had never been found. Voldemort, the Dark Lord, had framed Hagrid, claiming that a creature raised by him was responsible for the tragedy. Thus, Hagrid had been associated with the Acromantula. Snape spoke from behind. Indeed, 50 years later, the Forbidden Forest held secrets unimaginable. As Frank continued to speak, Professor Snape had already drawn his wand. How do you know this? Last year, Quirrell brought me here once. Ah, I suppose you learned quite a bit. He taught me 3 spells. I only mastered 2. Frank directed his wand forward, a burst of flame shooting ahead. An Acromantula was engulfed in the blaze. Additionally, a spell, Sectum Sempra, shot forth from his wand, dispatching several spiders. He had improved it. Snape nodded, harboring a deep disdain for Voldemort. Yet he could not help but admire his innate talent for dark magic. The spells he had originally conceived had been enhanced by Voldemort, rendering them even more formidable. Moreover, the incantations seemed to have been altered as well. A spell, Sectum Sempra, erupted from Professor Snape's wand. Although the destructive power remained the same as the original creator, Snape discerned the subtle differences between the two. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank glanced at Snape, then shifted his gaze to the devastation left by Snape's actions. Though no words were exchanged, Snape could sense Frank's disdain. Professor Snape remained silent, yet resolved within himself to deal more decisively with Toads during this year's detention. Both men belonged to the category of those who possess exceptional skill and audacity, unperturbed by concerns for their escape. As they advanced, they tirelessly vanquished the eight-eyed spiders. Before long, they approached the very heart of the eight-eyed spiders' territory, where the creatures were so numerous that their extermination seemed endless. Frank casually traced a circle on the ground with his wand. A swirl of blue flames encircled the two men. You possess quite a range of skills, Frank. Severus Snape remarked, standing within the circle, a mocking glint in his eyes. Dumbledore is aware. I have reported it, Frank retorted to Professor Snape, then called out loudly, Aragog. Come to us. The power of the Shadow Star insignia gradually enveloped the eight-eyed spider, albeit somewhat sluggishly, given it was within the domain of magical creatures. The spider, the size of a small elephant, bore a body and limbs of grayish-black, and its grotesque head, adorned with large pincers, was veiled in a film of white over each of its numerous eyes. The blind spider bellowed in an irate tone. It's you again, you again. What are you shouting about? Frank, more audacious than Aragog, countered. I ask you, are there 2 boys around my size in your vicinity? On what grounds do you question me? Aragog seethed, his fury nearly manifesting as tangible flames. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, Frank traversed the path forged by the fierce flames, arriving before two figures ensnared by webs. The sword, transformed from his wand, sliced through the cocoon of silk, causing the two individuals to tumble forth. Professor Snape, with his wand deftly gesturing, examined the pair before conjuring a basin of water to douse them. As the two groaned, barely able to open their eyes, their shrill cries pierced the air. Though Professor Snape's voice was low, it resonated in Harry and Ron's ears like the rumble of thunder. They swallowed nervously, casting wary glances at Snape. I imagine you two have ample time to regale your unfortunate professor with tales of your grand adventures, he remarked. At that moment, Professor McGonagall and her companions arrived on the scene. Severus, let us discuss this later, she stated, not addressing Harry and Ron directly, yet their bodies trembled even more. The ferocity of the flames, now under Frank's control, began to dissipate. The professors nodded in agreement, preparing to escort Harry and Ron away. Frank picked up the broken wand from the ground and handed it to Ron. Professor, I shall take my leave now. I feel rather fatigued. Professor Sprout wrote a note. You may return directly to your dormitory. Frank took the note, nodded in gratitude to Professor Sprout, and then unfurled his wings, soaring towards the castle. Professor Sprout watched as Frank's figure disappeared into the sky, pondering whether the boy had devised his own spell. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is the worthy heir of Gryffindor. Minerva, he is a Hufflepuff student, came the soft interjection from Professor Flitwick. However, I believe he is more suited to Ravenclaw, he added. The three professors exchanged glances before redirecting their attention to Professor Snape. With a mere grunt, Professor Snape turned and departed. The trio shared a brief smile before following suit. Professor McGonagall took a couple of steps, then turned to Harry and Ron. You two, keep up with us. A circle of eight-eyed spiders stood watch nearby. Professor Snape surveyed the surroundings, and Aragog, with his veiled, milky eyes, fixed his gaze upon them. Let them pass. The spiders clicked their large pincers in agitation before parting to create a path. As they exited, the lingering animosity of the eight-eyed spiders was palpable. Ron trailed behind the professors and nudged Harry's shoulder discreetly. I feel like they want to kill us. Keep up. Professor McGonagall barked from ahead before Harry could respond. The two exchanged a furtive glance before continuing to follow the professors onward. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Frank gazed at the cat when Felch suddenly emerged from behind, exclaiming, What do you intend to do to my Lady Loris? Frank gazed at the approaching Felch, sensing that all his magical talents were evidently concentrated on movement, rendering him unable to cast even a single spell. I haven't done much. I merely noticed you bear a striking resemblance to him, Frank replied nonchalantly. Humph. It is already past curfew. What are you doing wandering about? Which academy do you belong to? Frank shook his head, remaining silent. Yet, Felch had already noticed the emblem of the college on Frank's attire. Hufflepuff, is it? Let us go meet your headmaster. Before he could finish his sentence, he reached out to grasp Frank's arm. Frank furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively at Filch. I detest when others lay their hands on me. To be more mindful. With that, Frank handed the professor's note to Filch. If there are any further inquiries, feel free to consult the professor directly. He then turned and began to walk back towards the dormitory. Suddenly, Filch appeared before Frank, obstructing his path while holding the professor's note. I have yet to examine this. You cannot leave just yet. Frank shook his head, expressing his boredom. Well, you should finish quickly. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Why are you still out so late? Ferk taunted Frank while examining the professor's note. Dumbledore has given the order. If you have any objections, feel free to address them directly to the headmaster. Frank replied nonchalantly. By the way, I have no intention of working night shifts before I even graduate. You should inform the headmaster that night shift workers deserve overtime pay. Ferk glared menacingly at Frank. Have you finished? Are there any further questions? With the note in hand, Ferk turned and left without a backward glance. What rudeness. Frank muttered to himself before hastening back to the dormitory. Inside, Andrew and the others were still awake, waiting for Frank's return. Upon Frank's return, he first stepped into the bathroom for a refreshing shower, muttering to himself that whatever matters awaited could be addressed on the morrow, as fatigue was weighing heavily upon him. Andrew and the others observed Frank entering the bathroom and promptly drew the curtains. Thus, the first day of school came to a close. The inaugural day of the term, or rather, Tuesday, the 1st of September, began with a lively spectacle. The very first lesson of the morning was herbology, featuring the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students together. Frank had specifically invited Hermione to join him for breakfast at the Hufflepuff table. What is this? Have you not had your fill after a whole holiday? One evening apart. And you couldn't bear it? John remarked, pulling Frank aside and whispering conspiratorially. It was simply that mornings in Gryffindor tended to be a bit raucous. Hence the invitation extended to Hermione. The second year Hermione was no longer the newcomer she had been the previous year. Now, as a member of Gryffindor, she enjoyed a harmonious camaraderie with her roommates, making daily visits to the Hufflepuff table unnecessary. The group settled into their seats, with Hermione simultaneously indulging in her meal while engrossed in her reading. Frank closed the book, saying, "Let's eat first." He then handed a sausage to Hermione. Hermione glared at Frank, puffed up with indignation, and took a fierce bite of the sausage. Mornings were typically the time when owls delivered messages, even though yesterday's Daily Prophet had already reported on the incident involving the flying car. Nevertheless, Frank was curious to see if there were any further developments. For no other reason, he simply wished to indulge in some gossip. The owl brought news from afar. Frank did not open the letter, but instead focused on the Gryffindor table, particularly observing Ron. He had witnessed an owl tumble onto the table and thought to himself, "That must belong to the Weasleys. I believe I saw it when I visited their home." Before long, a thunderous voice erupted from the Gryffindor section. "You stole a car. If they expel you, I wouldn't be surprised. Just wait until I deal with you. You probably never considered how your father and I felt when we discovered the car was missing." It was Mrs. Weasley's voice, magnified 100-fold, causing the plates and spoons on the table to rattle, the echoes against the stone walls deafening. Everyone in the Great Hall turned to see who had received such a furious letter. "Last night, your father nearly died of embarrassment after receiving a letter from Dumbledore. We raised you with such care, only for you to engage in such reckless behavior. You and Harry nearly lost your lives." Harry and Ron huddled beneath the table as John nudged Frank, signaling with his eyes, "Is this what you meant by a bit noisy?" Frank nodded, astonished to hear his name mentioned in the letter. "I have heard that it was Frank who came to your rescue, first saving Harry from falling out of the car, and then protecting you in the Forbidden Forest from being devoured. You must express your heartfelt gratitude to him." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head, saying, "Well, the commotion has come to an end." He then began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. The first class was herbology, and tardiness was not an option. As several of them were about to leave, a raucous laughter erupted from the Slytherin table. "Ha ha ha, are they still mere infants? To be frightened by a howler." Frank found the sound peculiar. It was not a lilt one would expect from someone accustomed to speaking English. Turning his head, he beheld the dark-haired freshman from the previous night, who was laughing uproariously. Clad in Slytherin attire, he sported an odd, earthy yellow hat that appeared to be wrapped in cloth. An unusual odor seemed to emanate from him, creating a noticeable distance between himself and those around him, as even those seated a bit further away occasionally fanned themselves. Moreover, it appeared that he was consuming his food without the use of any utensils. Frank nudged Kate sideways. "Is this person Indian? What was his name again?" Kate shook her head. "He should be Indian, I suppose. But why does it feel so peculiar? The whole Slytherin house is laughing the loudest, and he even mocked. How could it not feel strange?" John chimed in from behind. Frank shook his head, remarking that Malfoy, being a member of the wizarding aristocracy and historically at odds with the Weasley family, would not face any reproach for his continual antagonism towards them. Strangely enough, Malfoy seemed unusually subdued today. Frank turned his gaze towards him. He was quietly seated at the table, partaking in his meal, without rising to mock Harry and Ron. John shook his head, stating that Slytherin would surely instruct him. The group made their way to the entrance of the greenhouse, where they observed Lockhart entangled in conversation with Professor Sprout. The professor was dressed in simple attire, her clothes splattered with soil, while Lockhart was immaculate from head to toe. Adorned in a flowing aquamarine robe, his gleaming golden hair topped with a well-placed aquamarine hat trimmed with gold. The onlookers exchanged disapproving glances, and Hermione, surveying Lockhart with keen interest, remarked that he exuded the air of a politician on a rural visit. Frank expressed his agreement, remarking on the folly of certain politicians who believe such antics will garner votes, only to become objects of disdain. Lockhart, observing the students arriving for class, warmly waved at his peers and, with a smile, announced, "Allow me to demonstrate how to treat a venomous tentacula." Hermione and Frank took a step back, while John exchanged astonished glances with the others, surprised at Lockhart's claim of being able to treat the dangerous plant. "Today, we shall venture into the third greenhouse," Professor Sprout declared, her demeanor noticeably irritable, a stark contrast to her usual cheerful disposition. The focus of the class swiftly shifted away from Lockhart, as last year they had only explored the first and second greenhouses, tending to relatively harmless little toys. Now in their second year, the emphasis on practical lessons was evidently set to increase. Though the students were not particularly fond of reading, they were genuinely intrigued by hands-on experiences. After all, no matter how captivating the illustrations on paper, they could not be touched. However, engaging in practical activities was an entirely different matter. Professor Sprout retrieved a large key from her belt and unlocked the door. As they entered, a rich scent of damp earth and fertilizer enveloped them, soon followed by an overwhelming burst of floral fragrance. The flowers were enormous, resembling umbrellas adorned with vibrant patterns. Their elongated petals, upon closer inspection, revealed sharp, needle-like thorns at the tips of the stamens, cascading down from the ceiling. Just as they crossed the threshold, they noticed Harry, who had been trailing behind, being intercepted by Lockhart. Frank paid no heed, merely casting a glance before stepping into the greenhouse. Hermione, on the other hand, stole several glances. Yet once the greenhouse door closed, her attention shifted away from the outside. She gently tugged at Frank's sleeve and inquired, "What do you think Lockhart wants with Harry?" Despite the trouble Harry and his companion had caused the previous night, they found themselves gracing the front page of the Daily Prophet. Hermione, gazing down at the potted plant on the table, quietly questioned Frank. Lockhart relished the limelight, particularly the headlines, and Harry's reckless driving had undoubtedly secured him a spot on the front page. It seemed likely that Lockhart assumed Harry was one of those who craved fame and sought attention through scandal. Hermione glanced at Ron before softly asking Frank again, "Then why not summon Ron? Harry is the chosen one." Frank said little more, yet those words spoke volumes. Frank surveyed the third greenhouse, where one wall was firmly occupied by an array of plants, their broad leaves nearly the size of a human torso, adorned with patterns of white stripes. At the center stood a long table, laden with an assortment of flower pots. The professor positioned himself at the head of the table and tapped on one of the pots. "Today, we shall be repotting the mandrake. Now, who can enlighten me on the characteristics of the mandrake?" Hermione immediately raised her hand to respond, earning points for Gryffindor. Frank quietly applauded beside her, and Hermione cast a cautious glance in his direction. Professor Sprout stood behind a bench in the center of the greenhouse. "All right," she said, clapping her hands together. "You all see the earmuffs on the table, correct? Please put them on your ears." The professor waved the earmuffs in her hand. "Remember, once you pull the mandrake from the pot, you must swiftly replant it into a new empty pot. Then cover it with soil immediately to soothe it." She raised her hand. "First, observe me while wearing the earmuffs, and when I extend 2 fingers, you may remove them." Everyone nodded, and the professor ensured that all had donned their earmuffs. "Now, if you can hear me, please raise your hand," she called out loudly. But all that could be seen were her lips moving, the words rendered inaudible. The professor nodded and placed her own earmuffs on. She then grasped a mandrake from the pot, one hand pressing down on the pot's rim while the other pulled forcefully. A mandrake was uprooted. The professor displayed the mandrake to everyone before placing it into another empty pot. She quickly covered it with soil and pressed down around the edges. Finally, she removed her earmuffs and extended 2 fingers. Frank observed the professor extend his finger and followed suit by removing his earphones. After surveying the room, the professor noted that everyone had done the same and nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, now I shall introduce the topic to you all." With a wave of his wand, the blackboard behind him magically illustrated the appearance of the mandrake. The mandrake resembled a diminutive figure, albeit one of particularly grotesque appearance. Leaves sprouted from its head, and its skin bore a pale green hue, speckled with irregular spots. Its face appeared contorted, with a mouth that occupied at least 2/3 of its visage. Its limbs were both slender and short, with hands that could not possibly meet at its chest. The fingers were thick at the base and tapered towards the tips, reminiscent of a plant's root system. Indeed, the mandrake was a plant. Its shrill cries echoed like an infant's wail, albeit sharper in tone. The professor tapped the blackboard with his wand, and the mandrake illustration fell silent. "Now, listen to the sound of the mandrake. This is a juvenile specimen." The professor turned to face the audience. The cries of an adult mandrake can be fatal. The magical properties within its sound cannot be nullified by spells. lest I shall refrain from playing it for you. Do you have any questions? Professor Frank raised his hand. May I inquire about the significance of repotting? To ensure optimal growth, the professor replied. Then why not use a larger pot from the outset? Frank asked. The professor regarded him thoughtfully. When you cultivate a sun tree, why do you change its location weekly? Due to the requirements of the growth environment. Frank began. Precisely, the mandrake is a living entity. If it is not repotted, it will become distressed, and such discomfort can lead to growth issues. Frank nodded. Are there any other questions? Professor Frank raised his hand again. You just mentioned that the adult mandrake is lethal. So, would recording with Muggle equipment still be fatal? I don't know, the professor replied, shaking his head. We cannot ascertain whether this sound is deadly. Then what about the juvenile? The juvenile mandrake's cry is not fatal. It merely causes temporary unconsciousness. Therefore, we can conduct experiments until it can be heard. The professor looked at Frank. However, the adult is different. It is lethal. We cannot determine whether the sound after the experiment remains deadly. You must remember, the professor scanned the students in the classroom. All experiments should be conducted with the utmost regard for the safety of life. Testing success at the cost of life is an act of murder. The students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff nodded in agreement. The professor then pointed to the mandrake on the table. Observing closely as the mandrake seedlings exhibited a green hue tinged with purple. The professor picked up a pair of earmuffs, and all the students followed suit. Now, put on the earmuffs. The professor surveyed the room, ensuring that everyone had donned their earmuffs, then gestured towards the mandrake, indicating that they could begin repotting. Frank gazed at the sapling before him, reaching out to grasp a blade of grass, then pulling it with considerable force. An exceedingly grotesque infant emerged from the soil. Initially, the sapling had been somewhat indistinct, but now Frank perceived it with utmost clarity. Not only was the sapling's appearance hideous, but as a plant, it possessed remarkably sharp teeth. Its upper and lower formations resembled those of a crocodile. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After completing his task, Frank observed his classmates still diligently struggling with their seedlings. Just as he contemplated offering assistance to others, he noticed the professor shaking his head at him. Frank nodded and took a step back to observe the actions of others. The first to withdraw was our classmate Neville, who, despite having donned his earmuffs, was utterly startled and fainted. Next came Harry and Ron. Although their performance was less than stellar, they certainly possessed great strength. After Harry extracted his plant, he struck it against the table a couple of times, causing the seedling to faint, while the repotting process proceeded in complete silence. Ron, on the other hand, provoked the seedling, which clamped down on his glove. After a vigorous tug, he imitated Harry by banging it on the table a few times, ultimately succeeding in the repotting task. Hermione, however, lacked such strength and was devoid of elegance. She simply followed the professor's instructions to repot her plant. As for John, Andrew, and Kate, they proceeded at a leisurely pace, taking their time with each step. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank discreetly kicked the person behind him, indicating that the professor was observing. Only then did the three students diligently complete the repotting of the mandrake. In due course, the students successfully finished the task. The professor, surveying the newly potted mandrakes, nodded approvingly and gestured for the students to remove their earmuffs. Let me elaborate on the appearance of mature mandrakes. He began after discussing the young plants and overseeing the repotting process. The blackboard displayed an image of the mandrake, albeit one that appeared considerably more grotesque. In comparison to the juvenile mandrakes, the adult specimens were evidently larger, with stems exhibiting a desiccated yellow hue and leaves taking on an overall purplish tint. Professor, when is the appropriate time to harvest the mature mandrakes? Frank inquired. Approximately 9 months, the professor replied, nodding at Frank. 9 months from now, just before your holiday. Harvesting mandrakes will become a crucial component of your final examination. The professor addressed all the students. I have already informed you of the examination topics. Should your performance fall short of expectations, Professor Sprout's words trailed off. But the implication was clear. Unsatisfactory results could very well lead to a year spent in the muck of remedial tasks. With the morning session concluded, Hufflepuffs were free to return to their dormitories for a respite. However, the afternoon held 2 classes of Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. The textbook for Transfiguration remained the same as last year, focusing on the transformation of buttons into beetles. Frank had already mastered this in Professor McGonagall's detention last year. Hence, this year, all students received buttons while Frank had a beetle. Frank, you may now commence practicing the transformation of living creatures into inanimate objects, Professor McGonagall stated. Proceeding to demonstrate the technique. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded. How might I comprehend these constructs, Professor? Surely, I cannot simply create whatever I desire at whim. Observe, Frank, Professor McGonagall instructed, gesturing towards the beetle upon the table. First, you must observe, then trust your intuition. But what if I rely solely on my intuition without observation? Then pray that Merlin blesses you with success each time, she replied. Professor, I fail to understand. In emergencies, I cannot always have familiar creatures at my side. Frank, this emphasizes the importance of your daily observations, McGonagall continued, pointing at the beetle. While not all beetles are identical, most share similarities. With a casual flick of her wrist, Professor McGonagall scattered a handful of buttons across Frank's desk. She then waved her wand, transforming these buttons into a variety of small animals, beetles to bees, rabbits to tigers, butterflies to eagles. These magically conjured creatures were roughly the size of a palm. As you delve deeper into understanding a specific creature, it facilitates your comprehension of others. The professor remarked, gesturing to the array of animated figurines on the table. Indeed, these small replicas exhibit movement and sound akin to their living counterparts. Frank, the more you know, the swifter your understanding of new life will be, she asserted, her gaze steady upon him. In time, you shall find that a mere glance will suffice for you to grasp the essence of an unfamiliar creature and seamlessly transform it. Frank nodded and inquired, Professor, how should I go about understanding this now? Observe and experiment, replied Professor McGonagall before turning her attention to the other students. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank idly prodded the beetle with his finger, pondering. What should I do? Surely, I cannot resort to dissecting the beetle. Frank roused himself, lamenting the interminable duration of the lecture. He had not anticipated such arduousness in the transition from a living entity to an inanimate object. Upon the lecture's conclusion, his peers were assigned essays concerning the metamorphosis of buttons into beetles. Frank, conversely, was tasked with elucidating the intricacies of transforming beetles into buttons. With a critical analysis of the challenges inherent in transmuting insects into inanimate matter, the sole advantage resided in the extended deadline, affording him until November to submit the assignment, whereas his classmates were bound by the subsequent week. Frank, I harbor great expectations for you, Professor McGonagall remarked, patting his shoulder before departing the classroom. Leaving Frank overwhelmed by the monumental task ahead, accompanied by his 3 roommates, his companions escorted him to the Great Hall, advocating sustenance as a means to stimulate cognitive function. Despite Frank's skepticism towards John's theory, he conceded to his hunger. Nay, I shall return directly to the dormitory, Frank demurred, extricating himself from their grasp. I shall partake of victuals in the kitchens en route. The Transfiguration classroom resided on the 3rd floor, while the Great Hall and the Hufflepuff common room were situated on the ground floor. Ergo, the kitchens were also located on the ground floor. As they descended, reaching the 2nd floor, a cacophony of fervent screams emanated from a nearby classroom. Hermione? John queried, turning towards Frank. Frank paused momentarily, then retrieved his wand. Let us proceed, he said, and ascertain the situation. Frank entrusted the trio to remain behind, cautioning, should I raise an alarm, promptly apprise the professors. Remember, each of you is to notify a single professor. He gestured towards them, adding, do not venture forth together, lest you be consumed in a single gulp. The 3 concealed themselves as Frank stealthily advanced and forcefully kicked open the door. Within the room, a throng of Cornish pixies swarmed. Hermione stood at the forefront, relentlessly assailing them, while Harry diligently shielded Ron. As for Ron, his wand remained unreplaced. For merely a handful of Cornish pixies, do you truly deem it necessary to shriek as though encountering Death Eaters? Frank casually swatted away a pixie that darted toward him, reassuring John and the others that everything was all right. He then closed the door and settled into his seat. Was this supposed to be the defense against the dark arts classroom? It felt more like a personal exhibition dedicated to Lockhart. The walls were adorned with countless photographs of Lockhart, and even the teacher's desk was graced with his image. Frank scrutinized the photographs with keen interest. You must admit, Lockhart not only excels at writing novels, but also possesses a remarkable sense of style. His aesthetic sensibilities undoubtedly surpass those of the majority of wizards. He pointed to one particular photograph, exclaiming, "Behold this image. Admire the attire, the backdrop." A radiant beam of light struck the wall before Frank. Hermione shouted from behind, "Not only are you unhelpful, but why are you critiquing the photographs?" To which Frank retorted, "Hermione, if you cannot triumph over these Cornish pixies, I shall begin to suspect you are an imposter. It's not that I cannot win, but rather there are simply too many." Hermione, while evading attacks, also endeavored to shield Harry and Ron. Ron was currently devoid of any offensive capabilities, and Harry had not yet mastered many spells. Frank observed the trio in their frantic efforts. "Ammobulus! Ammobulus!" Hermione chanted. Frank, seated in a chair, casually deflected several pixies that darted toward him. There were simply too many. Hermione's Ammobulus charm proved insufficient to completely freeze all the pixies. The sheer number of pixies in the room appeared to far exceed that depicted in the films. After all, a filmmaker's understanding of Harry Potter was inevitably limited. Frank snapped his fingers, causing the freeze brand to flicker and snowflakes to cascade throughout the room. The Cornish pixies were instantly immobilized, plummeting to the floor. With a wave of his hand, the frozen pixies levitated back into their cage. "Right, I'm heading back," Frank announced, rising to his feet. "Professor McGonagall's assignment is incredibly challenging. I need to grab a bite and contemplate how to approach this essay." Hermione, observing the disarray, hastily slung her backpack over her shoulder and hurried after Frank. Although I was aware that Professor Lockhart was a charlatan, I never imagined the extent of his deception. Frank scratched his head and remarked, "I told you long ago that he was a fraud. How is it that you, after class, did not flee and instead found yourself trapped inside? You are aware that Ron's wand is broken. Harry remained inside to rescue Ron. So I stayed behind to lend a hand. Your practical skills are still lacking. You could have performed significantly better." Frank gazed at Hermione, appearing utterly disheveled. Ink stains marred her clothing. Frank gently patted Hermione on the shoulder, and the stains upon her attire vanished completely. Hermione quickly glanced around and said, "Thanks. However, casting spells in the corridor is prohibited. Without my wand, it doesn't count." Frank spread his hands. "I shall return to my dormitory. Professor McGonagall's paper is exceedingly challenging. I must rest well and contemplate how to compose my own." This morning, the whispers of Lockhart's perfect performance had already circulated throughout Hogwarts. In fact, last night, as John spread jam on his bread, he regaled Frank with the latest gossip. Many students found it hard to believe, considering the remarkable feats detailed in his book. Why did they choose to believe it now? Frank held his bacon. "Kate, could you kindly pass me the cheese beside you?" Kate handed the cheese to Frank. Last night, Harry and Ron didn't have the chance to tidy up the classroom. They were caught by Filch and taken to Professor McGonagall's office for allegedly damaging the teaching equipment. Consequently, the entire second-year Gryffindor cohort went to testify at Professor McGonagall's office, overheard by passing students. Frank surveyed the hall, noticing the conspicuous absence of Lockhart. "So, our esteemed Professor Lockhart can't even grace us with his presence at breakfast?" John sighed, setting down his half-eaten bread. "I wonder what he'll be teaching us in defense against the dark arts today. I'm not holding my breath. Let's just hope it's not a complete joke." Frank shook his head. "At least the classroom environment is an improvement over last year. It's not nearly as pungent." A ripple of laughter spread among them. The memory of Quirrell's overpowering odors still fresh in their minds. Were it not for Hogwarts' unparalleled reputation within the British magical community and the sheer inconvenience of relocating, some might have considered transferring schools. While Hogwarts held considerable prestige, there were a couple of other European institutions that could rival it. Moreover, since the end of the Second World War, the global financial epicenter had shifted away from Britain, prompting many forward-thinking wizarding families to establish branches in America. The Malfoys, however, perhaps due to their smaller numbers, had yet to do so. Speaking of which, one of them remarked, "Malfoy has been unusually quiet lately." As they finished their breakfast and began their trek to the classroom, John glanced around conspiratorially. "You might not know this, but Malfoy has been different since the summer." "How so?" Frank inquired, his curiosity piqued. "He didn't show up to a single one of the gatherings organized over the holidays. I heard the Weasleys conducted a raid on dark artifacts during the summer. Could it be related to that?" "Perhaps," Frank conceded, though he didn't seem particularly concerned. After all, Malfoy's transformation was of little consequence to them. Weasley might be in a bit of a predicament, though, considering his father heads the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. And yet they possess a modified Muggle car. John shook his head. "Rumor has it that several pureblood families are seizing upon this, potentially ruining Arthur Weasley's career. Kate chimed in, nodding in agreement. Indeed, his father was chasing Malfoy during the holidays, and then at the start of term, Malfoy retaliated with a slap. The group chuckled, fully aware of the perilous situation that slap had nearly precipitated. My father wrote to me this morning, informing me that Weasley has been suspended, Kate announced, patting the letter nestled within her bag. The ministry's response had been uncharacteristically swift. More laughter erupted as they continued their conversation, soon arriving at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The room had been restored to a state of pristine cleanliness, a testament to the efficiency of magical cleaning solutions. Students trickled into the classroom, and within minutes, the bell signaled the start of the lesson. Lockhart strode confidently through the small door leading from the back of the classroom. The previous day's mishap seemed to have had no discernible effect on him. He flashed his trademark dazzling smile, revealing all 8 teeth, and beamed at the assembled students. Frank was somewhat perplexed. Had this individual erased the memory of last night's failure with a forgetting spell? Lockhart, oblivious to Frank's musings, or perhaps indifferent to anyone's thoughts, exuberantly ascended the platform and retrieved a stack of examination papers. Subsequently, he began distributing the papers, starting from the front row and passing them down one by one. By the time the papers reached Frank, he was left with the final one. Frank gazed at the examination paper while Lockhart incessantly prattled on about checking whether the holiday had been utilized for any preparatory study. The questions on the paper revolved entirely around Lockhart's personal preferences, such as his favorite foods and attire. Frank, his countenance etched with disappointment, cast a dispirited glance at the examination paper before him, before succumbing to the languor of gravity and resting his head upon the desk. A symphony of melodies began to resonate within the chambers of his mind as his right hand, with a gentle rhythm, commenced a subtle percussion upon the expanse of his left forearm. Frank was endeavoring to unwind, though a weariness had settled upon him. Not solely from a prior awareness of Lockhart's capabilities, but also from a certain ennui regarding the headmaster's preferential treatment of Harry. Despairing, truly. What erudition could he possibly impart to Harry? Perhaps the art of composition? Frank leaned on the table for a moment, then suddenly straightened up. Professor, I am not feeling well. I would like to visit the infirmary. Everyone was taken aback, while Lockhart continued to stroll ahead, observing how the students were progressing with their writing. Frank's tone startled Lockhart. Taken aback, Lockhart inquired with concern, "Are you unwell? Do you require assistance?" My apologies, Professor. It's merely a minor ailment. I shall proceed to the infirmary. Frank forestalled Lockhart's solicitude. After all, this was merely Lockhart's persona, not his inherent capability. Perhaps, were Lockhart elucidating the craft of novel writing, Frank would attentively listen. However, what does he truly cherish? Perhaps it's best left unsaid. Frank shook his head, seemingly intending to appear more feeble. Lockhart paid no heed, swiftly scribbling a note and passing it to Frank. Go quickly check. Though I am capable of healing as well, I cannot usurp Madame Pomfrey's role. After all, Frank disregarded Lockhart's subsequent words, seized the note, and promptly departed. Upon exiting the classroom, Frank proceeded directly towards the headmaster's office. Sherbet lemon? He mused, appreciative of the unchanged password. The statues guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office parted, and Frank ascended the spiraling staircase. He entered without knocking, presuming the headmaster was already aware of his arrival. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were engrossed in a discussion. Upon noticing Frank's entrance, Professor McGonagall inquired with surprise, "Frank? You ought to be in class. What brings you here?" Dismissing Professor McGonagall's query, Frank strode purposefully to Dumbledore's desk. "Headmaster," he began, "how much longer do you intend to keep this incompetent here?" Dumbledore responded with a hint of resignation, "Frank, you must understand. There are precious few who are willing to assume the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. He is, regrettably, the most qualified we could find. After all," Frank interjected, "after all, he can instruct your protege, Harry, to abstain from the allure of fame and attention." Dumbledore was taken aback that Frank was privy to his rationale for employing Lockhart. Having such an inept individual as a professor diminishes the quality and standard of education at Hogwarts. "Headmaster, you must consider all the students." Dumbledore remained silent. "Do not fret. Harry's renown stems solely from his defeat of Voldemort. However, we are fully aware of the circumstances surrounding that event. The fame is not inherently his." Frank continued, "Alas, few are aware of this truth. Harry must comprehend the perils of fame, so that he may remain steadfast after vanquishing Voldemort." "So, you sacrifice the normal education of all students?" "Frank, at the very least, the material in the books is accurate." Frank remained silent, merely shaking his head. "I apologize, Headmaster, Professor McGonagall. I must take my leave. Time passed swiftly, and the first week of the new term had come to a close. As in previous years, Hufflepuff's final lesson on Friday was potions. Frank, please stay behind after class. Snape had deliberately requested Frank to remain. Professor, is there something amiss? Tomorrow, do you remember? Of course, Professor. Frank nodded, recalling their arrangement to deal with the basilisk on Saturday. Snape nodded in return. 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, come to my office. With that, he made his way to the door. Do remember to tidy up the classroom. All right. Before long, the afternoon of the following day arrived, and Frank led Harry to Professor Snape's office. Harry, did Professor McGonagall mention anything to you? Standing before Snape's door, Frank suddenly realized he had yet to inquire whether Harry was willing to join. She did, Harry nodded. But what can I contribute? Harry queried, perplexed. Professor McGonagall mentioned that she, along with Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick, would be attending. What role can I possibly play? Frank knocked on the door, which opened automatically. He took Harry by the hand and led him inside. Several professors were already awaiting their arrival in the office. Frank and Harry greeted the 3 professors. Now that everyone has arrived, Frank announced, facing the professors and Harry, let me outline our plan. It's quite straightforward. We open the chamber, and we slay the basilisk. Harry's Parseltongue is the key to opening the chamber. Harry will use Parseltongue to unlock the entrance and summon the basilisk, then depart. We will then proceed to restrain the creature, after which I will dispatch it with my bell. The 3 professors offered no objections. After all, it was merely a basilisk. Were it not for the desire to preserve the integrity of the corpse, the 3 professors themselves, accompanied by Harry, could readily resolve the matter. Similarly, Frank mused that, were it not for the constraints of being within the school, he too could easily deal with a basilisk, with Harry in tow. Frank contemplated for a moment. It appears that Harry is indeed the most significant. The professors held no objections, nor did Frank or Harry. The group proceeded directly towards Moaning Myrtle's restroom. 50 years prior, when Myrtle was a student at Hogwarts and Ravenclaw House, she met her demise at the hands of the basilisk within the Chamber of Secrets. The reason she sought refuge in the restroom was due to being bullied, illustrating that the issue of campus bullying is pervasive. The combination of 3 professors and 2 students is rather uncommon within the halls of the school, and soon, curious students began to peek and observe them quietly. However, Professor Snape merely let out a soft grunt. The entire corridor fell into a profound silence. Ignoring the stares, they swiftly made their way to the restroom. Frank, where's the entrance? Professor McGonagall inquired, gazing at the long-abandoned lavatory. Before Frank could speak, a resounding splash echoed from one of the lavatory stalls. Several professors immediately drew their wands, and Harry hastily followed suit. A spectral figure emerged through the wall opposite them. Myrtle, was that you making the noise just now? Professor Flitwick inquired, repocketing his wand as he addressed the former Ravenclaw student. With the 3 professors standing before her, Myrtle appeared slightly apprehensive. Yes, I was merely playing in the water, she replied, hovering in place. Are there any other individuals or life forms present? Frank continued, erring on the side of caution. Myrtle shook her head. Are you planning to expel me from here? She questioned. Certainly not, Professor McGonagall responded, shaking her head. Myrtle, I must implore you to keep watch. No one is permitted to enter this lavatory today, Frank instructed. Myrtle glanced at Professor McGonagall, who nodded in affirmation. Myrtle then nodded in agreement and drifted towards the entrance of the lavatory. Frank approached the sink, reaching out to touch each faucet, searching for one adorned with a carving of a small snake. At last, his fingers grazed upon the intricate sculpture. He beckoned Harry over. Harry, he instructed, addressing the faucet. Speak to it, command it to open. Harry cast a puzzled glance at Frank before directing his voice towards the faucet, uttering the word open. To their dismay, there was no response. Frank gently patted Harry's shoulder, advising, do not use English, employ Parseltongue. Harry struggled momentarily, yet his words remained in English. Frank shook his head and transformed the nearby faucet into a small serpent. The metamorphosis from inanimate to animate was remarkably effortless. The newly conjured serpent coiled around it, and Frank patted Harry's shoulder, urging him, quick, it's your turn. A peculiar hissing sound emanated from his lips. Instantly, the faucet emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the sink began to stir. They watched as the sink gradually vanished from sight, revealing an extraordinarily thick pipe through which a person could easily crawl. Frank patted Harry on the back and said, you stay at the rear. Snape coldly remarked from the side, having a burden following us is of no use, and we would have to divert our attention to protect him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank stood at the back, shaking his head. The arrogant has already exited the environment, Professor. One by one, several professors leaped into the pipe. And just as Harry prepared to follow, Frank grasped him firmly. I shall go first, then you may descend. With that, Frank jumped into the water pipe. The star-shaped light began to rotate, and a luminous orb floated before Frank's head. It felt as though he were racing down a dark, viscous, interminable slide. He could see numerous pipes branching out in all directions, yet none as wide as this one. Their pipe twisted and turned, steeply descending. Frank realized he had plunged deep beneath the school, perhaps even deeper than the bottom of the Black Lake. He could hear Harry trailing behind him, producing faint sounds of collision at the bends. After an indeterminate passage of time, the water pipe finally began to level out. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank felt as though his entire body was enshrouded in muck, sticky and filthy. The sludge emitted a repugnant odor. Frank disgustedly shook his hand. And the cleansing spell began to render him immaculate. Although he was now clean, Frank still felt a lingering sense of filth upon him. I must take a shower as soon as I return, he remarked. Upon noticing that Harry was still covered in mud, Frank inquired, Why aren't you using the cleansing spell? I can't, Harry replied, his gaze lowered. Frank was taken aback, surprised that Harry had yet to master the cleaning charm. He gestured towards Harry, and the charm swiftly removed the mud from him. The professors remained silent, merely observing the two as they completed this task. Let us proceed, Professor McGonagall remarked, nodding at the two as they tidied themselves. The group made a brief adjustment at the entrance of the tunnel before continuing along the path. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness, and even with the aid of magic, the way ahead remained obscured. They stumbled forward, the ground littered with bones. Professor McGonagall crouched down, examining the surface closely. It was merely the remains of various animals. Professor Flitwick breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest. That was a close call. I was genuinely concerned there might be a student present. Professor Frank inquired with a puzzled expression. Doesn't the school maintain a registry? Surely a missing student would be readily apparent. Frank, in times past, the contention between purebloods and mixed bloods was quite fierce, Professor McGonagall sighed. The present-day rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin is an extension of that pureblood versus mixed blood conflict. Professor Flitwick added. The group proceeded in silence for a time. Abruptly, the professors halted. Professor McGonagall swiftly drew Frank and Harry behind her, while Professors Snape and Flitwick brandished their wands, pointing them forward. Harry gazed up and stood transfixed. An enormous figure was coiled before them, lying motionless and nearly obstructing the tunnel, save for a narrow passage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed at Professor Snape, astonished by the unexpected expression of delight that adorned the professor's face. Frank shook his head, observing Professor Snape as he carefully diminished and stored the snake's shed skin. The group continued onward, traversing the winding tunnel. Frank inadvertently turned his head and noticed Harry's hand trembling. They hurried along, eager to reach the end of the passageway. At last, they cautiously rounded another bend, only to discover a formidable wall ahead, adorned with two serpents entwined around one another, their eyes set with large, gleaming emeralds. The group approached the wall step by step, captivated by the lifelike carvings of the snakes. This time, there was no need to conjure a serpent to assist Harry in speaking Parseltongue. The intricately sculpted snakes sufficed. Harry found himself drawn to the stone wall, as if compelled by an unseen force. Open, he uttered in a low, husky hiss. The two serpents parted, and the stone wall cracked open down the middle, slowly sliding apart and vanishing. The professors exchanged glances before stepping through the opening. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank raised his wand high, and the luminous sphere generated by the light star charm ascended to the ceiling. It then fragmented, illuminating the room with a radiant sphere nearly every 2 steps. The entire chamber became resplendent and visibility sharpened. The expanse of the room was immense, comparable to 2 Hufflepuff common rooms. Surrounding it were numerous stone pillars intricately carved with entwining serpents, soaring to support the ceiling that seemed to dissolve into the heights above. The serpent carvings were diverse, and as Frank reached out to touch them, he noticed they were still slightly damp. A smooth marble pathway stretched across the floor, leading directly from the entrance to the innermost part of the room. As the group advanced along the path, a colossal statue materialized before them. It bore the visage of an elderly, simian face, adorned with a sparse, lengthy beard that nearly trailed down to the hem of the stone-carved wizard's robe, while 2 large, ashen feet rested upon the smooth floor of the chamber. Frank gazed at the statue before him, noticing the green, shimmering scales adorning its beard. He gestured with his hand, and the scales flew towards him. This must be the origin of the serpent creature. Frank presented the scales to several professors. Professor McGonagall nodded and beckoned, "Harry, come here." Harry approached, and Professor McGonagall pointed at the statue, instructing, "Speak to it," in Parseltongue. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank proposed a suggestion, recalling that in a past life, he seemed to have praised Salazar Slytherin, only to have his mouth open and utter a basilisk. However, upon closer inspection, he had never truly paid attention to that statement. Harry nodded, continuously extolling praises towards the statue. Harry, Frank gently patted Harry's shoulder, "Speak in Parseltongue." Harry nodded, as his words transitioned from English interspersed with Parseltongue to entirely in the serpent language. Time passed steadily, and Frank glanced at his watch. They had set off at 3 in the afternoon, and it was now 5 o'clock. They had not wasted much time on the road. Rather, it was in front of this door that they had squandered a considerable amount of time. Frank paced beside them, his agitation palpable. "What exactly does this phrase mean?" he inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Harry, equally parched and slightly hoarse, echoed his concerns. "Should we not simply blow it open?" Frank pressed, frustration evident in his tone. "How long must we wait?" The professors pondered Frank's suggestion, recognizing the gravity of their predicament. If they could not decipher this phrase, the door might remain forever sealed. Yet, the risk of detonating it loomed large. How can we ensure that such an explosion does not lead to the collapse of this chamber? Professor Snape interjected, his voice laced with caution. "Should we shatter the statue, the basilisk would emerge," Professor McGonagall cautioned. "In the ensuing chaos, we may lack the capacity to safeguard the chamber's integrity." "I can take charge of protecting the chamber," Frank declared, directing his wand towards the ground. Instantly, the earth began to quiver, and the power of the Earth Star sigil surged forth within Hogwarts. Massive stone pillars ascended, propping the ceiling as they branched out like sprawling limbs of ancient trees. In the blink of an eye, the chamber's ceiling was fortified, resembling a newly laid stone slab. The professors observed this remarkable transformation, casting glances at Frank. "In that case, let us proceed to shatter the statue," McGonagall asserted, her decisiveness unwavering. Her earlier hesitance stemmed from concerns over the potential repercussions of a collapse. Now, with protective measures in place, there was no reason to delay further. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank cast a glance at Harry, expressing his frustration. "I too am quite incensed. A wretched serpent has consumed so much of my time. You should leave now." Harry shook his head defiantly. "I wish to stay with you." Professor McGonagall interjected, "Harry, you must exit first. This is not a matter for you to engage in." The hissing grew ever closer, and as Harry attempted to voice his concerns, Professor Snape waved his wand, sending Harry flying out of the chamber. Professor McGonagall was about to utter a word when Frank caught sight of a flash of green before him. "It has emerged." The hissing sound erupted from the mouth of the statue. Harry shouted from behind, "It is furious." It threatens to annihilate us all. Frank waved his wand, and snowflakes began to cascade from the rooftop. The power of the Frost Star card shimmered in his mind. Surely the basilisk requires hibernation as well, Professor Snape, he mused. Reptiles necessitate winter slumber. Professor Snape acknowledged Frank's inquiry. He reached out to catch a snowflake, stating, "We ought to step outside now and await its winter dormancy." Professors McGonagall and Flitwick nodded in agreement. If there existed a means to secure victory without engaging in combat, why not seize it? The energy of the Earth Star card surged forth. And soon, a stone wall materialized before the basilisk. This wall did not extend to the ceiling, but stood merely half its height, preventing the creature from retreating back into the statue, thus denying it the advantage of its lair. The basilisk, flicking its tongue, continued to writhe outward. With a mere swish of its tail, the stone wall was shattered. At that moment, the others had already exited, and the sudden appearance of the stone column within the chamber seemed to momentarily bewilder the basilisk. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank did not gaze directly at the serpent creature, but rather chose a random direction outside the chamber. The virtue of this bow lay in the precision of its aim. The arrow would naturally strike its target. The arrow, radiating a white luminescence, swiftly circled the area before hurtling towards the chamber. Although it was an arrow aimed directly at the soul, it produced a tremendous sound upon impact. The power of the Mirror Star card manifested before him. The serpent's tail continued to writhe, and its voice echoed with fierce hisses. Apologies. I failed to consider that the serpent's hide could withstand magic. Frank glanced at the bow in his hands. No matter how the magical arrow aimed at the soul, it still needed to penetrate the skin to take effect. The three professors exchanged glances and nodded in unison. You must leave immediately. We shall handle the rest. Frank shook his head as several professors were on the verge of speaking. The power of the fog star began to manifest, and the chamber was swiftly engulfed in thick mist. Then, as if compressed, the fog coiled around the serpent monster. The dense layers of mist intertwined, wrapping the creature as securely as fabric. Frank shrugged. The basilisk's eyes were essentially rendered useless at this point, yet there was no cause for alarm. The Earth Star card generated an abundance of soil within the chamber, enveloping the creature's body in a firm embrace. The basilisk was now devoid of any trace of green, resembling nothing more than a muddy loach writhing upon the ground. Its belly could not make contact with the floor, rendering it immobile. The dual layers of fog and soil rendered its eyes ineffective as well. The three professors exchanged glances between the basilisk and Frank. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed at the serpent's mouth before him, which remained firmly shut, save for the occasional flicker of its forked tongue. The basilisk, now devoid of struggle, lay quietly in its confinement, perhaps rendered motionless by the complete bindings that held it captive. Harry, come and make it open its mouth. Frank beckoned, glancing at him before gesturing for Harry to approach. Use parcel tongue to command it. Harry looked from Frank to the professors and then emitted a hissing sound. Yet, the basilisk did not respond. It merely began to writhe. The sudden movement startled several onlookers. Still daring to resist? You possess quite the courage, Frank chuckled. The power of the lightning star brand surged in his grasp, and soon, two colossal hands of electricity formed, firmly gripping the creature's head. The violent shocks caused the basilisk to thrash uncontrollably, its fierce struggles even dislodging some of the earth from its tail. Frank remained unfazed as the lightning surged through the gaps in the serpent monster's maw like a cascading stream. The creature thrashed about with increasing ferocity, yet to no avail. The colossal hand conjured by the electricity had already penetrated its mouth, forcefully prying it open. In excruciating agony, the serpent monster gaped wide. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank glanced at Harry and asked, where is the cruelty in this? You. Harry, I am a proponent of human supremacy. This serpent is of great utility to us. Thus I strive to preserve its integrity. However, there is no however. If we do not eliminate it, what about those who may perish because of its existence? It has taken lives, you know. The prefect in the washroom was slain by the basilisk. You are unaware, yet do you know that its previous master was Voldemort? The three professors suddenly shivered in unison. Frank, they admonished in unison. Very well, professors. Do you have any idea how many lives a vigilant basilisk can extinguish when caught off guard? Harry, you still remain oblivious. And yet you stand here, condemning me for being cruel? Frank let out a cold laugh. Why did you not accuse me of cruelty when I burned those spiders to death? I did so because those spiders were intent on killing you, capable of doing so. However, this serpent did not pose such a threat. So now you stand upon your moral high ground to reproach me, showcasing your empathy? Frank continued to press Harry. I must make this explicitly clear, Harry. Frank pointed at him. I care not for your title as a savior. I am well aware of how you came to be one. What I did was to protect wizards, to safeguard humanity. In my vision of the future, there is no place for non-humans, or rather, for any beings that oppose humanity. Frank scrutinized Harry from head to toe. Therefore, temper your empathy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Frank flew to the entrance, the Earth Star emblem began to transform. The mouth of the statue and the ground started to form a staircase. Several professors exchanged glances, then ascended the stairs. Professor McGonagall glanced at Harry and patted his shoulder, saying, You may wait for us here, or I can escort you back. No need, Professor. Harry shook his head. Perhaps there are areas inside that require Parseltongue. Professor McGonagall regarded Harry thoughtfully, saying, Do not feel compelled. Harry remained silent, simply observing Professor McGonagall. She nodded and led Harry up the staircase, entering the mouth of the statue. Professor Freeby hastily advanced ahead, striding before Frank. We, the professors, remain present. There is no need for a mere child to lead the way. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, and a whirlwind swept through the chamber, clearing the accumulated sludge to one side. The light from the Lumos charm flickered, illuminating the vast stone room. At last, the space became discernible. The piled-up muck exuded a foul odor, revealing strange purple reflections in the glow. The entire chamber was crafted from marble, with a passageway to the left that had been obstructed. With a flourish of his wand, Frank directed the blocking sludge to coalesce. Water flowed through the passage, cascading from the chamber to the outside. Could this possibly be a lavatory? Frank remarked, observing the water flow, which likely carried the remnants of the basilisk's digestion. The professors followed the current, discovering a pipe elevated above the ground through which a torrent of water surged into the subterranean conduit. The basilisk drinks from this spot, Frank pointed towards the entrance, and then expels waste from there. Professor McGonagall nodded thoughtfully. It is plausible. Let us continue our search for other passages. The walls, perpetually shrouded in sludge and stench, appeared dark and indistinct. Although the professors had recently cleared the floor, visibility remained limited. As they cleaned the walls, they also sought any additional exits. At long last, as they neared the completion of their task, a door materialized before them. Professor Flitwick directed his wand towards the wall. It appears there is a door here. The group quickly gathered to inspect the door discovered by Professor Flitwick. Within the stone chamber, the door seemed quite diminutive, barely accommodating the passage of an average-sized individual. Yet, in comparison to a basilisk, it was scarcely more than the height of a flicking tongue. The professors exchanged glances, and with wand in hand, Professor McGonagall took the initiative to open the door and stepped inside. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank brushed his fingers across the table, noting its pristine surface devoid of dust. Professor, this room must surely be maintained by someone, he remarked, raising his hand to draw the attention of several professors. It's immaculate. Shall we summon a house elf to inquire further? Professor McGonagall nodded and called out Jimmy. With a sudden pop, a house elf appeared before them, immediately bowing deeply, its large head striking the ground. Professor McGonagall, do you require my assistance? Look at this room. Bring forth the house elf responsible for its upkeep, she instructed. Jimmy glanced upward and promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, An exceptionally elderly house elf arrived alongside Jimmy. Both house elves bowed simultaneously, greeting, "Good day, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape, Mr. Delacour, and Mr. Potter." Harry was utterly astonished. During his year at the school, he had yet to encounter the house elves, although he was aware of one that had persistently hindered him. Professor McGonagall pointed to the room and asked, "Were you the one who cleaned this space?" The venerable house elf kept its gaze downward, replying, "Yes, Professor McGonagall. I am Lala. This is my domain of cleaning. Who instructed you to clean it?" McGonagall continued her inquiry. "It has always been us," Lala replied, still bowed, "including the snake outside. We have been feeding it. We were simply too frightened to tend to that area." Upon finishing, Lala knelt and began to bow repeatedly, causing her head to bleed after several strikes against the ground. "Enough," Professor McGonagall interjected. "Stand up. I merely require the name of the one who directed your cleaning." Lala rose, stating, "It has always been us since Madame Hufflepuff permitted us entry into the school." The professors exchanged glances, and McGonagall cleared her throat. "Very well. You may go clean the outside as well, then return." Lala and Jimmy nodded eagerly before vanishing from sight. It seemed likely that the orders came directly from Slytherin himself. McGonagall surveyed the room, recognizing that only the commands of the four founders could have persisted through time. The professors and Frank began to examine the room to ensure no hazardous items remained. After a brief search, Frank discovered a concealed door along the adjacent wall. "Professor, there is another room here. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Frank shook his head and inquired, "Professor, what is this character?" Professor McGonagall approached and cautioned, "Do not casually peruse these tomes. They may contain dark magic of which we are unaware." She then glanced at the text on the page and remarked, "This appears to be written in Anglo-Saxon, a language that has largely fallen into obscurity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Frank waved his hand and said, "Professor, I have a solution." "Oh? Will you share some of the final potion with me?" Professor McGonagall patted Frank's head and replied, "It was always intended for you. Do you think we allow students to venture into danger merely for the sake of adventure?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank handed the hilt of the sword to Professor Snape, saying, "It's all right. I have already given you permission to use it. Once you finish cutting, just inform the sword, and it will return automatically." Professor Snape cast a curious glance at Frank before accepting the sword. It felt heavy in his hands, nearly causing him to drop it to the floor, but then it transformed into a remarkably light object. Professor Snape took hold of the sword and swung it slightly, affirming, "Very well." At that moment, Professor McGonagall interjected, "Now that you two have concluded, let us return to inform Albus." Upon returning from the chamber, Frank collapsed onto his bed. "I have no appetite. Today has been simply dreadful," he remarked, waving his hand at John and the others. "You all go ahead and eat. I shall take a shower." After clumsily rising from the bed, Frank sniffed at his arm. "Ah, I feel as though I have been marinated." Revitalized, Frank dashed towards the bathroom to commence his evening soak. Closing his eyes, he savored the sensation of the warm water enveloping him. "Ah, bliss," he sighed, stretching languidly. His mind wandered back to the last page of the book he had seen in the study. Professor McGonagall's expression had been rather grave. What could that page have contained? After pondering for a moment, Frank inhaled deeply and submerged himself beneath the water. Bubbles ascended one after another, bursting at the surface. He stood up abruptly, declaring, "Enough of that. Love is what it is." After all, it was beyond his comprehension. Subsequently, Frank reclined against the bathtub, losing track of time. Perhaps he ought to be grateful to Hogwarts. No matter when one turned on the tap, it always yielded warm water. Frank snapped his fingers, and with a resounding pop, a house elf materialized before him. "At your service, Master Duel," said the elf. I require you to compose a letter to my father, requesting relevant books and dictionaries pertaining to Anglo-Saxon language. Once completed, kindly place it upon my desk. Although Dobby was a house elf from Hogwarts and unable to deliver letters home, surely crafting one would pose no problem, would it? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank was taken aback and hurriedly urged Molly to rise. It was imperative to prevent any further rumors about the bathroom from circulating within the dormitory. Molly stood up, yet he continued to weep uncontrollably. All right. It was my ignorance that led to this misunderstanding, Frank interjected, halting Bali's self-destructive tendencies. He then encouraged him to return to his own pursuits. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank emerged from the bathtub, a towel effortlessly drying his body. As he approached the door, his clothes magically donned themselves. The convenience of magic. At any moment, far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Frank pushed open the bathroom door, took a seat, and began to write a letter. Dear Father, in light of my personal studies, I find myself in need of certain books pertaining to Anglo-Saxon language. I would greatly appreciate it if you could locate them and place them in my room at Hogsmeade, as I shall retrieve them myself. Additionally, please take care of your health at home. Should illness arise, seek medical attention promptly, or provide me with the doctor's report. The methods of healing in the magical world may indeed be more extraordinary than those in the ordinary realm. Yours sincerely, your son. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank stretched lazily beneath his covers, squinting at the time. With great effort, he sat up. It was 9:30 in the morning. He rose from his bed and proceeded to freshen up. As he made his way to the bathroom, he called out, "Please bring me some bread and jam to place on my desk." By the time he finished grooming, breakfast had already been set upon the table. After his meal, Frank found himself fully awake. It had only been a mere week, in fact. Even if one were to count from the moment he boarded the Hogwarts Express, it had scarcely been a week. Today was merely Sunday. And yet Frank felt as though an entire academic year had already passed. Frank leaned back in his chair. In the original narrative, the spider had already claimed 2 victims, and the basilisk had been dealt with. Only Lockhart remained, likely to be sent by the headmaster to the courtroom at the end of the academic year to face public judgment for his misdeeds. Frank let out a long sigh. This year, he could experience a perfect academic year just like an ordinary student. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank leaned back in his chair, one hand cradling a cup of coffee while the other swayed gracefully to the melody. What's the matter, John? As Frank lowered his hand, the music came to an automatic halt. Nothing, Hermione is outside. John too found a chair to lean against, a cup of coffee now resting within reach. Ever since he learned about Bali, this had become John's favorite morning ritual. Frank rose to his feet, and his attire seamlessly transformed into a more suitable ensemble for outdoor activities. As the dormitory door swung open, a coat gracefully draped itself over Frank's arm. I shall take my leave now, he remarked, waving his hand. Please ensure the piano continues, John. John, also touched by the morning sun, spoke with a hint of languor in his voice. As Frank stepped outside, the dormitory door closed behind him, and the piano once again filled the air with its melodious sound. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank smiled, taking Hermione's hand as they ventured out of the castle, heading towards the Black Lake. With each step they took, the power of flowers began to manifest, vibrant tulips blossoming at their feet, creating a floral pathway that stretched from the castle gates to the lakeside. Hermione appeared to be experiencing an allergic reaction, Her breathing slightly labored, and she felt a sense of disorientation. It was not until they settled onto a swing, entirely crafted from blossoms, that she was jolted back to reality. Time seemed to have flown by unnoticed, the sun now perched directly overhead. After all, the joy of their hearts allowed them to forget their fatigue and the passage of time. It was only when their stomachs began to rumble that they realized it was time for lunch. As they returned to the castle and entered the great hall, a wave of applause erupted around them. Puzzled, they glanced around, noticing more and more people clapping as they recognized Frank and Hermione. The hall was filled with a cacophony of enthusiastic applause and whistles. George and Fred quickly approached, playfully reenacting the scene of Frank and Hermione swinging from earlier that morning. Frank was utterly astonished. Was the speed at which this gossip spread not a bit too rapid? While one might hope for swiftness when indulging in juicy tidbits, one would certainly prefer a slower pace when finding oneself the subject of such intrigue. To make matters more surprising, George even presented Fred with a bouquet of freshly picked tulips from the castle entrance. Hermione's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly exited the hall. Frank, possessing a rather thick skin, stood at the entrance of the auditorium and performed an extravagant gesture of hand upon heart. He then hastily rushed to pursue Hermione, prompting a wave of laughter to resonate within the hall. Frank quickly caught up with Hermione, and they walked briskly side by side for a while. In a certain corridor, they exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. As the top student in his year, what kind of image does Frank present before all the other students? On the very first day of school, he outshone Harry Potter and seized the sword of Gryffindor. Subsequently, he consistently earned points in every class, even in the potions class, which instilled fear in all the students. He rarely lost points. In fact, if it were not for the distractions of those beside him, he would have never incurred any deductions. He even vanquished a troll and engaged in a fierce duel with Quirrell, who was merely known to the students as a dark wizard. Although he shared the same score as Harry Potter in last year's defense of the Philosopher's Stone, he, a Hufflepuff, wielded the sword of Gryffindor and stood as the highest achiever in his year, resembling a Ravenclaw in academic prowess. Despite being the most affable Hufflepuff, Frank surprisingly had few friends within the house. Apart from a few classmates from his dormitory, he seldom socialized with others in the common room. Although he formed a club, it included only his roommates and 2 Gryffindor students. Undoubtedly, while he may not surpass the readers in age, his striking beauty undeniably eclipses that of Hogwarts. No one anticipated that Frank would engage in such antics. From the castle entrance to the Black Lake, nearly the entire grounds transformed into a sea of tulips. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank glanced at Hermione and asked, "Shall we share a lunch together?" Hermione shook her head and replied, "I'm not inclined to go to the Great Hall right now." "All right, let us find another place," he suggested. Frank held on to Hermione tightly, urging her not to let go. The power of the star card began to manifest in a radiant shimmer. In an instant, the two found themselves within a cozy abode in Hogsmeade. While Hogwarts forbade apparition, it did not explicitly prohibit the use of Clow Cards. As one of Clow's heirs, it was only natural for the star card to circumvent Hogwarts' restrictions on apparition. After all, house elves and phoenixes could apparate within the confines of Hogwarts. Surely, Clow's magic could not be inferior to these two. This was hardly a comedic tale. Hermione, astonished by the sudden change in scenery, gasped in disbelief and hurried to the window. She beheld the bustling streets of Hogsmeade, with the distant spires of Hogwarts Castle piercing the sky. Glancing back and forth between the view outside and Frank, she inquired, "How did you accomplish this?" "Magic." "A wondrous force," Frank replied with a shrug and a casual gesture. Hermione gazed at Frank in silence, captivated by his presence. Frank chuckled softly, pondering how to articulate his thoughts on the art of Kuro magic. Even he was at a loss. Hermione sighed, "Well, everyone harbors their own secrets." She then turned her gaze back to the window, contemplating, "Is it truly wise for us to leave the school like this? I mean, wouldn't the professors have any objections?" She continued, "So we're merely coming over for lunch, and I shall personally prepare a meal for you." "Oh, you can cook?" Hermione exclaimed in surprise, bouncing away from the window. "It's not just some simple steak, is it?" "I can whip up some Chinese dishes," Frank replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "though I must admit, my pantry is rather sparse at the moment. All I have are tomatoes and eggs." Frank gazed at Hermione and asked, "Shall we have some noodles? There is nothing else at home." Hermione nodded in agreement, and Frank led her to the study. "You may browse through some books here while I fetch a few ingredients from home." Standing in the study, Hermione surveyed the books on the shelves and responded with a nonchalant hum without turning her head. Frank shrugged helplessly and turned to head to the attic's hidden cupboard to retrieve some groceries. The house was empty, and he swiftly returned with vegetables and noodles in hand. Frank entered the kitchen, and soon a bowl of tomato and egg noodles was prepared. He placed the noodles on the dining table, calling out, "Hermione, dinner is ready." However, no sound emerged from the study. With a sigh of resignation, Frank shook his head. "Hermione, why is the headmaster here?" In the study sat not only Hermione but also Professor Dumbledore. The headmaster glanced at Frank and smiled, saying, "I have yet to encounter anyone who can leave Hogwarts directly. Aside from my phoenix. Naturally, I had to come and see for myself. Indeed, you have a firm grasp on the school. It hasn't been long. And yet you have already located this place." Frank led the two individuals toward the dining hall. "Principal, would you care to join us for a bite?" Dumbledore glanced at the bowl of noodles on the table and inhaled deeply. "Very well, I shall partake as an uninvited guest." The principal chuckled. "How could you possibly consider yourself an unwelcome visitor?" Frank turned back to fetch another bowl of noodles, relieved that there was still a generous portion of the tomato and egg dish left. Initially, he had feared there would not be enough. Balancing his bowl, Frank approached once more. With a touch of magic, boiling a bowl of noodles was indeed a swift endeavor. The three shared a comfortable silence as they began their lunch. The noodles were few, and soon enough, they were entirely consumed. Frank gazed at the principal and Hermione, inquiring, "How does it taste?" "It tastes delightful," Principal Frank replied, wiping his mouth. "I never anticipated you possessed such skills. Perhaps you practiced frequently in a past life, which is why you still remember." Frank offered a wry smile in response. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shook his head slightly, saying, "I'm all right. I can only manage the simplest of tasks. I still have a fondness for Chinese cuisine." The principal nodded in response. "I had intended to inquire about your return to this place. However, I shall refrain, for everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not?" Frank had yet to utter a word when Hermione promptly nodded beside him, assuring, "Rest assured, Headmaster, there will be no next time." Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "Oh, it is quite all right. I shall take my leave now." Rising from his seat, the headmaster approached the door, adding, "Do remember to return early this afternoon. There is a curfew in the evening." Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly turned to Frank and said, "Do come by my office tomorrow evening regarding a few matters pertaining to the summer." "Certainly, Headmaster," Frank replied. Once Dumbledore had exited, a profound silence enveloped the two. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank shrugged, remaining silent as he waved his hand. A magical radio began to play. Subsequently, Frank reclined lazily on the sofa. Thus commenced a leisurely afternoon. When he awoke once more, the clock approached 6 in the evening. Frank rose from the sofa and approached the window. At that moment, the setting sun hovered over the hills opposite Hogsmeade, casting a crimson hue across the lower half of the sky. The satin-like red spread gracefully through the heavens. As it descended slowly, it appeared to gather strength, as if preparing to shatter the earth beneath. Summer had yet to come to its conclusion, and the sun, caught between clouds and mist, seemed to linger in a state of confusion. In the instant the sun touched the hills, it appeared to suddenly wither, transforming into a blinding ruby, reminiscent of fresh blood. Frank suddenly had an epiphany and dashed to the study. Hermione was still engrossed in her book, having spent the entire afternoon in that spot. Hearing Frank's hurried footsteps, she curiously set down her book and looked at him. Just as she was about to speak, Frank abruptly seized Hermione and urged, "Do not utter a word. Follow me." Completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Hermione ran after Frank. The two swiftly ascended to the attic, where Frank flung open the window. The sun's warm crimson hue had not yet fully vanished beyond the hills, but the sky was gradually transforming into a shade of purple. As the red light faded completely, the night enveloped the land, with stars twinkling sparsely in the vast expanse. Frank gazed at the sky and murmured, "Night has fallen." The two fell into a silence, broken only by the gentle rustle of the evening breeze against their garments. "It is time to return," Hermione nodded, taking hold of Frank's hand. Soon, they found themselves at the entrance of the castle. After surveying their surroundings, they hurried back to their dormitory. "Headmaster, I have arrived," Frank announced as he entered the headmaster's office after dinner. Dumbledore was engrossed in some documents and merely gestured for Frank to take a seat upon noticing his arrival. There is a letter beside you. Do take a look. Frank picked up the letter, signed by Cornelius Fudge. Upon flipping it over to read its contents, he discovered it pertained to the trial of Peter Pettigrew, inquiring whether Headmaster Dumbledore would attend. Headmaster, as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards and chief warlock of Wisingamot, do you not deem it necessary to attend this trial? Dumbledore set down his quill, stating, Cornelius is inquiring about my intentions. I do not comprehend, Headmaster, Frank replied, somewhat perplexed. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't it suffice to release Black and confine Pettigrew to Azkaban? Or perhaps deliver him directly to a Dementor's kiss? Peter Pettigrew held little significance for Cornelius. His primary concern lay in whether this matter would jeopardize his position as minister. He could easily assert that this issue stemmed from his predecessor, claiming he would rectify the situation. In truth, this was precisely what troubled him. Dumbledore removed his spectacles, meticulously polishing away the dust with a cloth before donning them anew. He feared that revisiting past mistakes would incite public disdain towards the former administration, consequently inviting criticism of the current government. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed deeply at Dumbledore and inquired, when? This Wednesday, came the reply. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank's expression suddenly soured at the mention of Professor Lockhart's class. He longed for a more profound discourse on the art of novel writing, rather than the nonsensical drivel that often filled the air. Frank, I recall, is the instructor of defense against the dark arts. The headmaster glanced over with a look of resignation. Alas, apart from the techniques of novel writing, does our esteemed professor of defense against the dark arts possess any other knowledge to impart? Before the headmaster could respond, Frank rose to his feet. Well then, headmaster, I shall take my leave. Exiting the headmaster's office, Frank descended the stairs. Upon reaching the third floor, he noticed an obstruction ahead. Frank stood on tiptoe, peering ahead. A first-year student was obstructing Harry, clutching a massive camera. He was a slender boy with a mop of gray hair. Amidst the bustling crowd, Frank overheard that this newcomer intended to take a photograph of Harry. Beside him stood a Slytherin first year, whose distinctive voice, tinged with a hint of curry, immediately alerted Frank to his recent arrival. After all, such an unusual voice had not graced the school in the previous year. Are you still blocking Potter to take his picture? Aren't you worried about running into him in the dormitory? The peculiar voice overshadowed the chatter of the crowd, and silence fell as all eyes turned toward them. He seemed quite pleased, raising his voice further. It's been a week since the term began, and yet Mr. Potter's signature photo remains unfulfilled? You wouldn't be planning to secretly take it home to adorn your wall, would you? The gray-haired boy's voice trembled slightly. No. I'm doing it for myself. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. You, Harry interjected. You're a Slytherin first year, aren't you? What do you want from me? Nothing much. Just advising you not to block the way, retorted the Slytherin, his tone dripping with arrogance, as if looking down on everyone around him. Frank shook his head, intending to separate them. After all, this group had truly obstructed Frank's path down the stairs. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Malfoy standing at the back, with the entire second-year Slytherin cohort silently observing behind him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded, inquiring about the audacity of the newcomer. Who is this child? Are the freshmen so brazen? Malfoy shook his head, replying, a Brahmin. It is customary in their family to behave this way. Frank lowered his gaze upon Malfoy, expressing his disbelief. Is it not strange, Draco, that you permit him such insolence? Malfoy responded with a tone devoid of emotion. Markedly different from the previous year. My father advised me to yield to him somewhat. Are you unwell? Frank remarked, observing the stark contrast in Malfoy's demeanor from the past year. Malfoy cast a sidelong glance at Frank, asserting, I am Malfoy, the heir to the Malfoy estate. Frank turned around and scrutinized Malfoy closely. He was indeed completely transformed from the previous year. His entire demeanor exuded a different essence, almost as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. It evoked a nostalgic recollection, reminiscent of the climactic conclusion in the seventh film, where a character reunites with Harry at the platform, accompanied by a child. What has transpired, Draco? Frank inquired, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Has your wish truly come to fruition? Malfoy did not respond directly to Frank. Instead, he posed a counter-question. Has your wish genuinely been realized? He gazed at Frank. Yet his eyes seemed to peer into another realm. I had a dream during the holiday. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank invited Malfoy to his club's activity room, conveniently located on the 3rd floor. The two made their way towards the room. Draco, aren't you concerned about that child? Child? Oh, you mean Ramana Sharma? If you are referring to the one currently arguing with Harry and the others, then yes. Frank beckoned Draco to enter the activity room. Draco stepped inside, surveying the space. After a year of care, the room was no longer the dilapidated place it once was. Various flowers and plants adorned the windowsill, and the silvery moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the room. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank did not disturb him. He merely tapped gently on the cup. It automatically filled with coffee. After a while, Malfoy seemed to awaken abruptly. I had a dream during the holiday, he said, lifting the coffee cup and taking a slow sip. It was a terrifying dream. Yet you were not in it. If you were to dream of me, wouldn't I be quite frightened? Frank chuckled softly. In this country, does that truly matter? Upon finishing his statement, both shared a light laugh. He began to recount the dream gradually, where he found himself in opposition to Harry. He witnessed the resurrection of the Dark Lord, the demise of Professor Snape, and saw himself drawing his wand against Professor Dumbledore. He even mentioned, indeed, the death of Voldemort. As Malfoy uttered this last phrase, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Frank extended a hand, offering a handkerchief, and then Malfoy sank heavily into the sofa. Then I saw Potter taking his child to school, and after that, I was jolted awake. I suppose there must be something left unspoken. Frank also reclined on the sofa, one hand resting on the back of the chair while the other gently tapped his knee. Ah, Malfoy nodded. So? Frank inquired. So, assuming these are indeed events that will transpire in the future, Draco, what do you intend to do? I don't know, Draco murmured, cradling his head in his hands, burying it tightly between his legs. I have no idea, I know nothing. His voice was strained and sharp. Do you remember being in that room? Frank gently probed Malfoy. Draco, do you recall when Harry was confronted by Bellatrix Lestrange, and you declared that he was not Harry? Malfoy abruptly lifted his head. His eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Frank, who, at that moment, was concerned he might literally lose his eyes. He distinctly remembered not sharing those details with Frank. Frank placed his hand on Draco's shoulder. Do you recall the Room of Requirement? Have you ever employed a lethal curse? That was the Dark Lord's demand for capturing. Malfoy turned his head, muttering softly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank waved his hand, and the surrounding candles ignited one after another. The room gradually began to illuminate. How did you know? He inquired. Why are you willing to converse with me? I merely have never seen you in a dream. I believe you might be the catalyst for change. Draco's gaze grew resolute. I once thought dreams were mere illusions. Until my father truly placed a diary into the bag of the youngest Weasley, until they actually drove a car into the school. Draco wiped his eyes. But I see you in the real world. You were absent from my dreams. I have been contemplating how to speak with you until you called out to me today. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank's voice was faint, seemingly unheard within the confines of the room. Yet, to Draco, it resonated powerfully, shattering the oppressive silence like thunder. What was going on? He inquired anxiously. What was this dream? And what about you? As for the dream, Frank rose and settled back onto his sofa. You may regard it as a prophetic dream, or, in Muggle terms, as your soul's counterpart. What does that mean? Simply put, it signifies the experiences of another version of you in a different realm, which have been dreamt by the you in this world. Only I cannot say for certain, but I can tell you that the world seems poised to become more intriguing. So, will they also dream like I do during the holidays? Draco asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Not necessarily, Frank chuckled softly. Each individual is bound by their own predetermined fate. Your dream is merely a subtle jest of destiny. The you within the dream is but a small pawn in the grand game of fate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed at Draco, remarking on the simplicity yet remarkable efficiency of the task at hand. I wish you success, he added, noting Draco's pallor. Is there some flaw troubling you? I am merely contemplating my father and the torment he may endure following the resurrection of Voldemort, Draco replied. Are you referring to the dark mark? Frank inquired, shrugging. Such a sigil wrought from dark magic. I could certainly attempt it. With that, Frank raised his hands before Draco, and the surrounding shadows gradually morphed into human forms, which bowed reverently to him. As he lowered his hands, the shadows dissipated, transforming into a nebulous mass from which a bird emerged. Is that your Patronus? Draco asked. Indeed, my Patronus, a magpie. It heralds good fortune. By the following morning, the events of the previous night had already reached Frank's ears. Harry and the new student Colin Creevey, armed with a camera, each received a 20-point deduction for disturbing the peace and obstructing the corridor. Meanwhile, Ramana Sharma, a Slytherin student, was penalized 10 points for not only obstructing the path but also for his disrespectful tone. As a result, Hermione was in a rather foul mood that morning, slamming her book onto the table with a resounding thud. Don't fret, Hermione. It's merely a 40-point deduction, Frank reassured her. You say it so lightly. How much do I need to earn back in class to compensate for that? Not to mention the competition for points in Hufflepuff's class with you. Frank smiled quietly, offering Hermione a piece of cheese without uttering a word. Hermione shot a glare at Frank before taking a decisive bite. Before long, breakfast came to an end. Next on their agenda was the defense against the dark arts class with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, while Gryffindor was set to attend charms with Slytherin. As they exited the hall, they encountered Draco, who emerged simultaneously. Draco had fully embraced his role as the head of the second-year Slytherins, under the influence of the Malfoy family. Even some third and fourth years seemed to heed Draco's commands, evident from the orderly line of young Slytherins trailing behind him. Good morning, Frank and Miss Granger. Draco greeted politely at the doorway. Hermione stared at Draco in astonishment. She was acutely aware of his disdain for wizards of Muggle descent. She never expected to witness him greeting two wizards from Muggle families, herself and Frank, this morning. Good morning, Draco, Frank replied courteously from the side. Hermione looked on in disbelief, as if both boys were under some strange enchantment. Frank gently nudged Hermione. Someone is greeting you. Hermione glanced up and down at Frank, then looked at Draco. Good morning, Malfoy. Draco merely acknowledged her with a polite nod. I'm off to class now, Frank. All right, I have class as well. After Draco departed with the Slytherin serpents, Hermione seized Frank. What is going on between you two? Frank merely pointed at the clock. We are going to be late. Shoo. Frank placed his finger gently against Hermione's lips. It is nothing. Deep down, Draco possesses a kind heart. He added, moreover, you may soon find yourself with another rival for points. Hermione gazed at Frank in astonishment. Hurry, or we shall be late, he urged. I will speak with you after class. Hermione glanced at the clock and hurriedly dashed toward the classroom. In the classroom, Lockhart arrived punctually, stepping inside with a cheerful demeanor. Good morning, class, he announced. It must be said that Lockhart's sense of style is commendable. Today, his hair was styled in charming golden curls, and he wore gold-framed glasses without lenses. He donned a crisp white long-sleeved shirt adorned with a delicate yellow pattern, complemented by a blue bow tie. A gold chain from his glasses dangled elegantly at the pocket of his shirt. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing his forearms, while he completed his ensemble with matching white trousers and polished shoes, embellished with golden embroidery. Upon entering, he pointed at Frank, saying, Your tulip field from last time was indeed impressive, but if it were me, I would have chosen something more fitting. Lockhart clapped his hands, feigning contemplation. Perhaps cornflowers. In blue, white, red, and pink. I believe that would be far more appropriate. He then winked at Frank, who felt a shiver run down his spine. Of course. You can always consult me next time. I am far more adept at this than dealing with snowmen or vampires. Frank nodded, acknowledging that this could indeed be considered a virtue, at least to some extent. Lockhart cheerfully ascended the podium and clapped his hands. Now, let's open our books to the chapter on traveling with vampires. I would like you to read a portion from chapter 3, after which I will select some of you to perform. To be honest, the only ones who had yet to discern Lockhart as true nature were the besotted young witches. Even the fifth-year girls bore a certain disdain for Lockhart, as they were preparing for their OWL examinations this year, a culmination of 5 years of effort. Our Professor Lockhart merely required them to read his works, offering no substantial guidance. The students lethargically retrieved the book. Upon finishing the reading, nearly all the boys found it impossible to continue, yet the girls gazed at Lockhart with rapt admiration. Lockhart clapped his hands once more. All right, let us. Professor Frank suddenly raised his hand. Frank, I presume? Are you volunteering to come up and perform? Lockhart looked at Frank with evident delight, while the surrounding classmates stared at him as if in disbelief. Almost all the Hufflepuffs were aware that Frank held Lockhart in utter contempt, believing him to be a charlatan. Not quite, Professor. I have a few inquiries. Without waiting for Lockhart to interject, he proceeded, Professor, regarding the passage in your book that describes the scenery. What was your motivation for that depiction? And concerning the portrayal of Muggles on the boat, how did you ascertain their psyche? Additionally, in your description of the vampire's appearance, was it embellished or a direct portrayal? Lockhart was momentarily taken aback, having never anticipated a student would pose such questions. Moreover, he suddenly became exceedingly animated. After all, he was a novelist. If Frank were to inquire about the specifics of spells, Lockhart would be at a loss. However, questions about literary description, Lockhart believed that even Dumbledore could not surpass him in that regard. He casually picked up a classmate's textbook, approached Frank, and directly flipped to the section in question. Regarding this, at that time, I was thinking, Lockhart, undoubtedly the most best-selling author in the entire British and even European magical realm, provided insights that were profoundly enlightening. He elucidated with clarity the nuances of each word and sentence, explaining precisely how and where they should be employed. The surrounding students were utterly astonished as Lockhart even asked a classmate to change seats, positioning himself beside Frank, and elaborated on the thought process behind writing that particular segment. Frank applauded enthusiastically, taking out his quill to incessantly jot down notes in his book. When writing about a character's psyche, one must not solely focus on their inner thoughts. Lockhart remarked, pointing to a passage in the text. You must allow the character's emotions to be conveyed through the surrounding environment, bringing the figures in your narrative to life. Let the scenery unfold around you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Frank suddenly realized. As the class bell rang, Lockhart reluctantly closed his book, stating that they would discuss these matters another time. He then lifted his gaze, noticing all the students were looking at him, and patted his head. Oh, I completely forgot to teach the lesson. No matter. Professor Frank stood up and extended his hand. The desks began to shift, although inanimate objects could not yet be transformed into living beings. Changing their shapes was still quite effortless. I can explain the application of spells in the lounge tonight, and you can teach me about novel writing, Professor. Lockhart clapped his hands. I shall certainly test your knowledge. No problem, Professor. Parting ways with Frank, Hermione hurried towards the Charms classroom. In this new academic year, the classroom had moved to the Ravenclaw Tower, which was a bit distant from the Great Hall. However, Hermione quickly jumped onto a moving staircase. Thank goodness I caught this moving staircase. It will save me at least 10 minutes. Otherwise, I would have to take a long detour to reach the staircase on the other side. As the staircase gradually shifted, Hermione suddenly recalled how Malfoy had greeted her and Frank that morning. How peculiar it was for Malfoy to greet me out of the blue. Hermione murmured to herself as she stepped off the staircase. Pushing open the door to the classroom, she found Professor Flitwick had not yet arrived. The Gryffindor and Slytherin students sat distinctly on opposite sides. Gryffindor students clustered together chaotically, while Slytherin students were arranged like chess pieces, each occupying their designated spot, perfectly aligned. How strange, Hermione thought, as she shook her head, dismissing the matter. She walked to the Gryffindor side and took a seat in the front row. The front row was generally not favored by Gryffindor, yet they always left a spot for Hermione. No one questioned why. It was simply because Hermione was more likely to earn points and attract the professor's attention. In this regard, Gryffindor was remarkably united. However, this tactic had no effect on Professor McGonagall, who treated every student equally and paid no mind to their seating. For no matter where one sat, Professor McGonagall would notice the slightest movements and deduct points accordingly. Hermione settled into her seat, with Slytherin occupying the row to her right. Malfoy was also seated in the front row. Upon noticing Hermione, he nodded and smiled. "Good morning, Miss Granger. It is a pleasure to see you again." Before Hermione could respond, Ron and Harry rushed over. "What are you up to, evil Malfoy?" This was due to Lucius Malfoy placing dark magical items in his sister's bag over the holiday, and now attacking their father, Arthur Weasley, at the Ministry of Magic. Ron felt an overwhelming urge to punch Draco Malfoy on sight, especially since he was now greeting Hermione. "You must have some nefarious scheme in mind." Draco smirked slightly. "I merely wish to extend a greeting to the second-best student in the year. It is of no concern to you, Weasley, young sir." The entire classroom was watching this exchange, like a balloon on the verge of bursting. It seemed that all the Slytherins and Gryffindors had gripped their wands tightly. A single sound could incite a brawl between the two houses. "It's nothing," Hermione interjected, swiftly restraining Harry and Ron. "Malfoy simply greeted me normally. There is nothing more to it." Harry and Ron were about to say something further when Draco's voice cut in. "It appears that Miss Granger is quite sensible, which explains her friendship with Frank." Upon hearing this, Hermione turned to Malfoy. "Malfoy, I need you to understand. Frank and I are friends, and so are Harry and Ron." She looked directly into Malfoy's eyes. "My relationship with Frank is not a justification for you to attack my friends." Draco regarded Hermione, nodding with a smile. "I was indeed presumptuous. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley." The entire Slytherin house was quiet and orderly, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor students exchanged incredulous glances, as though they had witnessed something unimaginable. Harry and Ron's reactions were even more pronounced. They could hardly fathom that Malfoy had actually apologized, albeit verbally. Just as the two were about to speak, Professor Flitwick entered the room. "All right, everyone. Please return to your seats. We shall commence our lesson." The professor was preparing to stack some books to create a small podium when Malfoy suddenly stood up, pulling a small step ladder from his bag. "Professor, the entire Slytherin house presents you with a ladder." It was a modest wooden step ladder, with two beautifully crafted wooden panels adorned with exquisite carvings, and the handrails bore the emblem of Ravenclaw, a raven. "Professor, there are chains on it." Draco bowed slightly to Professor Flitwick. "All you need to do is give your wand a gentle wave, and the boards will elevate you automatically." Professor Flitwick cast a peculiar glance at Draco, then surveyed the other Slytherin students. They all rose in unison when Draco stood. The Slytherins exhibited their characteristic cohesion once more. The professor uttered no words, merely gazing in astonishment at the small ladder before him, before ascending it with a gentle stride. With a flick of his wand, the wooden platform began to elevate automatically. As it came to a halt, Professor Flitwick found his upper body perfectly poised above the lectern. He clapped his hands in delight. "Splendid, very splendid. Thank you all." Professor Flitwick's emotions ran high, his voice tinged with a hint of tremor. After rubbing his eyes, he commenced the lesson. The topic for this session was the Bodybind Curse, a spell capable of immobilizing the opponent's body. Following a thorough explanation, the professor proceeded to the practical demonstration. Hermione, true to her reputation as the second-best student in the year, had already mastered the spell within a mere 10 minutes, successfully immobilizing her target. However, as she raised her hand to inform the professor of her success, Draco also raised his hand, indicating he had achieved the same feat suddenly. Hermione recalled Frank's words from the morning. "You might have another competitor for points." Could it be that Frank was referring to Malfoy? After Draco raised his hand to inform Professor Flitwick of his successful practice and demonstrated it before the class, the professor then called upon Hermione to showcase her skills. Once both had finished their demonstrations, every Slytherin student, excluding Goyle and Crabbe, raised their hands in unison, signaling their success. They all silently held their hands aloft, leading Hermione to wonder if they had been possessed by some malevolent spirit. This was an unprecedented sight from the previous year. The entire Gryffindor contingent watched in disbelief, unable to fathom that all of Slytherin had succeeded. In this unusual atmosphere, Goyle and Crabbe, the two Slytherins who did not raise their hands, became the center of attention. Malfoy glanced at them, then let out a soft huff. Goyle and Crabbe trembled, burying their heads beneath their desks. As the class bell rang, the classroom erupted as if boiling water had been splashed upon it. Gryffindors began accusing Slytherins of cheating. claiming they must have learned the spell in advance to master it now. The Slytherins remained silent, offering no rebuttal, sitting straight and awaiting Professor Flitwick's instructions. The professor simply clapped his hands, signaling for quiet, before assigning homework and declaring the class dismissed. He needed to find Severus quickly. He had to ascertain what had transpired with Slytherin, especially since they had not been like this the previous week. The change was too drastic, necessitating immediate notification to Albus. Hermione, oblivious to the professor's thoughts, was struck by a disconcerting realization. Earning points in class would only become increasingly challenging. Time transported back to the summer of July 1992. To what began as an ordinary day, until a woman unexpectedly arrived at Malfoy Manor. She moved as though in a realm unperturbed, effortlessly bypassing the various protective enchantments surrounding the estate. Without triggering any traps, she approached the dining table where the Malfoy family was having breakfast, standing silently before them. Had she not rapped on the table and offered a friendly greeting, the Malfoys might have remained blissfully unaware of her presence until they finished their meal. "I come on behalf of my master to deliver a crystal ball," she stated, withholding her name as she placed the orb upon the table. Her accent was peculiar, suggesting she was not a frequent speaker of English. Her hands were calloused, reminiscent of a muggle who labored daily, performing household chores and agricultural tasks. Yet her demeanor evoked memories from Malfoy of his mother-in-law, Walburga Black, and a younger Bellatrix Lestrange, before she had pledged allegiance to the Dark Lord. They had both possessed a certain restraint, unlike the madness that later consumed them. "Your clemency is lacking," she suddenly remarked. Lucius Malfoy jolted in surprise. "What did you see?" He raised his wand, shielding Narcissa and Draco behind him. She merely waved her hand, and the Malfoy family found themselves bound. "Save your breath. Young man, when I faced Dumbledore, you likely hadn't even started school. My master has instructed me to present a gift to young Mr. Malfoy." She nudged the crystal ball toward Draco. "You may choose to accept it or return it to me." She applied no pressure on Draco to decide, allowing him the autonomy to choose. The ropes binding Draco vanished without a sound. "What is this? I mean, what is inside the crystal ball?" Draco asked, his voice trembling. "My master's words were, some things that may make the world more interesting." The woman did not elaborate further, merely gazing at Draco. "Will you allow this world to become more intriguing?" Though she smiled softly, there was no warmth in her eyes. Lucius Malfoy opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by magic. "Look, Draco," she said gently, addressing him by name, "this is the consequence of lacking power." She gestured toward the bound Malfoy couple. "In the world of magic, one must submit to the strong. If Dumbledore were seated here, would I not easily subdue you?" The Malfoys were not petrified. They were merely tied with ropes, flailing like fish stranded on land. She regarded Draco. "I typically do not pay heed to children who only shout 'my father.' My father, you are free to refuse this gift, but your fate will remain unchanged." She pointed at the crystal ball. "However, if you accept it, your destiny will be entirely transformed." Then she held the crystal ball before Draco. "Now is your moment to alter your fate. Will you be your own savior? Or will you continue to falter under Harry Potter's shadow?" Draco stared at the crystal ball, then glanced at his parents before fixing his gaze upon the woman. "All right," he said, trembling as he grasped the crystal ball. "What comes next? What must I do?" With a light laugh, the sound of shattering glass echoed in the air. A pair of hands gently caressed Draco's head. "Draco, what is the matter?" Draco gazed in bewilderment at the owner of the hands, and then leapt into her embrace. "Mother, that woman. What woman?" Lucius Malfoy set aside the Daily Prophet. "Draco, you are a noble. Where is your composure?" Lucius was met with a reproachful glance from Narcissa, who then turned her attention back to Draco. "It's all right, dear. Did you have a nightmare?" When Draco lifted his head once more, the events he had just experienced had swiftly faded from his mind. Only a peculiar pattern remained, one that felt strangely familiar yet eluded his recollection. His father, Lucius, sketched the design. "Do you know what this signifies?" Lucius glanced at the paper, which depicted a circle enclosing a triangle, with a vertical line at its center. "Where did you see this?" Draco hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, only to find that he could not recall. I cannot remember. Forget this pattern and refrain from associating with those connected to it. What does it represent?" Draco inquired eagerly, sensing the significance of the design despite his inability to recall it. Lucius gazed deeply into Draco's eyes. "This is Grindelwald's emblem." With that, Lucius incinerated the paper. "Do not involve yourself with them. Do you understand?" Draco nodded solemnly. "I understand." Throughout the day, Draco felt listless. Even his beloved broomstick failed to spark any enthusiasm within him. He consistently felt as if he had forgotten something important. Until, that is, he lay in bed at night, shutting his eyes. It was as if he plummeted off a cliff, descending into darkness. He envisioned himself being left behind by Harry Potter, witnessing the Weasley family surpassing the Malfoys. He saw Voldemort's resurrection and demise, the betrayal by Crabbe and Goyle, and the moment he had pointed his wand at Dumbledore. He beheld his parents being punished by Voldemort. Years passed. 1, 2, 3, from his first year at Hogwarts to the moment he encountered Harry Potter again at the station. Now with a child of his own, the place where everything began and ended. Time reverted to that morning when the woman departed. The symbol of the saint etched upon the crystal ball. The woman's last words echoed in his mind. I hope you can bring benefits to my master once again. All for the greater good. I am, Vita Rogier. Draco, do not disappoint the master. When Draco awoke from his dream, daylight had fully emerged. He lay in bed, motionless, his complexion pale. If this is my fate, what am I to do? He pondered, contemplating how he might alter his destiny. But first, he must grow stronger. On Wednesday, Frank donned formal attire as he made his way to the headmaster's office. Today, he would substitute for Headmaster Dumbledore and attend the trial of Peter Pettigrew at the Ministry of Magic. Within the office, the headmaster awaited Frank at his desk. You have arrived, the headmaster greeted warmly. Please, take a seat while I finish this letter. Having visited the headmaster's office on multiple occasions, Frank was quite familiar with the surroundings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank watched as Fox departed with the letter. Headmaster, how am I supposed to get there? No, no, no. You shall not go to the Ministry of Magic alone. I will accompany you, the headmaster replied, shaking his head. Frank found it rather peculiar. Since the headmaster is also heading to the Ministry of Magic, why not attend directly? I must make a trip to France. I have a prior engagement with Madame Maxime of Beauxbatons, replied the headmaster, gesturing toward the letter in his hand. However, the dates for the trial and the agreement are in conflict, thus I require your assistance. Frank remarked, I still believe Professor McGonagall would be a more suitable choice. Cornelius will place great importance on Minerva's opinion. He will regard it as my own. The headmaster gazed at Frank, though somewhat presumptuous. I still consider myself to possess a modicum of influence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded in understanding. I see. Headmaster. The headmaster rose and gestured for Frank to grasp his hand. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped them, and they found themselves in a narrow alley. Frank, do you see that red telephone booth ahead? Dumbledore pointed towards the dilapidated booth by the roadside as they stepped out of the alley. I do, Professor, Frank replied. And the two entered the cramped confines of the telephone booth, which felt almost stifling to Frank. Professor, he struggled to inquire. Is the Ministry of Magic truly so financially constrained that they cannot afford to repair a proper entrance? In truth, the Ministry could easily utilize apparition to arrive at the entrance. Dumbledore glanced at Frank and winked before picking up the receiver and dialing the number 62442. A voice crackled through the line. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and the purpose of your visit. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore and Frank Dell. Here to attend the trial of Peter Pettigrew. Thank you. A cold female voice responded. Visitors, please take your badges and affix them to the front of your clothing. With a chime and a clatter, Frank watched as something slid out of the metal slot typically used for coins. He picked it up, a square silver badge inscribed with his name, Frank Dell, participant in the trial. Another badge read, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, participant in the trial. However, since this is your first visit, I believe it would be prudent to proceed through the formal entrance. Frank glanced at the principal's badge and then at his own. Principal, I can't help but suspect that your longer name is intended to accommodate a larger badge when visiting the Ministry of Magic. Frank chuckled mischievously, then affixed the badge to the front of his attire. The woman's voice echoed once more, guests of the Ministry of Magic. You are required to undergo security checks and register your wands. The security station is located at the end of the main hall. Suddenly, the telephone booth began to tremble, then slowly descended into the ground like an elevator. Alighting from the lift, Frank glanced at his watch, noting a descent of at least 5 minutes. The confines of the telephone box were eerily silent, save for the grating, monotonous screech of metal upon metal as they descended. The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day, intoned a woman's voice, followed by the languid parting of the doors. A well-groomed man, flanked by several others, stood at the threshold of the lift. "Ah, Albus, I was beginning to wonder when you might arrive," the man exclaimed, striding forward to clasp Dumbledore's hand warmly. He was attired in a dark suit, over which he wore wizarding robes, and a dark bowler hat perched atop his head. "Cornelius," Dumbledore responded, returning the handshake. "I brought this young man along. He's assisting me in observing the proceedings." "Indeed, young sir," Cornelius Fudge said, extending a hand towards Frank. "I shall be your escort momentarily." Frank nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Fudge." Fudge responded with a smile, offering no further words, merely leading the way ahead. "Albus, are you truly not staying to observe today? You know how significant this is. I have complete faith in the Ministry of Magic and the judgment of the Wisengamot. Moreover, I have a prior engagement with Beau's Batons, which complicates matters." They proceeded down a lengthy, resplendent hall, the dark wooden floor polished to a brilliant shine. The peacock blue ceiling was adorned with shimmering golden symbols, constantly shifting and transforming, resembling an immense bulletin board suspended high above. Frank scrutinized the inscriptions meticulously, discerning what appeared to be a blend of runic symbols and other, unfamiliar scripts. The runes shimmered and shifted, some seemingly intended for warding, others for cessation, and still others representing the elements of fire or water. However, the majority of the accompanying text remained indecipherable. The walls were adorned with dark, lustrous wood paneling, interspersed with numerous gilded fireplaces. Every few moments, a wizard would materialize from one of the fireplaces on the left with a soft poof. These arriving wizards, evidently on their way to work, emerged from the hearths with expressions of weariness, only to quickly regain their composure upon noticing the minister and headmaster standing in the hall. They would then approach the pair to offer their greetings. Within minutes, a throng of individuals had gathered around the two figures. Fudge was compelled to raise his voice, urging everyone to return to their respective offices immediately, remarking on the impropriety of such a gathering. At the center of the entrance hall stood a fountain. A circular pool served as the base for a pure gold sculpture. The tallest figure was that of a wizard of noble bearing, his wand raised skyward. Surrounding him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The centaur, goblin, and house elf gazed up at the wizard and witch with evident adoration. Gleaming jets of water emanated from the tip of the wizard's wand, the centaur's arrow, the goblin's pointed hat, and the house elf's ears, cascading back into the pool below. Upon closer inspection, the fountain was encircled by tiers of stone steps, each engraved with images of various magical creatures prostrate in submission. The pool's bottom was littered with glittering silver sickles and bronze nuts. A small, smudged sign read, "All proceeds from the Fountain of Magical Brethren are donated to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." Rummaging through their satchel, Fran casually tossed in a few galleons. They were enveloped by the tinkling and gurgling of water, the pop and crack of operating figures, and the cacophony of hundreds of witches and wizards bustling about. It seemed the resentment of the working day weighed heavier than any specter, transcending worlds. Be they muggle or magical, there was scant time for a tour of the ministry. The headmaster procured the permit and departed, leaving Arthur Weasley to chaperone Frank. As the headmaster's protégé, someone was required to attend to their needs, and Arthur was a fitting escort. A peripheral figure within the ministry, nearing suspension. He was unburdened by pressing matters and a staunch supporter of Dumbledore, entrusting Frank to Arthur East Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge's concerns. Being one of Dumbledore's own, and merely a child, any mishap would be troublesome. Yet, unbeknownst to the ministry, Frank possessed the latent capacity to obliterate it with ease, though merely a facade of strength. For as the vanguard of the British magical world, the political epicenter of the Commonwealth's magical society, it was unlikely to be as defenseless as depicted in the original accounts. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank gestured effortlessly towards the ceiling of the hall. Arthur patted Frank on the shoulder and remarked, "It's been quite a while, Frank. Molly has often mentioned wanting to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude." He then glanced at the ceiling, mimicking Frank's gesture, and inquired, "What is this for?" With a sheepish smile, Frank replied, "There's no need for such formality. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted," Frank remarked, After all, he is always right, isn't he? Arthur paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, he is always right. Come, after the trial concludes, I shall take you on a tour of the Ministry of Magic. With that, Arthur seized Frank's arm and hurried toward the courtroom. As the sound of clinking and clattering echoed, a lift descended before them. The golden barred door slid open gracefully, and Frank stepped into the lift alongside Mr. Weasley. This is a special privilege granted by the minister, Arthur pointed out, indicating the lift. It is reserved for senior officials of the Ministry of Magic. Ordinarily, only the minister may use it. Under emergency circumstances, an Auror may also utilize it. But they must submit a usage report. Frank scrutinized the interior of the elevator. It was nothing like the one he had just entered. Instead of emitting a cacophony of sounds, this elevator was enveloped in an almost serene silence. The floor was adorned with a thick carpet, composed of the fur of various mysterious creatures. It was said that Newt Scamander had once lodged a complaint with the Ministry of Magic regarding this very matter. Arthur observed as Frank gazed intently at the carpet and quietly remarked to him, "It seems the protest was in vain." Suddenly, a gentle female voice resonated. Second floor. Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the Office for the Regulation of Magical Creatures, or Headquarters, and the Wisingamot Administration. You see, Arthur continued, this elevator is unoccupied, so there is no need to jostle with others. More importantly, the tone of this announcer is far more pleasant than the rest. Frank nodded, acknowledging the fact that things were indeed much gentler than when they first arrived. Let us sit here for a moment before proceeding. It is still early, Arthur remarked, glancing at his watch. We can utilize the minister's lift, as it is the only one in the entire ministry that descends to the 17th Court of Judgment. Mr. Weasley, do the numbers of these courts hold any significance? Frank inquired. Certainly, the greater the crime, the heavier the judgment, and the more dangerous the criminal. The higher the court number beyond the 10th Court of Judgment. A shiver ran down Arthur's spine as he continued, the 17th Court has presided over many notorious dark wizards. He lowered his voice, casting furtive glances around. I would even dare assert that not even Albus could escape from there. Gringotts is said to be the most secure place in the world, yet items were stolen from there last year. Frank shrugged indifferently. I find it hard to believe that there exists a place capable of binding Dumbledore. Gringotts merely housed an aging, nearly blind dragon. Arthur pointed below. Within these confines lie many ferocious magical beasts captured by the four founders themselves from other realms. Founders? Other realms? Surely, when the founders were present, there was no Ministry of Magic, Frank mused. The establishment of Hogwarts was no simple endeavor. Arthur regarded Frank. The beasts and dark wizards that survived could not be allowed within the school, posing a constant threat to young witches and wizards. So, this was initially a prison? Frank asked, puzzled. Indeed. Later, it also contained beasts that the ministry had failed to eliminate from other realms, Arthur replied, feigning a fierce demeanor as he looked at Frank. Consider how formidable a dark wizard must be to have survived the founder's grasp. He then reclined nonchalantly in his chair. The ministry was eventually built atop this very prison to oversee these dark wizards and creatures. Are they still alive after all these years? Frank queried. They should still be alive. It is said that the departments of mysteries, magical creatures regulation and control, and magical law enforcement have as their most critical annual task the reinforcement of the underground to prevent any incidents. Is it merely hearsay? It is said that every year, a contingent of personnel from these three departments is reassigned, never to be heard from again. Arthur shrugged, glancing at his watch once more. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Although you represent Albus, you are still young and should arrive ahead of schedule. Frank nodded and followed him out the door. They approached the same elevator as before. Upon entering, Arthur chose not to press any buttons. Instead, he vocally declared their destination, the 17th Tribunal. After a considerable pause, the elevator finally began to move. This delay was due to the absence of the minister, as access to these courtrooms via this elevator required the minister's direct authorization. Noticing Frank's puzzled expression, Arthur lowered his gaze and offered an explanation. Each floor in this vicinity was under constant surveillance, unlike the automated areas they had just traversed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Frank cast a glance at Arthur, who nodded in affirmation. After all, representing Dumbledore, it was imperative not to tarnish his reputation. Very well, Minister. Frank replied as he approached. I appreciate your assistance. The bustling crowd gradually settled into their seats. This marked the first trial of a Death Eater in many years. even delving into the miscarriage of justice surrounding the former head of magical law enforcement, Barty Crouch. The wrongful conviction from that era had led to the imprisonment of the heir of the Black family, Sirius Black. It was rumored that some pure-blood aristocrats, invoking the Black name, were demanding a re-examination of the cases of purebloods who had been unjustly imprisoned and sentenced in those times, harboring hopes of liberating those Death Eaters from their confines. Frank glanced around, observing that the courtroom was brimming with spectators. This case had generated immense public interest. Everyone was eager to learn the latest developments. Friendship, betrayal, and espionage were intricately woven together, reminiscent of a thrilling spy narrative. Alas, Lockhart was absent, or it could have easily transformed into a sensational tale akin to Me and the Little Star, Peter. Frank gazed at the empty chair before him, awaiting the arrival of the diminutive Peter, who would be escorted from his confinement. It was here that he would endure interrogation and judgment. Minister Fudge glanced at the time, then rose and approached the podium. He rapped the desk with a small gavel. Ladies and gentlemen. The assembly fell silent, their attention focused on Minister Fudge. We have gathered today to adjudicate the case of the diminutive Peter, a former recipient of the prestigious Merlin Medal. We received credible reports that led to the capture of this despicable traitor. Fudge brandished a newspaper in his hand, the front page of the Daily Prophet from the time when Peter feigned his demise to escape, which lauded him as a hero, depicting him as the last tragic figure before dawn. Yet now, we present this so-called hero before the court, not for any other reason, but because he was indeed the true traitor of that era. Fudge then invoked the name of Sirius Black. He was the true warrior, a loyal friend. I have long suspected that his imprisonment was unjust. However, my voice was feeble. Today, we shall finally see him restored to freedom. Fudge exhibited palpable excitement, and Frank noticed several elegantly attired individuals sharing in his fervor, with one lady even dabbing at her tears. Then, Fudge struck the table again with his gavel. Now, bring forth the diminutive Peter. A small door beside the court opened, and two aurors entered, leading a chained Peter behind them. His hands were tightly bound by iron bars, and his feet were encumbered by chains that forced him to take minuscule steps. A metal mask concealed his face, while a chain secured his waist to the rear. As Peter slowly shuffled forward, the chains were held by the two aurors until he reached the center chair. They removed his shackles, only to replace them with new restraints that bound his hands firmly to the armrests, with similar bindings on his legs and waist. Frank encountered Wordtail, Peter Pettigrew. For the first time, he scrutinized him from head to toe. Peter Pettigrew possessed a pair of watery, small eyes, a balding stature, and grizzled hair. His diminutive frame featured a mouse-like visage and a pointed nose. Notably, his right hand was missing a finger. He had severed that digit himself, pretending to have been murdered by Sirius Black, all the while masquerading as a rat. Overall, he exhibited a shifty demeanor, unmistakably suggesting he was no upstanding individual. Fudge rapped on the table. Auror, are you certain this is Peter Pettigrew? An auror standing beside Pettigrew retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, hastily approached Fudge, and presented it to him. Upon receiving the document, he announced loudly, Minister, the auror headquarters has confirmed this is indeed Peter Pettigrew. Fudge perused the report and nodded, casually handing it to a witch behind him. The auror continued, we have preserved blood, hair, and other pertinent biological samples. Fudge nodded again, remove the mask. The auror promptly removed Pettigrew's mask. The minister struck the table. Peter Pettigrew, in light of your alleged crimes, do you acknowledge betraying the Potters, murdering at least 13 muggles, and demolishing a muggle street? The proceedings were lengthy, with Pettigrew entirely denying the charges against him, until, under the insistence of the Wisengamot, he ultimately resorted to the Veritaserum. Yes, it was I, he stated expressionlessly, recounting the exchange of secret keepers with Sirius Black. He detailed his fears and how he had aligned himself with Voldemort, revealing the location where the Potters were hiding. He recounted how he had cast a spell to obliterate a street and 13 individuals, how he had severed his own finger to escape, and elucidated his prolonged concealment at the Weasley household, along with his motives. Everyone listened in rapt silence until the very end, when a fervor erupted among the audience, clamoring for his death sentence in the kiss of the Dementor. Fudge incessantly banged his gavel, striving to maintain order. Pettigrew regained lucidity, frantically struggling in his chair, weeping profusely, exclaiming his profound fear. Fudge declared a recess, stating that the final judgment would be deliberated in concert with the wizards of the Wisengamot. Several wizards followed Fudge into his small adjacent chamber. During this interval, Frank took the opportunity to rise and stretch his limbs. Glancing down at his watch, he realized that at least 3 hours had elapsed. Frank felt as though he was becoming rigid. At that moment, Arthur approached from behind and patted Frank on the shoulder. Are you all right? How are you feeling? Frank nodded. I'm fine, just uncertain about when this will come to an end. Arthur shrugged. It will be soon. After all, the implications of this case are substantial. Frank nodded. What about Sirius Black? Arthur leaned down, speaking softly to Frank. He will be exonerated, but given the ministry stigma, his release will be discreet. Frank, now enlightened, inquired in a hushed tone. I understand he is Harry's godfather? Arthur affirmed with a nod. Indeed, he and James, Harry's father, that is, shared an exceptionally close bond in their younger days. He is Harry's godfather. That must have elated Harry, Frank chuckled softly. Before Arthur could respond, Fudge and several wizards who had previously entered emerged. The courtroom swiftly regained its solemn silence. The Aurors removed the iron mask from Peter Pettigrew's face, revealing him slumped in his chair. Were it not for the restraints, he would likely have dissolved into a puddle on the floor. Fudge struck the gavel. Now, the sentencing. He glanced at Peter Pettigrew before turning his attention to the verdict. Peter Pettigrew, sentenced to life imprisonment. Peter Pettigrew, overwhelmed by terror, immediately wet himself. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank declined Arthur's invitation, citing his academic obligations as a reason to depart. Utilizing the lift, he returned to the dilapidated red telephone booth. Casually surveying his surroundings, he noticed the absence of any passersby. With a resounding pop, Frank found himself within their activity room. It was currently class time, and the castle exuded an air of tranquility. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank suddenly recalled a phrase from 6 Records of a Floating Life. I remember in my childhood, I could gaze at the sun, discerning even the minutest details. Surely, Shinfu was not observing the midday sun at that time. Contemplating this, Frank felt an irresistible urge to gaze upward. He leaped from the window, unfurling his wings as he soared towards the heavens. His resplendent wings gleamed brilliantly as he ascended, particularly striking against the backdrop of the setting sun. The sun's rays gradually diminished, and at that moment, his iridescent wings captured everyone's attention. Students leaned out to witness Frank soaring into the sky. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the tallest castle tower, Frank paused, floating there, watching the sun descend languidly. Frank closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly upwards. His palms spread wide, then gradually lifted, as if yearning to embrace the sun itself. Humanity strives to cling to the stars, seeking to carve their legacies into stained glass or stone. Glancing downward, he noticed that in the distance, the Quidditch pitch was still alive with the activity of training players. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded. Of course, but there's nothing to touch. The twins were already beside him, reaching out towards the wings. Yet, how could light possibly be grasped? They explored incessantly along Frank's back, fully aware of the presence there, yet utterly unable to make contact. Moments later, others began to soar over. George, Fred, were still in training. The boys who had just arrived gazed intently at Frank's wings. Wood, you must be eager to touch them too. The twins exchanged glances, then grinned at him. Frank, this is Oliver Wood, our captain, George introduced, gesturing towards the two who had followed. Hello, I'm Frank Delaware. He extended his hand into the air. Hello. Wood was about to say more when Fred interjected. Wood, Frank is here too. We shouldn't continue the training, should we? Frank turned to look at Fred, just as he was about to speak. He noticed Fred incessantly signaling to him with his eyes. Frank remained silent, quietly observing the performance of the twins. Wood shot a fierce glare at the twins, saying, Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. You simply wish to avoid training. Do not use others as an excuse. Frank paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. I suppose there is something calling for us, isn't there? Before Frank could finish his sentence, George promptly grasped his hand. Wood, we've been training all afternoon. We are on the verge of starvation. It would be nice to take a break. Wood glanced at the others and sighed. Very well. Let us conclude today's training session here. At that moment, Harry and several others soared over, greeting Frank with a cheerful, good afternoon. Turning to Wood, they inquired, What has transpired? Nothing much, Wood Wood replied with a shake of his head, "Let's wrap up today's training." The group erupted in excited cheers before swiftly descending. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank observed their rapid descent and shook his head, remarking, "It seems they are truly exhausted." Wood, standing nearby, scoffed, "If we don't train now, what will happen when the competition comes?" Frank pointed towards a few individuals who were packing their belongings and added, "It appears they are hungry. Let's hurry down." Wood nodded in agreement, and together with Frank, they soared downward. The group on the ground had already tidied up their things. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank nodded, stating that since he discovered his inability to fly using a broomstick, he had lost interest in activities that necessitated the aid of tools for flight. The surprised voices of the twins drew everyone's attention. Wood, standing nearby, inquired, "What do you do during your leisure time?" "Reading, tending to plants, practicing spells," Frank replied, shrugging his shoulders. "There's not much else to do." The group exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Frank, who they all echoed in unison. "You should consider joining Ravenclaw. I dislike heights. The incessant ascents and descents are too troublesome," Frank replied with a shrug. "Although I can fly now. I certainly couldn't when I first enrolled. All right, let us hasten back for a meal. I find myself rather hungry as well." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank suddenly halted, turning to face Felch. No loud noises in the corridor. He then swiftly pivoted and fled, prompting even greater laughter from the group. The sound of their mirth seemed to resonate throughout the entire castle, ascending the staircase and reaching the heavens. As time progressed into October, nothing of significance transpired. Classes commenced and concluded as per usual. Only Frank devoted his days to studying the art of novel writing under Professor Lockhart, while in the evenings he tutored Hufflepuff students in the intricacies of defense against the dark arts. Ravenclaw, on the other hand, managed well on their own, especially with a dueling champion as their head. Slytherin was under the purview of Malfoy, who had his own connections with Voldemort from dreams past. While Voldemort was willing to impart knowledge of dark magic, the defense against it was a different matter. Merely vanquishing one's enemies inherently ensured one's own safety. Of course, Malfoy would not teach in such a manner, instead opting to relay the content from the defense against the dark arts classes over the subsequent years. With his own capabilities and the influence of the Malfoy lineage, Slytherin gradually resonated with a singular voice. However, the first-year student, Ramanu Sharma, with his distinct aroma of curry, remained unyielding. Draco, having never heard of him in his previous life, decided to observe how he would fare. As for Gryffindor, despite having Professor McGonagall, it was well known that, although she served as deputy headmistress, her responsibilities mirrored those of the headmaster, compounded by her duties in teaching Transfiguration, leaving her little time for management. Consequently, the absence of oversight led to a lack of study. Meanwhile, Hermione benefited from Frank's guidance, and Neville frequently joined a few others in the common room to study. Since the encounter in the Elven Secret Realm, Frank had not activated the Kuro star mark again. The primary reason was that the complete illumination of the Earth and Fire class star marks had significantly increased the experience required for new star marks to be activated. However, Frank found no pressing need to illuminate new star marks of late, opting instead to accumulate experience for a more opportune moment. Yet, the tedium of campus life led Frank to believe the moment had arrived, as he found himself with little to occupy his days, winning every game of wizard chess against his roommates. After all, the game primarily relied on intellect, and with 2 lifetimes of experience, Frank's intellect far surpassed that of his peers. Nonetheless, his pursuits in alchemy faced persistent setbacks. Frank lay upon his bed, perpetually contemplating whether there existed any new elements to enhance his alchemical prowess. In his mind, he sifted through the star cards that remained unlit. At this juncture, Frank could only illuminate 2 more star cards. Thus, he resolved to ignite these 2 star cards. The cards of creation irradiated brilliance within his consciousness. Frank's soft voice murmured. Creation was originally inscribed in a book, a tome that dictated that whatever was written would manifest in the real world. Tree bestowed upon him the ability to manipulate flora. Now, with but a subtle thought, Frank could effortlessly conjure various creations, alchemy held no secrets from him any longer. He could manipulate plants with ease, and at this moment, Frank was fully capable of bringing the mandrake to maturity, all while retaining its potent properties. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank leaped from his bed, pondering, what shall I cultivate now? Perhaps a philosopher's stone? Frank leaned against the window, observing his classmates diligently practicing on the distant Quidditch pitch. An idea struck him. He would create a flying apparatus solely for his own use. He then settled into a chair, contemplating the design. With the earth sign in hand, he faced no issues regarding materials. His greatest challenge lay in deciding what to create and ensuring it was aesthetically pleasing. As Frank gestured with his fingers, the papers on his desk morphed into various shapes. Suddenly, with a clap of his hands, inspiration struck him. He could certainly fashion a skateboard. Excitedly, he sprang to his feet and began pacing around the dormitory. A skateboard could be taken outdoors, even in the Muggle world. Its use would merely appear as a display of speed. Determined to put his thoughts into action, Frank leapt from the window. After all, it was only the first floor. There was nothing to fear. Upon exiting the castle, he swiftly made his way toward the Forbidden Forest. The earth sign was far too conspicuous for use within the dormitory. Before long, Frank found himself deep within the forest, experiencing an unexpected sense of familiarity. After illuminating the tree sign, the floor around him seemed to resonate with joy, conveying an overwhelming sense of delight to Frank. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank leaped onto the skateboard with a swift motion, and it surged forward, racing out of the Forbidden Forest. The trees ahead parted automatically, only to close back together after the skateboard had passed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank soared on his skateboard directly to the Quidditch pitch. Shortly, the Quidditch match would commence, and at present, members of Hufflepuff were engaged in practice. From above, a voice called out Frank's name. What is this? Viewed from the sky, the skateboard radiated a soft pink hue, contrasting starkly with the verdant grass below. As his classmates noticed someone approaching, they gradually descended, their eyes drawn to the distinct coloration of the spot where Frank stood, which deviated from the grass's green. Previously, few were acquainted with Frank, primarily due to his solitary nature. He immersed himself in fervent study without engaging in conversation with others. Last year, he had taken advantage of his confinement, persuading professors to provide him with personalized tutoring. His peers often remarked that this was not confinement at all, but rather Frank's private tutoring sessions. However, since Lockhart's arrival, Frank had assumed the responsibility of teaching the defense against the dark arts class for Hufflepuff. His lessons were both enlightening and accessible, bolstered by his amicable relationships with several professors. Whenever faced with a query, he would promptly seek out the professors for guidance. Moreover, with Lockhart's signature, he faced little to no obstacles in accessing the restricted sections of the library. Even Professor Sprout explicitly noted that certain texts within the restricted section were currently off-limits. Yet conversely, the remaining texts were available for perusal. Consequently, within the entire Hufflepuff house, there was scarcely anyone unfamiliar with Frank. Through this period of educational engagement, Frank had grown quite familiar with everyone. After all, Hufflepuff was renowned for its social prowess, characterized by its gentle and harmless demeanor. Once one became a friend to an individual, it was not long before they garnered friendships with many, and soon, a multitude of friendships blossomed throughout the entire house. At this moment, Frank had just dismounted from his flying skateboard, which gracefully levitated behind him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank gazed at Cedric and inquired, is it permissible? I cannot wield a broomstick. Cedric shook his head reassuringly, it matters not, for everyone has completed their training. Just use the skateboard and let us all enjoy a moment together. With a nod of agreement, Frank leaped lightly. The skateboard glided effortlessly beneath him, and he soared into the air. I have yet to experience this, Frank proclaimed as he balanced on the skateboard, observing the Hufflepuff team. Who will instruct me? Cedric looked at Frank in astonishment. You mean to say you are unaware of the rules of Quidditch? Frank shrugged his shoulders and said, I have never played before. Cedric rested his hand on his head and replied, All right, let me explain it to you. First, we have a goalkeeper. Cedric pointed. I suppose the goalkeeper needs no introduction. Next, he indicated two individuals nearby. We have two batsmen, Big A and Little A. Big A and Little A? Frank looked at the two with a puzzled expression. I don't recall them being brothers. Cedric chuckled lightly. Both of their names contain an A, but Alec's first letter is A, hence he is referred to as Big A. As for the other individual, Cedric pointed to another person beside him. The second letter in Lol's name is A, which is why he is called Little A. Frank observed the two individuals. Is this not a bit far-fetched? Their synergy was remarkably harmonious, not much inferior to that of the Weasley twins. Frank nodded, acknowledging his understanding. The primary objective was to shield his teammates from the onslaught of the rogue ball using the bat, while also striking the rogue ball as far away from their team as possible. Cedric gestured towards the trio lined up in a row. They were the chasers, tasked with the offensive responsibility of scoring by throwing the quaffle through the opposing team's iron hoop. As for myself, Cedric indicated, I am the seeker, entrusted with the vital role of capturing the golden snitch. Frank nodded. Shall we begin? Of course, we have a reserve team. Cedric gestured towards the classmates beside him. I will lead the reserve team. Will you join them? Perhaps not, Frank interjected. You need to develop better synergy among yourselves. I shall take care of the reserve students. Cedric surveyed the surroundings and then nodded. Very well, let it be so. The rules are identical to those of an official match. 150 points for catching the golden snitch and 10 points for each goal scored. The two sides swiftly occupied opposite ends of the field. Cedric drew his wand and pointed towards the box containing the balls. They sprang forth and immediately soared into the air. Frank, Cedric called out, you are responsible for seeking the golden snitch. Frank made an OK gesture in the air. And then the skateboard soared swiftly through the sky. The golden snitch darted away with remarkable speed, vanishing almost instantaneously, leaving no trace of its presence. Cedric soared high above everyone, commencing a graceful flight around the pitch. The quaffle was fiercely contested between both teams, as all players relentlessly launched assaults towards their opponent's goal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Frank exclaimed with exuberance. What a thrill. His voice resonated throughout the Quidditch pitch, eliciting laughter from all present before the game resumed. It must be noted that fortune favored Frank, for it was not long before he spotted the golden snitch, which fluttered tantalizingly just behind Cedric. Frank leaned forward slightly and charged swiftly towards the golden snitch. Cedric, noticing Frank's movement, was momentarily taken aback before hastily searching around him. Upon turning, he too dashed towards the elusive snitch. Their sprint brought the entire crowd to a standstill, captivated by this small yet intense duel. Although Cedric was closer to his target, it was evident that Frank's flying skateboard was significantly faster, rivaling even the famed Firebolt 2000. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuff team was still utilizing the school's Clean Sweep 7 series, which lagged considerably behind Frank's speed. As if endowed with sight, the golden snitch darted away the moment the two began their pursuit. Yet, once discovered, its escape was futile. Cedric relentlessly pursued ahead, with Frank trailing closely behind. In no time, Frank surged past Cedric, positioning himself as the foremost chaser of the snitch, followed closely by Cedric. Before long, Frank seized the golden snitch, thus concluding the match. The crowd erupted into applause, with the reserve team members particularly exhilarated, as this marked their inaugural victory. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Frank sighed and placed his hand above the broom. Truly, I am at a loss. The broom swiftly soared into Frank's grasp, captivating the attention of all present. Frank gazed at the broom in astonishment. Why before? You did not believe, did you? Cedric asserted confidently. Being of Muggle descent, you must have doubted the ability to fly on a broom, which is why you struggled. Yet, I was already proficient in magic at that time. Cedric shrugged. As for that, I cannot say, but now you are indeed capable of wielding a broom. Frank gazed at Cedric and inquired, what about you? Cedric replied, as for me, I am the captain. I have a preference for the position of goalkeeper. Frank gazed at Cedric in disbelief. Really? He inquired. Cedric shook his head. The senior who previously served as the Seeker is graduating this year, thus he is stepping down. So you are the only one left to take on the role of Seeker? Frank asked, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, our team has always been relatively weak. But now that you have joined us, we shall strive to claim the Quidditch Cup. Frank gazed at the eager faces surrounding him and said, Very well, I shall join. The crowd erupted in cheers. However, it seemed rather inappropriate for me to assume the role of Seeker upon my arrival. Allow me to provide new brooms for everyone instead. All eyes turned to Frank. Nimbus 2000, he declared, extending his hand. Rest assured, every member of the team, including the reserves, will receive a Nimbus 2000. The crowd exchanged glances, and then Cedric stepped forward, saying, Frank, the Nimbus 2000 is far too expensive. Frank shook his head. You all think the Nimbus 2000 is expensive. Yet you remain utterly oblivious to my wealth. Not just the entire team, but the whole academy would be no issue. Upon hearing Frank's words, everyone erupted in cheers. Subsequently, Cedric gathered all the balls and returned them to the management office. Let us return for dinner. We shall host a banquet to celebrate this evening. That night, upon returning, Frank promptly drafted a letter to the Quidditch broomstick shop to place an order. The entire team, including substitutes, comprised 14 members. However, according to Cedric, some of the substitutes lacked the capability to participate in matches, merely stepping in due to the departure of certain players facing the pressures of advancement and graduation. This led to the necessity of replacing some substitutes and recruiting new ones. Frank unequivocally declared that as long as he remained at the school, the Hufflepuff Quidditch team would undoubtedly wield the latest broomsticks. Even though a new broom model was released each year, they would simply replace their brooms annually. Upon uttering this proclamation in the Hufflepuff common room, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Students jubilantly reveled, with some upperclassmen even sharing their treasured butterbeer with the crowd. Naturally, Frank's critique of the beverage was that it lacked sweetness, suggesting that a touch of honey would enhance its flavor. The festivities continued until the early hours of the morning. The following day, nearly all Hufflepuff students found themselves somewhat sleep-deprived. The Quidditch manager replied promptly that morning, expressing a warm welcome for Frank's purchase and indicating the need to reorder from the manufacturer with an estimated wait of around 2 days. The letter concluded with a note that the new Nimbus 2001 had been released, inquiring whether they would be interested. Typically, Frank's roommate John would have been aware of the Nimbus, as his family held shares in the broomstick company. However, unbeknownst to him, his parents had planned a surprise gift of the Nimbus 2001 for Christmas, leaving John completely unaware of the new model's release. Although some of their classmates were in the know, they hesitated to mention it, fearing it might seem as though they were waiting for Frank to embarrass himself. Frank, too, had paid little attention to the matter, which ultimately led to his order being for the Nimbus 2000. It was only upon receiving the broom shop owner's letter that Frank learned the new broom had been available since the previous month. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted.